Chapter 1276, Follow Me. GH. Just when Jiang Fei thought he was able to follow Alexa's movements, he was struck again. The pain and threat of failure, coupled with sheer will to rise victoriously, granted Jiang Fei the desire he needed. Amazing! Alexis gasped as he withheld his next attack. Jiang Fei's current power level was already reaching 2,800,000. Terran! Give up! You cannot win! Alexis snorted. Well, see about that. Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and snarled. I wasn't being serious. Not until now. Perhaps you possess some kind of ability that allows you to grow stronger periodically. But now, I have had enough of this game. I can feel the power growing in you, and I know you will be a threat. If you wish to continue, I will kill you in the next move. I'm done helping you become stronger, said Alexis. His voice and tone were different from before. He was serious this time. During the second rise of power, Alexis had somewhat made sense of Jiang Fei's ability. Even though he did not fully understand it, he could at least piece all his observations together and concluded that Jiang Fei was gaining power throughout the fight. There were others just like him in other quadrants of space, and there was a way to kill them before they became stronger. In the fight with a single, decisive killing move, while Jiang Fei was slowly becoming stronger, Alexis was merely toying with him. But when he noticed his combat power was only growing exponentially, and was about to come close to his own, Alexis decided to stop playing around. He was already being merciful by giving Jiang Fei an option to end the battle right there, and then instead of killing him instantly. Are you saying that because I am going to win? Said Jiang Fei. He took several deep breaths before continuing. Perhaps, if I stop now, you would spare my planet? He understood well what Alexis was thinking. Before the enemy could get any stronger, one must end the fight quickly. It was a gaming mechanism which even Jiang Fei knew well. Still, he was prepared. If Alexis was going to end his life, Jiang Fei would drag him into the 10th dimension and kill him there. Even though he could not defeat him in combat, he could still rely on the power of the 10th dimension. As long as he was ready for it, and not killed instantly by the enemy, he would enter the 10th dimension. There was where he ruled. There was where he was God. Jiang Fei had also been entertaining Alexis throughout the fight. He wanted to prolong the fight for as long as possible to allow him to grow. Your planet? You are already on the verge of death, yet you are still thinking of your planet. Huh? Alexis laughed. Know this. Your planet means nothing to me. I do not care if your planet stops spinning, said Alexis before he burst out laughing. Earth to Valsaurians was the same as a small ant colony to a kid. It was but a tiny unimportant planet in a corner of a random galaxy. Destroying it wouldn't be hard, but the effort was not worth the trouble. Jiang Fei was stumped when Alexis stated his disinterest in the planet. Young Terran, you have talent, and I like men such as yourself. Join my crew. Surrender the core of time, and I shall spare the Earth and even protect your entire planetary system. Alexis smiled and gave Jiang Fei an offer. The alien was taking a fancy to Jiang Fei. Such an ability to become stronger and stronger with every defeat was rare throughout the cosmos. Valsaurians were strong, but even they had limits to their growth. Jiang Fei couldn't be more happy. Even though he had the power of the 10th dimension, he wouldn't be able to stop the fleet of spaceships. He was only invincible in certain conditions. In the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei would be the same as specters, invulnerable and undetectable. He could escape from certain doom, or even defeat his foe, with the 10th dimension in his control. However, like a tethered kite, Jiang Fei could escape to the edge of the known universe, and Earth would still be destroyed. To be fair, if the core of will was in its full charge, Jiang Fei might have a chance to destroy the current fleet of spaceship hovering near Ceres. But currently, the core of will was only charged with 1/3 of its full power. Even if he could fully fend off the second coming, what of the third? Or the fourth? Moreover, he needed to keep the power of the core in absolute secrecy. If he used the 10th dimension power, he needed to make sure no one lived to tell the tale. If anyone in the universe knew about his power, he might not be able to live a day without being chased after. The offer to join his crew was a tempting path. If he joined them, Earth would be spared. For as long as tens of thousands of years, there hadn't been any incidents of other races daring to trample across any of the Valsaurians' territory. However, there was a catch. He needed to surrender the core of time, of which was lost. Alexis might be courteous enough to offer Jiang Fei options, but he was a man of duty. Sparing Jiang Fei or his planet was only secondary to his primary mission. He could be lenient in any other way, but the core of time had to be in his possession. If Jiang Fei could not fulfill this condition, they would have to fight it out. You need not think for so long. Or are you looking down on us Valsaurians? Alexis asked. His voice was sullen with a mild tone of disgruntlement. No, it's not that. The core of time. Well, to be honest, Jiang Fei was fine with the idea of joining a brigade of space bandits. Even though they weren't the nicest group of soldiers out there in the universe, Jiang Fei could still accept them. He had been hanging out in the metahuman society for so long. Even he could not escape the fact that he had done something not commendable. Besides, if he joined the brigade, he would be leaning against a powerful foundation. At the very least, they would be a pillar of support to protect Earth from future threats. Best of all, he could use this period of time to master his domain ability. Once he got that in check, who else in the universe would dare to cross his path? What's wrong? Not willing to give up the core of time? Alexis asked. His voice grew louder. I seem to have misplaced it, said Jiang Fei honestly. He then proceeded to explain the event prior and after the conflict with Akatsiri's. Instead of saying that he had lost the core of time, he twisted the story a bit and said he had forgotten where he had kept it. All the while, he made sure to not reveal anything about the core of life and the core of will. Are you telling the truth? Alexis asked, frowning. I have no reason to lie. My planet is yours to destroy, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. To think that I would lie just for the sake of a single core, Jiang Fei explained. 6th officer, bring Wanda down. Alexis ordered someone on the ship. Yes, Commander, a voice replied. In the next second, an oddly shaped creature, very much like a dog of Earth, was teleported there. Come, Wanda! Come on! Alexis cried out with a soft voice. The dog-like creature then hopped and skipped its way toward Alexis before jumping into his embrace. Terran, look into its eyes, tell me the truth. Where is the core of time? Alexis asked again. Okay. Jiang Fei figured that the dog might have some kind of hypnotic ability. Even so, he wasn't afraid. Consciously speaking, he did not know the whereabouts of the core of time. If he did unconsciously know where it was, the dog might be able to help him find it. I have no idea where the core of time is, said Jiang Fei as he stared into the eyes of the dog. Ark! Woo! Woo! The creature barked once, and then turned to Alexis whilst shaking its head. MHM, 6th! Scan this entire system for the core, Alexis ordered. Commander, someone on the ship replied. In just a few seconds, the leading ship had finished scanning the entire solar system, and the core of time was not detected anywhere. Chapter 1277, until next time. Commander, the radar is not picking up any readings of the core of time in this planetary system. The only thing it's detecting is one freakishly old spaceship close to the third body from the star, someone replied, as soon as the scan was complete. Damn it! Have we been lied to? Alexis cringed in embarrassment. Jiang Fei was telling the truth after all. I told you so, said Jiang Fei, shrugging nonchalantly. So it seems, replied Alexis, calming himself down. The two Terrans had given them false information. If it wasn't for those lying pricks, Commander Alexis wouldn't have bothered to travel so far, wasting precious fuel just to visit this godforsaken planetary system. Not only would they be returning empty-handed, they had even got a good beating from a slightly powerful Terran. Alexis was a man who recognized and appreciated talent, so he wouldn't want to vent his frustration to a Terran that he wanted to recruit. As such, Ragnaros and Therazane would be the only people he would vent to. Fine then. Release Ball and join me. Do that, and I will spare your precious planet, said Alexis in a disappointed tone. The core of time may not have even been in this system from the very start, but at least Alexis would be returning with some fresh blood. I understand, said Jiang Fei, acknowledging the offer. The very thought of leaving Earth without her greatest defender made him anxious. He turned to look at Earth, the blue marble that was ever so fragile in the vast yet menacing void of space. What else was out there, waiting for him to explore and discover? I can tell that you probably have some unfinished business on your planet. Go, settle your debts. You have 3 days. I do not want my crew to be weighed down by any baggage, said Alexis. He didn't come right out and say it, but he might as well have. Jiang Fei knew that Alexis wanted only him. The other girls, even Isabella, were too weak to join his force. Thank you, said Jiang Fei. He was being humble. He knew his place, though he was stronger than most. Under Alexis' wing he would only be a lowly soldier. He might not even get to answer directly to Alexis. But this was all the start of Jiang Fei's plan. Right now, it may seem like a desperate move, but one day it would pay off. He was going to make use of the Valsaurian bandit's reputation and strength to bolster his own. He would wait for the day he would finally be able to fight back, plotting his way to freedom once more. After both beings returned to their respective ships, Jiang Fei flew his to Braveheart, while Alexis waited on Ceres with the other ships. He was not worried at all about Jiang Fei running away. He would never desert his own planet. If had even the slightest intention to run, he wouldn't have stopped at Ceres just to have a go with Alexis. On his way back, Jiang Fei was thinking about how to break the news to the girls, how he was going to leave Earth for a while. Alone. No! Sylphie was the first to flat out reject the idea. You need to understand my feelings as well, refuted Jiang Fei. Alexis was not going to let him bring the girls along. And even if he did allow it, Jiang Fei would not bring them. There were countless possibilities in the infinite space. There could be more powerful beings. Beings that are 1,000, if not 1,000,000 times stronger than Alexis. Jiang Fei might be able to handle it. But the girls, he wouldn't want to even expose them to such dangers. No! If you're going, I shall go as well, roared Sylphie. Stop being unreasonable, barked Nina. She was the only person, second to Jiang Fei, that could really put Sylphie in her place. My love, I won't say anything except that I love you. And be careful out there, said Ariel. Even without reading Jiang Fei's mental wave, she knew well that Jiang Fei did not want this. But, for the well-being of Earth and all her occupants, Jiang Fei has to join the band of bandits. Go with pride. You need not worry about anything at home. I promise that we will all strive to be as strong as you. I do hope that you can get stronger yourself and someday that band of bandits may even have a change of leadership, said Isabella smugly. We need not hope, for it shall be true, chimed in Sylphie. Her logic was simple. If the Valsaurian were feared because of their strength, then Jiang Fei and the girls need only to become stronger too. I heard enough, said Jiang Fei said, rolling his eyes. He was getting sick of their words of encouragement that carried no weight. Captain, you need not worry about Earth. I shall take care of the planet until your return, blared 0541. That's reassuring. Oh, I almost forgot. I need to release Balrus soon. Before I do, take as much blood as you can. Heal him again and again until the day of his release. His blood might be of use later, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei didn't care about how he was treating Balrus. After all, the deal only required him to release Balrus alive. It didn't specify at what condition. As only a low-ranking squad captain, no one would worry too much about his treatment. But for Jiang Fei, his blood was too important, as it could be used for other aspects of strengthening. Captain! As soon as the order was made, 0541 had already started working. Balrus' anguished screams of pain soon filled every corridor of the prisoner's bay. Before Jiang Fei left, Nina strutted in and gazed into his eyes. Know that I shall count the seconds until your return, she said with teary eyes. Please don't. I appreciate the gesture, but knowing you, you might actually do it. Don't put yourself through that pain. Then, I shall count the rise and fall of the moon and sun, chuckled Nina. That's my girl, said Jiang Fei, laughing. Once Jiang Fei was done talking to the girls, he returned to Earth to say goodbye to his parents. I would quote that famous poem, Rage Against the Dying of the Light, or something like that, but I'm too old to remember such things. Anyways, be brave and remember what makes you human. I don't want you to come back behaving like a rebellious alien teen, said his father. He was proud of his only son, going out there to venture into where no man had even set foot. Most importantly, the young man understood the meaning of having power. He had paid the price for them all, the 10 billion humans on Earth. Child, be careful out there. And it may seem inappropriate, but I want to see a space daughter-in-law, said his mother, laughing cheerfully, though she seemed to be taking it well now. The minute Jiang Fei was out of sight, she would break down in tears. Jiang Fei didn't know what to feel. This felt different than all the previous times. Leaving for war, for a trip overseas, or for a battle of life and death. They were all different than leaving Earth. Yet, this somehow felt familiar. Like he had been through it over and over again without ever getting used to it. 3 days later, after spending every precious second with his parents, friends, and harem, Jiang Fei returned to Ceres, with a strapped-up Balrus at his side. Balrus was not having it. 3 days of being tortured was more than enough to last a lifetime. He had been drained of his blood, rapidly healed, then drained again, over and over again for 3 days. He couldn't even lose his consciousness, though he desperately wanted to. His healing factor was too great, keeping him awake for the entire ordeal. At some point during the torture, His only wish was to be knocked out, so he didn't have to feel anything. Unfortunately, 0541 didn't have the proper medication to put him under, and so remained conscious for every agonizing moment of the process. On Ceres, Alexis was just getting off his craft when Jiang Fei landed. "Punctual. I like it. But of course," said Jiang Fei, lowering his head. He could not behave as he previously would. He knew now that being a level 5 metahuman was nothing but the first step toward strength. He may have been treated like a god on Earth, but here in space, he was just a lackey. "Get on board." "Well, leave right away," said Alexis, flipping the communicator on the side of his collar. He addressed his crew. "Prep for takeoff. It's time to leave this godforsaken quadrant." Chapter 1278, Redstone. The construction of a Valsaurian spaceship was different from that of the Namekians. With a quick look, any human would recognize a Namekian spaceship from science fiction games and stories. Its structure was heavily based on metal frames, and there was steel plating on its hull. Even its overall structure would not be too alien from earthly designs. On the other hand, Valsaurian ships are like huge living creatures. With just a quick examination, Jiang Fei could feel traces of living organisms mixed in with the metal that made up the ship. Even though the structure was almost similar to a regular spaceship, the entire ship looked very much alive. Jiang Fei was currently on board one of the mini scout ships Alexis used to explore planets and interplanetary bodies. It looked very much like a crab, except that it was huge and currently flying through space. Alexis explained that such a metal was simply called biometal. It is used to make up the external platings of a ship, as it has self-repairing mechanisms. It sounded amazing, but Jiang Fei could not help but feel like something was strange. The Valsaurian used energy-based technology extensively, but they had never before applied it to their ship. As such, their ship's barrier tech was perhaps even weaker than Braveheart. However, biometal provides certain benefits that regular metal lacks. With its self-mending ability, a ship with biometal would last longer than one made from regular metal. Energy shields and barriers are dependent on energy, and when the ship runs out of power, so with their shields. Besides having the self-mending ability, biometal also has other special characteristics. Unfortunately, Alexis did not think it was important enough to explain it to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei held back his curiosity, feeling like it would be too much for a new member to suddenly ask so many questions. After docking with the main cruiser, Alexis brought Jiang Fei onto the bridge with him and ordered a jump. Jiang Fei thought that it would be some kind of large-scale teleportation system. But when the ship started to move, Jiang Fei could not be more surprised. A hexagonal rift was generated by a wayfinder that was hovering in front of the cruiser. "Commander, course set for Redstone. Ready for jump at your command," reported the pilot. "All hands, we are returning to base. Strap yourselves in," said Alexis, speaking into a device that broadcasted his command to the entire ship. Before Jiang Fei could prepare himself, the ship made a sudden thrust forward and entered a phase space through the rift. "Jiang Fei, we are going to the base of the Valsaurian army. It's going to be a lot harsher there. There are a lot of rules there, so watch yourself. You can still get away with a lot, but under no circumstances should you ever cross the young master. Not even I would be able to step in and save you if you did," said Alexis. Alexis had his sights set on Jiang Fei becoming his right-hand man and planned to train him until he reached that standard of strength. Until then, he doesn't want Jiang Fei to do something that would anger the young master. That would be such a waste of his life. "I understand. Rules are there for a reason. Without them, we are all animals," said Jiang Fei. He knew that he was still too weak, and being a new member, it was best not to offend anyone. 3 hours later, the cruiser as well as other ships jumped out of the rift and arrived to a planet 120 billion light-years away from the Milky Way galaxy. The last encounter between the Valsaurian with Ragnatos and Therazane was a pure coincidence. They were stranded in zero gravity when a fleet of Valsaurian bandits had just happened to sail past. Otherwise, it was extremely unlikely for any of the Valsaurian fleet to sail into the Milky Way galaxy or even into the solar system at all. About 10 minutes later, the cruiser docked on one of the planet's ports. The planet they had just landed on was twice the size of Earth, orbiting around a small red dwarf star. From Jiang Fei's point of view, there was not much he could learn. Astrophysics was never his forte. All he knew was that the star was red and the planet was large. Once the docking sequence was complete, Alexis and Jiang Fei boarded a shuttlecraft. The two then left the hangar bay and headed towards the surface of the planet. Everything was going smoothly until the door of the shuttlecraft opened. Jiang Fei felt a powerful, overbearing wave of gravity, and it almost knocked him to the ground. Both the cruiser and the shuttlecraft ran on their own artificial gravity systems, even though the gravity on the ship was set to a level that was only slightly higher than that of Earth. He did not feel any difference, since he's a level 5 metahuman. However, when the shuttlecraft landed and the artificial system was shut off, the planet's own gravity kicked in, measuring at a level of almost 5 times that of Earth. "Ugh!" grunted Jiang Fei. He tried his best to prevent the pull of gravity from crushing his body. "How are you feeling?" asked Alexis. "It was a bit of a shock, but I can still move," said Jiang Fei, as he struggled to force himself to stand straight. He could literally feel his spinal discs crashing into each other as he speaks. "I'm going to report in now. Take this time to get used to it. Go out and explore the place. We'll head to Central once you can move about freely," said Alexis, though the failure to retrieve the core of time was disappointing. It was never Jiang Fei's fault. As Alexis deduced, the core might have never been in the solar system at all. However, recruiting Jiang Fei as part of his crew was a good consolation prize, despite it being an achievement that Alexis would not want to report. "I'll do my best," said Jiang Fei, as he tried to exert a little energy into his body to walk. Once he was alone, Jiang Fei started to lower the amount of energy he poured into his body. Even though 5G could not do much to a level 5 metahuman like him, he was still slightly weakened. He had never experienced a G-force greater than that of Earth, having lived there since birth. With time, he would get used to things here. If he was being honest with himself, Jiang Fei was actually thrilled. Being in such a harsh environment would only be beneficial to his growth. No wonder the Valsaurians were so strong. They had been living and fighting on a planet with such a high G-force. After about 5 minutes, Jiang Fei was able to walk around slowly. It had been a while since just walking had made him need to catch his breath. And that was before he had picked up the almighty ring, by dropping Alexis' name everywhere he goes. The entire base was practically his to explore. But Jiang Fei understood that while he might be in the Valsaurian base of operations, he was still a distance away from Central. Alexis was on his way there, to meet with someone called the Young Master, leaving Jiang Fei alone in a strange, alien place. A voice rang out from his communicator. "Who are you?" Jiang Fei turned around, searching for the source of the voice, and realized that there was a humanoid feline looking at him with her straight, cat-like eyes. "Huh? Me?" replied Jiang Fei. He was genuinely surprised to hear such a comment coming from an alien species. The cat girl was speaking in fluent Mandarin. "Where are you from? What tongue do you speak?" asked the cat girl, cocking her head like a curious cat. "You can understand me?" asked Jiang Fei. "Are you daft? You're wearing a translator device, and you're still baffled about how I can understand you," said the cat girl, pouting. "Translator," said Jiang Fei, reaching up to his ear. He had been wearing the same communicator device created by O541 for a long time, and never realized that it had a translation system. "You're still not answering my question. Who are you?" said the cat girl, strutting towards Jiang Fei with her tail swinging side to side. Am new here. I've just joined the band." "Who might you be?" said Jiang Fei, stuttering all the way. "My name is Sarila." "Where did you say you were from again?" said Sarila as she sniffed Jiang Fei's surroundings. "I'm from Earth and am speaking one of the thousands of languages we have there," said Jiang Fei. "Earth. What a stupid name for a planet. Might as well call it dirt. Anyway, Commander Alexis sent me here to pick up someone called Jiang Fei. My guess is, that's you," said Sarila as she stopped sniffing around. She had probably picked up a scent from Commander Alexis. "Indeed, I am." If Alexis had sent her over to tend to Jiang Fei, he must also have a plan for his future in Redstone. "Come, I'll have you report to the recruit training ground," said Sarila, spinning around and walking off. The cat girl was only curious about Jiang Fei's musical Singsanji language and nothing more. Still struggling to keep up with her speed, Jiang Fei was coming across as a weak being. If he couldn't even adapt to Redstone's gravity, he would not be able to go much further. Chapter 1279, New Recruit Training. As Jiang Fei continued to endure the crushing pressure of Redstone's gravity, he followed Sarila towards the training ground as quickly as he could. It was assumed that the band of Valsaurian soldiers only recruited Valsaurians. However, Valsalry is nothing but a strong combatant race. Their low fertility rates meant that their population count was constantly dropping. To uphold their reputation of being the strongest race in the entire known universe, they must find a way to replenish their soldiers, which is why Valsaurians are always on the lookout for recruitable manpower, even during raids or war. Just like Jiang Fei, powerful individuals are coerced into joining the band. mostly driven by a strong urge to either protect their homeworld or to seek vengeance. The training center that Jiang Fei was heading to was set up to exclusively train soldiers for Alexis unit. New recruits came from many other worlds. Much like Jiang Fei, they were usually from small to intermediate-sized planets. But though their worlds were small, they were all outside the Goldilocks zone that Earth had been simmering in since the beginning of its formation. On such planets, where life was not meant to form, any living being that managed to survive the harsh circumstances were built to withstand any possible hardship that might befall them. "Oh my! To what do I owe the pleasure, Miss Sarila?" said a Valsaurian when he saw the catgirl approaching. "Commander Alexis ordered me to deliver this thing," said Sarila. "Him?" gasped the Valsaurian, pointing towards Jiang Fei. He was wearing some kind of armor, not one meant for combat, but for something else that Jiang Fei could not discern. His headgear was equipped with something like goggles that emitted a stream of light as it scanned Jiang Fei for a second. It was only after the scan that the Valsaurian gasped. He had measured Jiang Fei's combat level, and it was only at a measly 65,000. The reason for his surprise was simple. Jiang Fei was way below the standard of power. Anyone at a combat level of 80,000 and lower would never be allowed to join the band. Like Alexis once explained to him, the Valsaurians are a race of strong warriors. They respect the strong and have zero tolerance for the weak. If someone had a combat level of only 100,000, they would never be able to become an army officer of any rank. They would be nothing but expendable soldiers. Or at best, a non-commissioned officer. 80,000 and less? Scrap. Fodder. Food for the strong. That's why it was so surprising that Miss Sarila, Commander Alexis' legal daughter, would deliver a level 65,000 Terran to the new recruit training ground. The Terran would not last for a second in the training ground. Most recruits from the training ground had every potential to become army officers. Army officers, high or low, are never limited to only Valsaurians. They might even become high-ranking army officials. Some powerful non-Valsaurian individuals had even managed to become a general. That is a rank higher than Alexis, having the power to command multiple fleets. A rank seated amongst the core of the Valsaurian authority. "Miss Sarila, who is this Terran?" asked the Valsaurian, unsure of his affiliation. He did not understand why Alexis would send a lamb into a lion's den. "I don't know. Father asked and I've delivered. He's all yours," said Sarila, turning away from the scene. "I see. So, Commander Alexis has sent him here. I'll get to it. Did the commander have any other special orders?" said the Valsaurian. Even though Jiang Fei was seen as a weak being, he might have some special connection with Alexis. If he was sent here on Alexis' orders, there might be something to him after all. Redstone is his domain, and if he orders something to be done, it will be done. "Nothing. That's all I heard. I'm passing him to you now. You got this," said Sarila before she was out of earshot. While Sarila may be able to look down on Jiang Fei, he could not. And he definitely could never ignore an order from Commander Alexis, even if it was an order by proxy. Sarila was Alexis' adopted daughter after all, so she would always get away with any wrongdoings, as long as it wasn't anything too offensive. He, on the other hand, was a mere training officer. If Alexis came to know that Jiang Fei was not taken care of, it would be his head that would roll. "Where did Commander Alexis dig you out from? To think that he would take such great care of you. And you were even delivered by Miss Sarila herself?" ranted the Valsaurian. He took a deep breath and resumed a formal attitude. "I'm Major Alston, and I am in charge of this training center. Greetings, Major. I am Jiang Fei," said Jiang Fei, quickly snapping a salute. The man might be talking politely, but as Jiang Fei measured, his combat level was a whopping 2 million. "Good. Come with me. I'll show you around," said Alston as he entered the mega structure. "This is the Combat Training Center. You'll be coming here tomorrow. This is the Fleet Simulation Center. You'll find yourself here after you've mastered the core lessons in a few months. This is a gravity room. If you feel that the gravity of Redstone is too accommodating for your training, you can come here for an added challenge." Alston paused, eyeing Jiang Fei, who was panting and out of breath. "Well, you can choose not to." To Alston, Jiang Fei might have something going on with Alexis that allowed him to gain entry into the training ground. But if he wants to become useful, he would have to get through all of its age-list training. As Jiang Fei and Alston walked through the Mega Institute, several other recruits noticed their presence and started to gossip. "Look, Aston is dragging around some rotten meat. What the hell is that thing? It's so weak. Hey, notice how Major is being very polite. I think that weak thing is here to check on us. We should just train now, and put up a good show for that guy." Who knows? We might get famous. Good one. Let's do it. Jiang Fei's presence and Alston's odd behavior had attracted a lot of unwanted attention. Everyone thought that Alston was only personally escorting Jiang Fei because he was someone important. Maudlin. To me, roared Alston roared as he led Jiang Fei into a larger training field. Because of Jiang Fei's special circumstances, Alston decided to call in the big guns. Jiang Fei would be trained by their best training officer. Maudlin ran over and saluted Alston. Redstone Recruits Training Officer. Lieutenant Maudlin at your service. At ease. This is Jiang Fei. A new recruit personally arranged by Commander Alexis. Take good care of him, said Alston, emphasizing the name Alexis and the phrase good care. Roger that. Maudlin's voice turned stiff when he replied. It could not be more obvious that Alston was trying to tell him that Jiang Fei had something to do with Alexis and must be looked after carefully. This was his chance to show Commander Alexis his true potential. Maybe he would even be able to finally leave the training grounds and head into the battlefield. I'll leave him to you. I'm sure you'll figure out the rest. As for you, Jiang Fei, do your best, and don't die. Alston left as soon as he was done encouraging Jiang Fei. Well then, let's hop straight into it. My name is Maudlin, and you're Jiang Fei. From here on out, you're going to be my personal trainee. Maudlin patted Jiang Fei on his shoulders and greeted him with a smile. Though it was an unprecedented situation, there might be a silver lining behind it all. This was his chance to butter up Commander Alexis. But then again, it would be a challenge to train Jiang Fei. He was too weak, and everything installed in the facility was meant for the strong. Chapter 1280, How are you here? Glad to be here. Thank you. Sir, I will be in your care, replied Jiang Fei enthusiastically. He had been through several types of training before, from basketball to P. sessions, and even martial arts. He knew what to say and how to behave. Good answer. I like your attitude, barked Maudlin. He initially thought that the Terran was just another person that somehow managed to get in after garnering Commander Alexis' favor. His first impression of Jiang Fei was that he was someone snarky who was willing to name-drop to get himself ahead. But he ended up being taken aback by Jiang Fei's humble behavior. That was a surprise, albeit a pleasant one. MHM. Seems that I'm not going to be training you today. Never mind. I'll arrange your quarters for now. We will start your training tomorrow. With the rest of them, said Maudlin, pointing towards the other trainees that were on the field. Oof. Now that's a scene, thought Jiang Fei to himself. It was not the number of trainees or their impressive combat levels that had Jiang Fei in a daze, but the types of trainees that were present. There were only a few Valsaurians, while the rest were from all kinds of different races. Even out of their combat gear, Jiang Fei could still recognize the Valsaurians. Every Valsaurian shared a common appearance, but with some mild alterations to set them apart from each other. Their skin had a pinkish hue. The top of their L-like heads were smooth and bald, and they had oddly shaped limbs. Even so, they could pass as humans dressed in costumes. Compared to the humanoid-like Valsaurians, the other trainees were weirdly shaped. Some were just stones, others were shaped like an octopus, and some were even walking trees that kept repeating the same 3 words over and over again. Follow me, ordered Maudlin while Jiang Fei was still trying to make sense of what he was looking at. Coming. He could not tell how long he had spent on Redstone, but he could tell that his muscles and bones had somewhat gotten used to the unforgiving pull of the planet's gravity. Walking was manageable now. At the very least, he wasn't panting for breath anymore. Running was still a challenge, though. Following Maudlin, Jiang Fei crossed the enormous training field and arrived at some sort of a building. The entire thing was shaped exactly like a giant whale, with its gaping mouth as the entrance. This is the living quarters for all trainees, said Maudlin. Got it, acknowledged Jiang Fei with a nod. Entering the building, Jiang Fei quickly noticed that the whale's interior was made from the same biometal as the ship. But that wasn't the most shocking thing for him. He thought that an alien hostel would be messy and dirty, possibly even slimy and disgusting. But contrary to his prejudice, it was completely clean. Not even the hint of an unpleasant scent lingered, nor was the tiniest speck of dust to be found. The corridors were organized like a corporate office squares, rooms or cubicles in neat rows with walkways built all around them. Maudlin led Jiang Fei to one of the rooms. This one's yours. Tomorrow morning, there will be 3 calls as a signal to gather. If you are not present on the training field after the 3rd call, you will be punished. I don't care if you're Commander Alexis' personal escort or his cat. I will make you suffer for your tardiness. Understood? Said Maudlin sternly. Sir, Yes, sir, said Jiang Fei, immediately replying with a salute. The first rule in any training camp is always to obey the rules. Even if he had a special relationship with his trainer, he would not expect anything less than equal treatment. Creating enmity between the trainer and the other trainees would only spell doom for the rest of his training period. Good. Hey, race, a piece of advice. If you have any free time at all, sleep, rest. You're gonna need it, said Madeleine, laughing as he left Jiang Fei alone. Touching the door of his room, Jiang Fei felt a sudden warmth coursing through his body. It was the same feeling he got every time he was about to start a new adventure. Just like when he learned about 0541 and his origin. What sort of new dawn awaits? What kind of aliens would he meet? Who will be his friend? Who will be his enemy? With a smile, he entered the room. The door slid open to reveal a small room with 3 beds. It was obviously not his room alone, but one to be shared with 2 others. Based on what he understood of army formation, the room was designed to fit 3 combatants. The exact number of a small squad. Of the 3 beds, one was left untouched, while the other 2 were clearly taken. His roommates must currently be in class. Jiang Fei took the liberty of claiming the unoccupied bed and lay down. He had brought along several personal belongings when he left Earth, all nicely packed away and stored in the subspace inside the ring. He had everything he needed. Everything. Except his friend 0541. A single light year was already too far for Jiang Fei to establish a stable connection to the ship. Much less a million light years. If only 0541 was here, I could at least talk to him to pass the time, said Jiang Fei to himself as he lay there. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. In his eye. 0541, said 0541, blaring out inside Jiang Fei's mind. The F*CK? 0541? Is that really you? Jiang Fei rose to his feet and immediately fell, hitting the floor hard. The gravity was stronger than expected for Jiang Fei, who was getting off a bed in an alien world for the first time. Yes, Captain. It is I. The best support system that ever existed, said 0541 happily. Didn't I ask you to stay behind and take care of the girls? How are you here? Why are you here? Asked Jiang Fei. To be honest, Captain, I'm worried about you. So, I reactivated 0542 and had him take over my role. I left the ship's data center and migrated into the ring's portable data center instead. 0542? Jiang Fei uttered the name with pure hatred. Can he be trusted? 0542 was the system that started the entire rebellion with Akut series. If he had not heard it from 0541 himself, Jiang Fei would have jumped straight into the next ship to Earth to fight 0542. You need not worry about him. You need to understand that Deep Layer Protocol was hardwired into every artificial intelligence. 0542 had to betray you because Akut series was the real captain of Braveheart. He had no choice, explained 0541. However, Akut series is dead, and you are now the official captain of Braveheart. Even if there are other Namekians alive who present themselves to 0542, he would not betray you anymore. Rules are rules, after all. So it seems. Well then, since you're fine with, I guess I should be too, said Jiang Fei. There was no one he trusted more than his oldest friend. 0541. Captain, just so you know, the ring houses a very limited amount of energy crystals. There is a limit to what I can do for you. However, if you can get your hands on any Valsaurian ships, I might be able to do more, added 0541. When Jiang Fei left Earth, he did not stock up on energy crystals and other facilities. Other than 0541's portable data management center, there was literally nothing else that could facilitate Jiang Fei in combat, besides having a library of information about the universe, which was actually obsolete by about 10,000 years. 0541 couldn't really do much to help. I understand, but don't expect anything like a ship. Not for the time being at least, said Jiang Fei. His current army ranking could not be any lower. It would take months, if not years, for him to be commissioned a ship. It is all right. I must say, your domain ability is incredibly unique. If you could master a way to bolster your combat spirit, I believe that even Commander Alexis would be no match for you, said 0541 confidently. Even though he did not know about Jiang Fei's 10th dimension ability, he knew all about Jiang Fei's Omnisurge. Its potential was practically limitless, as long as Jiang Fei could find a way to make himself want more power. I know, but it's still new to me. Unless I have something to push me, I can't really get my combat spirit up for no reason, explained Jiang Fei, sighing heavily. Not even Jiang Fei himself knew that deep down. He was not the kind of guy that craved bloodshed. Unless he was provoked or it was absolutely necessary. Jiang Fei would rather not fight. That was why he had been having trouble increasing his combat level through Omni Surge. I have something new for you, Captain. While gathering information about energy cores, I have developed a new theory. I hope you can start searching for the other cores and collect them. My theory might help you, one way or another. Added 0541. Chapter 1281, Roommates. New theory. You say? Asked Jiang Fei. It's hard to explain. In simple terms, there might be some kind of special resonance between cores. Under special circumstances, energy cores can be made to collide with each other. This will act as a catalyst for the creation of a new form. But it's just a theory, and I am unsure of what the product of the collision would even be. Elaborated 0541. Any kind of cores? Asked Jiang Fei spiritedly. He had witnessed the collision of two cores of will to produce a new kind of core, which was currently residing in his mind. He wondered if the process required the same kind of cores, or would a combination of different kinds work too. Jiang Fei's core of will was born out of really special circumstances. Each planetary system could only house one set of different attribute energy cores. If another was born, like in Jiang Fei's case, the new one would be set away by itself. The fusion of two cores of the same type was either artificially induced or almost never happened. But if 0541's theory could work with two different types of cores, the possibility of it happening would be even lower. It would be so much simpler since a planetary system could house up to 5 different kinds of energy cores. There are probably an infinite number of planetary systems. But finding two of the same kind would be harder than finding another core of will. The one that Jiang Fei owned was the product of a miracle with a possibility so low that it may as well have not happened. 0541 had only included it into his thought process out of desperation, to give Jiang Fei an escape route from Akut series. Yeah, okay. I'll keep an eye out for other cores. You do you, said Jiang Fei nonchalantly. He practically had zero power in Redstone, and was just a trainee at that. He had no resources, no manpower, and worst of all, nobody he could trust to relay information. While Jiang Fei and 0541 were exchanging information about Redstone, a muffled conversation could be heard coming from outside the room. Just as Jiang Fei was about to get off his bed, the door slid open and a slightly larger being came in. Other than his 4 arms, the rest of his physique was rather humanoid. More importantly, he was easy on the eyes and not overly menacing. It's just a newcomer. Well, get them every now and then, said another being as he entered the room. He too had a certain humanoid aspect, but he also had the threatening head and appearance of an alligator. The two were speaking to each other in their own mother tongue, but what Jiang Fei heard from his earpiece was fluent Mandarin. Thanks to it, he at least wouldn't have to deal with communication problems. Jiang Fei jumped up from his bed. It would be rude to just stay there when his seniors had just returned from their training. Hello, I'm Jiang Fei, the new recruit, said Jiang Fei, introducing himself. I'm Vorland. I'm a Vulcan, said the first person, reaching out one of his 4 hands to greet Jiang Fei. Humph, he's trash. Look at his combat strength. It's not even 100,000, said the alligator man, snorting condescendingly. Yeesh. Jiang Fei shrunk away from alligator guy's hostility. Vorland came to Jiang Fei's side and explained his roommate's nasty behavior. Don't mind him. He's Gaxia, a Decronian. His entire race behaves that way. They lack manners and only respect those with strength. Instead of judging someone based on their character. I'm going to bed. Be quiet, or you'll be sorry for even breathing, said Gaxia without even glancing over. Go. Sleep, said Vorland simply. He seemed confident, but it was still obvious that the 4-armed alien was scared of Gaxia. He even lowered his voice so as to not disturb Gaxia as he snored away. What do you learn in the training field? What are we going to do tomorrow? Asked Jiang Fei quietly, not wanting to offend his roommates on the first day itself. When the two came into the room, Jiang Fei had measured their combat level. Gaxia, the alligator man, was at 180,000. He was definitely stronger than Bella. Even so, Jiang Fei was confident that he could defeat him with Omni Surge activated. The Vulcan was slightly weaker at around 130,000. Everyone here was strong. Even stronger than Balrus. They had all been hand-picked and trained in order to serve Commander Alexis after all. He would not want any weaklings to waste his time and effort. Training? It's the same thing every day. There's the gravity room, the time chamber, the simulated combat ground. Well, it's the same. Every day, replied Vorland. Time chamber? Simulated combat, repeated Jiang Fei. The only thing that sounded familiar was the gravity room, which Alston had told him about. It was simply a room where gravity could be increased to train one's physical strength. The time chamber is just a room where time flows differently. It's usually paired with the gravity room to extend your training. So it's like you've been training for a week when only a day has passed. From Vorlin's explanation, Jiang Fei understood that the time chambers work in the same way as Dawn Break. Players are able to play for 24 hours in the game, while only 8 hours had passed in the real world. I can't really explain how the simulated combat ground works. To put it simply, everything there is a simulation. Do you play games? If you do, it works just the same. You can do anything there without worrying about repercussions. Mock battles are usually held in there, so we won't have to worry about actually killing our opponents. As soon as Vorlin mentioned games, Jiang Fei immediately thought of Dawn Break again. The simulated combat grounds worked exactly like the game, except there were no NPCs, monsters, drops, or dungeons. Just a bunch of players participating in PvP matches. I got it. Thanks for explaining it to me. No problem. It's late. I need to get some sleep. It's going to be a big day for you tomorrow. Go to sleep and wake up early. If you're late, you will be punished for it. The mildest one I've heard of is that you don't get to eat lunch, said Vorlin, a tinge of fear in his tone. All right. I'll leave you be, said Jiang Fei as he returned to his bed. Sigh. What are the Valsarians thinking? Are the top brass dying out already? Why did they recruit even the weakest of beings in the universe? Jiang Fei heard Gaxia's malicious comment from his bed. He was not at all offended, instead understanding Gaxia's train of thought. It was not Jiang Fei alone that he did not respect, but all those who were weak. Even though he was in a new environment, Jiang Fei's martial arts training helped him fall asleep easily, and with some help from the core of will, it was even easier for Jiang Fei to drift off. In less than a few seconds, Jiang Fei was fast asleep, restoring his mental and physical strength, when the planet had only spun halfway through its own axis, and light from the red dwarf star had not yet touched the training ground. A loud, piercing bell echoed through the trainees' living quarters. Chapter 1282, Gravity. When the blaring sound of the bell rang for the first time, Jiang Fei's two roommates immediately shot to their feet and dashed out of the room as if there was a fire. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. The heck? Wasn't it 3 rings? Isn't this a little too much? Even so, he dared not get left behind. As soon as the two left the room, Jiang Fei followed them closely. Like the intersection of a busy highway, the entire corridor was filled with other trainees, stomping and dashing their way out of the quarters and onto the training field. At this moment, when the first bell stopped ringing, the second one immediately started. Jiang Fei cursed. *T. It's continuous. The training quarters and the training field were nowhere near each other. In fact, it was almost impossible for them to get there in time. No wonder everyone was making a run for it if they were late. The lightest of punishments would be skipping a meal. After getting out of the overly crowded building, Jiang Fei ran with everything he had and made it to the small gathering spot where Magdalene was waiting for everyone. Slow! Too slow! Even my pet snail could crawl faster than you lot, he roared. Even though not a single trainee was late for the gathering, Magdalene was still angry. It was the most stereotypical reaction for a trainer. Everyone was standing still, facing the great Lieutenant Magdalene. No one under a combat level of 200,000 dared to make a squeak, which was everyone there, except Jiang Fei. But he definitely was not going to make a scene on the first day of his training. This training camp was not the same as any other training session Jiang Fei had been through. On Earth, at least for the Chinese military, one would only be facing jail time for disobeying a direct order from a superior. In Redstone, trainees were often killed when a trainer was venting his rage. Rights? Fair treatment? One ought to never speak of such things in Redstone. Attention, worms! Get your sorry selves straightened up and head to the training center, roared Moglian, spitting on the ground in a theatrical act. Gaxia! Yes, sir! Take everyone to the gravity room and start training. At Moglian's order, the entire platoon started to march to their destination. Jiang Fei, you stay put? Barked Moglian when he noticed that Jiang Fei was marching with the rest. Yes, sir! Jiang Fei was hoping that Moglian would be nice to him on the first day of training, and personally guide him through the first few sessions before he joined in with the others. But that was almost impossible. Alston had hand-delivered a literal piece of trash to Moglian, who had no idea how to even start Jiang Fei's training. If he had up, he would have to answer to Commander Alexis. The young Terran was so weak that he could not even run normally without panting like a pig. How could he start with the most basic gravity training if he could not even get used to the planet's gravity? Jiang Fei stood still, waiting for his fate. Madeleine glared at him, thinking of ways to escape his own fate. After a long time of pacing around aimlessly, Madeleine still had not said a word. "Sir! Your orders!" "Sir?" asked Jiang Fei. "You? Ugh! Just do your own thing and come back here at the end of the day," said Madeleine. In the end, he decided to just let Jiang Fei roam on his own. The Terran was so weak that he shouldn't even be allowed in the training grounds. Commander Alexis must have pulled some strings to allow this useless Terran to enter his academy. Madeleine was thinking of the simplest way to get through this. He would let Jiang Fei beef up a little, providing the least amount of training, which would allow him to at least graduate from the training academy. If he were to take part in their regular training modules, Jiang Fei would be killed, at best, by the second lesson. "Sir? I do not understand." Madeleine was already walking away. He heard Jiang Fei, but chose to ignore him. Jiang Fei was stumped. He thought the nice trainer was going to start by giving him easier lessons, so that he could catch up with the rest of the class. The last thing he expected was for the trainer to give up on him on the first day itself. Jiang Fei had no idea that everyone assumed he entered the academy via special connection to Commander Alexis. Even Commander Alexis himself did not realize what was going on. Having seen Jiang Fei fight with a combat level of over 500,000, Commander Alexis was under the impression that Jiang Fei had a natural talent in combat. But no one else knew this, which is why Madeleine and Alston had their assumptions. Unless asked, Jiang Fei would not activate Omnisurge to demonstrate his true strength. This entire awkward situation could have been averted if Commander Alexis had only informed Alston and Madeleine about Jiang Fei's special powers. With Alexis as the big boss of Redstone, everyone under him has to obey his every command. If he asked someone to smell his fart and guess what he had for lunch, they would have to do even that. And they had better get it right. So if he sent a weakling for training, then it must be because of some sort of special circumstances. But plebeians like Alston and Madeleine were not as knowledgeable as Alexis. If Jiang Fei had been Valsaurian, everyone would have immediately assumed that he was Alexis' son. With that grave misunderstanding, Jiang Fei had suddenly become someone special at the training ground. No training officer dared to train him, for fear of actually hurting the Terran. That is why he was going to be allowed to do anything he liked. For Jiang Fei's goal, this was a bad outcome. The reason he joined the Valsaurian army was to become stronger, so he could better protect Earth. How on earth was he going to become stronger if no one was willing to train him? "T, where should I go?" muttered Jiang Fei. The entire training ground was alien to him. He had no idea what to do or where to go. So he just went wherever his legs led him. There were many other facilities everywhere, and unfortunately, every training officer knew about Jiang Fei. No one dared to stop or talk to him. "Hey, you there! Where are you heading?" Someone called out while Jiang Fei was pacing aimlessly. "Huh? Me?" Jiang Fei turned around to address the unknown caller. It was a Valsaurian that looked only slightly different than the others. The Valsaurian were an odd race. Every single one of them were male, no matter who they copulate with. If the offspring were male, he would always be a Valsaurian. Once the Valsaurian reaches adulthood, their appearance would remain the same until they die. It was almost as if they had immortality. "Who else is there?" "Spectres?" barked the Valsaurian. "Air. Am not going anywhere. Am a new trainee." "Huh? Trainee? Aren't all of them training now? Am not too sure what I'm supposed to do. Lieutenant Madeleine sent me to do my thing." "Madeleine? That asshole. Never mind that. Come with me, boy. I've got something that needs a pair of solid hands," said the Valsaurian. "Help you?" replied Jiang Fei nervously. "Follow me. I've got something you've never seen before." If Jiang Fei didn't know that Valsaurians were one of the strongest, if not the strongest race in the known universe, Jiang Fei would have assumed that the man was just a regular scammer, with nothing else to do but loiter around. Jiang Fei decided to follow the suspicious man. They ventured through the training grounds and past the training quarters. Jiang Fei did not feel threatened since they were still within the training grounds. No one there would want to hurt him. "Get in first. I need to close the door," said the man. Jiang Fei nodded and entered a small room. As soon as the lights were turned off, Jiang Fei roared. "Ugh!" He dropped to all fours, feeling like an entire mountain was crushing his back. Like Sun Wukong being pressed by the great marble mountain, Jiang Fei was helpless. If Redstone's gravity was 5 times that of Earth's, then the gravity in this room was at least 10 times more than Redstone's. Chapter 1283, Theon the Plunderer. Oi! Get up! What are you doing? Sleeping? Said the Valsaurian. He walked casually towards Jiang Fei and lightly kicked his rear. Technically speaking, any level 5 metahuman should be able to handle such an immense gravitational force without dropping to all fours. Jiang Fei was simply caught off guard. Even though 10 times of Redstone's gravity was 50 times of Earth's gravitational pull, a level 5 metahuman like Jiang Fei should be able to shake it off. He might feel slightly dragged down, but not to the point where he could not walk. Be right with you, said Jiang Fei, quickly mustering strength into his legs. He wasn't even used to walking on Redstone just yet, much less walking in a room where gravity was increased tenfold. Come! Make haste, said the Valsaurian, seeing that Jiang Fei was unharmed and only tired. He took quick steps deeper into the illuminated room. Jiang Fei was surprised. The Valsaurian did not look anything like a combatant, but he was walking around as if nothing affected him. I'm right behind you, said Jiang Fei. Each step he took was excruciating. He felt like a fragile, rusting tin can being compressed by a megaton hydraulic compressor. From the outside, the room looked like any other small storage unit. However, it was much wider on the inside. So wide that it felt like magic. But having seen a lot of alien technology, Jiang Fei knew it had something to do with dimension manipulation techniques. They did have technology that was 10,000 years more advanced than the Namekians after all. It wouldn't be hard for them to construct such a large room inside a small container. The more he walked, the more energy he spent. At one point, he thought that he was getting used to the powerful gravitational pull, but after a while, he couldn't catch his breath. Every step he took left a deep, heavy mark on the ground, as if someone was hammering his steps into the metal floor. Can't get used to it yet. Huh? Look at you. By the maker. Look at yourself. How are you so weak? Jeered the Valsaurian. Even so, his expression wasn't too malicious. Somehow, it felt like he was treating Jiang Fei like his own son. Ugh. Sir, I've not gotten your name yet. He had only just realized that he had been following a complete stranger into a gravity room. Jiang Fei also realized that he probably should measure the man's strength. Depending on his level, Jiang Fei would adjust the way he talked to him. As soon as he activated the measuring disc, the needle spun rapidly. The number 5 million briefly popped up before the device exploded, rendering it useless. What are you doing there? You can't be using that sort of junk to gauge me like that. It's a disgrace. You said that you're one of Alexis' men, right? What a stingy bastard he is. What would it cost to get you some better equipment? Said the Valsaurian. He turned around while opening a pocket on his pants and tossed something that resembled a head-mounted scope to Jiang Fei. The scope had an earpiece, a range viewer, combat-level measuring tools, a translator, and many other functions which Jiang Fei could not recognize yet. The scope was only a small flattened square box with an ear hook. When placed on one side of the head, it would latch onto any organism's ear before it materialized other parts into existence. Jiang Fei put it on and a scope formed, much like nanotechnology that unfolds from within itself. He then used it to measure the stranger's combat power, and could not have been more shocked. The Valsaurian had a combat level of 9,500,000. F***ck me. If he could, he would have wet himself right then and there. The man's combat level was almost double of Alexis. There was no one stronger than him. Not by a long shot. And Jiang Fei doubted that anyone could ever be stronger. Thank you. Sir. Please. Just the end would suffice. No need to thank me. Just put your back into helping me later, said Theon with a smirk. Theon, sir, replied Jiang Fei. Even though he had just joined the Valsaurian army, Jiang Fei knew how important it was to find himself a good pillar of support. Alexis' combat level had enabled him to become a fleet commander, and if he was only at 4,500,000, then what of Theon? Could he be a general? Or perhaps even an admiral? As he thought about the enigma that was walking even faster in such a harsh environment, the duo had already spent 30 minutes walking deeper into the room and arrived at a well-lit hall. There were items everywhere, and many could even be considered as junk. Nothing in there seemed familiar to Jiang Fei. All this is loot that belongs to Alexis. Help me organize them all. The scope has information on all of them. Help me pick out the 3 most valuable items. When you're done, pick out any 2 for yourself, said Theon nonchalantly, starting to plunder through the stash. Jiang Fei choked. Excuse me, sir? Knowing full well who Alexis was, Jiang Fei felt compelled to ask Thean an important question. Thean, sir, may I ask? What is your relation with Commander Alexis? Huh? Relation? None whatsoever, said Thean, shrugging. King Hell, thought Jiang Fei. He thought that he had managed to build a good relationship with someone strong. How in the world was he supposed to know that Thean was just a plunderer? A thief that was going to steal from Alexis? Sir? I think I should just go. I don't want to help you steal from Commander Alexis, stated Jiang Fei firmly, though he did whimper slightly. Although the treasure was piled high in front of him, just waiting to be looted. What would Jiang Fei do if Alexis caught him stealing? Who is Thean anyway to be giving him permission to take those stuff? He was still in the middle of his first day of training, and he didn't want to waste his life away before the day even ends. That is why he refused to help Thean steal. Hold on. What are you saying? Are you saying that I, Thean, am a thief? Snarled Thean. His aura changed to that of a hungry tiger. No, that's not what I meant. It's just, Commander Alexis is my benefactor. I couldn't betray him, said Jiang Fei, whimpering. He was scared of Alexis finding out about him entering his lair. But right now, he was more afraid of Thean. Let me educate you, young Terran. What I'm doing is not stealing. I'm just taking them off his shoulders. Relax. Nothing is going to happen. He'll sort it out with Alexis, said Thean. Jiang Fei couldn't understand what just happened, especially when Thean's face held a subtle expression of understanding and appreciation. Jiang Fei remained rooted to the spot. He was not going to move from his stance, both metaphorically and literally. Get working. Get this stuff sorted, or he'll sort you out nicely. Your head will be on top of that shelf, and your feet will be in your mouth, said Thean, immediately changing his aura back to that of a killer tiger. Jiang Fei nodded and gave in. Ugh. Fine. Even though stealing Alexis' stuff might get him in trouble, not helping Thean right now would get him killed. A short while later, Jiang Fei had somewhat forgotten that he was moving around inside a room with 10 times the gravity of redstone. His body still felt heavy, but it wasn't as sluggish as before. The one thing that got Jiang Fei thinking was the lack of security in the room. It was obviously Alexis' treasure stash. Besides the tolerable tenfold gravity, where was the rest of the defensive system? What Jiang Fei did not know was that Thean had visited the room not too long ago to destroy all the defensive systems. But the fact that Alexis was a very drab, sloppy, and lazy person actually turned out to be a security advantage. He didn't bother to keep things neat and organized. All the treasure he had collected had simply been tossed into this room, making it hard for anyone to find exactly they wanted. Which is why Thean needed an extra pair of hands to help him dig through the pile of treasure. Meeting Jiang Fei wandering around the training ground was simply a coincidence. Jiang Fei had a knack for cleaning. Being a lazy bugger, he tended to clean his room often as a means of procrastinating from actually studying. With his help, the entire room was organized in no time. Items were stacked neatly side by side. Items of a higher value were placed at the back while the ones of less value were arranged at the front. Good job. I'll be taking these 3. You are free to take 2 for yourself. Remember? Only 2. No more. No less. Barked Thean after he had picked out the 3 best items in the room. Can I just go? I don't want to take anything from Commander Alexis, mumbled Jiang Fei. He already felt guilty for helping Thean to plunder Alexis' treasure vault. He could still get away with it by saying that he had been forced to help a thief. In fact, he had cleaned the vault, making it nice and tidy. But his little white lie might not work if he took some for himself. Enough. Take 2 or I'll leave by myself. Then Alexis would certainly have a sight to see when he gets here, roared Thean, turning his back to Jiang Fei. Ugh. What an unreasonable bastard, Jiang Fei thought to himself. Again, he was threatened. Be that as it may, it was still a better choice to take 2 items instead of leaving with his head separated from his body. Chapter 1284, Bioarmor. Jiang Fei was still scared when he was forced to pick out freebies for himself. And yet, his hands were trembling not out of fear, but of excitement. When he was organizing the items, he had gone through every single one of them. Suffice to say, he knew which ones were the best and worst. Of course, there were a few that he wanted. Jiang Fei moved quickly to a corner of the room where he had placed an assortment of armor. Type T Morphling-based living bioarmor. Origin, Pandora. Has powerful damage absorption capacity and self-mending mechanism. Capable of blocking all attacks from combatants of under 2 million combat power. That was the information provided by the scope Thean gave him. This is it, mumbled Jiang Fei, taking the armor he wanted. Unlike traditional armor, this one came in a small metal box. He had no idea how to wear it. He just assumed it would work since it was alien tech. The armor was useful combat wear. Even though he could become infinitely stronger with Omni Surge, he was still vulnerable to assassinations if he did not activate it in time. The armor would serve as a deterrent for assassinations and ambushes. "Aren't you a little too dumb?" asked Thean when he saw that Jiang Fei picked an item that he considered useless. If he was going to take only a few items, he would only pick the best. Whether they took the best or the worst, Alexis would still be offended. Why pick the latter? "With all due respect, sir, all the items here are priceless. Their value means nothing to me. There aren't good or bad items. Only useful ones," said Jiang Fei, rushing over to another corner. Useful ones. What an interesting fellow. Thean mumbled to himself. He was hit with a sudden realization. He turned to observe Jiang Fei, who was busy browsing through the neatly arranged items. Something told him that Jiang Fei was a lifeform unlike any other, preoccupied with browsing through the hall. Jiang Fei did not realize that what he said had changed how Thean thought of him. The thought of that happening did not even cross his mind as he picked up a small potion bottle. Ladder Reaper. Origin, Pandora's rare mineral. Unrefined liquid form. Can be used to increase a combatant's combat level or kill any combatant. Warning! Please use with extreme caution. Next to the translated information about the potion, there were 9 symbols that signified danger, an alien version of Earth's skull symbol. Upon further investigation, Jiang Fei realized that the poison contained in the bottle was more potent than Valium. "What are you taking that for?" asked Thean, raising his voice and taking a step back, signifying the danger of the potion. Jiang Fei shrugged. "Oh, the bottle looks interesting." Honestly, he wasn't even interested in the liquid inside. It was 0541 who had strongly advised him to take it. "Looks interesting? Are you kidding me? Pick another one. If you're not careful, you'll be dead before you even hit the ground." Despite being so mysterious, Thean knew about the danger of the poison and had to warn the young Terran of its danger before he kills himself. "Meh. I'll go with this," insisted Jiang Fei. "Fine." Thean stopped pushing. He did say that Jiang Fei was allowed to pick whatever he wanted. Thean. "Sir? Where are we going next? Should we leave?" asked Jiang Fei. He had never even thought of entering the treasure vault of a commander who was the highest authority in Redstone. "Leave? Petty little thing, aren't you? Stealing and leaving is for thieves. Now that I've taken his things, I'm going to leave a message for him. I want him to know who has taken his things," bellowed Thean, followed by a howling laugh. He made his way to the wall and ignited his weapon, a long saber with extreme heat emitting from the blades. He then started craving glyphs into the wall, in a language that looked nothing like any Jiang Fei had ever seen. Thankfully, the scope that Thean had given him had the ability to translate it. "To the bastard Alexis. I'm here again. Same old rule. I'll be taking 3 things. However, since you're not going to fix this habit of being sloppy, I've hired a handyman and given him 2 things as payment. Sincerely, your sweet loving father." "You're his father?" yelled Jiang Fei when he read the message. He assumed that Thean was just a simple yet powerful thief. The thought of him being Alexis' father had never crossed his mind. If this was true, Jiang Fei wouldn't need to worry about getting ripped apart by Alexis. "Huh? I'll be damned if he's my son. The guy is older than me. He's still weak though. I don't know why. King H.L. Jiang Fei made a mental note of his words. It seems that anyone with a high enough intelligence would always steal from others. Jiang Fei was actually over the moon when he read Thean's message on the wall. Not only had he obtained 2 items, he was even gaining an extra ally. Unfortunately, the Valsarian might just be a common yet insanely powerful thief. Right now, he needed to be extremely careful in using the items he had just stolen. If he was caught using them, or if the items were recognized by someone else, the punishment would be much worse than having to skip a meal. "Let's leave," barked Thean when he was done writing on the wall. Jiang Fei could only nod. He had assisted someone in stealing from his own boss. Technically, he was equally guilty, since he had taken 2 items from inside the vault. But he didn't want to return them either. As soon as they were out of the vault, Thean vanished into thin air before Jiang Fei could even say anything. He turned around, only to see a small container unit, looking like any of the other storage units around it. Looking around for possible observers, he only left when the coast was clear, desperately hoping that no one would be able to trace anything back to him. When no one cared to ask him anything or even talk to him at the training grounds, Jiang Fei returned to his quarters. 0541 What's good about this armor? Asked Jiang Fei as he examined the metal cube. How could such a small brick-like cube contain armor in the first place? Captain, press the blue button on the edge of the box. Place your hands inside, said 0541. Following 0541's instructions, Jiang Fei nudged a small button on the corner of the box. The metal box flipped open to reveal an azure-colored, viscous liquid inside. Jiang Fei slowly extended his index finger into the box. As soon as his finger made contact with the liquid, it reached out further and engulfed his entire hand. It was slightly cold, like dew flowing up instead of down his hands. It crawled into and under his training uniform, covering only his body and not his shirt. The blue goo crawled fast and continued to wrap around Jiang Fei's entire right arm. It did not stop there, continuing to move around his entire body and enveloped him completely. Whoosh! A faint blue light shone, and soon after the azure color faded away, turning into a transparent sheet of armor. The entire bioarmor was very thin. So thin that it just felt like an extra layer of skin. Even though it was so thin and flexible, it served as a powerful layer of defense. Chapter 1285, Enhancing the Zhanlu Sword. Once the bioarmor was fitted onto Jiang Fei's skin, no one could tell that underneath his rugged trainee uniform was a powerful armor taken from Commander Alex's personal treasure vault. Unless someone actually threw a lightning bolt or howling spear at him, the bioarmor would remain inconspicuous to all. 0541. What of the bottle? Asked Jiang Fei. According to the information from the scope, the bottle contained a raw form of rare mineral that was extremely poisonous. Its usage was not known, but Jiang Fei knew from Theon's reaction to the mere sight of the bottle that its potency was not to be taken lightly. Captain, you are currently as strong as anyone else, so I would not suggest that you take this suicidal potion to further increase your strength. On the other hand, I can use it to improve the Zhanlu sword. With the Reaper in hand, even an Omega level being would be killed instantly, explained 0541. The reason 0541 had advised Jiang Fei to pick the latter Reaper was not to increase his strength. The poison was too potent and required a special consumption method to properly increase one's strength. And even after gaining strength, the poison would still react with the body, killing whomever consumes it. 0541 would never risk his captain's life. For so long, 0541 had been thinking of what's best for Jiang Fei, both as a support system and as a friend. He wouldn't want Jiang Fei to take the potion just to gain a burst of power in exchange for his life. But Latter Reaper could still serve well as a poisoning agent. I'll leave it to you then, said Jiang Fei. He had two weapons in hand, the Chungying sword and the Zhanlu sword. The Chungying sword was an almost unbreakable long sword, while the Zhanlu sword was Jiang Fei's main weapon of choice. Its damage-dealing power was strong against any other energy-using being. However, the sword was only useful when he was still playing on easy mode against Earth-based enemies. Against alien races, Theon for example, someone that 0541 would reclassify as an Omega-level being, they could simply use their sheer strength to block out the effect of Valium in their blood and survive. Even stronger level 5 metahumans on Earth were able to do that. And now, he would be facing stronger alien races. It would not be wise to continue to rely on Valium. With the latter Reaper, Jiang Fei's Zhanlu sword could be further enhanced. He would be able to use it to kill even Omega-level beings, like they were any other enemy. Jiang Fei did not expect 0541 to have brought along the weapons manufacture facilities along with him into the ring. Somehow, 0541 was well prepared for this, as if he had planned everything for Jiang Fei's future. Leaving 0541 be, Jiang Fei lay his head back on the flattened bed. He tried to take a nap, but the beating of his heart was not helping him doze off. He felt guilty. This was only his second day on Redstone, and the very first day of his training. Yet he had already helped someone to rob his commander's vault, and even took 2 items for himself. To be fair, all was justified. Jiang Fei was not doing it of his own will. But how would he explain it to others? Once discovered, Jiang Fei would be dead. Or worse, tortured, or eaten. Shush! The automated door slid open and Vorlin came in, looking around for Jiang Fei. Yo! Let's get something to eat. Be right with you, answered Jiang Fei. For some reason, Jiang Fei felt a warm feeling from Vorlin, like a concerned friend caring for his needs. He instantly calmed down and followed Vorlin out of the quarters. The red sky was darkening. The trainees were scattered around, roaming about the grounds. Some of them remained at the training grounds, training even when the session was over. Some were heading back to the quarters, having eaten, and were going to turn in early. Where are we going? Asked Jiang Fei. To the food court, answered Vorlin with a smile. The trainees' food court was huge. It could easily fit a few thousand trainees at the same time. Even so, there were only a few hundred of them currently eating there. Upon entering the food court, Jiang Fei followed Vorlin to the far corner, away from the others. That's Sector C. You might not want to go there. The food they serve is a little unconventional. Vorlin twitched slightly when he explained, as if he had just remembered something nasty. Oh! Jiang Fei tried to understand what was going on, and when he realized the horrible truth, it would forever be burned into his memory. There were other races in Sector C. Eating. No, feeding on completely unconventional food. Sir? Are you going to eat me? Sir? Could you please not chew? I'm scared. You can just swallow me whole. Thank you. Sir! Bye-bye. Not far from Jiang Fei, an eagle-like alien was squatting on his hind legs and feeding from a large bowl of smaller, fist-sized, worm-like organisms. The grubs were not only alive, but were talking, and even articulating well, even though their language was almost inaudible. Jiang Fei's multifunctional scope was able to pick up their cries and translate it for him. Those are sentient beings. How? Why are they being eaten? Jiang Fei turned to Vorlin in horror. It was hard for him to understand. What can I tell you? Sentient beings are everywhere in the known universe. Toss a rock out there, and you'll hit at least 1 billion of them that can talk and think like you. The only thing that keeps us out of the feeding bowl is our strength. The strong prey on the weak. That's the universal law. Can't change nothing about it. Friend, explained Vorlin. What's the use of having an advanced civilization if it means preying on the lesser and weak? Such a barbaric and ancient way of thinking. Jiang Fei sighed as he ranted. Thank the gods that it was Alexis who had come to Earth. If it were other giant races, or cannibalistic ones, Earth might have been done for. God knows there might even be planet devourers out there. Jiang Fei followed Vorlin and came to a different sector of the food court. There, he saw other kinds of beings that were consuming all sorts of things that they considered as food. There was a stone being eating what looked like granite and quartz crystals. A moving semi-solid metallic being that was slurping on a bowl of liquid metal. And a slime-like ball that was extending its tentacles to suck on a plate full of rotting something. The smell and look of their food was both a surprise and a great shock. Jiang Fei was conflicted. Was he supposed to feel repulsed or awed? Do you remember how to get here? The food in this sector would suit you more. Unless you're the kind that enjoys slurping on the organs of other smaller beings? Asked Vorlin. Vorlin had led Jiang Fei to a corner far from the center of the food court, where they served some kind of fruits and vegetation. It was completely empty, except for the two of them. Don't be silly. Do I look like someone who enjoys drinking someone's blood? Retorted Jiang Fei. He picked up a tray his size and started to pile up food that 0541 had proclaimed as safe for consumption. Most of the food Jiang Fei picked tasted unique. Vegetation across the universe seemed to share a common taste, although they did not share the same appearance. Most of the fruits Jiang Fei ate had a tangy taste. Some were sweet. Others were only slightly sourish. All in all, he was happy and content with the food. Thank the Creator. Be that as it may, those people who could stomach that kind of food are strong, said Vorlin. He only said this because he was one of the weaker ones in the training camp. One must have a certain level of combat power to enter the training camp. And while Vorlin might have passed the initial requirement, he could not further increase his strength as fast as the others. As a result, he was stuck in a slump. To be honest, he was happy when he saw Jiang Fei, a being far weaker than himself. That was why he was treating Jiang Fei fairly, like a friend. As long as Jiang Fei was there, Vorlin would no longer be the last in the class. After their meal, both Vorlin and Jiang Fei returned to the sleeping quarters. The two took turns in cleaning themselves and headed straight to bed. The next morning, when the blaring bell rang, Jiang Fei, Vorlin, and Gaxia shot to their feet and dashed straight to the gathering point. Just like the previous day, Madeleine was there, waiting for everyone. Just like the previous day, even though no one was late, he lashed out with vulgar words, just to scold them. Just like the previous day, Madeleine pulled Jiang Fei aside and told him the same thing. You do you. The F***CK is that supposed to mean? Jiang Fei thought to himself. When Madeleine left, Jiang Fei started to feel scared of his future. He had no idea what he did to offend his trainer to the point where no one was willing to train him. That was the worst part. No one in the entire training grounds was willing to train him. Chapter 1286, Rage of the Boar. Even though 0541 was omniscient on Earth, he wasn't able to detect all the training officers' jeering eyes towards Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei himself was currently oblivious to that fact. They had all come to a silent agreement to let him do what he wants until he graduates from the training academy. As long as he graduates with a passing score, their jobs were done. They had nothing against him. They just didn't want to go looking for trouble and be blamed for anything. Bored, Jiang Fei did the same thing he did yesterday, wander around the training grounds to find something to do. With no one stopping him from roaming around, Jiang Fei came to an unknown ground. It was a large field with some trainees who were training vigorously. Whoa! How the H.L. did they train to be so strong? Jiang Fei gasped. Even the weakest of those trainees had a combat level of over 200,000, and the stronger ones had at least 870,000 combat level. You lot are about to graduate this godforsaken place. I can only hope that your sorry selves can at least perform something admirable for me. I'm sure everyone knows that I, Autogact, have been the best trainer for 6 generations straight. If you lot change that this generation, it'll make sure that none of you will see the light of another day. Understand? Roared someone that was posing like a training officer. Sir! Yes! Sir! Cried all the trainees. Everyone was serious. None of them were slacking. Everyone was giving it their 100% or 101%. Like true military men. Autogact? Jiang Fei recognized the name as his roommate. Borland had mentioned it a number of times. Autogact was a training officer at Redstone. Unofficially, it was said that he was one of the strongest beings in Redstone. Famous amongst all in the training academy. He only accepted trainees in their last year. Every year, trainees from his class would surely make up the top 10 best trainees. Amongst all the past graduates, only 3 or less trainees from other classes have made it to the top 10. In third place at best. The rest have always been Autogact's trainees. With such an excellent track record, anyone would feel lucky to be in his class. But it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. The training officer was also famous for his barbaric or downright cruel training methods. In almost every class, he would make his trainees take part in realistic combat without a shred of protection. From his point of view, his method was rather successful. Anyone who could survive his class would definitely become military officers. As such, the turnover rate, or in his case, death rate, was the highest out of all the trainers. His usual record was 2/3 deaths and only 1/3 survivors. The rest were either killed during training or by his own hands. You? F***CK face. F***CK off. This is my training ground, roared Autogact when he spotted Jiang Fei. He was unlike the others who would give face to Jiang Fei by just ignoring him. No. He cared not for the wrath of even Alexis. Huh? Oh. Me alright, answered Jiang Fei. For 2 days, he had never been told to go away from a training ground. To suddenly be scolded was a surprise. Without further ado, Jiang Fei turned around and left quickly. Autogact appeared in front of Jiang Fei and bellowed right in his face. What's that attitude? Boy, do you really think you can do anything you want and get away with it? Do you really think I would just cross my arms and turn the other cheek? Jiang Fei was caught off guard again. He was sure that Autogact was far away. Far enough that he wasn't able to attack him. But alas, Autogact was somehow powerful enough to flash towards Jiang Fei in a heartbeat. No, sir! I would never, squealed Jiang Fei, without him triggering it. The scope on his head automatically measured Autogact's combat level. It was over 3 million. No wonder he was so fast. Too fast even. Jiang Fei could not even activate Omnisurge in time. You think you're someone, don't you, Terran boy? You think you can walk around freely because no one dares to step over your head? Well, your days of parading your shameless self ends today. Sir, I know I was just. If you wish me to be gone I shall. Jiang Fei walked to his side and tried to leave him alone. Just when he thought he could escape the wrath of Autogact, someone from behind them yelled out. Oi! F***er! Did Trainer Autogact tell you to leave? Stand your ground. Insolent prick. It was a Borman. Like the beast folk from Dawn Break. Almost like Autogact. The Borman appeared in front of Jiang Fei and bared his sharp fangs with hostile intent. The alien was rude and as brazen as his looks. With a powerful combat level of 350,000 to match his arrogance. Sir Autogact, could I be excused? Jiang Fei turned around and bowed, asking permission to leave. Both the Borman and the trainer were strong. However, only one deserves respect while the other was ignored completely. From a certain perspective, Jiang Fei was a rather cool guy. Borland might only be at a combat level of 100,000 or so, But Jiang Fei could still be friends with him, as Vorland had always been nice to him since they first met. On the other hand, Jinag Fei would never bow to someone as rude as the Borman, unless he was as strong as Autogak. The fact that Jiang Fei had not already punched his face was proof that he was already emotionally mature. Dot! Autogak had only scoffed before he left. Oh well, I take his silence as consent, said Jiang Fei, shrugging. He was going to leave obediently. Only a fool would face obstacles with brute force. Since the other side had given him leeway, might as well leave with no enmity. Unfortunately, even though Autogak had left, the Borman had not. You think you're strong, don't you? Said the Borman. He was not having it. Not when his own prestigious trainer was not going to punish Jiang Fei for being so blatantly rude. Since he was from a poor planet, the Borman did not and had never owned a scope or any measuring tool, which is why he didn't think of measuring Jiang Fei's strength to gauge his power. He just assumed that Jiang Fei was another final year student from another class. Heh! Jiang Fei scoffed and purposely sneered at the Borman before walking around him to leave. It was only a waste of time and effort to reason with hot-headed pigs. You asked for it, roared the Borman, agitated by Jiang Fei's condescending glare. The Borman charged headfirst and landed a punch to Jiang Fei's back. 0541 warned Jiang Fei a split second before the attack landed, but did not bother activating any defensive systems to mitigate the attack. Before he ventured out into deep space, that punch would have rattled every bone in Jiang Fei's body. But how? He had the bioarmor protecting him. Even without it, Jiang Fei had more than enough time to activate Omnisurge to deal with the attack. The punch landed, but it did not connect well. Still on his feet, Jiang Fei was merely pushed forward a little with a slight jerk. Attacking someone's back? Really? Is that the kind of fighter Autogak trains? Said Jiang Fei. Even though he was not the kind that would stir up trouble, he was not one to walk away from it. Jiang Fei turned around, clutching his fist as he activated Omnisurge. A powerful burst of energy soared around him. In an instant, Jiang Fei's battle combat level surged from a mere 60,000 to 500,000. The current enemy was only at around 300,000 combat level. Jiang Fei was not keen on using all his power. Right now, he was capable of increasing his combat level from around 65,000 to 1,700,000. Any higher would require external stimulus to excite him into a higher state of combat. He'll slice you in half, roared the Borman. Without a proper measuring tool, he did not know that Jiang Fei was almost 2 times stronger than him. Ignoring the previous outcome from his punch, the Borman dashed in again with the same pose and attack. Try me! Jiang Fei hummed nonchalantly as he faced the charging boar with simple standing stance. Thud. Jiang Fei simply put out his palm and blocked the punch. Creak. Crack. The punch landed cleanly, but instead of actually making Jiang Fei budge again, this time the boar's arm bent and broke. His entire right arm was broken, his shoulder dislocated, and his fist cracked. With a loud cry, the boar retreated and fell to the ground, half unconscious. None of his classmates made any attempt to tend to him. Heh! Serves him right, said the strongest trainee, a Valsaurian measuring at over 800,000 combat level. Apparently, the Borman was one of the weaker students in the class. He always tried to compensate by buttering up to Autogak. Autogak cracked a small smile. The ability to suddenly increase one's combat level was nothing to be surprised about. Even a 500,000 combat level was nothing to be impressed at. Autogak was only interested in Jiang Fei because of his skills, not because of his brute strength or his combat level. Specifically, his earth-based martial arts technique that he applied to stop the Borman's punch. For a fresh greenhorn in the training academy, the young Terran showed promise to become a strong fighter. Chapter 1287, Strength of the Weak, Weakness of the Strong. As a trainer, Autogak always had a soft spot for the strong. Naturally, he was intrigued when Jiang Fei demonstrated his prowess in battle. Balder, have a go! Autogak tapped one of his stronger students and sent him off to fight Jiang Fei. Sir! Yes! Sir! Balder nodded and acknowledged the order. He came forward respectfully and bowed with the standard Valsaurian salute. My name is Balder. It is an honor to fight you, he said, without a shred of contempt. I'm Jiang Fei. The feeling is mutual, replied Jiang Fei in the same manner of respect. Jiang Fei smiled. He was surprised to see anyone on this planet show respect to another. This was how it's supposed to be. 2 fighters showing respect before a fight. That was how he was taught back on Earth. Please, said Balder as he got into a stance and gestured Jiang Fei to attack first. Like Gaxia, Balder was a Decronian, A crocodile-like alien race with hardened rough hide as skin and a crocodile-like head. As you wish. Jiang Fei acknowledged his gesture. Through the scope, Jiang Fei knew that Balder was strong, measuring at 580,000 combat level. At this level, he was only slightly stronger than Jiang Fei. As such, Jiang Fei did not want to further increase his combat level through Omnisurge. It was hard to find someone that could fight him as an equal. This would be a good chance for Jiang Fei to use his martial arts. With a firm grip on the ground, Jiang Fei kicked off and flashed behind Balder. That was not teleportation, but a series of quick dashes using Qigong and excellent footwork. In a contest of footwork speed, Jiang Fei's could be considered one of the best on Earth. That was what made Earth fighters unique. The Americans had boxing. The Japanese had karate. The Koreans had taekwondo. And many other countries had their own signature martial arts. On Earth, non-metahumans and metahumans alike had perfected the art of fighting through centuries of practice. Having practiced China's variety of kung fu, Jiang Fei had the versatility of many different fighting styles. Jiang Fei's first attack landed on Balder's right shoulder. Assuming it was a mock battle, he had intentionally aimed at a non-lethal spot. He even made sure not to land any powerful hits that might render Balder incapable of ever fighting again. "My turn!" snarled Balder. He spun around with such intensity that his kick that followed was a dangerously powerful kick to the groin. The kick was coming at Jiang Fei with every intention to cause harm, but not out of malice. It was an attack to completely incapacitate the opponent, a move that Balder, as well as any other trainee under Autogak, would use. As per their training, they interpreted a fight as a brawl between two opponents in which only one would emerge victorious. The aim was always to defeat the opponent within the shortest amount of time. That was how Autogak trained them to defeat all opponents with the least number of attacks. As such, all of the students under his wing were either cunning or powerful. Their combat levels were always higher than others, and even if they faced someone stronger, they could end the fight with a single attack. Such a style was not accepted by many, and even rejected even by some. But they were Valsaurians, the strongest band of bandits in the entire universe. What honor would they have but the honor to plunder and rob? And so, Autogak's teaching method became popular. Other trainers either adapted his style or completely cloned it. "Oh! Sheet!" Jiang Fei shrieked. Surprised, he hadn't expected Balder's first attack to be a kick to the groin. The Crocodile Man had just shown him the respect of a martial artist, and the next thing he knew, he was about to lose his manhood. Jiang Fei's respect for the Crocodile Man quickly went down the drain. After dodging the kick, Jiang Fei's intent to kill grew stronger, but he still refrained from increasing his combat level. The disparity between Jiang Fei and Balder's combat levels was a few tens of thousands. Even so, at their levels of over 500,000, having a few extra tens of thousands of combat level would not conclude one's absolute strength. As the exchange of blows continued, Jiang Fei was slowly getting used to the fighting style of the alien races. When he was fighting Alexis, he noticed his techniques were as simple as 1+1, but with absolute destruction power. Most of their styles were either energy projectile-based attacks, or energy-infused physical punches or kicks. These attacks packed destruction power, but lacked elegance and creativity. If Jiang Fei was fast enough, he could divert a punch coming from a fighter with a 10 million combat level with just a simple palm technique. So even though Jiang Fei was several tens of thousand combat level weaker than Balder, he was able to turn the tide of the fight to his advantage by applying very basic martial arts skills. Interesting techniques, Autogak mumbled to himself. In the entire universe, every powerful being always sought ways to increase their own power. But the thought of seeking techniques to improve their fighting style had never crossed their mind. That was something only fighters from Earth thought of. Strength decides the winner. A fighter with only 100,000 combat level could never defeat a fighter with 200,000 combat level. Even with the best skills in the universe, seeking the best fighting technique was a waste of time and effort. Most of the cosmic fighters would rather invest their time into improving their physical strength or energy level. Terrans of Earth had a different mindset. Humans were born weak, as the conditions and environment of Earth were too accommodating. Their natural body constituent was extremely weak when compared to other alien races. To increase their combat level, they had to practice the art of fighting. In learning and practicing technique after technique, their fighting skills had been refined. The martial arts skills that Jiang Fei learned were from China. After being further refined by 0541, Jiang Fei was able to master the martial arts with minimal practice. Jiang Fei was considered extremely fortunate as he had his unique domain ability, saving him the time and effort of seeking better ways to increase his power. Instead, He could invest time and energy into perfecting his martial arts styles. Heh. Let me show you something interesting, said Jiang Fei after having traded several blows with Balder. Even with Jiang Fei's unique fighting style, Balder was still 80,000 combat levels stronger than him. Jiang Fei had to employ special techniques to defeat a stronger opponent. Having been unable to defeat Jiang Fei in this fight that was dragging on, Balder finally found an opening. Jiang Fei had put too much force behind his punch, and when Balder took a step back, Jiang Fei accidentally lost his balance. His body tipped forward as he lost control of his footing. Chance! Balder was excited. Unlike Jiang Fei, he was actually panicking. He was stronger than the little Terran, but had been unable to get on the offense. Plus, he was fighting in front of his trainer and fellow trainees. The shame he felt was almost elevated when he saw an opening in Jiang Fei's stance. After taking a step back, Balder made his way to Jiang Fei's back and threw everything he had into a punch. If Jiang Fei took the hit, even with the bioarmor protecting him, he would not suffer too much damage, but would still be tossed like a rag doll. HNG! Before the punch could land, Jiang Fei roared and voluntarily fell headfirst to the ground. Shocked, Balder gasped. He had never seen or heard of anyone who would voluntarily fall to the ground. Thud. Swoosh. Jiang Fei hurled both his palms out. When he had a firm grip on the floor, he swung his entire body with his legs clung together. Like a log, Jiang Fei swung his lower half and struck Balder's calves with a double leg kick. The kick was infused with powerful origin force, dealing powerful kinetic force to Balder. Like a stack of Jenga losing its supporting base, Balder fell to the ground onto his back. Right as Balder was about to hit the ground, Jiang Fei cushioned his fall by resting his right knee on Balder's back, to show that he could kill Balder if he wanted to. Jiang Fei merely patted Balder's face with his right hand and his abdomen with his left. If Jiang Fei was going to kill him, he would simply press down his hands, and the resulting momentum would break Balder's spine. After the light slaps, Jiang Fei simply removed himself from Balder and leapt out of the way. I've seen enough, said Autogact. Just as Balder was getting up to continue the fight, Autogact flashed himself between Balder and Jiang Fei. Stand down. You're already dead. Balder. Chapter 1288, up for grabs. Yes, sir, answered Balder as he got to his feet. Despite obeying his trainer's order, Balder actually wanted to continue the fight. It was a complete loss. Jiang Fei was weaker yet somehow. Balder could sense that he had been holding back. His suspicion was proven to be true when Jiang Fei made a feint, baiting Balder in order to make a kill shot. Balder fell for it, and paid the price. If Jiang Fei had any intention of killing him, his spine and neck would have been snapped in an instant. Who is your training officer? Asked Autogact, slowly walking towards Jiang Fei. He was but one out of a handful of people that did not care for Jiang Fei. It's Madeleine. Sir, answered Jiang Fei. Madeleine? That butt-kissing son of a gun? Barked Autogact angrily. Everyone knew that Madeleine was in league with Alston, the head officer of the training academy. Many would turn a blind eye and let those two do whatever they want. Only Autogact and a few others whose fame lies with their talent cared not for their under-the-table etiquette and would say something against them. Jiang Fei simply nodded. Autogact could throw out insults as he liked, but not Jiang Fei. He was just a trainee. A Day 2 trainee, in fact. He was on his own here. Alexis might have his eye on him, but his intention was purely to train him to be one of his top fighters. Nothing more. Jiang Fei could not depend on him to save his butt if anything were to happen. That settles it then. Tomorrow, attend my class. I'll talk to Madeleine about it, said Autogact. What? Jiang Fei stuttered. Even though he was happy to be chosen to attend Autogact's class, he could not simply decide that on his own. I'll sort it out, said Autogact, and left Jiang Fei to his own devices. Did that Terran just skip all other classes? I think he did. Autogact just fished him out of the beginner's class and into the graduating class. Everyone was shocked. Someone skipping an entire year's worth of lessons and training was unheard of. They had seen some skipping regular training sessions. That was common, as some had the advantage of strength and would not have to attend further strength training. Skipping classes was fine, but not an entire year. While Jiang Fei was still trying to grasp what had just happened, Autogact was already walking into Madeleine's office. Autogact was known for being a headstrong trainer. Once he decided on something, nothing could change his mind. Entering the office, Autogact nonchalantly claimed Jiang Fei for himself. Madeleine, you have a trainee named Jiang Fei. He's mine now. Autogact only let himself talk to Madeleine because of his good relationship with Alston. Even Alston himself was barely deserving of his respect, while no one else would even be worth talking to. Huh? Moglain was thrown. He was shocked to see Autogak coming into his office. What could the infamous, ruthless trainer that caused more than 2/3 of his trainees to die during training want with a weak Terran boy? Jiang Fei had never actually demonstrated his true strength in front of Moglain, which made him assume that Jiang Fei was nothing but a weakling waiting to be killed. Those that were informed about Jiang Fei's arrival thought he had pulled some strings with Alexis, allowing himself to enter the academy with such a low combat level. No! Autogak, can you not get any more arrogant? I know about all the times you insulted me as a butt-kisser. What about you? Are you trying to be one yourself now? Sneered Moglain, misunderstanding Autogak's intention. Without the proper context, Moglain assumed that Autogak was there to steal his thunder. Autogak was known to only train graduating students. What would he do with a trainee with only 65,000 combat level? There's no other reason but to suck up to Alexis. Keep on dreaming, Autogak. Make yourself scarce as always, with that smug look on your face. Moglain shot to his feet and firmly stood his ground. Even though he had no intention of polishing Jiang Fei's skills, he still needed to keep Jiang Fei in his turf until he graduated with flying colors. If Autogak wanted to steal the spotlight, Moglain would have none of it. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. Autogak hummed. There was no sign of him getting agitated. From his perspective, no other trainer deserved his respect and attention. There was no need for him to waste his time arguing with the weak. Enough. Your arrogance has its limits. We shall see what the chief training officer has to say about this, barked Moglain, whining like a little puppy. He was screaming and shouting but made no attempt to actually fight Autogak. The disparity of strength between the two was too great. Even against 3 Moglains, Autogak would still emerge victorious. Go! Go and bark at the one who holds your leash. However, before you do, I need to teach you a lesson, said Autogak as his fist was already half a foot away from Moglain's face. Moglain saw the punch coming and dodged it by a hair's width. What do you think you're doing? Are you attacking another training officer? Shouted Moglain. He has seen Autogak attacking other officers before, but he never thought that he would ever be on the receiving end. Autogak ignored his whines and came towards Moglain. His fist broke the sound barrier multiple times before it hit Moglain in the face. Moglain took the supersonic punch, and even though he was weaker than Autogak, he was still strong enough to brush it off as a flesh wound. He quickly got into his fighting stance and prepared to attack back, but it was too late. Autogak was already halfway through delivering his next attack. Wham! A clean attack landed and Moglain was sent flying off his feet. Autogak did not stop there. Even while Moglain was in the air, Autogak jumped up and kicked him multiple times. He did not give it all he had, but Moglain's entire uniform was stained with his footprints. Even his face had a boot print embedded on the side of his cheek. When Moglain got up and shouted at Autogak, one of his eyes was caved in. Autogak! Enough! Enough? I'm not done beating the stupidity out of your head. Go now then! Go and bark at Alston. There were other trainers as strong as him, but no one else dared to address the chief training officer by name. Grr, just you wait. I'll have you stripped of your position, shouted Moglain, even though he was truly angry and wanted nothing more but to beat up Autogak. He held back and ran off. Had just gotten a good thrashing, and that was more than enough for him to know that Autogak was clearly the superior fighter. Moglain hastily proceeded to make a complaint to Alston. Contrary to Moglain, Autogak was taking his sweet time walking at a snail's pace to Alston's office. It's me, greeted Autogak, nonchalantly declaring his presence, an act of disrespect that even Alston dared not address. Autogak, could you at least show some respect to your chief officer? Alston barked the same phrase every time Autogak barged into his office without informing him first. He couldn't bring himself to punish Autogak for something so trivial when his achievements eclipsed all his past wrongdoings. Alexis himself had praised the man. Huh? Respect to whom again? A weakling? Retorted Autogak. Like any other Valsaurian, Autogak only had respect for those stronger than him. Enough of your insolence. You must obey the hierarchy at least. He is your superior officer. And you? Moglain, who had arrived earlier and was standing by the side when Autogak came in, yelled at him. Alston stopped him before he could finish his sentence. Anyone in the room could see the outcome, except Moglain, whose judgment was clouded by anger. If Moglain had laid a hand on Autogak, he would have gotten his skull caved in. Alston did not need to be a prophet to predict such an outcome, so he stopped Moglain from lashing out. He had to. He was the chief training officer after all. If he allowed Moglain to attack, he wouldn't be able to stop Autogak from actually killing him. If he did try and stop him, Alston might get himself killed. What would become of the entire academy then? Humph, there's a good boy. Hide. Hide behind your master. Autogak spat out some vicious words that had both Alston and Moglain feeling their sting. Moglain! Alston bellowed commandingly when Moglain was about to say something. Either keep your mouth shut or get the hell out of my office. Alston vented his frustration at Moglain. Even though he clearly did not deserve it, Moglain swallowed a mouthful of air and stormed out of the room. Being a top-rated but kisser, Moglain recognized when he was defeated. Alston was out of options to help him, and it was time to leave. Continuing to rely on the helpless wouldn't do him any good. Worse still, Alston might even end up disliking him. Chapter 1289, Of All the Choices. Why him? Alston immediately calmed down once Moglain left. He cracked a genuine smile and addressed Autogak properly. Clarify something for me. Would you? We have been working together for many years now. No. I don't care about that. All I want is the trainee named Jiang Fei. I understand that. I don't mind arranging that for you. But could you at least say it in a face-saving way? I am your friend of tens of years now. I've said enough. Give me Jiang Fei, and it'll be on my way. Yes. 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 He's yours. Sigh. Would it kill you to at least acknowledge my position as your chief? Alston's tone was different this time. Seeing that Autogak was someone who would not follow social norms, trying to convince him with normal logic wouldn't get him far. That's all I want to hear. Autogak scoffed and left the room. He did not care about the sudden change of tone. When Autogak left the office happy and satisfied, Moglain snuck back in and started to rant about Autogak. Sir, how could you simply agree with him like that? It's too much. Even for him. You? You're the cause of this. If only you were stronger and more capable, he wouldn't have come here. Ugh. Get your face out of my sight. I'm tired of seeing you every day complaining and complaining. Like many others, Alston was also unable to deal with Autogak. The anger inside him boiled almost to the tipping point, and when Moglain arrived, he vented it all out on him. Yes. Sir. Yes. Calm down. Sir. There's nothing to be angry about. Don't get my face out of your sight. Moglain realized Alston was not in the mood for buttering up. After apologizing frantically, he left the room and returned to his own training ground. Jiang Fei had no idea what was going on. He had no idea that while he was chilling in his quarters, 2 training officers had gotten into a fight, and one of them was his training officer. Coming to Redstone might have been a mistake after all. On the second day of training, he had already helped an unknown stranger rob his own benefactor. A day later, he got his training officer beaten up by another officer. Unbeknownst to him, throughout his entire career in the Valsarian army, he would offend more and more superior officers. The next day, when the bell rang, all trainees, sleeping or not, got up from bed and rushed towards the same gathering point. Jiang Fei! What the hell are you doing in my training ground? Shouted Moglain when he saw Jiang Fei standing like a pole in the trainee formation. Truth be told, when he saw Jiang Fei, Moglain could not help but shudder as he remembered the pain on his face when Autogak landed a clean hit. If it wasn't for him, Moglain would not have gotten beaten up. If it wasn't for him, Moglain would still be on Alston's good side. Sir? Responded Jiang Fei. He had no idea that he had been transferred to Autogak's class. Come with me. Jiang Fei turned around and Autogak was there, appearing like unannounced like a ghost. Oh, Autogak trainer? Every other trainee that was present gasped at the sight of the infamous trainer. Why would he be amongst the newer trainees when he was known to only teach the graduating class? Did he just ask Jiang Fei to follow him? Yeah, he did. Must be something he did. Must be. Jiang Fei is such a weakling. Why would Sir Autogak want him? Just like Moglain and Alston, the other trainees had no idea just how strong Jiang Fei really was. Come now, Jiang Fei. Your skills are wasted here in this ***. Come and learn from me, said Autogak. The others who heard it could not believe their ears. Compared to Autogak's classes, Moglain's classes were truly weak. No one would deny that. But to think that Jiang Fei did not deserve to be in the same class as them, when he was weaker than every single trainee in that academy, was unbelievable. Did something happen to Autogak? Or did Jiang Fei do something to him? Sir Autogak. Sir! This isn't right. Enough talking. Come with me, Jiang Fei. Autogak turned and sighed. He rarely repeated himself, and the only reason he did so was because he appreciated that Jiang Fei was an unpolished gem. However, that doesn't change the fact that Autogak was not going to change his attitude. Someone else spoke up. Sir! I object to this. You dare question my decision? Autogak stopped walking for a moment and turned around. He gazed at a shorter being, a Decronian named Gaxia, whose combat level was less than 200,000. It was an insult. Never in my life would I dare to. Sir! My name is Gaxia. I have nothing but respect for you. Sir! I have always hoped to one day join your class. But I just cannot understand the reason why you would pick the weakest trash in the universe and train him. Of all the choices here, why him? Gaxia spoke softly as he bowed. Why him? You say? Hee hee. Why don't you fight him and find out yourself? Jiang Fei. Have a go at him. Spat Autogak. That was his method, straightforward. If he could prove something with his fist, he would not have to speak. Yes, sir, responded Gaxia, delighted as if the gods had given him a shortcut to success. He had been given a chance to prove himself. To prove that he was better than the rest of the trash. A chance to potentially be taught by the greatest trainer in the academy and become someone important to Commander Alexis. Ready when you are, said Gaxia. He saluted Jiang Fei as another fighter and got into a fighting stance. He had nothing but contempt towards the Terran. Are we really going to fight? Jiang Fei turned to Gaxia before he turned to Autogak. He, of all people, knew how strong Jiang Fei was. Fighting someone that was less than half of his strength would be a waste of time. There was no need to hurt someone weak. If I were you, I'd stop talking and kill the opponent, said Autogak with such hostility that even Gaxia felt threatened by Jiang Fei. You can try. Trash of Terran. Earth could have done better than to burst someone as useless as you. Gaxia let out a roar before he charged towards Jiang Fei with a fist full of fury. Jiang Fei flinched a little when he heard Gaxia was talking *T about his home planet. Rage started to build up in him. You can belittle me. You can belittle my techniques. However, you'll regret the second you belittled Earth, snapped Jiang Fei. Harg! Gaxia grunted as he poured every ounce of power he had into his fist. He wanted to show Autogak that he was the one that deserved to be in his class. The one that had the best potential to be his greatest student. Sigh! What a waste of time and effort, said Jiang Fei. Omnisurge was activated, and he got into a defensive stance. Without Omnisurge, he would not die from Gaxia's attacks, but it would expose the bioarmor he was wearing. Gaxia was stunned as soon as the number on his measuring tool suddenly jumped to a combat level of 500,000. He immediately regretted his decision, but it was too late. He put everything he had into the punch, and pulling out now was impossible. Impossible! A rare fighting race, gasped Madeleine, regretting his decision as well. If he had known about Jiang Fei's true power, he would have invested everything he had into training him to become the strongest trainee he had. However, it was all too late. Autogak had already came over to his class to fetch Jiang Fei, and Jiang Fei himself was willing to go with him. What could he do to stop Jiang Fei? Chapter 1290, Training starts. The surge of power was visible to everyone, and there was even a glow around Jiang Fei. It was a very faint illumination, but the shockwave from his surging power blasted everything around Jiang Fei, including Gaxia, who was only a few inches away. Only now did Madeleine realize why Alexis and Autogak strongly coveted Jiang Fei. Impossible! Gaxia grunted as he struggled to get up. He had always thought that Jiang Fei was nothing but trash from a random corner of the universe. He absolutely could not accept his defeat at Jiang Fei's hands. Kill him! Murmured Autogak, stepping closer to Jiang Fei. Huh? Why? Asked Jiang Fei. Gaxia might be an intolerant Decronian, much like any other Valsaurian, but he had done nothing wrong except badmouth Earth. His offense only deserved a good beatdown, not a death penalty. Autogak turned to look at Jiang Fei's calm expression and sighed. I see. It was a sign of compassion. Mercy even. And Autogak did not like it. Jiang Fei's innate talent had proved that he was a powerful fighter. It was the bare minimum that Autogak would accept in his class. Knowing full well that Jiang Fei was a being that had empathy and compassion, Autogak was still willing to take him in. He believed that he could change Jiang Fei's perception. Jiang Fei lowered his guard when Autogak did not give him any other orders. He shut down Omnisurge and waited. Come, said Autogak, turning his back on Jiang Fei and leaving. Jiang Fei hesitated slightly when he saw that everyone had changed their minds about him. The thought of having everyone's attention was nice, but he knew well that he would be everyone's target if he stood out. He did not expect to jump an entire year. especially since he had just enrolled in the academy. So he left them with no regrets. He did not understand why Moglain was not willing to teach him, or why the trainer was so offended by him. By all means, there was no reason for him to stay. Autogact, the master of all trainers in Redstone, respected by all, even Commander Alexis. He may be proud and arrogant, but he had all the reasons and merit to be. Jiang Fei had only been on Redstone for less than a week, but he had heard of Autogact's many merits from Vorland. He knew that he would become stronger by following this infamous trainer. When Jiang Fei and Autogact returned to his personal training ground, everyone was already waiting, including Jiang Fei's previous opponents, the Decranane and the Borman. Jiang Fei, from today onwards, you will be taking my classes. Get into formation, said Autogact, again with his back facing Jiang Fei. It was obvious that he was not going to show any mercy to the young Terran. Attention! We will pick up where we left off yesterday. Back into the facility, ordered Autogact like he was without a single care in the world. Sir! Yes! Sir! Including Jiang Fei. Everyone saluted and replied. Jiang Fei had no idea what the facility was, but he did realize that he was not going to receive any special treatment from Autogact. Instead, he would be put into the same group as the other trainees. The entire class of graduating trainees quickly reached a larger building. There was no one around except operators, who were tending to machines by the side of the structure. It was clear to Jiang Fei that the whole training ground was under Autogact's control and command. Besides Alston, Autogact probably held the highest authority, even in areas that he was not assigned to. Due to his domineering attitude, the other trainers were more than happy to let him have his way. No one dared to go against him lest they face his wrath. Autogact was standing at the entrance of the structure, legs crossed and hands in his pocket. How are young ones such as yourself slower than a man such as myself? Seems that you need a little extra motivation to get those muscles growing. I'm setting the gravity to 50G and the time accelerator to 5T, said Autogact. He gestured to an operator at the side of the structure. Sir! Thank you! Sir! Replied the others. Jiang Fei was the only one that replied. Sir! Yes! Sir! Go ahead. You'll die of old age by the time you're done, said Autogact when the operator gave him the go signal. Everyone formed a single file and entered the structure. As soon as Jiang Fei passed through a short tunnel, he kissed the floor hard, face first. He could not even see the light at the end of the tunnel. F***CK. Jiang Fei grunted as he felt every single bone and muscle in his body screaming with pain. 50G of Redstone's gravity was not for mere mortals. At this point, Jiang Fei had to activate Omnisurge or his bones would be crushed under its own weight. He controlled Omnisurge to only give him up to 500,000 combat level. At this level, he could survive in this crushing gravity, but not be comfortable enough to hinder his training session. Relying too much on Omnisurge would not be as fruitful as training under pressure. As he got to his feet, Jiang Fei realized that he was not the only one that had been floored by the powerful gravity pull. The Borman was also on the floor, grunting and panting furiously. The others managed to get to their feet. Unlike Jiang Fei, the Borman did not possess any power-up ability that he could rely on. Even after struggling for so long, he could not even lift a single finger. Standing up would be an impossible task for him. Ignoring the poor alien, Jiang Fei gazed at the scenery. It was a sight to behold as they were inside a building, yet there were mountains, valleys, and even its own climate. It would seem that the Valsarians had mastered space-time manipulations to the point where they could even create a world within a building. There were plants and forests growing from the edge of the horizon. Jiang Fei's eyes traced the curving mountain ranges, and could not see the edge as it extended far beyond the horizon. Jiang Fei figured that they must be inside a simulated environment or a real miniature world. Autogact's voice could be heard howling from the skies above. Get your ass moving already! Everyone got serious for a moment and started to run. The stronger ones were seen sprinting, while the weaker ones had to drag their weight as they walked at a snail's pace. Some had to crawl as their overbearing sizes had proved to be too much for this high-gravity setting. While everyone was actually moving in some way, the Borman was the only trainee that was still immobile. Jiang Fei was also still trying to lift his right foot forward. Meanwhile, everyone else had either left them alone or disappeared into the distance, leaving nothing but a trail of dust behind them. Sheesh! What's the rush? Is there a fire behind us, or is the gravity up ahead better than back here? Muttered Jiang Fei. Huff! 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 The Borman's pants grew louder and louder. His expression changed from a furious struggle to despair and fear. It took Jiang Fei a moment to figure out that there was something else in this training field that he should be afraid of. Jiang Fei frowned. thinking things over. Sure, having to move, much less run, in this extreme simulated environment was tough. But their training couldn't be this straightforward. No one cared to explain what was going on with the lesson, leaving Jiang Fei completely unaware that every single one of Otagak's lessons had something lurking in the shadows, ready to jump out and kill them. Frantic, Jiang Fei tried to walk faster. He heard a deep, loud thumping sound coming from behind him. The thumping sound was accompanied by a soft but obvious heartbeat, like a subtle vibration beneath his feet. "This cannot be good," said Jiang Fei. The ground they stood on cracked open, and a larger living organism emerged out of the earth like a kraken from the depths of the sea. As soon as Jiang Fei's eyes locked onto the unknown being, the scope immediately displayed information about it on the HUD. Abomination, intelligence being of the Sai system. Possesses a powerful combat level and extreme adaptability. Combat level, 350,000. Jiang Fei arched his eyebrow when recognized the beast. He even kept one of his own on in the eastern land. But compared to the one he had, the creature in front of him was far more menacing. Not to mention, larger. The one he saw on Earth was just a level 5 being with a combat level lower than 20,000. If it had been the same as the one currently in front of Jiang Fei, Earth would have been completely devoured. Chapter 1291, Treating Dumb Aliens as NPCs. The beast let out a loud groan as it noticed there were others it could eat nearby. It remained stationary, attempting to extend a single tentacle. On its first attempt, the tentacle only extended out a few meters before falling to the ground. It retracted the tentacle to try again, and this time it managed to extend it faster before it was affected by the gravity again. It was the creature's first exposure to the simulated gravity. Huh? Wasn't it just at 350,000 a while ago? Jiang Fei gasped as the beast's combat level greatly increased in just a short while. It was now at over 1,500,000. Even if Jiang Fei were to push himself to grow stronger, he would still not be able to defeat the beast, especially since he hadn't fully adapted to the 50G yet. Jiang Fei finally realized the reason why the other trainees were running so fast. Their lives were literally on the line. There was no point in staying to fight the beast. The strongest trainee only had a combat level of 800,000. Even if he were to team up with the other trainees, they would never be able to defeat the beast. Remembering his Qigong lessons, Jiang Fei poured all he had into a technique that allowed him to escape the incoming tentacle attack by a hair's width, while Jiang Fei barely managed to dodge the creature's death grip. The Borman was still struggling to even get to his feet. Huff! Huff! His pants grew louder and more panicked. Despite the fact that his student was on the brink of death, Otagak was still nowhere to be seen. That was his teaching method. The weak would be stamped out, leaving only the strongest to survive. Only the strong would remain to learn. None would care for the fallen. That was the mentality that Otagak had drilled into his trainees. The beast's tentacles slowly slithered around the Borman, and in no time, the room was filled with the eerie sound of bones being broken. The poor Borman was literally squeezed to death and ended up in the beast's belly. No wonder he's famous. Otagak is playing with his trainees' lives, Jiang Fei thought to himself. That was when he realized that Otagak's training sessions were always a matter of life or death. No wonder he had the highest turnover rate of his trainees. The beast devoured the Borman in one clean swallow. Looking at it made Jiang Fei think about his own beast that was already as large as Small Hill at only 20,000 combat level. How big could a 1,500,000 combat level beast be? But the more important question was, would it be satisfied with just a single helping of a Borman? The beast's many eyeballs turned and locked onto Jiang Fei. OF*CK! His mind screamed at him to run. But Jiang Fei hesitated, trying to figure out other methods of survival. There was a Chinese saying which states to never reveal your trump card unless you're in a dire situation. Of course, Jiang Fei could always easily defeat the beast with just a flick of his finger in the 10th dimension. But he knew that he was being observed by Otagak. If he did that, word would soon spread about his impressive feat of defeating a 1,500,000 combat level abomination. He would then have more eyes on him than he could ever wish for. Knowing full well that he was stuck on an alien planet, alone and afraid, Jiang Fei dared not act out of his comfort zone. Most importantly, traditional Chinese teachings and the origin of the aforementioned saying had persuaded Jiang Fei to run instead. He turned around, still maintaining his combat level at 500,000, and ran with all his might. He ran and ran until he reached the valleys. He got faster as he ran and his breathing evened out. Qigong was helping, and in no time at all, he was able to run without breaking his rhythm. Soon, the beast was already left behind. Jiang Fei might only be at 500,000 combat level, but that didn't mean that he was depending on his own power alone. The core of will inside his mind was constantly feeding him energy to power Omni-Surge, as well as granting him strength. It was a constant source of free energy, which meant that Jiang Fei did not need to worry about running out of power, and only had to find means of coping with the environment around him. As they ran, with both Jiang Fei and the beast gaining speed, they caught up to another trainee that had taken off a while ago. F***CK! F***CKU! Jiang Fei! Roared the trainee when he saw Jiang Fei leading the beast behind him. The trainee was only at around 300,000 combat level, weak as a fly compared to the beast behind him. If Jiang Fei were to run any faster, the beast would catch up and feast on the lagging trainee. There was nothing he could do. He did not have Omni-Surge. Unless he could find a way to run faster, he would be eaten. Whoops! Jiang Fei did not mean to lead the beast. He had only ran where his feet led. If anyone was to blame for this, it would be the trainee himself for being too weak. He had taken off so long ago, and yet only managed to cover such a short distance. Jiang Fei was no troublemaker. He didn't want to create trouble with others unless provoked. So when he saw the trainee, he quickly lured the beast away, slowing down slightly to bait it. Jiang Fei managed to get it to turn to another direction. After continuing to run for a while, Jiang Fei encountered another trainee, who again cursed out loud when he saw the beast following behind Jiang Fei. F***CKU! Why are you lot so slow? Cursed Jiang Fei. Head had enough after diverting the beast so many times. No matter which direction he went, no matter how many times he tried to save them, all he got were curses and scolding. If he ran just a little faster, those ungrateful buggers would end up as treats for the beast. Ollie! Stop! Jiang Fei made a sudden proposal to the beast as he stopped running. On the one hand, he did not want to wrong the other trainees, but on the other, Head had enough of running. Huff! Huff! You? Let eat. Me no! Chase! Huff! Said the beast, huffing and puffing. Running after the little Terran in 50G was not something hyper-adaptation could help with. Jiang Fei was doing alright as he had Omni-Surge as well as the core of will feeding him energy. Enough talk. You can never chase after me. Let's talk peacefully, said Jiang Fei. He had subconsciously started to treat the beast like any other NPC in a game. He would trick the beast just like he tricked the NPCs. The beast was undoubtedly strong, but it was also dumb. No! Talk! Eat! You? Must! Hungry! Roared the beast. Being dumb was still acceptable when one has power, and with power comes hunger. Can you even reach me? Provoked Jiang Fei, jumping around freely. No! Chase! You? Fast! Grr! Being dumb, it was almost impossible for the beast to lie. The beast knew that Jiang Fei was just running around leisurely, and could even outrun it easily. Exactly! If you can't chase me, surely you can't eat me. Ah! You? Right, said the beast as it retracted all its tentacles and started to shrink slightly. Me go! Others! Slower! You? Bye-bye! As soon as it said that, the beast turned around and started to move. Along the way, the beast had spotted many other trainees that could not outrun it. If it remembered the route, it could chase after several trainees and eat them. Wait! Shouted Jiang Fei shouted, standing in front of the beast. You? What? What? Me hungry. Me eat. You know let eat. Me go! What do you like most? Asked Jiang Fei. He just got an idea. Oh! Me love! Cosmosa! Sandbug! Very delicious. You have? The beast happily squiggled about, thinking about the food it had just mentioned. What's that? Jiang Fei asked 0541. Quadrant ZXS 354 Galaxy. A local delicacy. A talking bug? Explained 0541 and displayed an image of it into Jiang Fei's mind. It was the same kind of talking worm that Jiang Fei saw talking to the eagle-like alien in the food court. Oh yes I do. Come with me. I will let you eat all the sand bugs you want, said Jiang Fei loudly with a smile. He had the most cunning plan ever to deceive this dumb alien. Chapter 1292, to suppress one's kindness. You? Tell truth. No lie. Me eat you. If lie, said the dumb beast, despite presenting itself as unintelligent. It was actually extending its tentacles from underneath its body. They burrowed into the ground, hiding all around Jiang Fei. In the blink of an eye, unnoticed by Jiang Fei, all the tentacles burst out of the ground and tried to wrap around him. F***CK! I've been fooled. Jiang Fei had completely let his guard down while negotiating with the beast, and did not realize he was being trapped. Relying on speed alone would not help him escape the many tentacles zooming towards him. "Let him eat!" bellowed the beast. It was furious about being unable to chase Jiang Fei. Now that it had Jiang Fei trapped, the little Terran would become its food. It was as delighted as someone finally chugging down a cold, refreshing drink after a long workout session. "Oh no you don't!" Jiang Fei grunted as he deployed Omni Surge. The first burst of power managed to create a small space for him to breathe, but he was far from done. He focused his thoughts to hit the maximum combat level he could muster, measuring at over 1,700,000. The second burst created a powerful shockwave that pushed away every single tentacle coming towards him. In that vacuum, Jiang Fei drew the Chungying sword and got into a fighting stance. The Zhanlu sword was still being reforged by 0541 and could not be used at the moment. But Jiang Fei was confident that he would be able to at least hurt the beast with his power and the Chungying sword. "Interesting. You've been hiding your true powers," commented Autogact as he observed Jiang Fei through a monitor outside the building. Jiang Fei's sudden increase of power was truly surprising. Autogact had never been so pleased to see a new greenhorn possessing such a talent. Powered up, the 50G only had a slight effect on Jiang Fei. At this point, it only felt like having weight strapped on him back on Earth. As his body became lighter, Jiang Fei was able to move around with Qigong, zooming about like lightning. Jiang Fei found every single possible route around the abomination's body and ran behind it. He infused metal power with origin force into the blade, making it as hot as burning lava before plunging it into the beast like a hot knife into butter. The beast moaned painfully and struggled around to get Jiang Fei off its back. Before Jiang Fei was shaken off, he managed to slice off one of its protruding tentacles at the root. One fell, but there were countless more coming towards him. 8 of them were created instantly and hurled towards him. Jiang Fei quickly pulled his sword out of the beast's body and jumped away, moving so fast that the tentacles coming for him hit the beast instead. The force behind said tentacles were so powerful that it actually left several red lines of bruises on the beast. Jiang Fei kicked off from the ground and landed on the beast's body. He struck the blade downwards into the beast and ran along, cutting it like scissors through paper. The beast retaliated violently, but Jiang Fei easily dodged every single tentacle strike. Instead of inflicting damage on Jiang Fei, the beast was only hurting itself. Jiang Fei thought that he was causing significant damage to the beast, but all his strikes had just left shallow cuts. His sword may be a meter long, but the beast was as large as a mountain. How much damage could Jiang Fei really inflict with such a small toothpick? Good combat skills. Superb body movements. TSK, shame that he lacks experience. What a shame indeed. Too soft, said Autogact. He liked Jiang Fei's fighting skills, but was not satisfied with his inner self. Jiang Fei was not killing his enemy, but merely hurting them. I need to train him harder. I must, if I want to win this year's Best Trainer Award, said Autogact as he started to formulate a training plan for Jiang Fei. After a while, there were lines and lines of sword cuts on the beast, but it hadn't sustained much damage at all. The cuts were simply like scratches or a tiny paper cut to humans. Just leave it alone for a few minutes, and the pain would go away. Die! The beast roared as its eyes glowed with a powerful blue hue. A psychic wave hit Jiang Fei like a truck. That was the secret attack of the beast's race. A trump card to be used in desperate moments. Anyone, even other beings with higher combat levels, would die by this skill. Autogact, who was spectating the fight from outside the building, gasped. Jiang Fei was only stronger by a small difference. He knew the psychic attack well enough to know that Jiang Fei would die, if not be paralyzed for eternity, as his mind was destroyed by the attack. The beast's psychic attack hit Jiang Fei like a tsunami wave, but he stood his ground, unmoved. Autogact, who was just heading inside the simulated ground, panicked. He was always unaffected by his trainee's well-being, but Jiang Fei was an exception. He wanted to train Jiang Fei to be the best trainee out there. He could even become the best ever in the history of the entire academy, even if it went against his normal behavior. Autogact would not allow Jiang Fei to be rendered useless. Huh? That's it? Mumbled Jiang Fei. He noticed the incoming psychic attack, but what could it possibly do to him? Jiang Fei's mind housed the amalgamated core of will, granting him absolute power over the mind. It was so powerful that not even 0541 could measure it. A psychic attack like the beast's only affected Jiang Fei the way a teaspoon of salt affects the vast ocean. Jiang Fei gripped the sword in his hands and kicked off from the ground once more. This time, he sliced off 2 more tentacles before he landed on the beast's body and started to carve it up again. In one round trip around it, Jiang Fei had sliced off many more tentacles until there were only 2 left. The beast wriggled and forced Jiang Fei off. It knew that he was stronger. Even though it could not be killed by Jiang Fei's feeble attempts, it realized that it could not kill him either. Losing all intention to fight, it attempted to escape. It would recover in a few days. Heh! What a good training session, said Jiang Fei, contented. He put away his sword, as he had no intention to kill the beast nor to enslave it. The beast, like the one he had killed on Earth, had no value to him. Jiang Fei and the girls had all reached level 5, and could no longer make use of bio potion to enhance their strength. Plus, Jiang Fei was light years away from Braveheart. He could not even extract energy from a living being. It would just be a waste of effort to kill the beast. At that moment, a bolt of lightning as thick and wide as Braveheart struck down the fleeing beast, vaporizing it instantly. Why didn't you deliver the killing blow? Asked Autogact, appearing behind Jiang Fei. There's no reason to, replied Jiang Fei nonchalantly, having gotten used to Autogact's methods of appearing out of nowhere. Showing mercy to your enemy is to doom yourself. Do you know that? Or are you simply playing around? Jiang Fei couldn't reply. You are strong, but you're too soft-hearted. Regular training wouldn't do you any good. Follow me. I will administer a new kind of training for you, said Autogact. He took Jiang Fei's arms and dragged him off like a ragdoll. Even in his empowered mode, Jiang Fei was powerless against Autogact. Where are we going, sir? Asked Jiang Fei as he followed obediently. Chapter 1293, Baptism by Blood. When Jiang Fei and Autogact left the training facility, Autogact stopped for a bit. He went over to the operator of the facility structure and told him to turn off the system. It would seem that the facility was drawing a lot of power, and since he was leaving for a while, it might as well be turned off. We're done here. Follow me. Autogact turned to Jiang Fei and beckoned him to follow. Jiang Fei nodded and followed along like an obedient dog. As they walked, Jiang Fei's curiosity compelled him to ask where they were going, but Autogact remained silent. Soon the duo had left the academy entirely and headed towards the shipping port. There, Autogact simply called out to a random passing operator. Ready a small transport ship for me. You got it, sir, said the operator. By law, no training officer had the right to take a training cadet out from the academy and leave the planet. Autogact, however, had no regard for the laws and protocols. Like many others with power and fame, much like on Earth even, Autogact could do anything he wanted and get away with it. After a short wait, the same operator returned to lead them to a small transport vessel. The ship was just being fueled and had over 10 crew members ready for a new mission. Sir, where are we going? Asked the captain of the vessel. Planet Karoran. Zora system, said Autogact. Keying in. We are ready, said the captain. The other crew members initiated the departure procedure, finalizing all other systems in the ship before closing the boarding hatch. Sir, Karoran is. Jiang Fei probed for more information. It's faster to understand when you see it for yourself, murmured Autogact. All hatches were closed, and when everyone was strapped in, the ship took off from the spaceport, zooming across the atmosphere and into space. Unlike any other spaceship that Jiang Fei had seen and rode on, this ship was shaped like a basic metallic spaceship, with a small multi-purpose cargo space at the rear and 2 seated pilot cabins in the front. The ship took off vertically first, and after reaching a certain altitude, it zoomed straight with only a small elevation angle before it breached the atmosphere into the vacuum of space. After 4 hours of sublight speeds, they arrived at another planetary system. This planetary system had less than 10 celestial objects. Planets included, orbiting a yellow dwarf main sequence star, a smaller version of the sun of the Sol system. Sir, we are approaching the orbit distance of Karoran. Do you wish to descend? Asked the captain. No need. Approach orbiting distance and teleport him down to a random grounded terrain, said Autogact. Yes, sir. Jiang Fei arched an eyebrow. Perhaps he was being sent down for a mission or a test. Sir, am I been given a mission? He asked. Not a mission. Technically, all you need to do down there is stay alive, said Autogact, cracking a smile. Jiang Fei shuddered at the sight of it, as he could feel a sinister plot afoot. Sir, everyone is ready. We can proceed with the teleportation, said the captain. Boy, in 7 days, I will come back and pick you up, if there's anything left of you, said Autogact, gesturing a go sign to the captain. Before Jiang Fei could react, white particles appeared and swirled around him. In the next second, Jiang Fei reappeared on soft ground on planet Karoran. He walked around, feeling the texture of the ground beneath him. The gravity on Karoran was stronger than Earth, and only slightly less than Redstone. Nice place. This is, said Jiang Fei. Although everything on the planet was alien to him, he could still appreciate nature in its many forms. The entire planet, or at least this particular area of it, was covered with flora. Plants that grew as tall as Burj Khalifa could be seen blocking the light from the sky. Grass and moss-like plants that were as tall as Jiang Fei covered the lower ground. The atmosphere was pleasant, warm, and peaceful. 7 days seems alright, said Jiang Fei as he started to wander around, looking for a suitable place to set up camp. As he made his way through the shrubs, he made sure to glance around with the scope actively scanning for lifeforms. Just then, he heard a faint noise coming from a nearby towering tree and spotted a rabbit. A rabbit. Jiang Fei gasped. The rabbit looked exactly like a rabbit from Earth. The same size, long fluffy ears, short limbs, and cute little cheeks that wobble as they chew. Flop. Flop. Not noticing Jiang Fei, the rabbit continued to mind its own business. Jiang Fei himself remained a distance away, staying quiet as he continued to observe the little critter. Not long after, it was simply hopping around. The tall grass nearby began to move, as if something was slithering towards its direction. The scope began to use different kinds of sight filters until it detected a long snake-like life form through its infrared filter. It was as wide as a tree trunk and measured at least 8 meters long. The snake came forward, wrapping itself around the rabbit to prevent the poor little critter from escaping. Well, that's the circle of life, said Jiang Fei. Although he was more compassionate than Autogact and anyone else on Redstone, he was not kind enough to save the rabbit. He recognized that by stopping the snake from eating the rabbit, he would be disrupting the ecosystem. Just when the snake was curling itself in preparation to strike, the rabbit let out a deafening squeak. In the next second, countless other rabbits of many different shapes, sizes, and colors appeared from other parts of the biome. At that moment, Jiang Fei finally recognized the one difference between the rabbits of Earth and the rabbits of Karor in their carnivorous nature. The rabbit that was being cornered made its first move against the snake by jumping towards its head and biting it off with its sharp, vampire-like fangs. All the other rabbits joined in to feast on the snake, and not 2 seconds later, the large snake was gone, leaving nothing but a trail of long, white-colored bones. Jiang Fei took a while to digest what he saw and instinctively took a step back. These cute little critters were vicious as F***ck. As he slowly withdrew from the mass of carnivorous rabbits, he unfortunately did not look at where he stepped. Cree! Jiang Fei quickly looked down and saw that he had just stepped on a rabbit the size of his fist. It died instantly when Jiang Fei stepped on it, but that was not the end. Its dying scream alerted the others, and in no time, a horde of fawn-bearing rabbits was coming towards him. The phrase "like hungry wolves" would not be enough to describe them. These rabbits were worse than hungry wolves. Poppy. Combat level 3,300. A smaller than average life form. Indigenous to planet Karoran. Due to their small appearance and size, they move, hunt, and live in large groups. They possess very little intellectual capability. They know no fear of death. If threatened, they band together to kill any other life form, no matter their size. Caution. Never approach a large group of poppies without relying on Omnisurge. Jiang Fei slapped the incoming poppies with his bare hands. These poppies only had 3,300 combat level. At most, they would be the same level as the strongest level 4 fighter on Earth. For Jiang Fei, they were just as they are. Rabbits. As soon as Jiang Fei killed the second one, the thousands of other rabbits squeaked at the same time, summoning other rabbits from far away to surround Jiang Fei. As warned by the scope, one is never to approach a large group of poppies. That usually just meant a group of more than 10, but Jiang Fei was facing off against at least tens of thousands. The cries of a fallen rabbit was deemed as a cry for reinforcement. Unless one were to kill all the poppies on Karoran, one would not be able to catch a break until either side perishes. The first thing Jiang Fei did was leap towards high ground and draw the Chungying sword as a precaution. As Jiang Fei jumped on branches to escape, the crowd of rabbits leaped up too, chasing Jiang Fei all the way up into the trees. F***ck! Several rabbits leaped in front of Jiang Fei, wanting to have a bite of his head. Jiang Fei cut them down swiftly, but it did not make things easier. The more he killed, the more vicious the rabbits became. He eventually gave up on running and decided to face them all at once. He blasted an area, blowing and flattening tall grass to create a breathing area for himself to prepare for a mass slaughter. Whoosh! With a sword swing charged with a massive amount of energy, Jiang Fei cut down several hundreds of them. But the alien rabbits were still not showing any signs of retreating. When is this going to end? Jiang Fei grunted as he continued to kill and kill. Individually, these rabbits would not stand a chance against Jiang Fei, but as a whole, they might actually defeat him. By the time he had killed several thousands of them, tens of thousands more came to take their place. Autogak had placed Jiang Fei on Karorin, not to train his combat skills or strength, but to cultivate the mentality of a cold-hearted killer. Autogak recognized that Jiang Fei was a talented fighter. To train one's combat skill only took time and effort, but to train one's mental state, to mold one's personality to kill without hesitation, takes more than that. Jiang Fei needed to go through a special baptism. A baptism by blood, by slaughter. Chapter 1294, Edio El Papi. As he swung, and swung, and swung, Jiang Fei had already spent more than 72 hours swinging his sword. For 3 days, he had no rest, sleep, food, or drink. His muscles were beginning to look defined from the constant swinging. 3 days Jiang Fei had spent on this planet, killing without showing any signs of stopping. Perhaps he had already killed all around the planet, or perhaps he had only killed from one region. But by 0541's count, Jiang Fei had killed millions of poppies. And yet, they were still pouring in from all over the place, like a never-ending stampede. As the scope on his head stated, these rabbit-like creatures had no fear of death. Like moths to a flame, these rabbits saw Jiang Fei and rushed towards him, as if dying by his sword was the very thing they had been coveting their entire lives. Before, when Jiang Fei had just landed on the planet, towering trees formed canopies with their leaves, covering most of the land with shade and providing minor protection from harsh rain. Now, after the slaughterfest, jungles turned into swamps filled with blood and flatlands turned into shallow pools of blood. Carcasses were all that was left in Jiang Fei's wake. Yet even so, despite the sheer number of their own kind that had died, poppies from all around the planet were still coming to him. If Jiang Fei decided to let them be, to let them attack him without fighting back, not a single one of them would be able to penetrate his defenses. The bioarmor he was wearing was too strong for any of them to break. At most, Jiang Fei would only be rendered motionless after being swarmed by them. But at the end of it all, Jiang Fei would be unharmed, except for hunger and thirst. Even so, Jiang Fei would not stop. How could he? He had been killing so many for so long that he had stopped caring about anything. His involuntary reflexes was the one thing keeping him from stopping. He saw the rabbits as young humans generally saw cockroaches. No one would dare to go to sleep if you spotted one in your bed and failed to find it. It had been 3 days since he last consumed anything, but that did not stop him from killing. He had killed a good number of humans before, but never of this amount and severity. On Earth, Jiang Fei needed a reason to kill, be it to face adversaries, for revenge, or for war. There was always a reason. Now, Jiang Fei had absolutely no reason to continue. He was only killing for the sake of it. There was no longer any purpose or motive. There were just too many of them. No matter how many Jiang Fei cut down, more came. And so, the killer in him was cultivated. Jiang Fei was now at the point where he refused to let the rabbits bite him. The ground was soaked with the blood of the rabbits. Every step he took squished with a thick, viscous red liquid. New layers coated over the dried, old layers of blood, making it even thicker. The sensation of it would disgust anyone who could think straight. The squealing sounds never stopped. Every time he swung his sword, there would be squealing, like a law of nature. It wouldn't feel right if Jiang Fei killed the poppies instantly without giving them a chance to squeal. Every time they made that sharp, ear-piercing noise, it would send a jolt down his spine, waking him up. Any normal human would have been broken, both of spirit and mind. Jiang Fei was only starting to feel numb. While training his mental state, he was also honing his sword skills. Such an environment would only come once in a lifetime for Jiang Fei, and he intended to make full use of it, without stopping. Even when the sun in the sky had set and risen again many times, Jiang Fei had already spent 6 days on Karorin. The death toll of poppies had reached 100 million, yet the situation remained the same, poppies coming in from all corners of his sight, charging towards him with murderous intent. On the first day, Jiang Fei had slipped and fell many times, as he could not get used to the blood-soaked ground. Now, that same ground was normal to him. His footwork had greatly improved from constantly fighting on the wet, slippery ground. However, that was not the highlight. The air had gotten moist from the evaporated blood and everywhere, but the sky was dyed a dark crimson color. Breathe! Don't stop breathing! Jiang Fei was on the verge of collapsing. His mind could not think straight, and he had to remind himself to breathe, or he would start to forget about it. Every time he took in a mouthful of air, some of the blood that was splattered on his face got into his mouth and nose. In the beginning, it was horrid, but now, as he had gotten used to it, he had acquired a certain taste for it. On the 6th day, killing had become second nature for Jiang Fei. Every swing he took was emotionless, neither powered by hatred nor the urge to survive. It was like walking, breathing, drinking, and eating, a natural phenomenon. Seeing the guts of the rabbits spill out of their bodies was only expected. This was the outcome Autogak wanted. Jiang Fei was only a 19-year-old young man who would soon be 20. Yes, he was approaching adulthood, but he was still malleable, like a canvas that could still be cleaned and reconditioned. He wanted to change Jiang Fei's attitude, to get rid of his humanity, to turn him from someone kind and compassionate into someone cold and cruel. Even if he failed at that, he wanted Jiang Fei to get used to massacring without compassion, to commit genocide without mercy, and to slaughter without batting an eye. It was, as always, a requirement to be in the Valsaurian army, famed for their merciless kills. To rob an entire planet of their precious resources was nothing but a daily routine for them. To be part of the army is to get rid of one's own conscience. Rumble. As Jiang Fei was killing emotionlessly, he felt a sudden wave coming from far away. A wave of murderous intent that was like no other. Not long after, he felt a powerful tremor, which was soon followed by a loud growl. Jiang Fei snapped back to reality at the sound of the growl. The F***CK? Just from hearing the sound, and the feeling the strong wave of murderous intent, Jiang Fei knew that the next enemy was a powerful one. Thump, thump. A large towering beast approached from the edge of the horizon. At the same time, the other poppies actually slowed down and moved aside to open a path for the beast. Now that's a big bunny. The beast, when it came into sight, was a large bunny measuring at least 10 meters tall. EVOL. Poppy. Combat level, 2,300,000. Note, an evolved poppy. Possibility of occurring is 1:100, 000, 000. And EVOL. Poppy is seen as the guardian ruler of its kindred. High threat. This is going to be tough, sighed Jiang Fei. He was mildly surprised to see such a large rabbit possessing over 2 million combat level, when the rest of its kindred were only at 3,300. Thump, 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 thump. Even though its movements were sluggish and slow, when it spotted Jiang Fei from afar, it began to accelerate. Like a train. It was slow when it was just starting to move, but soon started to pick up speed. The other poppies that were surrounding Jiang Fei at all angles started to squeak louder before they dispersed. In no time, the large beast stood towering over Jiang Fei. How I've missed dawn break! It's boss time! Barked Jiang Fei. He took a deep breath and deployed Omni Surge at its maximum potential, pumping his combat level up to 1,700,000. Even though Jiang Fei was still very much weaker than the boss, he could not increase his combat level further without first being excited. The giant beast turned around and witnessed the outcome of Jiang Fei's massacre. Nothing but dead bodies of its kindred could be seen. Anger built up, and with a powerful roar, the giant rabbit unleashed a powerful roaring attack at Jiang Fei. Ugh! Jiang Fei was knocked off his feet. The sheer volume of the beast's roar was strong enough to rupture his eardrums. His head felt like it was exploding from the inside out, and he could feel blood dripping from his eyes and ears. What a powerful sonic roar! Muttered Jiang Fei, recognizing the enemy's power. With such a threat, Jiang Fei's will to fight surged, further increasing his combat level to 1,800,000. No matter. Roar all you want. You're still a fluffy bunny. Jiang Fei bared his teeth as he kicked off from the ground and shot towards the beast like a cannonball. With his hands gripping the Chungying sword, Jiang Fei charged it with energy, preparing to cleave the beast's head in two. BSSSHHHH. Pang! In the FF! Grunted Jiang Fei. Unexpectedly, when the sword was headed for the spot in between the beast's eyes, the giant rabbit blasted two powerful heat rays from both its eyes and deflected Jiang Fei's sword. The blasts from the heat rays were so strong, and when paired with how strong Jiang Fei had been gripping the sword, it ended up deflecting both the sword and Jiang Fei as well. Jiang Fei knew that the enemy was far stronger than himself, and he needed to change his tactic. Instead of fighting directly with brute force, he needed to exploit its weakness. Once his foot touched the blood-soaked ground, Jiang Fei lowered himself, while running at almost the speed of sound. He needed to be fast as the giant rabbit was not finished unleashing heat rays from its eyes. It followed Jiang Fei's every move with its eyes. No matter how fast Jiang Fei could run, looking was much faster. Even so, Jiang Fei was still faster. He had a plan. No matter how large the giant rabbit was, he was not as agile as Jiang Fei. Being so large, just turning around would be hard. So Jiang Fei ran towards the beast's back. Be it with sonic attacks or heat rays, the rabbit could not keep up with Jiang Fei before he reached its back. Chapter 1295, an older ultimate. Now obsolete. BSSSH. BSSSH. The EVOL. Poppy was not stopping. For as long as Jiang Fei was within its line of sight, it shot out red-hot heat rays from its eyes. And for as long as the EVOL, Poppy was attacking, Jiang Fei would always be moving, avoiding all attacks like a graceful dancer. Everything that happened within seconds. In 4 to 5 seconds since the start of the fight, Jiang Fei had finally entered attack range, close enough to thrust his sword and stab the beast. However, before he could land a hit, the beast laid down on all fours. With a powerful kick with its hind legs, it tackled Jiang Fei and hit him like a train. Wham! Jiang Fei took the hit and was knocked away. He had been too careless. He had assumed the beast was a biped and never thought it would assume a tackling stance. Cough. Jiang Fei got up to his feet and spat a mouthful of blood. The attack was not all too damaging. The bioarmor had absorbed 2 million combat level worth of attack. But the giant rabbit was stronger than 2 million. The rest of the damage that the armor wasn't able to absorb had landed on Jiang Fei, inflicting a certain amount of damage. Jiang Fei himself had over 2 million combat level, albeit not fatal. He could still feel the prickling pain in his chest and lower abdomen. Having been knocked away, Jiang Fei was now far from the beast again. After that attack, the beast now understood what Jiang Fei was going to do. It started taking precautions, never allowing Jiang Fei to get to its blind spot, which was its back. Smart bunny. What a drag! Jiang Fei grunted, while the others were more than willing to leap into his blade. This bigger one had enough intelligence to protect its own weak spot. Even though the rabbit protecting its back was rather a troublesome move, Jiang Fei came to understand that its back was its weakness. If the rabbit had not made any move to protect its back, Jiang Fei would not have figured it out. That shows just how vulnerable its back was. It was smart, but if it were any smarter, it would not have made such an obvious move. Both sides knew what the other was thinking and begun to adjust their fighting strategy. When Jiang Fei made any move to either side, the rabbit would adjust itself to always keep him within its line of sight. I need to do something or this will be a long fight, Jiang Fei murmured. He was not afraid of being tired, but the fighting stage was only getting smaller, as he had to worry about the other smaller rabbits. Moreover, the rabbit had both ranged and melee attacks. It was only getting harder to find an opening the longer the battle went on. If he chose to ignore attacking its weak spot and rely on sheer brute force, Jiang Fei would lose the fight. The rabbit was clearly stronger in terms of physical strength, and Jiang Fei had to move around it to avoid direct confrontation at all cost. 0541. Do you have any idea? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. You can use the Zhanlu sword. 0541 answered nonchalantly. No. I want to fight him and kill him with my own strength. Relying on a sure kill secret weapon would not make me stronger, said Jiang Fei, rejecting the notion. If he wanted to win the fight, he could simply drag the rabbit into the 10th dimension and disintegrate it there. Well, there's nothing I can do for you. You will need to rely on your own will, 0541 said. To become stronger, Jiang Fei himself had to become stronger, physically and mentally. Might as well, Jiang Fei said, biting down his lips. If 0541 had a sudden plan, he would adopt it as he went. Just then, the EVOL, Poppy roared, unleashing a powerful sonic attack that pushed Jiang Fei back a few meters. Jiang Fei stabbed the ground with his sword to resist the push, but even so, the sonic attack too strong. It was a physical attack like no other. His eyes, ears, and lips were oozing with blood at this point. That will be your last scream. Jiang Fei wiped off the blood from his eyes and lips and started to concentrate. With sheer willpower, Jiang Fei's combat level increased further up to 1,900,000. Even so, he was not contented. He needed more power. Whoosh. PSSHHHH. A surge of energy went through Jiang Fei's body. A coat of energy materialized around Jiang Fei. His heart rate increased so fast that blood was oozing from his pores and into the mist, turning it red. Like steam out of a hot kettle. Jiang Fei was emitting steams of blood. His combat level was given a powerful boost, pushing it further by 30% to 2,470,000. Blood Rage. This was an old ultimate technique Jiang Fei had not used in a long time. It was used twice when Jiang Fei was only at the pinnacle stage of level 4, to get him a temporary boost to level 5. When he had ascended into the realm of level 5, Blood Rage still gave him a boost of power, but it was unfortunately only 30%. As such, the side effect of the technique was not as painful and severe as when he was only level 4. He would still be weakened, but not to the point where he would be incapacitated, where he would be killed easily. From a distance, Jiang Fei gripped the handle of the sword hard and made a powerful swing. A golden charged energy sword blast was sent out, aimed at the giant rabbit's head. The beast might be evolved and smarter than the rest of its kindred, but it failed to adjust its judgment toward Jiang Fei. Having powered up, Jiang Fei was clearly stronger than it. Instead of dodging the incoming sword blast, it remained stationary and shot out 2 parallel beams of heat rays, thinking that it would deflect the attack. The sword blast hit the heat rays, but it remained unchanged in its headings. In the next moment, the sword blast hit the rabbit's head, creating an explosion of power, injuring the rabbit. Growling, the EVOL. Poppy roared, writhing and groaning in pain as fresh hot blood dripped down its fat chin. Even though Jiang Fei was only slightly stronger than the giant rabbit, he was still able to injure it severely. His sword technique was a refined Chinese martial art that had been polished over thousands of generations. The technique itself required physical strength, and with a little mastery of qi, one could increase the lethality of the sword by 1,000-fold. The beast might be strong, but it was still a beast. Its mastery in energy attacks was simply tossing out as much power as it could. This applied to almost all other alien races, highly intelligent or not. They had been chasing power for so long that they had forgotten to polish their own skills. Jiang Fei came from a line of martial artists. They knew their weaknesses well, and they strove to improve on it. Like the famed and respected legendary martial artist Bruce Lee once said, "I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times." An opening! Jiang Fei barked when the rabbit had both its eyes closed as it writhed in pain. Boom! Whoosh! With increased power, Jiang Fei's acceleration was so fast that it created multiple sonic booms as he broke through the sound barrier multiple times. 2 steps was all he needed to take to reach the beast's rear. He grabbed a handful of fur and plunged his sword, charged with the power of origin force, deep into the beast's back, like a hot knife through butter. Even though the sword of only a meter long, the beast was more than 10 meters tall, and the sword was only as small as a toothpick. Once the sword entered the flesh of the beast, Jiang Fei injected as much energy as he could into the sword, converting it into an explosive charge deep into the beast. Once the attack had taken effect, the beast's internal organs were ruptured from the inside out. Jiang Fei had not a single shred of mercy for the beast, for he had already rid himself from being too kind. The pain from having all of its major organs ruptured sent the beast to the ground. With a glorious thump, the beast was defeated. It was only a matter of time before the beast breathed its last. Chapter 1296. Result? The EVOL. Rabbit was defeated. As Jiang Fei jerked and pried out his sword from its back, the giant beast writhed and struggled to breathe. Blood was pouring out, along with ruptured internals from the opening on its back. Knowing fully well that it was going to die, Jiang Fei put his sword away. Who started the rumor about level 5 metahumans being immortals? I would like to drag him or her out here and let that person have a taste of real mortality. Jiang Fei groaned. Before the eye-opening trip into deep space, Jiang Fei had firmly believed that besides godblades, nothing could kill a level 5 metahuman. It was only after he had trained in the Valkyrie Training Academy that he realized that all the level 5s on Earth were nothing but weaklings at only 80,000 or less combat level. They were too weak to even kill each other. That was the reason why no level 5 had died, which would explain the rumor. Now, Jiang Fei had learned the truth. Level 5s were just as vulnerable to death. Even Alexis, a Valkyrian commander, could be killed. As he stepped away from the defeated rabbit, Jiang Fei heard it breathe again all of a sudden. Its breath started slow but picked up a pace faster. One breath after the other. It felt as if the rabbit was going to get up and fight again. Jiang Fei turned around, frantic, and saw its eyes glowing red. Instead of blasting out heat rays, it merely glowed, but with resentment, hatred, amongst other assortment of emotions. F***CK. Jiang Fei started to panic, thinking that it might actually get back to its feet and fight. However, What caught his attention was the increasing size of the rabbit's body. It was inflating. Like a balloon. Is he going to explode? OF*CK. He is! Jiang Fei barked. The expansion was too quick for him to react as the rabbit, even on its dying breath, was not going to let Jiang Fei run. The towering rabbit, expanding faster than airbags of a car, exploded with so much power that it rivaled even a hydrogen bomb that nuked the two Japanese cities. And Jiang Fei was caught right in the center of it. The flatland where the battle had taken place had now been rendered barren. Green grass that were dyed red got blown away, leaving a vast dried up, blood-soaked desert. The forests where Jiang Fei first landed were striped of all its trees. The shockwave of the explosion had even made the skies above split apart. If Autogak was watching, he could see the powerful explosion from space even. After the first shockwave, a powerful vacuum was created, pulling everything back before sending them upward to the heavens. Now, besides blood and dust, there was a huge crater. Underground water was spewing from the deep, filling it up as Jiang Fei remained still, floating as the water level rose. Captain! Captain! 0541 tried to wake Jiang Fei up repeatedly. Cough. When he came to, Jiang Fei could not move. The uniform he was wearing was completely ruined. Compared to the refugees of wars, even they would be glad that they weren't as broken as Jiang Fei was then. Jiang Fei tried to stand, but after a feeble attempt, he fell back down to his knees. 0541 was constantly trying to talk, but Jiang Fei was too tired to even think of a reply. The damage he received was too great, and if not for the bioarmor and 0541's emergency barrier erection that consumed all the energy crystals in the ring, Jiang Fei would have been vaporized. I've learned my lesson. No mercy for the enemy next time, Jiang Fei mumbled, remembering what Autogak was trying to convey. To be fair, Jiang Fei did not know whether it was his kindness or carelessness that compelled him to spare the rabbit. He should have killed the rabbit and not let it continue to breathe. As a result, the rabbit was still able to do something even on its deathbed. It was a mistake. A lesson that Jiang Fei would never repeat. The worst was over. He took his time and slowly, he was able to crawl out of the muddied pool and out of the crater. Clouds were rolling in, and the light from the orbiting star was starting to fade out. Jiang Fei did not bother to move or find proper shelter. Every fiber of his being ached. There wasn't a single part of his body that did not hurt. His bones, especially his arms and legs, were still ringing from the shock of the explosion. However, even without immediately medical treatment, Jiang Fei's body was still able to heal rapidly. The evolved Poppy had been killed. The rest of the little critters were nowhere to be seen anymore. Jiang Fei laid motionless for the entire evening and throughout the night, without anything or anyone disturbing him. Rabbits aside, no other life form dared to approach him. The lingering smell of blood was so saturated that no beast, no matter how vicious they may be, dared to approach Jiang Fei. It was not until the next day, when the sun was high up in the sky, that Autogak descended next to the crater and looked down on the motionless Jiang Fei. Do you know your mistake? Autogak asked as he kicked Jiang Fei slightly at his ribs. Ugh! Jiang Fei groaned from the pain before answering. Yeah, you best remember that, said Autogak. He turned to the ship's crew and said, bring him to the infirmary. Even though the ship was small, it had a small one-man-sized infirmary. After a few hours, Jiang Fei's wounds and injuries were healed. A day later, Jiang Fei's own healing factor came into play, restoring his strength and vitality, granting him enough strength to walk without assistance. Inside the infirmary, Jiang Fei glanced through the side window into the void of space that was illuminated by light spectrum. He thought about the fight, about how naive he had been. Now, he repented and realized his mistakes of the past. On Earth, his naivety was still justified as all of Earth's fighters were weak. Even the strongest fighter wouldn't be any stronger than Jiang Fei himself. Now that he was sailing amongst the stars, a single mistake could cost him his life. Even enemies that were severely weaker than he was could defeat him at a single opening. After the trials in Kororan, Jiang Fei had achieved great results. He was now able to control his power to reach 1,900,000. He had gotten used to massacring his enemies. He understood his own naivety, and would no longer show his enemies mercy. Compared to strength, the will to kill one's enemy, the will to suppress one's compassion, was far, far more important. Thus, Autogak's lesson concluded. Being the strongest, cruelest trainer on Redstone, he was dubbed the Mad Titan. The death rate of his own trainees exceeded the total number of deaths of those under other trainers combined. Even so, he was a maestro in training. He knew where and what a trainee needed. Albeit the training administered was far too cruel. 7 days was all it took for Jiang Fei to learn the most important lesson. Anything else that he had learned was considered a bonus. Even though Jiang Fei was still unable to directly kill his enemy with a single vicious attack, he was no longer the naive young boy that would hold himself back during a fight. "Sir, where do you wish to go next?" the captain of the transport ship asked. "Is Commander Alexis involved in any combat lately?" Autogect asked. "The fleet is currently consolidating its men and is out of commission for now. However, there might be missions being taken on by a small special ops team," said the captain. "He'll take that call. Set course for Sector Darth." The captain nodded, and after inputting the coordinates of Darth into the computer, the ship made a warp jump to its destination. 2 days later, Jiang Fei came to the bridge to join Autogect. During the 2 days of rest, Jiang Fei was fully restored to his peak. He was ready for a new training. "Sir, we have arrived at Sector Darth," said the captain. "Head to Planet Ipsilon and contact Domingo. Tell him I am here to meet him," Autogect said. "As you command," said the captain. After handing the controls to the autopilot, the captain proceeded to make a few communication attempts to contact Domingo. "Boy, come with me," said Autogect as he gestured to Jiang Fei. Chapter 1297, War Mission. "Yes, sir." Jiang Fei acknowledged Autogect. Both of them got ready by the hangar, and when the ship docked on the planet's main port, they exited the ship. Autogect seemed to be familiar with the place as he led Jiang Fei through the spacious station. After a series of long elevators and automated walkways, they arrived at the base level, the surface of the planet. As soon as Autogect and Jiang Fei exited the final elevator, the station's officer, an unknown race, greeted them, saying, "Welcome to Planet Ipsilon, Sir Autogect. We have been informed of your arrival. Lieutenant Domingo is ready for you in his office." Autogect hummed and proceeded to exit the station. There, a small hovercraft, unlike anything he had ever seen on Earth, was waiting. The craft was being piloted automatically. When Autogect boarded the craft, a robotic voice asked for a destination, and Autogect quickly replied with Command Center. A while later, the craft stopped a large building, and the two entered it without escorts. The building was huge. So huge yet, it was almost empty. There were some coming and going as they pleased. Most of them were in uniform, battle gear for combat. And they marched past Jiang Fei and Autogect without much of a glance. Autogect, even with all of his arrogance and pride, did not seem to mind their cold shoulders. It did not matter, as he too was busy with his own business. Without a guide, Autogect led Jiang Fei to a corner of the building and summoned an elevator that brought them to the 18th floor. "Greetings. How can I be of service?" said a humanoid bunny girl. She was, by all means, human-like, except that her ears were that of a rabbit's and grew from the top of her head. Jiang Fei scoffed as he could not differentiate the bunny girl from those Playboy gravure models he saw back on Earth. Autogect scoffed nonchalantly and ignored the girl. He walked past her and proceeded to push open the door behind her. "Sir! Sir! You cannot barge in like that. You need to arrange an appointment if you wish to see the lieutenant," cried the girl as she chased after Autogect. "Who dares?" "Ah!" someone inside the room roared. The room rang with his voice. But it wasn't an understandable language to Jiang Fei. In the next second, the translator on the scope picked up the roar and translated it to Mandarin once it identified said language. The interior of the office was very much like that of a huge corporate COS. There was a large wood-like table, a luxurious chair, a large window with a nice view, pure white flooring and walls, beautiful lights on the ceiling, and of course, a powerful authoritarian figure, holding a cup of oddly colored liquid, sitting behind the table. "Lieutenant Domingo, they barged in. I'm sorry. I failed to stop them," said the bunny girl, who was dressed like a secretary. "Domingo, do you really want me to make an appointment?" Autogect hummed with a tone bordering between sarcasm and anger. The chair swiveled around, and the man behind the chair shot to his feet. "Is it really? Is it? Autogect, here I thought they were only trying to cheer me up," Domingo cried happily. The bunny girl gasped and Jiang Fei understood why. It was a scene too common back on Earth. Lieutenant Domingo moved out of his table and barked at the bunny girl. "How could you not know about Sir Autogect? Please forgive me," said the bunny girl before she turned to Autogect and bowed 90 degrees. Jiang Fei, who was standing a little behind the crowd, enjoyed a view so great that if Isabella were present, he would have been bitten on the head. Like a cartoon, Please forgive this one for not knowing the great Autogact. I wouldn't have stopped you. I would have welcomed you properly if I'd known, said the girl. Autogact might be famous, but he was not well known outside the training academy. So naturally, he wouldn't be known much outside of Redstone, or even the entire Valsaurian army. However, the words of one's superior is absolute. The bunny girl had to bow and apologize to Autogact. Sir, please forgive this little girl. She's still new here, and I shall punish her myself, said Domingo, as he smiled apologetically. He then turned to the bunny girl, smiling as he did not bother to hide his lustful gaze, and said, I'll have you come to my quarters tonight. I will have you learn your lesson there. Yes, Lieutenant. The bunny girl straightened herself up before answering. Perhaps it had been a while since he had been close to a female, but the girl's extra movements made Jiang Fei's blood boil a little. Autogact made himself at home. He scoffed at the little charade and sat down on a chair in front of the table. Domingo quickly returned to his seat and was ready to get down to business. How may I help you? Great sir? Domingo asked. Somehow, Domingo seemed to know Autogact as a person and quickly jumped to the main question. Do you have any war missions going on? Autogact asked. War mission? You say? Domingo said before he smiled. If you don't mind me asking, are you itching for a bloodbath yourself, or are you just administering a lesson to your student? Jiang Fei listened to every word he said and understood something. Domingo was not a stranger to Autogact. Knowing Autogact well, he knew that Autogact was the kind of madman that would itch for blood every 3 days or so. He himself, even without bringing along any trainee, would take up odd jobs or war missions to give himself an excuse to kill. Naturally, he would bring along his trainees to participate in the killing. When Domingo said, administering a lesson, he meant bringing a student along to participate in the mission, in a real fight. There was no protection, no insurance, no safety net in the battlefield. There was even a time when Autogact brought an army of trainees into the battlefield and got every single one of them killed. That was the spark that started the entire rumor and the source of his nickname, the Mad Titan. What Jiang Fei did not know was how close Domingo was with Autogact, with the latter being his savior. Domingo would do everything in his power to please Autogact. There was another reason why he allowed Autogact to participate in any of his missions. Any mission Autogact took, he would complete it, in any way he liked. Soldiers in the Valsaurian army were not fixed in either authority or commanding system. Someone on the top brass would give you a title and a small squad. The responsibility of expanding the squad lied with the commanding figure, much like how Commander Alexis had his own training academy. It would be a pain to lose a soldier since the commander would have to find a replacement himself. Whenever there was a mission, either to raid or to plunder, there would always be resistance. Whenever there were casualties, the army would have their revenge. Sometimes, the battles start due to menial reasons. And in most cases, the battles end with the total annihilation of the opposite side. The ones that always remained victorious were always the Valsaurians. Autogact coming in and taking on a mission for himself was for different purpose. Like Domingo asked, it was either for his personal pleasure, or to administer a training session. His trainees would be tested, not to work for a living. Hence, even if they completed the mission and looted treasures, the credit would always come back to Domingo himself. Training, said Autogact as he turned to point at Jiang Fei. Just him, sir? Domingo asked, arching an eyebrow as he scanned the young Terran. Jiang Fei was in his relaxed state, measuring at only around 65,000 combat level. As soon as he entered the battlefield, he would either be killed or trampled by his own allies. However, the young Terran was brought here personally by Autogact. He must be someone special. Domingo had come to misunderstood that Jiang Fei was a special existence that needed to be taken care of, much like how Alston first assumed. As such, this young Terran must be protected. No harm was to befall him. When the mission was over, he must be given the privilege to be the first to pick out the loot. Credits or achievements must be pushed to him as well. That was what Domingo assumed Autogact wanted him to do. However, Domingo did not stop there. He thought further and remembered what kind of person Autogact was. He was not the kind of person that would personally send his own son to Domingo to force Autogact to personally escort a young Terran into a battlefield. And with that young Terran having only 65,000 combat level, what was he to make of Jiang Fei? Who was he? Perhaps he was sent to Autogact by Commander Alexis himself. The more he thought, the more complicated the entire issue became. Domingo's convoluted emotions was immediately seen through by Autogact. Even so, he did not bother to explain the situation and wanted things to be over as soon as possible. Jiang Fei, who was still standing as still as possible, was oblivious to the entire drama. "I'll arrange it," Domingo said after he took a deep breath and sighed. Things were going to be troublesome, but Autogak had given him a task, and he would definitely get it done. "I don't care about anything else. All I care about is to have him in the field, and when this is over, I want to see him still alive," said Autogak. This statement had only made Domingo's previous assumption right. Jiang Fei might be weak, but he was still being assigned to a mission. What Autogak had in mind had nothing to do with favor or pulling strings. Nothing of that sort. It was just about Jiang Fei's talent. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a talented student and did not want to have him waste his life. Chapter 1298, Space Bugs. Context mattered, and without it, even the simplest of sayings would be misunderstood. Autogak's intention to keep Jiang Fei alive was simply because he did not want to waste such a talented individual. Domingo, on the other hand, understood his intentions differently, thinking that Autogak was simply pulling strings to help Jiang Fei. "Leave it to me. I'll take good care of your trainee," Domingo said, pounding his chest proudly. Accepting such a hard task from one's superior, or in this case, a benefactor, was troubling. But if he succeeded, fortune and rewards awaited. "So be it," Autogak hummed. He got up from his seat, patted Jiang Fei on his shoulder, and never looked back. Jiang Fei was still in the dark. At least he knew what he was there for, to take part in a war mission. "So, the name's Jiang Fei, is it?" Domingo approached Jiang Fei politely and began to express himself in a friendly manner. For all he knew, Jiang Fei could be Autogak's superior son, or Commander Alexis' adopted son. It wouldn't kill him to show some respect. "Yes. What would you have me do?" Jiang Fei asked, still in stance. "At ease, young trainee. You'll stay here. For now. The day after tomorrow, we will have a mission, and I will arrange for you to join," Domingo said. "Very well," said Jiang Fei as he relaxed. The bunny girl returned into the office and escorted Jiang Fei toward a higher floor where a room had been arranged for him. Autogak was not around, and he was left alone in an unknown territory. As such, for 2 days straight, Jiang Fei locked himself in the room, doing nothing but meditation. If what he knew about Autogak was true, the next mission for him would only be as hard or worse than the poppies. On the third day, when the dawn of day arrived, Domingo came to his room and knocked. "Jiang Fei? Are you awake?" Jiang Fei opened his eyes and answered, "Yes. Get ready. We are going out soon," said Domingo from outside the room. Jiang Fei got up from his bed and proceeded to open the door. "We?" he asked, pausing for a moment before adding, "Are you coming along?" Even though Jiang Fei had not been outside his room for 2 days, he had been briefed about the mission. From what he understood, the mission would be a quick one that would not need someone like Lieutenant Domingo to participate. "Correct. I will be joining. It's been too long since I have sat on that chair. I'd be doing myself a favor to exercise the old muscles for a bit," said Domingo. To be honest, Domingo would never participate in such a trivial mission, but since he had promised to take care of Jiang Fei, he had to be by his side, to protect him like his personal bodyguard. "I see," Jiang Fei said. He did not know that Domingo had misunderstood the situation and had elevated Jiang Fei's status. Not knowing that, Jiang Fei thought that the mission had something secretive in line that required the attention of a lieutenant. "Come to the hangar bay when you are ready," said Domingo before leaving. 1 hour later, Jiang Fei grouped up with Domingo and boarded a small Corvette-class ship. The ship was slightly bigger than a regular transport ship and immensely smaller than Commander Alexis' interstellar battleship. After a short wait, the ship, along with other smaller cruiser-class ships, left the station and away from Ipsilon. "Lieutenant, I have coordinates punched in. We are ready to jump at your command," said the pilot of the ship. Jiang Fei was on board. Since Domingo was only a lieutenant in the Valsaurian army, the ships and armament he was authorized to use were limited. His current attack force was only 1 Corvette class and 5 light cruiser ships. "Coordinate with the others. You have control," said Domingo, handing over the controls to the pilot. One by one, the ship's engines lit up, and with the Corvette taking the lead, the other 5 cruisers followed. The console monitor on the pilot's seat showed readings of all sorts, and Jiang Fei only understood 2 words. Sublight speed. The monitor continued blinking red for a bit before another series of words popped up. FTL warp jump ready. "Jumping in 3, 2, 1. Warp jump initiate," the pilot reported and pulled a lever on top of the pilot's cockpit. Milliseconds after Jiang Fei's ship jumped, The other 5 cruisers followed suit and entered hyperspace. Sir, where are we going? Jiang Fei paced toward Domingo and asked. Based on ranks and authority, a trainee such as he had no authority to be on board with a lieutenant, much less talk to him. However, since he was hand-delivered by autogact, coupled with the sheer misunderstanding Domingo had, Jiang Fei's status was elevated, allowing him to talk to Domingo without triggering anyone's nerves. We are heading to the Dardar system. There is an unnamed planet there with unintelligent lifeforms. Our mission is to descend on the planet and to hunt for a certain life form. Our main objective is to collect their eggs and, if possible, the secondary mission, to capture the queen, Domingo explained. How long until we arrive? Jiang Fei asked. He was a little nervous when he boarded the ship, thinking that their mission was to raid another planet and plunder their resources. Now that he understood the content of the mission, he felt much better, as his enemies were unintelligent lifeforms. Hopefully, they were as dumb as the poppies. Lieutenant, sir, we are arriving at Dardar system. Requesting permission to exit hyperspace, said the pilot. 30 minutes later. Go forth, said Domingo. Bring the ship in the orbit of the planet and prepare a landing party, he added. Exiting hyperspace, jump in 3, 2, 1. As soon as the ship exited hyperspace, a powerful tremor was felt throughout the ship, as if they had hit a field of asteroids. What's going on? Domingo roared. We are under attack. Sir, the captain replied. Shield up. The entire ship, be it the cargo bay, toilet, sleeping quarter, or the captain's cockpit, were flashed with red light. Trace the attack and immediately launch a counterattack. You have control. Domingo barked again. Of all things that could have happened, an attack was the last thing he wanted. One of the operators that was operating the radar system reported. Sir, I have detected 4 devourers. Target them and shoot them down, the captain ordered. The planet was not known to house highly intelligent beings. That was the only reason why Domingo had dared to take Jiang Fei with him. While everyone was reacting accordingly, Jiang Fei remained calm as he strapped down in the passenger seat. Explosions filled his ears as the entire ship experienced violent tremors. Lieutenant, Cruiser 3 has been shot down, the captain roared. Damn it! Find the survivors and shoot these bugs down already. I'll have this planet drown in the blood of my enemies when I'm done here, Domingo snarled. A cruiser-class ship was the smallest and weakest of all interstellar ships. Even so, it was an invaluable asset to Domingo. All those aboard the ship were his own men. And those people, too, were invaluable. Amidst the tragedy, Domingo was glad. Jiang Fei, his valuable VDP, was with him on the corvette. Even though the corvette was only slightly larger, its defenses and weapons were much stronger than the other cruisers. The Devourers would find it hard to destroy the ship. Engage all mega particle beam cannons. Concentrate on one target at a time and fire when ready. The captain laid down the order to shoot. BZZZZ, boom! After one single wave of bombardment, the huge, several-kilometer-long space bug was killed. This created a short breathing room for the remaining 4 cruisers to escape. Auxiliary cannons ready. Sir! Target the closest bug and shoot it down, said the captain after confirmation with the weapons operator. Boom! Another wave of bombardment landed, and a second space bug was ignited and covered in flames. These bugs, also known as Devourers, were living beings with only an intermediate level of intelligence. Their attacks were as high as over 1 million combat level. However, as powerful as they may be, they were just glass cannons due to their gigantic size. Targeting them would only be very easy. Mega particle beam cannons charged. Sir! Fire at the last one, said the captain, finally with a more relaxed tone. As the last space bug was destroyed, the unnamed planet was officially rid of defenses. Domingo might have lost 1 cruiser and several of his men, but the planet was now completely exposed for attack. Nothing could stop the invasion of the Valsaurians now. Jiang Fei was witnessing everything that happened through the window in the passenger seat, and felt a shiver down his spine. I'd guess this was what would have happened to Earth if I had failed to fight Alexis, said Jiang Fei to himself. Somehow, even though he had never encountered such a species before, he could empathize with their fate. Had Alexis not been interested in his fighting talent, Earth would have been scorched. Preparing to descend, said the captain. Find a safe landing zone and have all other ships follow closely, Domingo ordered before he addressed Jiang Fei. Be careful out there. It is best for you to stay close to me. Things will be a little dicey. Chapter 1299, Underground Burrow. There! Bombard the area before we land, said Domingo, as he pointed out an area through the front window. Roger that, the captain replied. A fleet of unmanned drones were released as the ship entered the atmosphere to create a sand landing zone. The drones were dispatched to deploy a carpet bombing. After 3 series of bombing and making sure that there were no signs of life in the area, the Corvette-class ship and 4 remaining cruisers landed. All ships then quickly opened the rear hatch and deployed a small fleet of Valsaurian soldiers. Based on procedure, these soldiers were tasked to make sure that the area outside the landing zone was secured before the main party would be deployed, in this case, Jiang Fei and Lieutenant Domingo. There was a possibility of several bugs remaining having burrowed after the carpet bombing. The captain of all respective ships would only turn off the ship's engines when they had received a green light from the ground infantry. Come! It is time for us to go, Domingo called. Even though Jiang Fei was there because of Autogact and possibly Commander Alexis, staying inside the ship for the entire duration of the mission would be unacceptable. At this point, because of Autogact's laziness to explain the situation to Domingo, Domingo had no idea about Jiang Fei's fighting capability. For all he knew, Jiang Fei was just a weak trainee at only 65,000 combat level. For someone at his strength, being on the unnamed planet was already a hazard itself. Anything could happen. When the rest of the ground infantry left the ships, Jiang Fei and Lieutenant Domingo proceeded to as well. Huh? How familiar this is, thought Jiang Fei as he set foot on the unnamed planet. The condition of the planet was almost similar to that of the early prehistoric world of Earth. Be it the sky, the ground, or the air, it was suitable for lifeforms to thrive. Unfortunately, it was unsuitable for humans to live, as the gravity of this unnamed planet was stronger than Redstone's. Jiang Fei had only needed to walk for a bit to adjust to this planet's immense gravity. He had already gotten used to Redstone's gravity, that he did not need to activate Omnisurge to adjust to the unnamed planet. Give me a sitrep, Domingo ordered. Before landing, the ship's captain had already scanned the planet and gathered enough data to compile a report. Lieutenant, all of the main combatants of this planet have been dealt with. However, we cannot rule out the possibility of hidden enemies, said the captain as he handed a piece of map that displayed a detailed 3D mapping of the planet. Domingo took the piece of map and examined it by scrolling deep underground. Jiang Fei came closer to peek at the map. The main inhabitants of this unnamed planet were bugs. As such, they were incapable of achieving technological advancement like the Namekians. Their habitats were not of houses of bricks and stones, but of underground networks of tunnels and burrows. Prepare for infiltration. Domingo made a copy of the map on his own portable digital assistant and sent it out to everyone. When everyone received the map, they then quickly deployed their weapons from their carry-ons. Thump! Boom! Some of the soldiers used a device that thumped on the ground to create a foundation before igniting an explosive device in it. Listen closely. We are now standing on top of the underground network. Our primary objective is to seek out and extract the bug eggs. Capturing the queen is the secondary mission. Destroy anyone who stands in our way, Lieutenant Domingo ordered. Stay close to me, he said to Jiang Fei. Understood, Lieutenant, Jiang Fei said. He had no idea if Domingo was treating him with extra care or if it was a treatment that all new soldiers got. With speed, all the soldiers formed their own squads and proceeded with their designated routes that were marked by Domingo on the map. Domingo himself followed the elite squad, with Jiang Fei following close behind. The next thing he knew, he was already inside the bug's underground network of tunnels. For humans, the tunnels were a perfect fit. Perhaps a little tight for those who were 180 centimeters or taller. For Valsaurians, since their average height already exceeded 200 centimeters, the tunnels were just too narrow for them to freely move around. Not long after Jiang Fei entered the network of tunnels, gunshots and screaming could be heard. It seemed that the others had already encountered the enemy. Even so, Domingo did not slow down. With the same quick pace, he led Jiang Fei and his elite squad further down the tunnels. What Jiang Fei did not know was that Domingo was as nervous as a bride on her wedding day. Elite or not, every soldier that was currently on the unnamed planet were his own men. Losing one would be considered a major loss. Even so, to ensure that his precious package remained safe, he needed to sacrifice his other soldiers to open a path. To be fair, Domingo himself was a little scared. Not of the enemy, but of Jiang Fei being too weak and of the chance that he might get himself killed. Stop, said Domingo all of a sudden through his communicator. The entire squad stopped walking all of a sudden. What's wrong? Jiang Fei asked. I have a bad feeling. Like we are being led into a trap. Domingo said directly to Jiang Fei. Attention! Proceed slowly and keep your eyes peeled. There might be an ambush, said Domingo into his communicator to the rest of the squad. Roger. Sir, the path in front of us had been opened by the other squad. Wouldn't they inform us if there is a trap? Someone else's voice rang through the radio channel. I don't care for that. Keep your eyes straight and report if you see anything at all, Domingo barked. The ominous feeling grew stronger and stronger as they proceeded deeper. It was a sixth sense that all stronger beings had. Sometimes, they would rather trust their senses than to trust what they see with their own eyes. Halt, Domingo said, as he held out his arms to stop Jiang Fei from proceeding further. What now? Jiang Fei thought. Just then, the ground beneath their feet cracked open. A large hole was formed and everyone, including Domingo and Jiang Fei, started to fall. As they fell, depending on their position, each one of them fell into a tunnel that led to another. Everyone was getting separated. Jiang Fei remained calm and quickly activated Omni-Surge to protect himself from any attacks. Even so, he was not as fast as Domingo. The second he fell, Domingo had controlled himself and flew upward and out of the tunnels. Unfortunately, the rest weren't as fast. Before they could stop themselves from falling, the ground above their heads collapsed, sending a heap of dirt to bury the tunnels close. *T. Domingo managed to discern which tunnel Jiang Fei had entered, but when he tried to follow him, the tunnel was sealed shut with dirt. It got chaotic for a second, and now all tunnels were buried deep underground. To dig his way through would take too long. Damn it! Damn it! Jiang Fei! You'd better be alive! Domingo cried. At this point, the fear of having to answer to Autogak was so great that he did not care to protect himself. Instead, he quickly used a digging tool and started to find his way to the tunnel that Jiang Fei had fallen into. F***ck me, said Jiang Fei as he realized the kind of situation he was in. The fall had not been as painful as he had thought it would be, as the soft dirt where he landed cushioned the fall damage. However, he quickly realized that he was lost. He was now standing in the middle of a crossroad. There were 4 tunnels leading to other places. From preliminary scans with the scope, Jiang Fei realized that he was deep underground, stuck and lost in something like a labyrinth of tunnels. He quickly checked the map data that Domingo had sent out to everyone. Even though he was able to read the map, he had another problem to figure out. Because he was deep underground, the scope had no connection to outside sources to determine his current position. Even with a detailed map of the underground tunnel, he had no idea where he was. That, and the fact that the network of tunnels was just too huge to comprehend. *T, where should I go? Jiang Fei said as he examined the dark, hollow tunnels. He chose a tunnel at random, and when he came out from it, he arrived at a similar-looking crossroad, with similar 4 tunnels. 0541. Do you have any suggestions? Jiang Fei asked. Due to insufficient data about the planet and its inhabitants, I am unable to formulate any strategy for you. If I were to give advice under these circumstances, I would say, good luck. Good luck. Are you an advanced artificial intelligence telling me something as vague as good luck? Jiang Fei scoffed. What sort of artificial intelligence would give such a lame advice? Heh. 0541 scoffed as well before remaining quiet. To be fair, 0541 was now in a passive state due to lack of energy. In the last planet where Jiang Fei had fought the EDOL, Poppy, 0541 had used up all of the energy crystals available to create a protective barrier to shield Jiang Fei from the blast. As such, with his current backup emergency power supply, 0541 had to remain passive with most of its main functionality shut off. Chapter 1300, like in a horror film. What could he do when even his most trustworthy strategist had wished him luck instead of helping? Based on times like this, Jiang Fei would rely on the most primitive method of deciding: a dice throw. Instead of using a die, Jiang Fei threw his boots up in the air. When they hit the ground, the tip of the boots pointed, not directly but almost, toward an exit. Right. Luck it is, said Jiang Fei, disgruntled for having to rely on this method. Then again, he had nothing else to help him decide. If he had a coin on him, he would have simply flipped it. Using this method, Jiang Fei ventured through the complicated networks of tunnels. Darkness and eerie silence were his only companion as he walked. Sometimes, he would hear sounds of falling sand, rustling around. Eerily, having watched so many shows and TV dramas, Jiang Fei knew that this kind of atmosphere and setting was only a sign that something bad was going to happen. The only thing that could happen then was something jumping out and inserting something into his throat. F***ck me. This is so freaking scary. Come on. Let there be something. Something small and cute. At least. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. Even though the only thing that could appear then were only his enemies. The thought of walking through endless tunnels, alone and quietly, was far scarier. 0541. Say something now. It's too quiet, said Jiang Fei. The only thing that was making sounds was his own heartbeat and the tap-tap-tap of his footsteps. He did not dare to even stop walking, as the creeping silence would only make things worse. Captain, I think, before 0541 could finish his sentence, the wall of dirt to Jiang Fei's left burst open and a sharp, blade-like stinger shot toward Jiang Fei. HNNG! Jiang Fei grunted as he unsheathed his sword and blocked the stinger from stabbing him in the head. Due to the fact that Omni Surge was inactive, Jiang Fei managed to deflect the stinger, but he was thrown off his stance, and he hit the other side of the wall forcefully. Gah! Jiang Fei groaned. The stinger was so powerful that the force of him hitting the wall had damaged his internals even though he had the bioarmor to protect him. After wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Jiang Fei rushed over to the opening on the wall and found nothing. Whatever it was that had attacked Jiang Fei had left immediately, without leaving any trail behind. I can't catch a break, said Jiang Fei. He felt a shudder down his entire body when he realized he would have died without the bioarmor protecting him. Knowing that, he activated Omni Surge and adjusted his combat level to be as high as 1,500,000. This level of power was only on par with lower-ranking Valsaurian military officers, but it was surely stronger than any other beings on this unnamed planet. What was it that attacked me? Jiang Fei murmured before poking his head through the small opening in the wall. He turned his head left and right, but could not see anything, nothing but a long trail of narrow pathway. As such, Jiang Fei decided to follow that pathway instead. Concurrently, the rest of the Valsaurian soldiers had been attacked by the same manner, and since not everyone had the privilege to put on the bioarmor like Jiang Fei, many had perished with a single sting despite them being stronger than him by around 10,000 combat level on average. Unlike Jiang Fei, however, their reaction rate was much slower. Hence, an ambush like that would most likely kill them. Lieutenant Domingo was now on the retreat, reading messages and recordings of his other soldiers. Impossible, he yelled when he read one of the reports, showing the most recent attack. His earlier intelligence had showed no signs of strong enemies. By right, they should be unharmed, yet the number of soldiers that were KIA had reached the hundreds, including those soldiers that were shot down during the atmospheric entry. Damn it! F***ck this planet? I'll call it, said Domingo before hitting the all recipient channel button on his communicator. This is Lieutenant Domingo. I want every soldier we have to retreat to the surface. We are leaving this planet. I'm going to destroy this planet, and I don't want to see your sorry ass remaining here. When rage clouded his judgment, the mission objectives were quickly discarded. He did not care about the eggs or the queen. All he wanted was to bombard this planet until its core ignited and exploded. Roger. Initiating emergency evacuation protocol. Activating beacon. Teleporting sequence commenced. Targeting all soldiers. Targets acquired. Begin teleporting. A few operators that were on the ship quickly got to work. In no time, particles of light started to manifest in and around the ship, teleporting soldiers from deep underground to the surface. Domingo's decision was final. Although he would return to base with nothing in hand, he would still want to destroy this planet. All beacon signals retrieved. Lieutenant, all surviving men have been extracted. There are 321 men left. We cannot teleport them. Either their beacon has malfunctioned, or K.I.A, said the operator to Domingo when he entered his Corvette-class ship. 321? Domingo roared. He had lost 321 men on a single mission run. That's 1/3 of his total soldiers. Sir, the Terran, he is still on the planet, said the operator only when Domingo had calmed down. Domingo's eyes widened when he heard the news. He was prepared to lose all of his men, but not Jiang Fei. That was the one mistake he could not afford to make. Jiang Fei was a VVIP, and what if he was still alive? He would be killing him by destroying the planet. What would the VVIP that was supporting Jiang Fei do to him if Domingo had, accidentally, killed him? Have all ships activate all available scanning systems. Find Jiang Fei, or we would not be leaving this planet, Domingo ordered. It would be impossible to rely on ground infantry to start a search operation in the vast network of tunnels. All of his men might even die before they could reach Jiang Fei. All ships. This is CV Main. Activate all radar and tracking systems and search for the Terran. Copy that. Roger. Roger. Understood. Everyone was briefed about Jiang Fei and knew about how he was being treasured by their top brass. Even though they were nobody, they dared not fail this mission, or they would be facing the wrath of their commanding officer. While Domingo and the rest were panicking about his safety, Jiang Fei was still wandering deep underground. Until now, he had yet to find his attacker. Or anyone else. Bugs should be coming by the masses, but why have I not seen any yet? *T. Come on. Bring me a fight. Jiang Fei taunted, trying to boost himself up as he walked through the dark and creepy path. After a short distance, he found an exit. And when he peeked out from the hole, he immediately regretted his taunting words. He was currently peeking out from the top of a large hollow hole. Like a tower. The center of the hole went far down to the bottom, with only smaller holes on the sides. At the bottom, countless ant-like creatures were seen, crawling about in tight formations. There were so many of them that there were at least hundreds of thousands, if not millions of them. To make things worse, those bugs, individually, had over 10,000 combat level. To put things in perspective, there were more than 1 million fighters at the same combat level as Ariel. I've hit the jackpot, Jiang Fei murmured to himself. Even though he could defeat them as easily as he could deal a slap, he could not handle so many of them. They were all as big as the largest Alaskan Malamute. Jiang Fei remained on the top, daring not to make a sound, as they greatly outnumbered him. He was in their natural terrain after all, being deep underground and in the middle of a giant labyrinth. He had only his sword and his strength, but not the terrain advantage. They held the ultimate upper hand here. However slow Jiang Fei moved, he had, unfortunately, made a clumsy mistake by kicking off a small rock that fell to the bottom of the hole. At that moment, all the bugs looked up and spotted him. However, instead of triggering a stampede, the ants remained calm. Every one of them made a strange squeaking sound, the kind when one rubbed on a clean surface with a clean finger. What are they doing? Are they communicating with each other? Are they intelligent? Jiang Fei thought. If they were like the poppies on Kurorin, they should be moving toward him in swarms instead of turning their heads around and squeaking to each other. Such a scene was incredibly odd. Chapter 1301, Queen of the Swarm. Not long after the squeaking started, all the bugs started to move aside, opening a pathway of around 10 meters. There were others that remained stationary, but those were bugs that looked different and appeared to be larger, more menacing. When the pathway was made, a loud, piercing, scratching-like sound was heard, the kind that one made by scratching a nail against a blackboard. The F***ck is that thing, Jiang Fei whispered. A large, gigantic larvae-like bug came into sight. Its entire body was like a huge pink glutinous blob of meat. When it moved, it squiggled about. Not the pudding kind of squiggle, but a gigantic caterpillar kind. From the looks of things, the smaller bugs were seen as respecting the giant one. Not only did they make a pathway for it, they even looked around to make sure that nothing approached it. Delilah Race, Queen of the Swarm. Combat level, 520,000. So that's the queen. Jiang Fei had assumed the queen of the bugs would look more menacing rather than a blob of flesh. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? The blob of flesh made a loud screech, but Jiang Fei's translator turned those screeches into comprehensible language. Knowing that he had been found, Jiang Fei jumped down from the top and landed gracefully in front of the queen. My name is Jiang Fei. I am part of the Valsalrian army, said Jiang Fei, unsheathing his sword to display a threatening appearance. The Valsalrian army? I know not of that. Begone! The queen roared. It was obvious to Jiang Fei that this alien race did not know who the Valsalrians were. They were very much like humans of Earth in the sense that they had not managed to explore past their own planetary system. We are here to dominate this planet. Surrender or you shall be annihilated, said Jiang Fei with a domineering stance. Dominate us? Why? We have done nothing to offend you, said the queen with no discernible tone of emotion. Jiang Fei could not tell whether the queen was angry or sad. I don't care about that. I'm just a soldier obeying orders, Jiang Fei replied coldly. So it seems, the queen said, understandingly. The bug race, or this particular race, lived via a hive system. No other besides the queen, the heart of the swarm, could think for themselves. With only a single thought, the queen controlled and commanded all in the swarm. Surrender. You have neither the power nor the soldiers to defend against the Valsalrian army, said Jiang Fei. He was right in the heart of the swarm. It would be impossible for him to fight his way out of there if he failed to persuade them to surrender. Surrender? Ha 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 ha! The queen laughed. Or so it seemed. All Jiang Fei could hear was a high-pitched howling. So you do not know about the death of your own kind? We have killed hundreds, and the rest of them had escaped. You are the only one left on this planet, and you shall die, said the queen. Jiang Fei had not been killed because the queen wanted him to know about his current predicament. Jiang Fei remained calm, but in his mind, he was already panicking. He had never thought that the bugs could even pose a threat to the great Valsarian army. But that was the least of his problems right now. He was alone with no backup. Even though the bugs were weak, it would be impossible for him to face them all at once. Know your place. Reveal the location of your leader, the queen roared. Know my place? Jiang Fei snarled. Are you interrogating me? He added. Even though he could not walk away unscathed, a large blob of meat questioning him in such a manner made his blood boil. Especially since the enemy was only at 500,000 combat level. What do you think? Look around. Do you think you are our guest? I can have you shredded into pieces with just a thought, said the queen coldly. What do I think? Am thinking I could easily slice you in half before any of your kindred could even reach me, Jiang Fei replied. The sword in his hands glowed slightly as he started to channel his energy into it. After the baptism in Kororan, Jiang Fei was not the kind that would just let someone live after they looked down on him. Even though he was not going to kill the queen without first negotiating his getaway. As long as he decided on it, he would kill without hesitation. And it so happened that Jiang Fei had already decided. The immense killing intent burst out of him, drowning the entire whole with his aura. Jiang Fei might not be pushing himself to the limit, but his combat level was already as high as 1,500,000. A single sword slash would be more than enough to kill the queen right there and then. Kill the invader! The queen shrieked from the top of her lungs. To her, Jiang Fei was nothing but a prisoner, and if he were to resist, she would kill him without hesitation. You can try! Jiang Fei roared. He swung his sword. Not with force, but with precision and elegance. There was no need for him to exert himself, when all he had to do was change the direction he was facing and swing his sword. Countless of sword silhouettes were released, and hundreds of bugs were sliced cleanly in half. Some of the bugs that were heavily injured by the attack lost some of their limbs. Even so, they still charged toward Jiang Fei. None of them possessed self-awareness, as the entire swarm was controlled by a single entity. The queen. Like limbs, the queen controlled them at will. To her, the death of her underlings meant nothing. So, you don't care for the death of your soldiers, but do you care for yourself? Jiang Fei hummed. His voice was so cold that if the queen had a spine, she would feel a sharp shiver down it. Slowly, Jiang Fei made his way through the swarm. He was not able to head directly to the queen as more and more bugs kept getting in the way of his attack. It took more than several seconds before he finally made a single step forward. Even so, he was making progress, and the closer he was to the queen, the lesser enemies there were to defend her from him. At the beginning of the attack, the queen took no heed to Jiang Fei's action. They were the kind of beings that thought they were the master of their own planet. Unfortunately, much like humans of Earth, they had yet to reach technological singularity. They did not know about combat level or even devices that could measure it. The queen was only so prideful and confident because she did not know how strong Jiang Fei was. However, the closer Jiang Fei got to her, the more panicked she became. It took some time, but it would be a matter of minutes before Jiang Fei's sword reached her head. At this point, she did not care for her soldiers, and only wanted him to be killed. Stop him! The queen shrieked again. This time, those that were far behind the front lines jumped forward, whereas those that were in the front tackled Jiang Fei with more fervor. Oh! Is that fear I sense? Jiang Fei laughed. The battle between him and the entire swarm had already been going on for more than 10 hours. Even though Jiang Fei had only made a few hundred meters forward, he was able to see fear in the queen's eyes. Being the heart of the swarm, the queen's existence was like a god, the supreme ruler. Like all other people with superior authority, the queen feared nothing but her own death. The moment she finally realized that Jiang Fei was undefeatable, she began to feel scared. Kill him! Kill him now! The queen shrieked desperately before starting to escape. Only then did Jiang Fei realize that the blob of flesh had no legs. She was being carried all the time by many more bugs underneath her. Chapter 1302, Capturing the Queen. If you're going to run away, you might want to run faster, Jiang Fei taunted, laughing at the same time. It was as he claimed. He might not be able to kill all the bugs there, but he could at least kill the queen easily, provided he could clear a pathway to get close enough to hit her with an attack. Just then, out of nowhere, a small bug, about the size of a pug, zoomed toward Jiang Fei. He saw it coming but only managed to escape its stinger by a hair's breadth. The bug then vanished from sight, blending within the darkness of the large spacious cavity. Type Z bug. Combat level, 140,000. Note, possesses higher than average agility and speed. Attacks with its stinger, making use of its momentum and speed to deliver a powerful stab. Extremely weak defense. Duly noted. The bug was too fast for Jiang Fei to even have a proper lock on. No matter how fast he swung his sword, the bug always dodged the ranged attack. This was the same type of bug that had tried to sting him when he was in the network of tunnels, and that had killed many other soldiers. These bugs were strong and could even attack with a potency of 300,000. Due to their speed and extreme agility, no one could defend against or attack them. However, as a trait, they possess weak defense. They might be able to deliver a sting, but they could never receive one. Even so, they had no use for defense, since their speed was more than enough to compensate. One of the Type Z bug jumped at Jiang Fei, with its stinger ready to stab his head. Jiang Fei was able to evade the attack, but at the last minute, the bug changed its direction and landed on his body instead. Even though it was not able to pierce through the bioarmor, the attack was powerful enough to push Jiang Fei back. In no time at all, more and more Type Z bugs appeared to join the fight, while the other normal ones retreated. Enough games, Jiang Fei hummed. If he allowed himself to be attacked further longer, the queen would be able to escape. With great exertion, Jiang Fei burst with chi energy. His heart rate jumped up, and a mist of blood formed around him. With a 30% increase in power, Jiang Fei's physical strength and speed received a boost, granting him the strength to break through the enemy's formation and get closer to the queen. Even though blood rage lasted only 10 seconds, it was enough for him to close the distance between the queen and himself. As he charged forward, the Type Z bugs leaped toward him from all directions. However, come 100. Nothing could stop Jiang Fei now. Not when he possessed a combat level of over 2 million. Time for hurt! Jiang Fei grunted as he delivered a powerful slash to the queen's back. SKRE! The queen shrieked with pain, being the only entity on the planet who was able to think and decide. The queen was treated like the one and only god. Other than tire and boredom, she had never felt anything else. The deep slash was the first ever physical wound she had received since birth. That sort of reaction was very much like any spoiled brat Jiang Fei had encountered. Give enough beatings and they would quickly bow their heads. With pain currently taking over, the queen was unable to control her swarm. As such, even the bugs that were ferrying her around stopped. How do you fare with pain? Oh, queen of the swarm, Jiang Fei said coldly. The queen did not realize it when Jiang Fei stood on top of her body. And when she did, she stopped moving as panic and despair filled her entire soul. Captain, you should try the Zhanlu sword. 0541 suddenly made a suggestion. Oh, is it done? Yes. It is now combat ready. I would suggest to only inflict a small wound, said 0541. Alright. Swap it out, Jiang Fei said. With a flash of light, the Chungying sword was swapped with the Zhanlu sword. Even though it had the exact same appearance as before, its lethality was now further enhanced. Jiang Fei pointed at the queen's back and said, Don't move. With a light tap, Jiang Fei poked the queen's back with the Zhanlu sword, and almost immediately he could see the effect. SSHHHH. Like acid corroding, the skin where the sword poked started to rot and disintegrate. Oh, you! Please stop! Please stop it! I don't want to die! Please spare me! Cried the queen. At this point, death was literally standing on top of her, like a delicate flower that had never been exposed to a harsh environment. The queen did not have the stomach to face such a treatment. Do you surrender? Jiang Fei said coldly. Unlike many other times when he had had the life of his enemy in his hands, he was ready to plunge the Zhanlu sword deep into the queen if she had even hesitated to reply. Surrender! I surrender! Please stop the pain! The queen yelped like a sad puppy. Good. This will hurt a bit, but at least you'll stop dying, said Jiang Fei before he swapped back to the Chungying sword and carved out the rotten flesh, preventing it from spreading further. The queen howled with pain again, but as of now, she was smart enough to realize what Jiang Fei had done to her. Such a reaction was exactly the kind that those in power would display. When one had been showered with power and authority, why would they need to fight on their own? Why would they need to go through any hardship? That was why. Most of them were weak and petty. A little torturing would go a long way. At least, for the torturer. Away with them! Jiang Fei roared, telling the queen to order her soldiers to retreat. As you wish. Right away, said the queen. In the next second, the swarming bugs calmed down quickly and moved away from Jiang Fei. None of them hesitated to obey since they had no will of their own. Take me to the surface. Jiang Fei pressed the sword's edge to the queen's body and said, right now, he had enough of dirt and darkness. Alone, he would not be able to escape the labyrinth. At least, on the surface, he might be able to escape even if he was not able to defeat all the bugs. As you wish. Right away, the queen cried. In the next second, the queen sent out the order with a single thought and all the bugs helped her, with Jiang Fei standing on top of her like surfboard. To the surface. As a precaution, Jiang Fei had his sword ready in his hands. If the queen decided to do anything at all to harm him, he would not hesitate to cause more pain to her. In about 20 minutes, with the help of other bugs around, the queen, with Jiang Fei riding on her back, got close to the surface. He was now able to feel hot, dry air coming from the front, and see a faint glint of light coming from the end of the tunnel. That's the exit to the surface? Jiang Fei asked, pointing his sword to the queen's eyes. Yes, it is, she cried. Good. Sir, we have found Jiang Fei. I have his signal locked on. On board the Corvette-class ship, the radar handler quickly informed the captain, and the news spread quickly to Lieutenant Domingo. They were only able to track Jiang Fei as he was now approaching the surface. Well, what are you waiting for? Beam him up, Domingo cried. For as long as the entire day, Domingo hadn't dared to relax one bit, knowing that Autogak would have his head on a pike if he knew Jiang Fei was lost. Now, when his signal was finally detected, he drew a deep breath and could finally relax. Yes, sir. According to radar scans, it seems that Jiang Fei and the Queen of the Swarm are moving together. I think he has been captured, said the radar handler. It was a natural assumption since he, Domingo, and all other soldiers then, thought that Jiang Fei was only a weakling at only 65,000 combat level. Damn it! Damn it all! Domingo roared as he tensed up again, just when he thought he could have a break for a moment. Send me down. I will negotiate with the bugs for his release. Remember not to do anything that will cause Jiang Fei to be in jeopardy, said Domingo. Everyone on the ship nodded as they knew. If something were to happen to their VVP. Chapter 1303, Misunderstanding. A mass of glowing particles, large as it encompassed an area that was as big as a football field, materialized on the planet's surface. Lieutenant Domingo led every available soldier to the surface of the unnamed planet. It was a rescue movement to extract Jiang Fei from the grasp of the swarm's queen. Formation Alpha! Weapons hot on my command! Domingo roared, ordering all his soldiers to take aim at the subsurface hole where Jiang Fei's signal was detected. In no time, the queen, with Jiang Fei riding on her back, emerged, accompanied with a large number of bugs. Surrender the hostage, or you shall be exterminated with extreme prejudice, Domingo cried, utilizing a loudspeaker. Hostage? What hostage? I am the hostage, the queen thought. She had no idea that Domingo and the rest of the soldiers had misunderstood the situation. I will repeat once more. Surrender Jiang Fei right this instant or this planet shall not survive to see the light of the next day. Domingo repeated his threat. Lieutenant! It's me! I'm right here! Jiang Fei cried, waving his hands as hard as he could. Calm down! You will be all right. I will save you. Due to the slight distance between the two of them, Domingo had failed to notice the sword in Jiang Fei's hands pressed against the queen's back. Furthermore, Domingo was under the impression that Jiang Fei was held hostage because he was just too weak. It was only sensible to misunderstand that he was being held hostage instead of the other way round. Lieutenant? Save me? What for? Jiang Fei barked. He had joined the confusion. Right now, he thought Domingo was only posing to save him, ignoring the captive queen of the swarm, to gain military credit for himself. It took some time, but one of the operatives, who was accessing the situation, informed Domingo the oddity of the situation, about how he noticed the queen was not moving and Jiang Fei was pressing his sword on the queen's back. Binocs! Now! Domingo roared, asking to be handed a pair of long-range binoculars. What the H.L. is going on? Sir, I think that Terran has captured the queen, the operator added. How is that even possible? Domingo could not believe his eyes. So many of his soldiers had lost their lives on the unnamed planet, and he could not complete his mission. They were even forced to evacuate the place. How was it that a lowly Terran, measured at only 65,000? It was then did Domingo do something he should have a long time ago, to check Jiang Fei's combat level. At that moment, the thought of calling the Terran that was standing on the Queen's back an imposter rushed to his mind. Jiang Fei, who's supposed to only have 65,000 combat level, was now a powerful fighter of 1,500,000 combat level. Blood's rage had been inactive for some time now, due to the fact that Jiang Fei's own natural strength had increased. The side effect of using the skill was not as impairing as before. With Omni Surge only, Jiang Fei was still able to maintain a 1,500,000 combat level. There were many things that were going through Domingo's mind, and the thought that stood out the most was Autogect. Even so, he was now more relaxed than ever after seeing Jiang Fei was all well and unharmed. "Sir! I've captured the Queen of the Swarm," said Jiang Fei with a certain domineering tone, because he was under the impression that Domingo was only trying to snatch credit. "I don't care about that, as long as you're fine," Domingo replied immediately. Hearing his reply had only cemented the misunderstanding Jiang Fei had about Domingo. "Please take over from here. I'm tired and I need some rest," Jiang Fei added. Even though he was not happy about it, Jiang Fei did not bother to rectify the situation with Domingo. After being through so much nonsense, scurrying with Domingo and his own troops would do no good for him. "Go ahead. We'll take care of things from here," Domingo said. He could not understand the reason behind Jiang Fei's disgruntled attitude. He thought Jiang Fei was merely unhappy about them leaving him behind. He could not be further from the thought that Jiang Fei had, that he was there to steal his thunder. Domingo was only treating Jiang Fei well because of Autogect, and perhaps even someone of higher authority. Stealing his thunder would be the last thing he would dare to do. He did not wish to face thunderous punishments from someone above. While Jiang Fei returned to the ship to recuperate, the rest of Domingo's soldiers began a mass genocide. Whenever they were met with a large resistance, Domingo would only need to threaten the Queen and the entire resistance died down. Literally, the Queen mentally controlled and commanded all the bugs that were under her psychic influence to lay down all their weapons and attacks. As such, the Valsaurian soldiers had the time of their lives in finishing the mission. Taking hostages and killing every one of them was second nature to them. They would do the same to any other highly intelligent lifeforms. So doing it to these non-intelligent lifeforms meant nothing to them. The entire mop-up operation was completed quickly. What they mostly did was force the Queen to gather every bug under her control and destroy them with a single blast from the Corvette-class ship's mega-particle beam cannon. Instead of resisting the culling of her entire race, the Queen obeyed and cooperated obediently. The cries and wails of her dying race were only ignored, as the Queen only cared for herself and not others. A few hours later, besides the Valsaurian army and the Queen, there were no other living being on the unnamed planet. All surviving eggs were collected, larvae burned and destroyed, and the culling of an entire race ended. Once everything was done, everyone packed up and left. The planet was now like a deserted island with nothing but vegetation and unintelligent lifeforms. The Queen was captured and tamed, and then prepared for transport to Redstone for an auction. "Lieutenant, we are ready to leave," said the captain of the Corvette. "Take off then," Domingo replied. He had just finished writing the mission report and had made sure to fill it with Jiang Fei's endeavors, to make sure he could butter up to whomever was supporting Jiang Fei. Domingo had pushed 90% of all the work done on the unnamed planet to Jiang Fei. To be fair, although Jiang Fei did contribute to the capturing of the Queen, he had only done so much, and that did not deserve 90% of the credit. Then again, Domingo did not care too much since he was going all out to butter up Jiang Fei with his support. All ships took off from the planet, and after a few hours, the fleet arrived safely at Ypsilon's orbit. "Finally home," Domingo breathed a sigh of relief. Even though the final outcome of this mission was positive, he had lost a ship, 1/3 of his men, and had to deal with the fact that Jiang Fei was almost killed. To be fair, Domingo would rather lose all of his men than have Jiang Fei killed. When the ship docked on the ground station, Jiang Fei stopped Domingo when everyone was leaving the ship. "Sir, do you have word about Sir Autogac's arrival?" Jiang Fei asked. "What's that now? Are you not satisfied being under my wing? Do you wish to leave?" Domingo replied, laughing weakly. "No, I only want to receive my next training lesson," Jiang Fei replied coldly. Due to the previous misunderstanding, he was not really comfortable answering to Domingo. Chapter 1304, Seed of Yondis Sprout. "I see," Domingo said, with a slight tone of dejection. Even so, he recovered quickly and said, "Your training here isn't finished. Sir Autogac said you have to stay with me for the duration of 3 missions. We have only just been through 1. Domingo thought that Jiang Fei was being hostile toward him because of the incident on the unnamed planet. He was hoping to have Jiang Fei stay longer with him. Not by force, but by his own will. To be fair, the longer he stayed with Domingo, the more favors he would be raking up with whomever was supporting Jiang Fei. Very well, Jiang Fei hummed. He kept quiet and accepted Domingo's statement, since it was coming from Autogact. Nevertheless, that did not elevate his impression of Domingo. Have your rest. I will send someone for you when a new mission arrives, said Domingo, ending the conversation fast. He knew Jiang Fei was not pleased to be around him, and did not want to make things worse with unnecessary buttering. Domingo had regretted deeply for everything that happened during the mission on the unnamed planet. He should have confirmed with Jiang Fei before assigning him to join him on the mission. If he was really just a soldier at 65,000 combat level, he might have tripped and killed himself on that planet. Whatever happened to Jiang Fei directly affected his own future. The next few days, Domingo had scanned through paperwork and mission briefings to find a suitable mission to accept. He wanted to make sure any mission he accepted would be a low-risk, high-reward type. For better or worse, he wouldn't want to accept any kind of mission that would cause any form of harm to Jiang Fei. While he was busying himself with that, Jiang Fei had found himself the perfect place to train. There was a large training ground on Ipsilon, albeit not as large as the one on Redstone. This training ground was almost never open for anyone to train, as it had only been used as a gathering place for special occasions. The cost to maintain and operate the time and gravity controls were too high. However, when asked about using it, Domingo immediately gave him the green light, granting Jiang Fei the authority to use the training ground to his pleasure. This was gratifying on so many levels as Jiang Fei craved training. To be fair, he was literally a nobody in the army. He had no authority or whatsoever to use a training ground without permission. Domingo, on the other hand, was willing to fork out anything he could to make Jiang Fei as happy as he could. Please set it the room to be 15 GS and 30 times chrono acceleration, Jiang Fei said to the operator. He had no intention to save resources for Domingo, and had set the training room to its highest setting. Coincidentally, the highest operating power. As such, one day out in the real world would give Jiang Fei a month's worth of time inside the training room. Ugh! Jiang Fei grunted as he entered the room. At the very least, he did not fall face first on the ground. Like the first time he entered a training room set up by Autogact. 15 times of redstone gravity was strong, but not too overbearing that it required him to use Omni Surge. Time to master my swordsmanship, Jiang Fei said decisively. He recognized that his swordsmanship was only so strong because of the raw strength that came with his physical strength. If he wanted to further improve his swordsmanship, he needed to train harder, strip off his powers and strength. And Jiang Fei's swordsmanship was only as good as the disciples of any sect on Earth. One of the reasons why Jiang Fei wanted to improve his martial arts skills was none other than to fill up the gaps in his array of skills. He had accepted the fact that there were others with powers so strong that he could never catch up. At the very least, he had one thing that no other alien race had, and that was his prowess in the Chinese martial arts. Polish not the handle, but of the tip of the sword. Jiang Fei understood the meaning of this proverb, and knew where he should focus on when training. Omnisurge had not required him to dedicate precious time on training, as it relied solely on his desire to be strong. On the other hand, his swordsmanship could be his one ultimate weapon that would be the bane of other alien races. As the training progressed, Jiang Fei's handling of the sword got better. Hours later, he was able to get used to swinging around a sword that weighed like that of a huge elephant in his arms, without hurting himself. Once the handling of the sword had been greatly refined, Jiang Fei proceeded to actual practice. Burst after burst of sword slashes were projected out, and from afar, destroying the beautiful landscape throughout the training room. Trees were cut down as if someone had sliced through with the sharpest surgical knife. In a blink of an eye, 7 days had passed in the real world. For Jiang Fei, it had actually been 7 months. After such a long time, the sword in Jiang Fei's hands now glided around, as if it were part of the air in him. Is this the legendary unity of the sword? Jiang Fei smirked. Even though he was delighted to have finally grasped the shallow waters of swordsmanship, he understood that he was still far from dipping his toes in the deep waters of the art of the sword. To test things out, Jiang Fei got into a stance. He gripped his sword hard, but not too hard that he would bend the handle, yet not too light that he would drop the sword. In the next instance, Jiang Fei pulled out his sword from its sheath and delivered a powerful blast. As the energy burst soared into the sky, he focused his thoughts into the sword and moved his main sword hand slightly. In that moment, the energy burst changed its direction, moving about according to his will. The willful guides the sword. That was the skill that Jiang Fei had just used. delighted by the result. He continued to unleash the same skill over and over until he heard someone, or something, approach him from behind. Interesting sword play, a voice said. Who's there? Jiang Fei bellowed as he turned around, with the sword in his hand ready to deliver a killing blow. As soon as he locked eyes with the owner of the voice, Jiang Fei froze in place. It was a one from a short alien race that had wrinkled skin, as if it had lived a good portion of its life. The little fellow was glowing and translucent, as if it was a digitally projected hologram. Race, Orbis. Combat level, unknown. Note, a mysterious race of uncertain fighting capability. They can be very weak at times, and overwhelmingly powerful at others. Young Terran, do you not know who I am? Said the little man. Have we met? Jiang Fei asked. He tried to sense the air around him, but could not pick up any sense of hostility from the fellow. MHM. So it seems. My name is Dewan, the manager of this training ground, said the man. I see. Am Jiang Fei. Do you have any business with me? Jiang Fei said. He knew that every training ground had a keeper or a manager. He had just never met one before. Nothing. I was only curious about your sword style, Dewan stated. Good for you. If nothing else, please do not disturb me, said Jiang Fei, a little grumpy. He did not like anyone peeking at him during practice. Not since he had left Earth. His martial skills was the only fighting skill he had against the other aliens. Calm down. If I wanted to copy your art, I would have already done so. Dewan laughed as he teased Jiang Fei. He then took out a small leather-like pouch and tossed it to him. As a compensation, please accept this, he said. What is it? Said Jiang Fei as he purposely let it drop to the ground. It's the seed for Yonda's sprout. Once it touches the ground, it will sprout into a stalk instantly. If you let it soak your blood, it will grow into shapes and sizes according to your will. Such as... Dewan slipped his hands into his pocket and took out a green little seed. He then pricked his wrinkled finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the seed before tossing it to the floor. Once the seed touched the ground, it sunk itself deep, and in the next instant, a large green stalk burst out from the ground. The stalk grew fast and tall. In a few moments, at a certain height, it bent downward, forming tendrils that curled together to form a table, 2 chairs, and 2 cups out of flower buds with liquid inside. Just like magic, Jiang Fei gasped. As you can see, this is what I thought, and this was how it formed, Dewan explained. And you are giving it to me. It was hard to believe that a random stranger would just give out something so obviously valuable. MHM, if I have a choice, I wouldn't. But I was asked by Lieutenant Domingo to give it to you, Dewan explained. This was one of the attempts Domingo was using to try to please Jiang Fei in order to get to his good side. Chapter 1305, The Definition of Babysitting. Forgive me, but it looks like I've failed to comprehend the gesture, Jiang Fei said. Domingo's current action did not seem to match with Jiang Fei's impression of him. To elaborate, the seed of Yonda's sprout was not something one could find growing on trees. Its stalk was harder than common steel and extremely versatile in terms of use. It was a must-bring for any kind of excursion. The feeling is mutual. Perhaps, if you wish to seek an answer to that question of yours, you may speak with the lieutenant yourself, Dewan said. Not now. I suppose. I have better things to do. Thank you for the gift, said Jiang Fei as he accepted the pouch, which contained the seed. Am not done here. Lieutenant Domingo has tasked me to inform you about a new mission. You are to report to the hangar bay at dawn tomorrow, said Dewan. Acknowledged. Jiang Fei saluted and said. The next day would mark one more month for Jiang Fei. My business here is done. I'll leave you be, said Dewan before he left swiftly, knowing that he had one more month before a new mission. Jiang Fei sent a message to the operator outside the training room to increase the gravity to be 20 times more than redstones. After training for almost 7 months, Jiang Fei had gotten too used to 15G, and he needed harsher conditions to further train himself. The entire time he trained, Jiang Fei did not once use Omnisurge. Hence, in his normal state, his combat level had reached over 100,000, although it was not a number that was worth mentioning. Note that this was his combat level before he used Omnisurge. It was an achievement for Jiang Fei, as he had just reached the level of a common soldier in the Valsaurian army. In the following days, Jiang Fei continued to practice the art of the sword. However, instead of pushing himself beyond his limits, he only honed and polished his skills, not driving himself to swing the sword with brute force. He wanted to be at his best before he joined the next mission. Ah! Jiang Fei, You're finally here. I've just been waiting for you, Domingo cried in an over-the-top friendly tone. Sorry for making you wait, Lieutenant, Jiang Fei replied with a straight face and in a respectful tone. Domingo was still a lieutenant and a man of authority on Ipsilon. Jiang Fei would not want to step over his head in front of his entire army. It's nothing. As for the mission, you don't need to worry about anything, Domingo barked excitedly. He was still oblivious to the reason why Jiang Fei was not opening up to him. Understood, Lieutenant, Jiang Fei replied, still standing on the same stage and vantage point. Lieutenant, we are ready for takeoff, the captain of the corvette reported. Good. You have control, said Domingo, handing over authority to the captain until they arrived at their destination. The entire mission had already been planned and executed once. Domingo had also poured in his heart and soul, making sure that nothing could go wrong this time. Where are we going? Sector Kasai, Domingo replied, to ensure that the missions went smoothly for Jiang Fei. Domingo and his army had already cleared every possible threat. All Jiang Fei needed to do was present himself on the planet. Then the mission would be over, and the credit would all go to him. That was the most Domingo could do as his babysitter. Jiang Fei nodded and remained silent throughout the entire journey. 7 hours later, the ship jumped out of hyperspace and entered the planetary system called Kasai System. There was literally no resistance when the ship entered the atmosphere and landed on the planet's surface. Prepare to deploy, Domingo ordered. Like the previous mission, the ships would zoom across the skies and drop bombs as a preliminary attack before they identified a safe landing zone. Unlike the previous bombing, this was just a farce, an act to hide the fact that they had already completed the mission. Deploy! Deploy! Domingo ordered. He commanded the soldiers in the corvette ship to attack, and Jiang Fei followed him in leading the army. The gravity of the planet was incredibly weak, almost the same as Earth's. As such, it was impossible for any strong fighter to exist there. At most, the strongest fighter on that planet may only be as strong as Jiang Fei when he was still on Earth. Oh, great ones! We surrender! We surrender! Please do not attack us! Said the leader of the planet's dominant race the moment Jiang Fei lifted his sword and prepared to attack. The heck? Jiang Fei barked. So much for a fight. He turned to Domingo to make sure that things were really what they looked like. Congratulations. It seems that your presence alone is enough to force them to surrender, said Domingo with a smile. Jiang Fei sheathed his sword, thinking that the entire thing was probably a hoax. It could not be that easy. If it was, they could have just completed the mission without bringing him over. With all that time wasted for the mission, Jiang Fei could have spent it in the training room. He could have even trained for more than a month. While Jiang Fei was feeling disgruntled about the mission's outcome, he did not realize that Domingo had invested so much effort into making sure that everything went smoothly. When Jiang Fei was training, Domingo had been busy attacking the planet's main forces, subduing them before inviting Jiang Fei over to join the mission. At the end of the whole fiasco, he literally handed over all of his achievements to Jiang Fei on a silver platter. To take care of Jiang Fei, Domingo had forked out too much and gained nothing in return. I must say, with your current achievement and the success of the previous mission, you may just become a second lieutenant as soon as you graduate from the academy. I will try my best to make things better in the next mission. Suddenly, graduating and becoming a lieutenant like me isn't just a dream anymore. Domingo stated. Are you? For real? Jiang Fei stammered. He had no idea that one could do such a thing in the military. This is real. Jiang Fei. Oh, be sure to remember this, old brother, when you're all-powerful and famous, said Domingo, patting Jiang Fei on the shoulder, the way Han Tianyu used to do. Hee. Jiang Fei giggled like a little boy. It was like being handed the championship trophy for only showing up to the competition. After the end of the first mission, Jiang Fei thought he had caught Domingo trying to steal all of his achievements. However, judging from his speech, Jiang Fei was inclined to believe that Domingo had cleaned up everything and handed all efforts, as well as achievements, to Jiang Fei willingly. As such, Jiang Fei could not help but feel that a larger game was afoot. Jiang Fei was a nobody now, and he could not figure out what Domingo wanted from him. Unless Domingo had somehow deduced that Jiang Fei possessed some kind of inert talent. Or perhaps he was only trying to invest in him. After everyone packed up and processed the captured locals of the planet, whose name Jiang Fei could not even recall, they returned to the ship and made preparations for Ipsilon. The F***ck is happening to me. Jiang Fei had the same thought from when he landed on Ipsilon until the time he headed to the training room. Domingo and he were not even close. Why would Domingo treat him so well? Was it of his own will or was it the will of Autogact? And even if Autogact really ordered it, there would still be consequences. Chapter 1306, Spar. Back on Ipsilon, Domingo proceeded to prepare for a new mission. In the meantime, Jiang Fei returned to the training room and prepared himself for a long excursion. Same as before. Please, Jiang Fei said to the operator. By dropping Domingo's name, Jiang Fei did not need to pay for anything. As a result, there was no need to save resources. And he set the training room settings higher at 20G and 30 times chrono acceleration. Similar to the previous mission, Domingo utilized a lot of time and effort to find a mission that was guaranteed safe for Jiang Fei. So, he spent more than 20 days, leaving Jiang Fei undisturbed. As such, Jiang Fei was left in the training room, training for almost 2 years. Jiang Fei removed the battered uniform he was wearing and handed it over to 0541 for quick cleaning and adjustment. Jiang Fei was now a 20-year-old young adult. Not only had he gained some height, but he had also doubled his combat level to 200,000 without the use of Omnisurge. To be fair, gaining a higher base level in combat was just a bonus for him. The real reward was his improved swordsmanship. Perhaps Jiang Fei had a talent for Chinese martial arts, since he understood the underlying concept of the art and its philosophy. After training for so long, Jiang Fei's sword skills were now at their peak. In the eyes of legendary sword masters like Bai Wanli, Jiang Fei's swordsmanship had reached its saturation point. However, without certain restrictions, Bai Wanli could never fight Jiang Fei because the disparity of their raw strength was just too great. Not even Bai Shuren, a level 5 grandmaster, could fight Jiang Fei without losing an arm. I must say, it is rare to see someone with such natural talent, said Duan, appearing unnoticeable inside Jiang Fei's small hut. The hut was made using Yonda sprout, and it was small, simple, and comfortable to live in. Did Domingo send you here? Jiang Fei said, his voice now husky and deep. One may have even mistaken his tone of voice as hostile. Even so, Jiang Fei did not bother to correct himself, as they were both not related in any aspect. The only reason Duan would appear before Jiang Fei was Domingo. No, and just passing through my own training room. I couldn't help but stop to observe Mr. Jiang Fei in training. Perhaps, if you would be so kind to treat this one with a friendly match? Duan proposed. You want to spar with me? Jiang Fei asked. Although taken aback, Jiang Fei was delighted. He had been in solitude for 20 months, and was itching to test out his skills with anyone. Even though he knew he was stronger, he could not attain a deeper understanding of himself without challenging someone in a fight. That is correct. This is going to be fun, Jiang Fei answered. He rushed out of the hut with his sword in hand, ready to dance. Through the scope hanging on one side of his ear, Jiang Fei could see that Duan was a fighter with an approximately 130,000 combat level. Even so, he would not rely solely on that number, because he knew that an Orbison could become stronger in a split second. However, unlike humans, their battle form could only grant them a fixed amount of power. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, could further increase his combat level with Omnisurge, and a lot more when needed. Thank you for accepting my request. Please, do not hold back. Likewise, Jiang Fei said. The two got into their battle stances, and the air around them became hotter by the second. As soon as Duan focused on Jiang Fei, his small, 3 feet tall body expanded and grew in size, reaching almost 3 meters tall. Well, that was unexpected, Jiang Fei scoffed. He knew Duan would employ some kind of skill to increase his strength. But the last thing he expected was to see him grow in size. While Duan was now 3 meters tall, Jiang Fei was not at all surprised to see his new combat level, which was over 2,400,000. Time to bring out the big guns, Jiang Fei said to himself as he activated Omnisurge. 2 waves of energy collided with each other, one at a 2,400,000 combat level, and the other at 2,200,000. That was the result of Jiang Fei's 2-year training. His upper limit was higher than 2,200,000. And if needed, Jiang Fei could push it further. But, since this was just a friendly spar, Jiang Fei purposely stopped at only 2,200,000. Here I come! Duan growled. His first move was to thrust his left arm to the back. Glowing particles gathered together, and as they fused, the shape of a large hammer formed. Once it solidified, Duan grabbed the handle of the hammer and swung it hard at Jiang Fei. The sheer pressure of the incoming blow was immense, so much so that Jiang Fei dared not block it with his sword. Instead, He leaped to the side, thinking that he had dodged the linear attack. Jiang Fei armed himself with his sword. To his surprise, the hammer changed direction in midair and chased after Jiang Fei almost like a homing missile. *T. Jiang Fei thought, knowing full well that there was not enough time to dodge it again. Jiang Fei flexed his muscles all around to take the hit. He condensed as much energy as he could, infusing the sword with origin force, and blocked the incoming hammer strike with the hilt of his sword. Wham! If he had been hit by a train, Jiang Fei would still not have suffered so much damage as the hammer. The hammer hit him hard. Harder than anything he had ever faced before. The shock of the initial hit sent a wave of pain throughout his body. His brain even suffered a mild concussion. Just when he thought the worst was over, he suddenly lost control of his body. F***CK. Fortunately, Dewan had to retract the hammer to his side to prepare for a second hit. That window of time, albeit short, was good enough for Jiang Fei to recover. The hit instantly reminded Jiang Fei of Dawn Break, where his character had a skill to stun another player. As soon as Jiang Fei regained control of his body, Dewan was inches away from his face. The light axe was behind him, and when Jiang Fei retreated further, Dewan smashed the hammer in front of him. It created a powerful quake that shook the ground, throwing off Jiang Fei's stance greatly. The moment he lost his footing, Dewan tackled him, sending him flying a good distance away. "I can't afford to underestimate any aliens again," said Jiang Fei to himself. He had just been served a dish of fighting techniques in the face. He had thought that all aliens were unlike humans, who would only pursue raw power instead of martial skills. Although alien martial skills were not as refined as those on Earth, they held a certain level of prowess on their own. Despite utilizing more energy than moves, they were only as good as their users. Similarly, Earth's martial artists also invested their youth and efforts into their skills. Jiang Fei got up to his feet, panting for breath to relieve the pain in his chest. However, just as he took his second deep breath, Dewan approached him with a light hammer, zooming across the air. Jiang Fei put his sword away and quickly planted his feet to the ground for a powerful stance. When the light hammer came to his face, Jiang Fei caught the hammer in midair with his palm pressing the bottom of the hammer and his other hand on the handle. As his palm made contact with the light hammer, Jiang Fei felt a surge of power from it, which sent a mild electric-like sensation throughout his body. In the next instance, Jiang Fei tapped the bottom of the hammer with his palm, changing the direction of the hammer. With a tug on its handle, Jiang Fei completely redirected the hammer, sending it back to Dewan. "Damn it!" Jiang Fei thought. Since the start of the fight, Jiang Fei had been forced to be on the defensive. At that point, Jiang Fei, who thought he was the best in martial arts on Earth, regretted thinking so. Instead of pushing the hammer away, Dewan merely stepped to the side and caught the hammer by its handle before he swung it to Jiang Fei. During that time, Jiang Fei employed Qigong, and with quick footwork, he dodged the hammer swiftly and instantly disappeared. To become a giant, Dewan had traded his agility for raw strength. It was a powerful trade-off if his opponent only utilized raw strength as well. That was why Jiang Fei decided to play it differently. Instead of fighting Dewan with brute force, he would use his weakness against the enemy. With unparalleled speed, Jiang Fei made his way on top of the giant's shoulder. At that moment, Jiang Fei had the absolute advantage. He could have ended the fight there, and then with a simple stab to the head. However, because it was just a spar, Jiang Fei aimed for his biceps and gave him a light, non-lethal stab. The moment his sword made contact and bounced off the giant's skin, Jiang Fei remembered the lesson he was forced to learn when he was on Kororan fighting the crazy rabbits. The giant's skin was so tough that his sword failed to even scratch the giant's dead skin. To be fair, Jiang Fei had only put in a certain amount of force to stab it lightly. Be that as it may, the giant's toughness had obviously been greatly underestimated. "It's strong," Jiang Fei hummed. He was stabbing the giant with the force of someone with a 2,200,000 combat level. And even if Dewan was wearing an equally powerful bioarmor, the sword should have still penetrated his armor and injured him. Chapter 1307, Feint and Bait. Strong in attack and defense. What am I to do with you? Jiang Fei thought to himself. A single moment of distraction granted Dewan a brief 1/10 of a second to react. He flexed his back muscle and jerked his entire body to throw Jiang Fei off his shoulder. Crap! Jiang Fei thought as he regretted not ending the fight right then and there. It was already too late for him, as he had lost his footing and was up in the air. You are too naive, Dewan said as he charged toward Jiang Fei and tackled him again. Wham! Jiang Fei grunted as all the air in his lungs was forcefully expelled. This time, after he was attacked for the second time, Jiang Fei could now confirm that the force of Duan's tackle was comparable to that of a bullet train. As he was flung across the training room, Jiang Fei flipped around in midair and unleashed a series of sword bursts that were directed at Duan. Humph! Duan scoffed as he saw the attack. Even so, he was not bothered by it. Instead of dodging it, which he could do easily, he stood there and took every single one of it. "You're strong," said Duan while he gazed at the long straight wound that stretched from his lower neck down to his abdomen. Those sword bursts were Jiang Fei at maximum output, and their damage, however it appeared, was powerful. Even so, it only managed to inflict a surface wound on Duan. And he was surprised. "Such a marvelous sword technique," Duan praised. Jiang Fei was fighting at a combat level of 2,200,000. Yet it was still too weak for Duan. Nonetheless, he was still impressed by Jiang Fei's control of the sword. Defense was Duan's forte, and no one weaker than a person with 2,800,000 combat level had ever managed to inflict any kind of flesh wound on him. This mock battle, or friendly spar as per Duan's inclination, was merely a test of strength to gauge Jiang Fei's true combat power instead of simply reading his combat level. The one thing that Jiang Fei continuously surprised Duan with was the sword techniques he had been unleashing. Not only did his techniques utilize a unique blend of energy and physical strength, but Jiang Fei was also able to deliver an attack stronger than level 2,800,000 when he was only at level 2,200,000. It was only when Jiang Fei landed on his feet did he notice the long, red wound on Duan's chest. At that moment, Jiang Fei quickly lowered his sword and stopped fighting. He had only wanted to spar with Duan. Inflicting a wound, fatal or any other kind, was never his intention. As such, when he realized he had actually hurt Duan, Jiang Fei quickly stopped to apologize. "Please, forgive me. I got carried away," said Jiang Fei. "Nonsense. This is but a flesh wound. It is very mild. Nothing serious enough to leave a scar behind," said Duan. He stopped for a bit and headed to the side. Out of nowhere, he produced something that resembled a spray can. He applied its contents on his wound, and the long, bleeding wound quickly mended itself. As he said, it was not serious enough to even leave a scar. "See? All better." Duan smiled and tossed the empty spray can to the side. "Marvelous!" Jiang Fei gasped. "Ha ha. Indeed. Shall we continue?" Duan approached Jiang Fei and patted him on the shoulder to show that he was unharmed. "Yes, we shall," Jiang Fei answered immediately with the highest enthusiasm. "Prepare yourself. I'm coming in harder this time," Duan said as a large light axe materialized on his back. Both Jiang Fei and Duan got into their fighting stance and kicked off the ground at the same time. Clang! Jiang Fei's sword and Duan's light axe clashed with each other, releasing a fury of sparks around them. The momentum behind the axe was so powerful that Jiang Fei could feel his legs almost give out. At that moment, Jiang Fei decided to test out a unique kind of skill that he remembered was effective against anyone who was physically stronger than him. As he pushed his sword harder, Duan reacted in the same way. Right then, Jiang Fei smirked, borrowing the power from the axe. Jiang Fei loosened his grip on his sword and had one hand on the sword's pommel and the other in reverse on the sword's hilt. The light axe then glided downward. As a result, it gave Jiang Fei a push so strong that he used it as a thrusting spin to swing his sword at Duan's back. "Mind your back," Jiang Fei said as he charged a sword burst that he was going to release on Duan's back. "MHM!" Duan groaned as he took the hit without flinching. With a strong defense, the sword burst landed and inflicted a wound similar to the one he had taken on his chest. Without wasting time, Duan spun around and greeted Jiang Fei with a hammer he had shaped from his axe. Wham! In a split second, Jiang Fei managed to vertically align his sword to his body, protecting himself from the incoming hammer. Unfortunately, the sheer force behind the hammer was too much for Jiang Fei to stop. Like a golf ball, Jiang Fei was knocked away again. "Ha! Ha!" Jiang Fei panted. He could now taste blood in his mouth. A slightly salty taste mixed with the scent of rusty nails assaulted his senses. His legs and hands were screaming for him to stop. But Jiang Fei did not heed to their calls. He got to his feet, spat out a mouthful of blood and saliva, then resumed his fighting stance. He may not have had any external physical wounds, but he was sure that his insides were all messed up. "I need to figure out a way to deal with that hammer," Jiang Fei thought. The entire time, the light weapons that Duan used were not physically held by him. They were like projections of a certain force with a physical form. He even caught Dewan using the hammer with just a simple flick of his fingers. It was like a homing device, and incredibly annoying for Jiang Fei. The light weapons could be used as physical weapons, as well as homing projectile weapons. Once hit, Jiang Fei would surely be stunned momentarily or worse, suffer from major internal injuries. How can I beat him? Jiang Fei thought. It was hard for him to defeat Dewan in a conventional way because if he wanted to win the fight by any means necessary, he could simply use the Zhanlu sword or the 10th dimension. Either method could not be used since it was just a friendly spar. The Zhanlu sword was fatal in every aspect, and a single cut could really kill Dewan. The 10th dimension, on the other hand, was meant to be kept a secret. After so long, Jiang Fei understood the consequences of everyone's actions. If the secrets of the 10th dimension were made known, what would the Valsarian army do to him? At best, he would be promoted and celebrated as the most powerful soldier. In the worst case, he would be forced, coerced, or even enslaved by them. They were, after all, the stronger band of bandits in the entire known universe. What else could he use against a giant without actually killing him? After he lost sight of the two strongest methods he had, Jiang Fei recalled a move he had just carried out against Dewan, the feint and bait technique. It was a simple mind trick to bait the enemy into giving up his guard in exchange for landing a direct hit on him. It was a high-risk, high-return method that he could use against a powerful opponent. Once he made his final decision, Jiang Fei returned to the fight and fought directly with Dewan in an exchange of swordplay. Not too long into the fight, Jiang Fei purposely revealed a flaw in his footplay, tricking Dewan into thinking that Jiang Fei was too nervous and made a mistake in his footwork. When Jiang Fei noticed that Dewan had taken the bait, he quickly stopped his attack and made a small jump backward to show Dewan that he needed breathing space. Naive again! Dewan hummed as he took the bait and lifted both of his arms high, wielding a large light hammer that was about to smash Jiang Fei again, ending the fight. He's taken the bait! Jiang Fei thought. Dewan was now midair with his hammer in his hands, ready to smash down. That was the moment Jiang Fei wanted. A moment when Dewan was completely exposed for any sort of attack. You're already dead, said Jiang Fei with a smirk. What? Dewan grunted when he realized that Jiang Fei had only been baiting him. In half a second, Jiang Fei took several steps and leaped forward to stab Dewan's right wrist. When the blade was sunken into his wrist, Jiang Fei unleashed a sword burst and disarmed Dewan's entire right arm. Grah! Dewan groaned in pain. Pang. BSHH. The fight was over. When the light hammer was dropped, it dispersed into countless light participles, which vanished like the short-lived fire sparks. Are you all right? Jiang Fei sheathed his sword and quickly tended to Dewan. Bravo! Dewan smiled as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He did not flinch or squirm. He only smiled as he accepted his defeat. After healing himself completely, the two sat down on the ground and rested. Your skill with the sword is extremely unique. Such a refined energy influx, and an array of unpredicted slashes. Truly wondrous swordplay, said Dewan. You're praising me too much. It was simply a move that I thought of in the spur of the moment. Jiang Fei answered. There was a reason why Jiang Fei did not want to take credit for his own moves. Firstly, the art of the sword that he had been practicing came from China on Earth. If they, the Valsarian army, knew about the origin of his martial arts, they might pay a visit to the planet just to have a test of skill. Knowing full well how the aliens behaved and thought, things would turn ugly fast. Perhaps, out of kindness, the Grandmasters would be willing to teach them the art of fighting. But the aliens might not simply accept gifts. They were, after all, bandits. They would assume that there were hidden arts being kept secret by the Grandmasters. Things would easily escalate, leading to either the destruction of humanity or complete planetary enslavement. Secondly, Jiang Fei himself did not want to share his art. Right then, his trump card against all other races in the universe was his unlimited strength-granting skill, Omnisurge, and his unique martial arts from Earth. He wanted that to be his unique characteristic and not commonly known. Based on the two aforementioned reasons, Jiang Fei had no intention of revealing anything, and he would put in effort to hide the origin of his skills. This would make the others think that Jiang Fei was the one who created his own fighting technique instead of thinking that it originated from a less technologically advanced planet. Chapter 1308. No honor among thieves. Humility speaks volumes of one's strength. As such, Mr. Jiang Fei, I've conceded to this match. You are strong. Naive, but strong. Dewan laughed as he praised Jiang Fei. With that, Dewan completed what he had come to do, to test Jiang Fei's character. That was not the end of his training because Domingo still had one last mission for Jiang Fei to participate in. Since it was going to be the last one, he wanted to let Jiang Fei earn as many available achievements as possible. Therefore, the mission he had prepared Jiang Fei for was going to be a little dangerous. After Duan left, Jiang Fei rested for an entire day before he continued his training in the training room. The results of his training were satisfying. But there was still room for Jiang Fei to grow. Jiang Fei recognized that and refused to stop training. Although he would not be able to grow much with the time he had left until his next mission, he could at least still grow stronger, no matter by how much, before he faced another powerful foe. 3 days later, in the real world, Jiang Fei finally exited the training room, and he was greeted by Domingo. Unlike previously, Domingo was not looking too happy. Grief would be the suitable word for what he was feeling right then, as he was looking through the cost that Jiang Fei had been raking up for the past 23 months. "Come! It is time for a mission," said Domingo, slightly dejected as he put away the report of the training room's operation costs. "Understood," said Jiang Fei simply. He packed up his stuff and left the training grounds with Domingo, who was still trying to hide his pain. "All green across the board. We are ready for the warp jump on your command, Lieutenant," said the same captain when Jiang Fei boarded the Corvette-class ship. "Take off," said Domingo. Everyone had been ready and on standby for the past several hours. All that was left was Jiang Fei. As the ship's engines roared and left the planet's atmosphere, Jiang Fei approached Domingo and asked, "Where are we heading to now?" "I'll brief you about that in a minute. This is going to be the last mission where I get to be your chauffeur. So, I had the thought to make things a little grander this time," said Domingo. The current mission's destination was farther than they had ever been before. Even with faster-than-light traveling speeds, they took almost a day and a half to reach their destination. By noon of the next day, the fleet exited hyperspace and stopped at a binary star planetary system. "You see those two stars? They are actually in orbit with each other," said Domingo while he pointed at the binary star system. Such an event was not unheard of as Jiang Fei had read about it when he was on Earth. "Is that our target destination?" Jiang Fei asked. "Correct. See the fourth planet from the stars. That is our target. We are going to raid a pirate base," said Domingo. "A pirate base, sir?" said Jiang Fei. The Valsaurian army was already the strongest band of bandits in the known universe. Why would they need to attack another of their kind? "Where is the wrong in that? They are pirates as well. No harm in stealing what has already been stolen," said Domingo with a proud smile. To be honest, smaller pirate bases had always been a favorite target of the Valsaurian army. Not only would they be eliminating potential rivals, but they would also be looting all their plunder goods. It was a logical target, since looting a pirate's lair would always be rewarding, as long as there were goods to steal. Be it anything or any person, the Valsaurians would always come knocking. "Understood," Jiang Fei acknowledged. He was unfamiliar with such an operation. Even though he would be killing people, he was more comfortable killing other criminals than innocents. At the very least, he would be making the universe a better place to live in by eliminating a few other pirates. "Lieutenant, we are being targeted by the enemy on the planet's surface. Brace! Brace!" the captain roared. Not 2 seconds later, the ship started to shake violently as they were showered with bombardments from the planet's pirate base. Domingo was not having it. This ship of his had only just finished its regular maintenance. The paint on the ship's hull had not yet set in, and was already being scraped. "Return fire! Now!" he roared. Lieutenant," said the captain, with the order to attack laid out. The captain then took command of the other ships in the fleet. "Focus fire on my target. Target area A3 and B4. You may use the mega particle beam cannons. Incoming fleets of drones. Sir! Engage anti-missile turrets and focus the mega particle beam cannons on the planet's surface. All ships are to focus on the incoming fleet of drones. The Corvette is to focus on the planet's surface." Exchanges of commands and reports filled the pilot's cockpit. Jiang Fei took to the side and peeked out from the observation window. Not long after, he could see the incoming fleet drones with his naked eyes, and a shower of rapid-firing beams came from the fleet he was part of. "We have eyes on the enemy's fleet, sir," the captain reported. "Change of targets. Disable the enemy's ships. Leave at least one of them afloat," said Domingo. The detected fleet of ships that the captain and Domingo discussed were too far for Jiang Fei to see with the naked eye. However, with a powerful optical camera, he could see the ship's formation from the battle station's monitor. The enemy's fleet consisted of only smaller cruiser-class ships. That was their largest ship. In all honesty, Domingo's fleet was already considered small, as the most powerful ship was only of a corvette class. So, in comparison, the enemy's fleet was just too trashy. They had good weapons on board their ships and engines that granted them high mobility in space. Their one weakness was their ship's integrity, compared with the corvette-class ships as well as the other cruisers. The enemy ships may as well have been made of paper. They would easily be crushed with a blast from an auxiliary particle beam cannon. To avoid being destroyed, the pirate fleet was in complete disarray, without any formation. That was a sign of incompetent leadership, which only made destroying them easy, albeit being unpredictable. Rapid firing allowed Domingo's cruisers to shoot them down easily. In no time, a good number of the enemy's cruisers had been shot down. Some of them were not even destroyed. Their engines had only suffered from minor damages by stray shots. Yet they were propelled out of the planet's orbit toward the binary star system, where they burned to a crisp. "Captain, we are being hailed," said an operator from the battle station. "Lieutenant, would you like to take this call?" said the captain. Taking command of a battle was still within his jurisdiction, but communicating with the enemy required higher authority, which was in Domingo's reign. "Broadcast the call on the main screen and cease all fire momentarily," said Domingo. "Aye, Lieutenant," said the operator. A picture of a large being with the head of a squid and a beard that consisted of tiny wriggling tentacles was projected on the main screen. "I am the commander of Torrington Base, Commander Garriz. Why are you attacking us?" Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat when he saw the familiar appearance. However, after he kept quiet to focus on the enemy's face, he noticed that the enemy was not at all the same as a Namekian. While Namekians had a similar squid-like appearance, they possessed a humanoid body structure. Meanwhile, their current enemies were completely squid-like. "Heh, we are the Valsaurian army," said Domingo, with a very certain gravitas to his voice. He did not bother to explain his actions because the name, Valsaurian army, was enough to explain his presence in their planetary system. It was a fact. The Valsaurian army was famous even amongst other bandits and pirates. The name itself would strike fear and resentment in anyone who knew of their existence. It was only natural, since the Valsaurian army had a knack of targeting others with a similar career. As expected, once the enemy heard Domingo utter those two words, everyone in the main ship froze in fear. "Heh," Domingo scoffed. He loved to see that reaction before the real fight began. "I will only present this offer to you once. Surrender on our terms or I don't think I need to explain what we are capable of," said Domingo, as he turned his back to the screen. "Ugh, the enemy," Garriz grunted. He knew well that his fleet would never stand a chance against any Valsaurian army. But the base had been built for as long as 10 years, and the massive treasure he had plundered throughout his career was being kept there. To ask him to surrender was to ask him to give up his life's work. "Boss, we've been compromised. We should just give them all that we have. Who knows? We may even be the only pirates who have ever survived and destroyed a Valsaurian fleet," said another. "We could also be one of the million planets they have plundered. So what if we win this fight? There will be another fleet. We will be hunted down," said Garriz. Even though his words opposed what his subordinate said, he had made up his mind to fight back. Chapter 1309, Ultralisk. "Boss, who do you know has ever survived an attack from the Valsaurians? It's either they're already dead or have nothing left to lose. They will never let us go. Not even if we surrender. Since this base is surely going to be picked clean, we should use this chance to distract them while we run," the same subordinate said. "You've got a point there," said Garriz. It was true. Hardly enough could survive a Valsaurian attack. Either they could repel them completely or die trying. Other than the stronger races, no one else would be able to see the light of the stars once it was over. The Valsaurians had found their base, and it would no longer be feasible to defend it. The Valsaurian accepted no negotiations. They were pirates after all, and they had the same rationale whenever they headed out for a raid. Fight and die, or surrender everything and live. Hence, the best logical move would be to destroy the current fleet and escape. At the very least, the Valsaurians would not know who did it, and if they did, it would be hard to track them down in the infinite space. F***CK them! F***CK them hard! Garriz roared. He had fought hard, poured out his blood, sweat, and tears to build his fortune. He was not going to give it up so easily. "That's the spirit, boss!" the subordinate cheered. He was one of the victims of the Valsaurians' raids. His home planet was very much like Earth. It had primitive technology. The Valsaurians came and destroyed 2/3 of the entire population. enslaving everything the entire planet has to offer to the highest bidder. From that day on, every single sentient lifeform on the planet was enslaved. That little subordinate of his was one of the lucky few who got picked up by another passing pirate. As such, the hatred and resentment he had for the Valsaurians were bone deep. Alone, he would not have the strength to fight any Valsaurian fleet. However, since he had worked his way up to stand as Garriz's right-hand man, he would not let this chance to have his revenge slip away. Although it was only a small fleet of Valsaurians, Jiang Fei and the rest of the fleet had no idea what Garriz was planning for them. Domingo was even cheerfully waiting for the opposite to accept their terms of surrender. It was actually rare for anyone to surrender. Most of the pirate groups he had raided before would rather destroy everything they had instead of give it up to the Valsaurians.
Captain?
I'm detecting a strange wave pattern coming from the surface of the planet. It's a powerful one, said an operator who was the fleet science officer.
Trace and identify the source,
said the captain. Such a thing appearing in the middle of battle was never a coincidence or a result of natural causes.
Tracing,
said the science officer as he quickly operated multiple pieces of machinery.
What's going on there?
Jiang Fei asked.
Nothing important. Let them handle it,
Domingo said.
I see,
Jiang Fei said, ending the inquiry there as Domingo seemed to be extremely confident. A few minutes later, a flash of light was seen coming from behind the moon of the planet. It was so bright that it even overshadowed the light of the binary stars.
Is that?
The captain gasped as he saw the bright light. Being a captain for so many years, that bright light was extremely familiar.
That's a wormhole. The enemy opened it there,
said the science officer after he took a single look at it.
Something's coming out,
said the science officer while flashes of red signals appeared one after another on the monitoring screen. Roar! A powerful psychic wave could be felt. And when the wave flooded the ship and everything as far as the binary stars could see, everyone, besides Jiang Fei, Domingo, and the captain of the ship was on the floor, pressing their heads as they grunted in pain.
What's happening to everyone?
Jiang Fei gasped. Due to the protection he had from the double core of will in his mind, a psychic attack of that level was not able to penetrate even the outermost layer of his mental defenses.
Ugh! It's a psychic attack. A powerful one,
said Domingo as he struggled to breathe. The man was strong enough to face the psychic attack without grunting on the floor like the others. But it was hard to take another hit like that. He was in so much pain that he did not even notice how Jiang Fei was completely unaffected.
Oh! SH*T. What the F*CK is that?
Jiang Fei exclaimed as he pointed out a large creature the size of Earth's moon. It was crawling its way out of the wormhole. Jiang Fei finally recognized the beast when it came out of the wormhole. He had encountered the same kind of creature twice before. The first time was on Earth, and the second in Otagak's training room. However, compared with those two, this one was F*King huge. It was the size of a moon. The large beast turned its eyes, which were as large as Corvette-class ships, to the fleet. They glowed with an eerie red hue, radiating something like an infrared wave. The psychic attack that swept over them previously came with the red hue.
Oh! Crap! That's literally a monster,
said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had no idea what abomination could grow to such a size. Perhaps it was even of another species. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei's question was left unanswered, as the scope could not read its signals from that distance. As soon as the creature appeared in space, pirate ships could be seen blasting out of the planets and heading toward the Valsaurian fleet.
Ha ha! Such a wonder a lullaby could work.
Garriz cheered as he and all of his own mates were completely unaffected by the psychic attack. All the enemy ships were broadcasting some kind of tune, a sound wave to neutralize the psychic attack and render them as friendlies to the creature.
Lieutenant, what should we do? Captain?
Jiang Fei asked profusely as the giant creature started to growl louder. It went without saying that such a creature would not have much trouble tearing the ship apart. At that point, only Jiang Fei and Domingo were still conscious. The rest of the crew members, including the captain, had already passed out. With just the two of them, escaping was no longer an option, much less attacking. All 5 Valsaurian ships were stuck and unmoving because no one was still awake to operate them. They were helpless and completely vulnerable.
Ugh! Nothing we can do. Call. Back up. Now! Too strong. I can't take it,
said Domingo through his teeth as he continued to writhe in pain. Jiang Fei removed the captain from the cockpit and took over his seat. When he sat down, the computer screen had finally managed to pick up the creature's signal, and it displayed a series of information for Jiang Fei to read. Ultralisk. Combat level, 35,000,005 million. Note, a suspected level 6 lifeform. Pending for verification. Warning, please escape when encountered.
F*King H.L.
Jiang Fei gasped as he read the description of the beast. It was a possible legendary level 6 lifeform. Even though Jiang Fei had his fun, pretending to be the level 6 Zhuge Shanjin, he realized that his ploy was nothing but a childish act, as a true level 6 was nothing close to Zhuge Shanjin. Growling in front of him was only a hypothetical level 6 lifeform, and it was already strong enough to scare the living H.L. out of Jiang Fei, while it was only a suspected level 6 lifeform. Its 35 million combat level was just Boolsh *T on another level. Alexis, a fleet commander of the Valsaurian army, only had a combat level of over 4 million. And he was already strong enough to plant Jiang Fei's face to the ground. Even though Jiang Fei could accept the fact that there were others who were stronger than Alexis, he had never seen anyone exceeding 10 million. Right then, there was one right in front of his eyes. A 35 million combat level creature that had just crawled out of a wormhole. The only option left for Jiang Fei was to run. But how could he do that? Every personnel in the ship and every other ship was unconscious. Jiang Fei himself had no idea how to operate a Valsaurian ship. As such, the Corvette-class ship, as well as the other cruisers, were nothing but oversized coffins. Chapter 1310, Ultimate Move.
In space, no one can hear you scream.
That was just an outdated, obsolete way of thinking. For advanced races in interstellar space, there were ways that one could hear sound. One of the methods used was psychic transmission, where you did not listen directly to sound, but the mental thoughts of another. While the pirate ships were all running away from the planet, the mysterious lullaby they made was broadcast even louder. For others, the lullaby sounded no different than odd melodious squeaking. For the Ultralisk, however, it was a soothing voice, like that of an angel even. It was a method the pirates had managed to devise in order to appear invisible. Thump. Crush, One of the 6 brand new ships was captured by the Ultralisk's tentacle. And the moment the tentacles wrapped itself firmly around the ship, it snapped instantly like uncooked spaghetti. There was a large explosion followed by a small fire, which faded quickly, and all of the crew members were thrown out of the ship. There was no doubt that any soldier in the Valsaurian army was strong, but the harsh environment of space was never accommodating. As soon as they were ejected out of their crushed ship, they were all exposed to the vacuum of space. The weaker ones quickly suffocated and died, while the stronger ones were able to react in time and attach a breather for their respiratory organs. However, that was not the end of it. Even though they had been expelled from the ship due to the escaping air, smaller tentacles at around 3 meters wide shot out from the Ultralisk's slimy body and grabbed the drifting soldiers. Although the smaller tentacles were akin to strands of hair on humans, they were extremely strong and agile. They extended from pore-like openings on the creature's body and flew toward the soldiers. The drifting soldiers reacted fast, but they were not able to turn on the portable thrusters in their boots to escape the incoming tentacles. It only took several seconds from the explosion to the capturing of the drifting soldiers. In that time, one ship was destroyed and all of the Valsaurian soldiers, dead or alive, were captured and tossed into the mouth, or orifice on the Ultralisk's massive planet-like body. The Ultralisk had a main orifice that extended as far as several kilometers, end to end, to swallow those tiny soldiers. The beast did not bother opening its gigantic mouth. Instead, smaller pore-like openings that closed and opened rapidly appeared all over its body. They looked like pores from a distance, but they were dozens of meters wide up close. Those orifices were meant to consume smaller lifeforms, like that of the Valsaurian soldiers. Once it consumed all the soldiers, the Ultralisk's many eyes glowed with a deep red hue. A blast of faint red light radiated out quickly and enveloped a large proximate of the planet, encompassing even the escaping pirates, though they were unaffected. It was another wave of psychic attack meant to subdue lifeforms that had not been subdued from before. That was how the beast attacked and hunted, even though it did not possess high intelligence and merely acted on instincts. Its hunting ability was certainly an evolved one. Not a single life form would be given a chance to escape. When the radiating red hue reached the corvette, Domingo writhed painfully. This time, he fell backward and struggled to breathe again. The beast was coming to the ship, and besides the need to worry about the psychic attack, he had to worry about the ship's destruction too. Domingo and everyone else, including Jiang Fei himself, would be powerless against the Ultralisk.
What can I do?
Jiang Fei asked himself over and over again as the Ultralisk got closer to the ship. Even though he was completely immune to the psychic attack, he would be exposed to space and be eaten alive if the ship was destroyed. No one had expected this small band of pirates to actually capture and enslave the powerful Ultralisk. Such a beast literally spelled doomsday for any intelligent species. Due to its lack of intelligence, the Ultralisk had become a living being that would render any galaxy quadrant inhabitable. Its sheer power and psychic ability could sterilize any potentially habitable planetary system, turning it into something like a black hole. Even then, a black hole could form a sustainable planetary system if it was large enough. To make things worse for Domingo's forces, the pirates had somehow managed to devise a method to control the Ultralisk. Even though the method did not really grant them full control of it, it was still good enough to unleash the beast onto their enemies without being affected by it. In anyone's book, that was considered a proper containment method. As long as one could be invisible to the Ultralisk, one could venture into any place without having to worry about being targeted because pursuers would be busy dealing with it. The method had been used a long time ago in a place far, far away. However, this group of pirates was not smart enough to employ the same tactic. They had never thought of actually using this cheat code to completely dominate a galaxy quadrant for themselves. Instead, they treated the Ultralisk as a guard dog to kill anyone who dared to disturb their homes. The situation grew dire once there were only 2 ships left, the corvette class and the cruiser class.
Damn it!
Jiang Fei roared in despair as he sat in the captain's seat and witnessed all the other soldiers get eaten by the Ultralisk. Right then, they were extremely close to the Ultralisk, and the psychic wave had gotten so strong that Domingo was twitching. The rest of the ship's crew had long passed out. Boom! A minor tremor was felt as the last cruiser was destroyed. Ack! Domingo made a sound and quickly lost consciousness. It was miraculous enough for Domingo to retain his consciousness at that distance for so long. Unfortunately, even though he was driven by his fear of autogact, Domingo had his limits when it came to enduring the mind-searing psychic attack of an Ultralisk.
I have no choice,
said Jiang Fei with a heavy sigh. There was no other option but to fight the beast directly. The ship was stranded as the only one still conscious. Jiang Fei had no idea how to operate it. Apart from drifting aimlessly in space, there was the possibility of being eaten by the beast. Whoosh! Since that was the last ship in its sight, the Ultralisk pushed itself toward the ship and extended all of its main tentacles to capture it. In a split moment, before the ship could be crushed, Jiang Fei focused his mind with everything he had and whoosh! A faint silvery light flashed across the entire sector of space, and everything vanished. The beast and the ship were gone. It was as if they had been removed from existence.
What the?
What just happened?
What happened to the Ultralisk?
From the pirates' vantage point, the beast and the last remaining Valsaurian ship vanished in a spark of white light. Even though they were all distraught by the ship, they witnessed what had just happened. The ship and the beast disappeared, but they did not know how.
Gahak!
When Jiang Fei reappeared in the 10th dimension, he spat out a mouthful of blood and another until he was sure it was more than enough to kill him. Pulling the entire Braveheart into the 10th dimension was already a strenuous feat, and Jiang Fei had to pay for it dearly. He did not only pull a Corvette-class ship, but also a planet-sized Ultralisk. If he had not been stronger than he was before, the rebound effect would have killed him.
I need to be more careful next time,
said Jiang Fei to himself before he quickly focused on the situation at hand. He understood well that every second he spent in the 10th dimension would inflict an exponential rebound effect on him. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei needed to thank Domingo once he had the chance. If it had not been for the training room provided by Domingo, Jiang Fei would not have been able to train himself and become stronger in such a short span of time. Jiang Fei, in his ethereal form, drifted out of the ship like a ghost. There was no need to tend to the ship since it was completely unscathed. The reason he had dragged the ship into the 10th dimension was to prevent the pirates from destroying it while Jiang Fei was busy dealing with the Ultralisk. With no one on the helm as they were all unconscious, the ship would be a sitting duck even against a single one-man transport ship.
What am I going to do with you?
Jiang Fei asked as he stared at the planet-sized Ultralisk in suspended animation. He had successfully dragged it into the 10th dimension, but he had no idea how to completely destroy it from there. Chapter 1311, A Singularity Event. In the 10th dimension, aside from mental thoughts and consciousness, everything else was either frozen in time or in suspended animation. The Ultralisk, even with its powerful psychic power, as well as sheer size and strength, could not do anything other than drift aimlessly. Its unevolved mind was unable to comprehend anything that was going on. Jiang Fei was able to move and control the strings of reality. However, he was cut off from every help he had, the scope, the support system 0541, and all matter of digital products. As long as it was comprised of matter, it was frozen. In the event that they could operate in such an environment, they could do nothing to help Jiang Fei too. Based on his previous reading of the Ultralisk, no one had ever killed an Ultralisk. Even if there was a way to kill, it would either have to come in the form of a godlike creature, or in simple words, a larger Ultralisk. For the rest of the intelligent species, the best way to destroy such a lifeform was to deploy the largest gun they had. Theoretically speaking, if they could construct a planet-destroying hyper-beam cannon, they could pulverize such a beast. Unfortunately, even if Jiang Fei had such a weapon with him, he would not be able to operate it in the 10th dimension. He thought about the Zhanlu sword and gazed at the planet-sized being in front of him. He could not help but sigh at the thought of using that small toothpick to kill the Ultralisk. It would be like using a needle smaller than the size of a hair's width to stab a person to death. Despite the potent Reaper's poison that coated the sword, it would only be as effective as a single bacteria strain against an entire army of human antibodies.
Arg! It's do or die!
Jiang Fei declared. The time he had left in the 10th dimension was extremely scarce. Dragging and keeping the beast in the 10th dimension consumed energy like the flow of water from an open faucet. If he kept dragging things on, he would die before the beast.
HNNG!
Jiang Fei grunted as he put everything he had into his mind. In the 10th dimension, the ultimate power he had was the ability to manipulate the strings of reality.
Bah!
Jiang Fei expelled all of the air in his lungs once he was done. Using his thoughts, he quantized every single string of reality that made up the beast and disrupted its vibration. That instant, the image that he saw of the Ultralisk was replaced with loops of strings overlapping each other.
Here goes nothing,
said Jiang Fei as he attempted to change the vibration of the strings. One by one, the strings that made up the reality of the Ultralisk were altered. The particles that comprised the Ultralisk changed as the vibration of the strings changed. While he was busy changing reality, unbeknownst to Jiang Fei himself, he had started a destructive chain of events that would lead to the demise of the Ultralisk. It started with the disintegration of one of the pores on the Ultralisk's body. Even though Jiang Fei only disrupted an infinitesimal amount of strings that made up the Ultralisk, the butterfly effect took over immediately. Slowly but surely, other parts of the beast started to disintegrate. Although the Ultralisk realized that it was in danger, there was nothing it could do to change its fate. To be honest, the Ultralisk possessed powerful mental power. Unfortunately, the low intelligence paired with its powerful psychic ability did it no good in that situation. By simply using its powerful psychic attack and a little psychical strength, it could dominate an entire galaxy easily. Sadly, in the 10th dimension, even with a full blast of its psychic attack, Jiang Fei, who possessed 2 fused core of will, was completely unaffected. The more strings Jiang Fei disrupted, the faster the disintegration process took over. It started slow, but the process then picked up speed exponentially. In less than 30 seconds, the Ultralisk would be reduced down to its fundamental particles. However, there was a problem.
Oh, no! I can't be around when this is over,
said Jiang Fei as he realized the problem of reducing the size of a planet down to a single dot. The sudden shrink of matter would definitely create a singularity event. Even though a black hole in the 10th dimension would likely do him no harm, Jiang Fei did not want to be the first person to test out that theory. He was already running on fumes right then. And if a black hole formed in the 10th dimension, things might really take a turn for the worst. His current situation was already dire enough.
Time for you to F***ck off first,
said Jiang Fei as he removed the disintegrating Ultralisk from the 10th dimension. Instead of jumping out of the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei opted to stay there with the Corvette-class ship and the rest of the surviving crew members. Whoosh! After a flash of silvery light, the disintegrating Ultralisk returned to reality, to the 3rd dimension.
Is that the Ultralisk? Who could have injured it to that extent?
Everyone in the pirate ships could not believe their eyes. The Ultralisk, famed for its huge size and power, had sustained major injuries. A large portion of its slimy body was crumbling inward and causing a cascading effect to the rest of its body. The Ultralisk, now able to control its body once more, growled in pain as it unleashed the strongest psychic wave. The pain it was feeling as its huge body crumbled under its own gravity was enough to drive it mad. It was almost as bad as when it was in the 10th dimension, where it could not even do anything. The speed at which the Ultralisk's body was collapsing had increased exponentially as it tried everything it could to stop the process. Unfortunately for it, the first domino had fallen and nothing could stop the chain. Its growls of pain grew louder, while more and more of its body fell inward. Even though it was only as intelligent as the smartest monkey, it recognized its own certain demise and could only cry in pain.
Boss, something's wrong,
said one of the crew members.
How could there be anything wrong? As far as we know it, nothing can kill an Ultralisk,
said Garrus. Even so, his speech contradicted his thoughts. At that point, even the dumbest monkey could see that the Ultralisk was dying. While the collapsing Ultralisk was dying and falling toward the center of singularity, the pirates on their own ships were still lingering close to the beast, not realizing what was about to happen. It was inevitable. Not everyone possessed the ability to see past the third dimension like Jiang Fei. When only 30% of the Ultralisk's body remained, a sudden disturbance in space and time occurred. In a split second, the remaining 30% of the Ultralisk's body shrank to a single point almost at the speed of light. A large explosion erupted in the next instance. And immediately after, everything shrank back down again. The speed of the final collapse was so fierce and fast that not even photons could escape its gravitational pull. A singularity event, a black hole had formed as per Jiang Fei's prediction. The size of the black hole that formed from the collapsing Ultralisk was not big. At most, it was the size of a football. Nevertheless, its gravitational pull on the pirate ships was so immense that the pirate ships grew closer and closer to it.
Oh! *T. It's a black hole. How? How could an Ultralisk become a black hole? How the hell would I know about that? Do I look like someone who studied in school? Boss, what should we do? There's no getting out of this.
Every single pirate on every ship started to panic. Garrus did nothing but sit down quietly. It looked like he was thinking, but he had given up on trying. When the Namekians created a black hole in the past, even they could not escape it. What more a small group of pirates? Smaller moons and asteroids within the planetary system began to drift away from their orbits and toward the black hole. In no time, even the binary stars were thrown off their orbits. And they started to collide with each other before they were pulled by the black hole as well. First, the planet that the pirates exited from was destroyed, forming an accretion disk around the black hole. After it consumed the planet, the black hole grew in size, and so did its gravitational pull. Soon, the two stars also accelerated toward the black hole. In a few minutes of its formation, a good number of planets, moons, asteroids, and its own parent stars were swallowed. Translator note. I might not be a physicist, but I do know that if the moon collapsed and became a black hole, it would only be as large as 0.10913 millimeters. Its gravitational pull would not change. Only size. Please visit this site for more information on how to calculate the size of a black hole based on its mass. https://www.omnicalculator.com/physics/Schwarzschild-radius. Chapter 1312, Reward. Once the stars of the binary star system were consumed, the entire planetary system dimmed. Fortunately, since the black hole was only formed from the mass of the Ultralisk, its surface area and power was weak. After it consumed the entire celestial body in the planetary system, it stopped drawing anything in. Even though a black hole's gravitational pull was infinite, the amount of matter it could consume was limited. Once it hit its limit, the black hole would be converted into a white hole. A white hole was a completely inverse entity to that of a black hole. It would spew out energy and matter until it evaporated away all of its mass. Whoosh! At that moment, everything that the binary star system had was ejected out of the white hole, scattering small, grain-sized materials all across the planetary system. However, the number of materials that the white hole ejected was only a small part of its release. The rest of the matter that the white hole had ejected was in the form of energy radiation. That amount of energy was stronger than the amount of energy that the two stars could give out in their entire lifespans. One could even measure its energy reading from another corner of the universe. The explosion of materials was fast and powerful, happening only in a matter of 2 seconds. As such, once the explosion was over, the entire planetary system was gone, and now replaced with nothing but dust and small celestial objects. Due to such occurrences, like the black hole, the existence of the white hole was rarely confirmed. The silence of space was quickly broken by another sudden explosion of silvery light. A Corvette-class spaceship appeared right at the center of the now evaporated white hole. Jiang Fei was now completely drained. The core of Will's energy was almost exhausted, and if he did not leave the 10th dimension, he would perish there.
Captain, what's going on?
0541 quickly asked when his system was restored. Records of the event when he was in the 10th dimension were completely unreadable.
Nothing important.
Jiang Fei brushed it off. He refused to tell anyone, even 0541, since that ability was his ultimate move.
I understand,
said 0541. Since Jiang Fei had no intention of revealing what had happened, 0541 would not pry further. However, 0541 instantly realized that the planetary system was abnormally different from before. Besides the readings of stars that were light years away, almost everything of the planetary system was missing. The pirates were now gone. And no matter how hard 0541 tried to figure it out, he could not understand. Jiang Fei also had similar thoughts. He only predicted that the Ultralisk would form a black hole. Nothing more than that. As to the formation of the white hole from the black hole, Jiang Fei was completely clueless. Like 0541, the ship's computer system was restored. Unfortunately, the crew members, including Domingo, were still unconscious. The Ultralisk psychic attack was too powerful that their minds, unlike their ungodly regeneration speed, needed a longer time to recover. Beep, beep, beep. Just as power was restored throughout the ship, one of the lights on the console board blinked slowly. Take control of the ship, Jiang Fei ordered 0541. Alone, he would not be able to operate the ship. Captain, 0541 acknowledged. Even though 0541 was a creation from 10,000 years ago, he was still considered an advanced support system. Valsaurians may have possessed technology that made those of Namekians obsolete, but they did not prioritize artificial intelligence. Hence, the support system that they possessed was generally weaker than 0541. But to be fair, 0541 had undergone various evolutionary stages. With that said, it was only a stroke of luck. If the Namekians had not perished and their planets had not been destroyed, everything would have progressed as the Namekians had planned. And 0541 would never have been able to evolve to this stage. Any intelligent species that pursued the progress of A.I would know the risk of A.I evolving further. Standard protocol would be to delete any A.I that showed signs of evolution. 0541 was able to evolve to such an extent because no one tended to him.
Captain, I have control over the ship,
0541 reported after it managed to apply an interface over the ship's original operating system.
What is that?
Jiang Fei asked as he pointed at the blinking light.
It's an indicator for the ship's energy detector. The blinking light indicates that there is a high-energy object nearby,
0541 reported.
Search for it then,
Jiang Fei said.
I have already used the radar system to search for it,
said 0541. That was expected of Jiang Fei's ultimate support system. He could make any small decision for Jiang Fei to save him time and effort. He was considered a helping hand to Jiang Fei. But to any other species, his ability to make his own decisions was an omen for what was to come. 15 minutes later, while everyone on the ship was still unconscious, 0541 alerted Jiang Fei with good news.
Captain, we've found treasure,
0541 cried in joy and excitement. It was a rare scene for Jiang Fei.
What is it?
Asked Jiang Fei as he was influenced by 0541's excitement.
I have no idea. However, sensors are picking up a high energy reading,
0541 replied.
Retrieve it. Then,
Jiang Fei said. Jiang Fei was still a little weary from the battle, but he dared not wait until everyone woke up. By then, the mysterious object may fall into Domingo's hands. As a result, he did not want to wait until the others knew about it to claim it for themselves.
Stand by for teleportation,
said 0541 as he activated a portable teleportation device inside the ring. In a few moments, Jiang Fei was teleported next to the high-energy object. Even though he was weak, he could still survive in space without any form of protection.
Huh? This is too small,
Jiang Fei thought. The object was a glowing white ball around the size of a mere baseball. Such a small object would be easily skimmed over in space, but the energy it radiated was as powerful as a lighthouse in the night. Jiang Fei held the ball of light in his hands, and only felt a lukewarm sensation in his palm. The object was clearly not an energy core that moved on its own. Yet, its energy reading was almost the same. Chapter 1313, Cover Story.
Send me back,
Jiang Fei said once the little white orb was in his hands.
Stand by.
When Jiang Fei was teleported back into the ship, he quickly sat down in the captain's seat and started to examine the little white pulsating ball.
Captain, put it inside the ring so that I can run a series of tests to determine what it is. By the way, please place the ring on the control console. Domingo and the others are going to wake up soon, and I need to erase my presence from the system,
said 0541.
Oh, please do,
said Jiang Fei, following 0541's advice. 0541 knew what Jiang Fei was thinking, hide every possible information about the ring. 0541 and his own personal information from the Valsaurian army. Jiang Fei had no idea what the glowing, pulsating object was, but he sure as L would not want to wait until the rest of the ship's crew found out about it. In a few mere seconds, 0541 swam across the sea of data and erased every digital footprint he had made. It was done with absolute ease. Even though the ship's main computer was 10,000 times more advanced than 0541. The computer's self-defenses were just too weak.
Captain, great news! I have downloaded a bunch of data from the Malsalarian Science Division. Even though there wasn't as much data as I had hoped to find on the ship's database. It's more than I've ever owned,
said 0541 happily. The evolution of 0541's intelligence was perhaps the best in the entire known universe. Unfortunately, be that as it may, 0541 was created 10,000 years ago by the now extinct Namekians. His database was limited. To put it in perspective, 0541 would be a 5-year-old Albert Einstein, while the ship's computer system, the others on Redstone, and even the rest of the known universe were below than average university graduate students. Given time and information, 0541 would rise up to take the spot of the strongest A.I.
Good for you,
said Jiang Fei. The stronger 0541 was, the better he would be in helping Jiang Fei. After every trace of 0541 was removed from the computer, Jiang Fei sat back and waited patiently. 2 hours later, Domingo became the first to regain consciousness.
Ugh,
he grunted as he got up to his feet. Jiang Fei quickly raced across the cockpit to help his lieutenant up, and he slowly placed him in the captain's seat. Since Domingo was awake, the rest of the soldiers on board would wake up soon as well.
How are you feeling, Lieutenant Domingo?
Jiang Fei asked.
I'm still alive,
said Domingo, struggling for air.
We all are,
said Jiang Fei.
What happened while I was out? I can't explain. But the Ultralisk exploded on its own, taking out everything in this planetary system. Even the binary stars were taken out,
Jiang Fei said, repeating what he had practiced in his head.
Exploded? Where are we? Then, how did we manage to escape the blast?
Domingo roared as he tapped the console board. Information about their location was displayed. And to his horror, they were in the same position as before. The scenery was just different.
The stars were destroyed. We managed to survive because I took the liberty to pilot the ship and make an emergency warp jump. A while later, when I returned, everything was different,
said Jiang Fei. 0541 had prepared him for what to say to Domingo as he had changed the ship's log accordingly. Domingo flipped the computer's logs, and as Jiang Fei claimed, he found records of an emergency warp jump to 1 light-year away before the ship returned to the same coordinates.
How did you even? Bah!
Domingo gasped. It was hard to believe that Jiang Fei, in that tense situation, was able to collect himself and key in proper coordinates for a warp jump. At that point, Domingo accepted the fact that Jiang Fei was just a miracle man. Not only did he surprise everyone with his hidden combat level, but now, he had also shown Domingo his prowess in piloting the ship. While it seemed hard to believe, Domingo took every word and treated it as the truth. The ship's logs were certain, and everything Jiang Fei said matched the ship's logs. Video footage of the Ultralisk's explosion, security footage of Jiang Fei running across the cockpit to start a warp jump, and other security logs verified Jiang Fei's words. To be fair, Jiang Fei had only followed 0541's instructions in terms of what to tell Domingo. It was enough to show that Jiang Fei himself could not explain every action he had taken to save everyone's lives. The truth was far from believable. Jiang Fei had taken on the Ultralisk alone by dragging it into the 10th dimension. Not to mention, there was the creation of the black hole, the formation of the white hole, and the little white pulsating orb that was left behind.
Rest, Lieutenant. You need it more than I do,
said Jiang Fei as he sat in the co-pilot's seat. The more he talked, the more suspicion he would raise. It was better for him to provide less information than to feed false information, which could be traced.
Yes, I will,
said Domingo as he closed his eyes to rest. His body and soul were aching all over. Although he had regained consciousness, he was still weak. A few hours later, the rest of the soldiers on board the ship woke up. Like Domingo, Jiang Fei acted out of kindness to help every one of them to their respective cabin rooms to rest properly. It was better than sleeping on the cold metal floor of the ship. 10 days later, once everyone recovered their physical strength to move around, they all headed to their respective stations, while the captain assumed his role to pilot the ship.
F***ck those bastards. They baited us in and unleashed a freaking Ultralisk in our face. Arg. They should consider themselves lucky for dying. Or else I would have made them regret it greatly.
Domingo complained about the pirates so many times. Although his word choice was different, the context was always the same. The cost of the mission was practically 90% of his entire attack force. Not only did they fail to raid the pirates' base, but they had also lost so many men and ships. To make things worse, only one ship remained. He had lost 5 ships and over 500 men in total.
Lieutenant, it can't be helped. We were thrown an Ultralisk to deal with. At least, we are still alive,
said the captain of the Corvette-class ship. The captain and the rest of the crew members were thankful for Jiang Fei. If it had not been for his immunity against psychic attacks, which granted him a chance to pilot the ship to safety, everyone would have died. Oddly enough, while they were curious about his hidden combat level, they did not suspect anything regarding Jiang Fei's immunity to psychic attacks. Space was vast, and there were literally countless species out there. The chances of them being immune to psychic attacks were as good as bumping into an asteroid in space. Not to mention, they were all oblivious about Terrans and Earth.
Get us home. Captain, we all need some time to rest and recuperate,
said Domingo. The rage and anger he had for the pirates were cooked up, as the pirates themselves were dead. They came in a fleet of ships, and returned in just one ship. Battered, defeated, and tired. Even after suffering from such a great defeat, Domingo played his role as Jiang Fei's babysitter well. In his report, he made sure to include everything Jiang Fei had done to save the surviving soldiers. Although the mission was considered a failure, Jiang Fei was still marked down for his achievements. Chapter 13-14, Pearl of the Oyster. Back on Ipsilon, Domingo began to run a recruitment program for his own attack force. The last mission had cost him too many good men, and he needed to replenish his soldier count before he could start accepting new missions. While Domingo was busy with his own business, Jiang Fei headed to the training room for a training session before Autogak returned to pick him up. With 30 times chrono acceleration, Jiang Fei could train for a month, while only a day passed out in the real world. In 1 month's time, Jiang Fei's physical strength was completely restored. However, the core of will was barely replenished. In his previous use of the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei had drained so much power from the core of will that it practically reached zero. Hence, before the core could recover, Jiang Fei was unable to use the power of the 10th dimension as well as Omnisurge. That limited Jiang Fei to his current state of power, with a combat level of 120,000. His domain ability was sealed, and he would lose to anyone else who had a higher combat level than 120,000.
Please, leave me in peace.
Jiang Fei prayed hard. The longer he was left alone, the more power he could recover. 2 months passed for Jiang Fei, but it was only 2 days for Domingo. Due to his work, Domingo had left Jiang Fei unattended for 2 days, granting him close to 2 months alone to recuperate. Yet, in that time, the core of will recovered so little power that it was still not feasible to use Omnisurge. It was a cost too much to bear for dragging a planet-sized Ultralisk into the 10th dimension.
Captain, I bring good tidings,
said 0541 while Jiang Fei was sitting on the ground cross-legged and meditating peacefully.
What is it?
Asked Jiang Fei, a little annoyed. He was a little sour because he was forced to meditate for 2 months, not doing anything other than focusing on recovering his energy.
The result of the tests have returned. I finally know what that object is. Try and guess what it is,
said 0541 like an excited kid who had just picked up a mystery box.
How would I know? An orange? A ball of white chocolate?
Jiang Fei murmured.
Funny. Back to the topic. The object is just... Well, you were extremely lucky to have picked it up. You are still beating around the bush. Get to the point. Ha ha. That's because the object is just too valuable. How so? It's so valuable that no monetary value can be placed on it.
Jiang Fei uncrossed his legs and stood up. 0541 had successfully piqued his interest.
What is it? How can I use it? Alright. It is a hypercompress of a black hole. The power source of the black hole's unparalleled gravity field. If an oyster were a black hole, then this point of singularity would be the pearl,
said 0541. Interesting, said Jiang Fei as he withdrew the white pulsating ball and examined it in his palm.
How could such a thing be valuable?
Said Jiang Fei.
It is rare as it is valuable. This black hole core is so strong that nothing in the entire universe, known or unknown, can contain it. This core will only appear in the world after a black hole turns into a white hole and evaporates completely.
Jiang Fei hummed nonchalantly.
The condition for a white hole to form from a black hole is extremely specific. The quantity and energy that a black hole needs to absorb are so huge that an entire civilization could never provide them. Plus, no one can know just how much the black hole needs to absorb before it evaporates via Hawking radiation. To think that you managed to collect such a rarity.
0541 Bart.
So? What's the use of such a valuable treasure?
Said Jiang Fei. If this object was from a white hole, it should be powerful. I have no idea.
Come again? Jiang Fei said.
So far, I have no idea how it can be used. So, you just wasted my time to explain its origins, not knowing how to use it.
Well, when you put it that way.
Jiang Fei sighed. He did not know how to feel about the orb now since even 0541 did not know how to use it. He was not sure about its value as well.
It's true that I do not know how to use it right now. However, this is one of the scientific breakthroughs that scientists on planet Namek have tried to discover. It is hypothesized that a black hole core can be used as a source for a perpetual energy generator. That's why a consensus was reached to create an artificial black hole on Namek. The experiment was a failure and Namek was destroyed.
Said 0541 without repeating what Jiang Fei already knew.
Oof. So much for science.
Jiang Fei scoffed. Even though he felt no sympathy for the scientists of Namek, he did understand the reason for their actions. Even on Earth, power and energy had always been an issue. The same problem was shared with basically every other species throughout the universe. As long as a civilization thrived on technological advancement, it would always need energy. Its people may be able to travel faster than light, make time flow slower or faster, or manipulate space and time even. But power would always be a problem. Power, or unlimited power to be exact, had always been the final goal for any civilization. The theory of a perpetual energy source and the existence of a black hole core were constant topics of discussion amongst advanced scientists throughout the universe. However, even with various formulas and theories about the black hole, no one could predict how a black hole could become a white hole. Worst of all, not many had actually witnessed the event of a white hole spewing out matter and energy. While it was possible on paper, none had actually recorded such events. Due to the fact that its existence was only a theory, no one could properly analyze its properties. 0541, with his logical thinking, could only shake his head when asked about the use of a black hole core. But to be fair, No knew the answer.
Do whatever you can with it, and make haste,
said Jiang Fei.
Captain.
As he received his order, 0541 became quiet. Planned experiments to test the properties of a black hole core would take up every possible processing power 0541 had. It was, after all, the black hole core that every scientific mind coveted.
Perpetual energy,
Jiang Fei murmured. The object may have been small and plain, but if 0541 was right, Jiang Fei might have actually stumbled across the greatest source of power in the universe. To be honest, Jiang Fei did not mind if the black hole core could not be a source of perpetual energy, as long as it could provide him enough energy. With it, he could at least replenish the core of will quickly and restore his domain. Perhaps when he obtained his own ship, he could use the black hole core as a source of power. When his mind drifted to thoughts on the core of will, Jiang Fei felt a sudden chill throughout his body. Right then, he was exposed. Vulnerable even. He was already afraid even when he had Omni Surge. And now, without it, how weak was he? Then, without Omni Surge, Jiang Fei could literally do nothing. Chapter 1315, Two Options. Jiang Fei had been staying in the training room for more than 2 months, when Domingo entered the room and approached him.
Sir Autogact is here for you,
said Domingo. His tone was not as friendly as before. He was only like this because of the mess from before. After 2 days of consolidating his remaining troops and resources, he had yet to find time to rest. If Jiang Fei were just like any other trainee, he would have long been chased off the planet. Even though Domingo would like to have Jiang Fei stick longer with him, he did promise to house Jiang Fei for the duration of 3 missions only. When time was up, as promised, Autogac had returned to retrieve his trainee. Honestly, Domingo was relieved that Jiang Fei was leaving. The longer he stayed, the higher the cost he would be raking up by using the training room. Jiang Fei quickly jumped to his feet and bowed respectfully.
Thank you for everything you've done for me,
he said. Jiang Fei actually wanted to stay longer in the room. With extended time, he could buy 0541 more time to research the black hole core and find a way to use it. Once done, he could use that to recharge the core of will and restore his domain ability. Without it, he would be a hazard to himself in the Valsaurian army. Sadly, for all that's good in the world, his time in the training room must come to an end. Autogak had arrived, and he had to leave with him.
Greetings, Sir Autogak. It has been a while,
said Jiang Fei with a salute.
Indeed. I see you have made good progress,
said Autogak proudly. He was satisfied with Jiang Fei's growth. Before the first mission started, Jiang Fei had been a weakling at only 65,000 combat level. Now, he had managed to double his strength to 120,000 combat level at an impressive speed. However, Autogak had failed to realize that Jiang Fei was unable to use Omni Surge. He might be stronger now, but until he could restore the core of will, he would be stuck at 120,000 for some time.
Thank you, Domingo. I will return this favor.
Autogak patted Domingo's shoulder and said,
It is only what I can do,
said Domingo, smilingly weakly. The departure of Autogak's ship marked the temporary end of Jiang Fei and Domingo's relationship. To be honest, Domingo had little to no trust in the Terran when he had first arrived. However, after 3 missions and having lost almost all of his soldiers, Domingo was glad they had met. In the end, Jiang Fei was a strong Terran with a remarkable talent for combat. He could only hope that Jiang Fei would remember him as someone who helped him when he became a figure of authority in the future. Back on Redstone, after leaving the port in Hangar Bay, Jiang Fei turned to Autogak and asked,
What training will you give me now, sir? Dot.
Autogak kept quiet for a bit as they walked back to the training academy. At the doorstep, Autogak suddenly turned to Jiang Fei with a stern look and said,
The graduation ceremony is in 5 days' time. You will be joining as one of the graduate candidates. C. Candidate? G. Graduation ceremony?
Jiang Fei stuttered as he spoke. It had only been more than a month since he had joined the academy, and he was already asked to join the graduating candidates.
You heard me right. Remember, you are my trainee, and I only train those who are worthy of graduation,
said Autogak. Jiang Fei knew about that, but he had assumed that he was only going to receive the same type of training as the senior trainees, not join them at their graduation ceremony.
You have 5 days to train, and I will grant you the training room. If there's anything you require, you need only ask. I want you to perform at your best during the ceremony,
said Autogak plainly. He was confident in Jiang Fei's strength and believed that with the support of his unknown power-boosting ability, he would be able to survive the ceremonial trial with ease. After all, he had seen Jiang Fei break past the 1 million combat level threshold once before. That being said, Jiang Fei was currently stuck at only 120,000 combat level. At that level of power, he was not even the best amongst the beginners training class.
If I may, sir, I need the training room to be set at 30 times chrono acceleration. I'll leave the rest to you, sir.
Jiang Fei gave his request immediately. The graduation ceremony required the trainee to complete a series of trials that was famous for its lethality. The death rate was always above 20%, and if Jiang Fei were to fall behind in terms of strength, he would surely be part of that statistic. The only hope left for him was 0541's completion of the test for the black hole core. In 5 days, or 5 months, in the training room, he hoped that it was enough time for 0541 to finish his experiments as well as for him to recharge the core of will.
Anything you need,
said Autogak without flinching. He had experience in training, and to provide a last-minute request for his trainees was only common. He had cultivated many champions and now, it was time for Jiang Fei to shine. To help Jiang Fei, Autogak would fulfill any of his requests as long as they helped with his training. In the training room, Jiang Fei made sure to use every precious second to train his sword skills, and rest when he needed to. For 3 months, which were 3 days in the real world, Jiang Fei continued training without disturbing 0541.
There are only 2 months left. How is 0541 doing?
Jiang Fei thought to himself. To make sure everything went smoothly with 0541, he dared not disturb 0541 for fear of disrupting his experiments. Days, weeks, and months passed quickly as ever. When it was 1 month until the day of graduation, 0541 returned with news.
Captain! I did it! I found out what it is for! Bravo! Do tell! I have ran billions of tests and millions of experiments, and found only 2 effective uses of the black hole core. Only 2?
Jiang Fei barked.
Yes! It can be used as an energy generator. I can create a machine to extract its energy.
0541's first suggestion was the perpetual energy generator. It was the safest, zero-risk method to obtain energy.
What about the second one?
Jiang Fei probed further.
The second one is dangerous, but with high risk comes high reward.
The second method was to fuse the black hole core. like the core of will, into a living being.
So, it'll be fusing with another core?
Jiang Fei asked.
Technically speaking, it would be the same as creating a second source of chi pool for a martial artist.
0541 explained.
What of the risk? One must be in full control at all times. If one were to lose control of the power output, there will be a risk of a runaway chain reaction that will be fatal for the user. What sort of reaction are we talking about? There are two kinds of hazard. The first is a rapid external energy expulsion. The user fused with the black hole core will turn into a white hole and release a huge amount of energy rapidly before evaporating altogether. The second hazard is a rapid gravitational generation that will destroy the user as well as anything close to it.
After a long pause, Jiang Fei sighed heavily and said,
So you're saying that once a user loses control, they will die, be it via an explosion or implosion? That is correct.
Chapter 1316, Power Infusion.
Such high stakes,
Jiang Fei said as he sucked in a deep breath. The gamble was laid open for him. Fusing with the black hole core would grant him power, but put him on the tip of the blade. Jiang Fei was not comfortable taking such a risk. Not when he was in a position to choose otherwise.
Is there any way you could, I don't know, place the core in a machine to safely extract its energy?
Jiang Fei spat out an idea. To say that he was not in a critical condition was not entirely true. He had been enfeebled by the lack of energy in the core of will and the absence of omni-surge. Facing the trials in his current condition would be suicidal. Then again, asking him to take the risk to fuse with the black hole core there, and then was something he would not do unless he was literally, not a figure of speech, in mortal danger.
I see. That might work. Keep in mind that fusing with the black hole core is not a matter of minutes but days. You will not be escaping danger if you suddenly wanted to fuse with the black hole core,
said 0541, knowing fully well what was going through Jiang Fei's mind. 0541 was tempted to advise him about what he had always done, the habit of indulging himself to further danger when exposed to mortal danger.
Why you got me there?
Said Jiang Fei. Everything might be peaceful now, but he could not forget that he was part of the Valsarian army. Peace was but a quiet illusion waiting for chaos to spring out. If Jiang Fei were to take 0541's words literally, fusing with the black hole core would only expose Jiang Fei to further danger if the fusion process wasn't instant. Even with that thought in mind, he was not ready for the fusion just yet.
If I fuse with the core, is there any way for me to limit its power? Like a limiter?
Asked Jiang Fei. He had an idea. Controlling the black hole might take a while. With the graduation ceremony approaching soon, it would be risky to start now. In that case, wouldn't it be better to create a device that could limit the power of the black hole core? That way, he could fuse with the core and still be in control. Technically, with the device, and figure out how to control the core some other time.
That is a good idea. Give me some time. I will come up with something.
0541 replied. After that, silence loomed over the ring as 0541 started to experiment and design a limiter for the black hole core.
You best not eat me up when you're inside of me,
Jiang Fei murmured to himself, silently praying for things to go well as he continued to train. A week later, 0541 returned with good news.
Captain, I have taken your idea and experimented with it. As such, I have designed a device capable of suppressing the power of the black hole core. With the device, the black hole core can only provide a certain amount of power that is within the safe perimeter. Show me the results,
said Jiang Fei as he laid down his sword. A small metallic, coin-like pen appeared in his hands.
This is the limiter. It will always maintain the amount of power you draw from the black hole core at a safe level. Even so, the amount of power is strong. Sufficient enough to fully charge the core of will in just 3 days. At minimal power, you can draw its power to strengthen yourself.
0541 explained.
3 days to fully charge the core of will?
Jiang Fei barked as he felt his stomach churn with excitement. By fusing with the black hole core, he could use the power of the core of will that thirsted for energy. In a controlled environment, Jiang Fei could safely use the 10th dimension every 3 days. With further control, he could practically use the power of the 10th dimension without limitation. Especially when didn't need to drag a planet-sized monster and a whole ship into the 10th dimension.
Am sold. Get it done,
said Jiang Fei happily.
By the way, when charging the core of will, you will still gain a boon from the black hole core. I predict that you will acquire additional strength and defense similar to a fighter at 3 million combat level on top of your own.
Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. To think that he would be able to fight on even without the 10th dimension, on top of his own strength. Omnisurge provided him a boost of over 2 million combat level. So he would be gaining over 5 million combat level. Theoretically, he would be stronger than Commander Alexis.
Geez, you don't have to sell it anymore. I'm sold. Let's start the procedure now,
said Jiang Fei.
Alright. Please put the limiter on your ear like an earring. The pin should pierce through your earlobes properly. The limiter must, at all times, be on your body during usage of the black hole core. Should you lose the limiter, you must immediately stop drawing power from the core. I need not remind you of the disastrous side effect of losing control. I heard it before,
said Jiang Fei as he pinned it to his earlobe.
Ouch. To think that I would be wearing accessories,
he complained. He had always thought that any kind of ear accessories for men were never as cool as they looked.
Come now. Time to enter the pod.
0541 ignored Jiang Fei's complaints and summoned the biopod for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei obediently entered the pod and shut his eyes. He knew that anything that happened next would either be painful or unpleasant, as this was not his first trip into the biopod. Either way, he was excited about the results.
Keep your mind clear,
said 0541 as he started the machine. Once Jiang Fei was ready, 0541 released the black hole core into the pod. Instead of immediately fusing it with Jiang Fei, 0541 injected a little jolt of energy into the core, awakening it. The small white pulsating core pulsated faster and glowed brighter.
It's ready.
Brace yourself,
Captain,
said 0541 as he pushed the black hole core toward Jiang Fei's chest. As soon as the core touched Jiang Fei's skin, it glowed brightly before it passed through his skin and into his chest.
Oh!
Jiang Fei let out a loud groan. Instead of feeling a massive object entering his chest cavity, he felt a powerful flow of energy concentrating around his heart. The black hole core melted into a liquid form when it was inside Jiang Fei. It fused with his heart and was pumped throughout his body immediately.
Ugh! Arg! Arg!
In the beginning, the flow of energy was slow and mild, but as soon as more and more of the liquefied black hole core was spread throughout his body, the pain grew more intensely.
Try to stay conscious. Captain, the core is now modifying your body structure to make it stronger to hold more power,
0541 explained.
Gah! Very well,
said Jiang Fei through his gritted teeth. The pain was strong. So strong that he was sure it would have killed him if he were still at the pinnacle stage of level 4. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Fei's pores stopped secreting sweat. Instead of clear liquid, a thick, viscous, black liquid oozed out from all over him. He was at the stage where the body modification was at its peak, removing all kinds of matter that made Jiang Fei weaker. His cells were constantly trying to resist the changes, causing him immense pain. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, he was in a state between ethereal and biological being. In this state, the rate of energy absorption was exceptionally high, allowing his body to grow stronger at high speeds.
Oh hey ha!
Jiang Fei roared. In the next instant, starting with his chest, his body glowed with intense radiance. Chapter 1317, 25 minutes too late. The entire fusion process had taken longer than expected. In a pan of a breath and a blink of an eye, more than 40 days had passed since the start of the procedure. In no time at all, graduation day arrived. On this day, all classes and training were put on hold to welcome everyone to be part of the ceremony. All students, graduating and new, were gathered in the hall to be part of the spectators. A graduation ceremony that was looked upon as a grand event. When the sun in the sky hit its peak, the entire ceremonial grounds blared with spirited music. In time, Commander Alexis ascended to the stage and toward the podium. As the Master of Redstone, Commander Alexis was held to the highest honor. It was only natural for him to be the first to be welcomed to the podium.
All hail Commander Alexis! Glory to the Valsaurian army!
The same chant was repeated as Commander Alexis walked up to the podium. And with a swinging hand gesture, the crowd died down. Such was only a display for the Master of Redstone.
It's been 3 years since I've attended the last graduation ceremony, and I must say, the previous batch had served me well. Every one of them had become part of my crew, serving their best to further the glory of the Valsaurian army. I have no doubt that there are those amongst the graduates of this batch who shall share the glory. To follow me into sailing to the unknown territories of uncharted space. To dive into the realms of the unknown. I will not wish, nor hope, but merely state it clearly that all graduates shall join me to become part of the strongest army in the universe.
Alexis gave his speech. Like magic enchantments, his opening speech sent a wave of fervor to all that listened to him.
Sieg Val! Sieg Val! Death to all the enemies! Sieg Val! Sieg Val! Death to all the enemies!
while all the attendees were spellbound by Commander Alexis' opening speech. Only one was quiet.
What in the name of Redstone is that Jiang Fei doing?
Autogak frowned. The ceremony had officially started and Jiang Fei was nowhere to be seen. He had not disturbed Jiang Fei for the entire time he trained, hoping that he would not be distracted from his training. Even on the last day, he had hoped that Jiang Fei would proactively arrive at the ceremonial grounds punctually. It was akin to blasphemy for anyone to arrive later than Commander Alexis himself. Autogak was presenting as a senior trainee and must remain present throughout the entire ceremony. It would be disrespectful if he left the scene to check in on Jiang Fei. He might hold special authority in the training academy, but never in the face of Commander Alexis. He was the true master, the real figure of authority. If he overstepped his boundaries, even though Alston had no power over him, he would be digging his own grave.
Come on! Being a little late is fine, but you can't be absent for the entire ceremony,
Autogak murmured. Beep. A green button lit up on the side of the medical pod. The fusion process of the black hole core has only just completed. Jiang Fei was awake, but due to the fact that he had been lying down for far too long, he was unable to move freely. Beep. Whoosh. The lid of the pod opened, and a thick cloud of white gas flowed out. Slowly, Jiang Fei moved. Fingers first and slowly. His legs.
Ah, what a feeling,
he said when he was out of the pod. Instead of feeling sluggish and fatigued, Jiang Fei felt refreshed. Stronger even. It felt like every vein and artery in his body had been cleared. It was all smooth in his power circulation. Best of all, he could feel every bit of power flowing, coursing through his body. It was as if he could feel every single blood cell in his body. In Chinese martial arts terms, every vein in his meridian system had improved drastically. So much so that power flow was immediate and smooth. Half of his body structure had been modified to be a perfect conduit for energy. If his previous meridian system was like an intricate maze, his current meridian state would be like a systematic highway with only a few branches to specific muscles. Power delivery was so fast and instant that Jiang Fei did not even need to concentrate on channeling energy anymore. Before, he needed to slowly channel his energy to his fist or his legs to perform some form of attack. Now, without restriction, Jiang Fei could simply summon the strength and release any form of attack from any location of his body at whim.
Congratulations, Captain!
0541 said.
I feel so good that I could take on 5 Grandmasters,
said Jiang Fei.
If it's on the Grandmaster level, you are setting the benchmark. In your current state, you could fight 200 of them at the same time,
said 0541. With the black hole core fused into his body, Jiang Fei's combat level could be adjusted able to defeat even Commander Alexis.
Awesome!
Jiang Fei roared from the top of his lungs. The feeling of power surging through his body like vomit was unlike vomit at all. In fact, it felt so great.
Captain, I must remind you again. The ear pin on your left ear must be with you at all times. You must never lose it, as even a slight damage to it would be a catastrophe.
If the limiter were to be lost, there was a chance that Jiang Fei might lose control of the core inside him. In the worst-case scenario, he would be consumed by the core.
I understand,
Jiang Fei said. Taking in the black hole core was similar to carrying a portable nuclear fission reactor everywhere he went. Yes, it might be providing him with an almost endless power source, but a single mistake would be, quoting 0541 himself, a catastrophe.
How long was I in there?
Jiang Fei asked. For him, although it only took more than a month, it felt like an eternity.
It has been 45 days since the start of the procedure,
0541 reported.
45 days? That means it has been 1 day and a half on the outside,
Jiang Fei stated, with the graduation ceremony that Autogak had him prepare for long forgotten. Jiang Fei got a new set of clothes, and while he was fastening his pants on, something came to mind, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it.
0541? I seem to remember something important happening today, but I can't remember what it is. Today is the graduation ceremony. I say it has already started. I see. Wait. What?
Jiang Fei's eyes grew big. Panicking, he quickly dashed to the exit of the training room. After a quick pack, Jiang Fei left the academy in haste for the ceremonial grounds. At this point, he was still unable to recharge his core of will, and was still unable to use Omni-Surge. Even so, he was still strong enough to take on the trial. With over 3 million combat level in his dormant stage, he would be undefeatable. For the time being, Jiang Fei ran so fast with so much power that he left deep footprints on the ground. Even so, he was still too late. As soon as he entered the field, he heard the announcement of his disentitlement.
Trainee Jiang Fei. Absent and hereby ineligible for graduation,
Alston announced.
Damn you! Jiang Fei!
Autogak barked as he saw Jiang Fei arriving. All he could do was say those words as he was helpless to do anything. Alston held the authority over him then. Chapter 13:18, Saved by the Bell.
And so the ceremony shall begin!
Alston roared as he took over the podium. Seeing that Autogak was wearing a painful expression, nothing could have made him happier than. Jiang Fei was a special existence. As such, Alston would never do anything to wrong him. Not directly anyway. During the roll call, Alston had purposefully glanced at Autogak. And since Jiang Fei was not present to acknowledge his name, Alston made haste to finish up the roll call and officially ended the opening ceremony. He had even made sure to go through with Commander Alexis about whether or not he should wait for Jiang Fei to arrive. With the green light granted by Commander Alexis himself, Alston had every right and, in a less civilized manner, courage to deny Jiang Fei his entry to the trials. Alas, even with the Autogak to back him up, Jiang Fei was disqualified. This act of getting back at Autogak was so satisfying. For everything Autogak had done in the past, this moment was worth it all. An act of humiliation was all it took. Commander Alexis was not happy with this event. A graduate absentee was unheard of. Unfortunately, he had long forgotten the name Jiang Fei despite him being the one who had personally sent Jiang Fei to the academy. It was only natural, since he was a man of missions. Unless Jiang Fei held power similar to his, Alexis would find it extremely hard to remember a new trainee. When Jiang Fei's name was called out during the roll call, Commander Alexis had no idea it was the same young Terran that he had brought to Redstone. He did, however, remember him as the new trainee that had only just enrolled. It would be impossible for him to associate Jiang Fei with the graduates that were going to participate in the trials.
Please wait!
Jiang Fei cried as he rushed forward to the bottom of the stage.
Insolent! Be gone!
Alston roared back.
I'm sorry. Ceremonial Master, please allow me to join the trials. I had spent too much time in the training room and had miscalculated the time. If it pleases the court, pray, allow me to join the ceremony, said Jiang Fei as humbly as he could, while he cowed out as low as he could. He was late, and had no right to argue his disqualification. Rules are rules. A planet would never stop orbiting the sun just for a man. Guards, take him away, Alston barked. The punishment was supposed to be far heavier than just exclusion from the ceremony, but since he was a special guest, hosted by Autogak and Commander Alexis himself, Alston only gave him the lightest punishment. Wait! Commander Alexis hummed ever so slightly, instantly sending a wave of silence through the entire grounds. When Jiang Fei ran across the field toward the bottom of the stage, Commander Alexis immediately noticed and recognized who he was. He knew Jiang Fei was the same Terran, the one with the unlimited potential, albeit he had completely forgotten his name. It was odd for someone like him to join the graduating class, as he had only just enrolled in the academy. Stand down, Alexis said, and all the guards that were restraining Jiang Fei immediately released him. Alston was taken aback. Why would someone like Commander Alexis be tending to the Terran, when he was the one that granted Alston the permission to disqualify him? My! Look at you! I thought I recognized the voice. How have you been? Why are you late? Said Alexis, smiling from ear to ear, as if he were meeting an old friend. I'm truly sorry, sir. I was too focused on training and had missed the opening ceremony, said Jiang Fei after a salute, even though he had technically gained enough strength to surpass even Alexis. It was only natural for him to salute the man who gave him a chance to save Earth. Training? Ah, all is forgiven. By the way, how did you get into the graduating class? I was sure you were just a new trainee, Alexis said. His attitude and manner was that of a friendly comrade, like talking to an equal. At this point, all eyes were locked on the two of them. No one could believe what they saw. Alston, unlike anyone else, was panicking like an ant on a hot plate. No one on Redstone had ever seen Commander Alexis smile like that before. Seeing as how Commander Alexis was treating Jiang Fei like his own son, Alston regretted how he had treated him. Had he known just how strong his background was, he would have just faked Jiang Fei's presence in the ceremony and be in Commander Alexis' ever-loving grace. Now, not only had he failed to embarrass Autogak, he might have just plucked a nerve with Commander Alexis. Sir, it was Trainer Autogak who accepted me as his student. He had so graciously arranged for me to be trained with the other graduating students, said Jiang Fei. Oh, Commander Alexis hummed
as he stepped closer to Jiang Fei.
Did you use your ability in front of him? Hehe.
A little bit, Jiang Fei awkwardly replied. To be fair, he wasn't lying. He did limit the power he could gain from Omnisurge.
As expected of the infamous crazy trainer.
Commander Alexis turned to Autogact and praised him loudly.
One is not worthy of your praises, for one is only doing what one was told,
said Autogact, even though he was arrogant, mean, and obnoxious in front of everybody else. He was exceptionally humble when it came to Commander Alexis. To be fair, Autogact had nothing but respect for him.
F***CK. That should have been me,
said Madeleine from the far end of the front row. He regretted treating Jiang Fei bad, and regretted even more for letting Autogact take his student from him.
Off you go. Join the rest for the ceremonial trials,
said Commander Alexis as he slapped Jiang Fei on the back and pushed him toward the other graduating trainees. He of all people knew about Jiang Fei's strength. Allowing him to join the ceremony was only for show.
Alston, arrange a spot for him,
said Commander Alexis before returning to his seat.
Commander.
Alston agreed without hesitation. When Jiang Fei and all other graduating trainees were in formation, Alston took the stage and started explaining the task at hand.
This is the first task for all graduating trainees. A mock mission will be assigned to all of you. Those that come in the last 10 places will be eliminated from the actual trial,
Alston explained. Elimination rounds were only expected in any kind of trial. If one could not survive the first elimination round, they would never survive in the next trials. Being eliminated from the first round would only place them in the lowest of soldier rankings. Gaining ranks from there on would be hard unless they could rake up achievements like Jiang Fei did with Domingo.
Once you're ready, proceed to the Chamber of Trials,
said Alston.
Sir! Yes, sir!
Cried all the trainees including Jiang Fei. The Chamber of Trials was just a fancy name given to a similar room that Jiang Fei had been training in.
Commence the mission!
Alston roared and the operator started the chronal acceleration and gravity manipulator. The speed of time inside the room was sped up by 30, while the gravity was set to 10 times of redstones. There, Jiang Fei and all the other trainees were not undergoing training but a real life or death mission. There were a total of 9 classes, and around 20 per class. In total, there were over 190 trainees, including Jiang Fei. The setting of the training ground was set to be a desert. Trying with all his might, Jiang Fei could not even sense the edge of the entire map. As such, it should be larger than thousands of kilometers square.
Ladies and gentlemen, listen close. I am going to explain your first mission.
Alston's voice rang from the sky. Chapter 1319, Locating Target.
You've been transported to a planet guarded by the Celestial Guardians. Your mission is to locate and acquire one of the primordial weapons. There are only 13 weapons available, and those who successfully obtain them will win. The others will gather at the altar of the weapons and await the next mission. You may start now,
said Alston, finishing his mission briefing.
Let's go! Follow me. I'll lead the way.
Here and there, trainees quickly formed a team of their own. Most of them gathered based on their own class, while some gathered based on how close they were as friends. While the rest were gathered in groups. Jiang Fei was the only one that was left and alone. Being a transfer student, with an existence that everyone knew of but never talked about, Jiang Fei had unintentionally raised the red flag on his own, prompting the rest to avoid him out of enmity or some form of jealousy. There were some who wanted to join him. They were the few that had eyes like Autogact, that could recognize talent and raw strength. But they dared not disobey the leader of their teams. Planchio, one of Autogact's strongest trainees, had nothing but resentment for Jiang Fei. For as long as he could remember, he had always been taken care of by Autogact, for he had always survived and risen as the best in every trial Autogact had put everyone through. With graduation day looming, a petite little Terran appeared out of the blue, barging into their training grounds. Having only over 500,000 combat level, a level only so average amongst those in Autogact's class, he had managed to court Autogact away from him. Planchio had no respect for Jiang Fei. He was confident that Jiang Fei had only managed to catch Autogact's attention with his background. Planchio could never recognize Jiang Fei's strength. Or rather, he would not admit that he was strong. Nevertheless, this graduation trial would be the best way to test Jiang Fei, to show that he was only all talk and no action. In contrast, Planchio's true talent would shine, and Autogact and the great commander Alexis won't be able to look away from his performance.
Cold treatment, huh?
Said Jiang Fei, as he shrugged nonchalantly. Being alone had its perks. Instead of him having to work together with other weaklings alone, he would have no one holding him back. Even though he could not use Omni-Surge or the 10th dimension, the Black Hole Core had provided him with a boost of 3 million combat level. No one among all the trainees in this simulated world could fight him, as no one had over 1 million combat level. Even combined, Jiang Fei could still defeat them.
Well then, let's take the road less traveled,
he said, as he chose a route that no team had chosen to venture to.
This boy is too naive,
said Alexis as he watched the event from outside the simulation room.
It is inevitable. Jiang Fei is new. A fresh blood without doubt. It has only been days since I've taken him under my wing, instead of tossing him with the rest.
I have been arranging private training sessions for him alone. It is only normal for him to reject cooperating with others,
Autogak commented.
So it seems,
Alexis hummed. He had faith in Jiang Fei's strength, as he could see a bit of a reflection of himself in him. A simulated field was nothing on him. Be it as if may. Alexis only wanted to know what Jiang Fei had learned from Autogak in such a short amount of time.
What a weird planet. Where are the so-called guardians?
Jiang Fei murmured to himself as he wandered around. He had already left the desert region for quite some time, but there was no sign of life anywhere. All around him was either a sea of sand or a hard, cracking, dry ground that could never birth even the most resilient plant. If even plants could not survive in such a harsh environment, beasts would not stand a chance. Just then, the ground beneath Jiang Fei's feet cracked open. A humongous tremor was felt before a rocky fist, as large as a sperm whale, made an appearance from the sun-baked ground.
Mamma mia!
Jiang Fei cried. With speed, he ran down the side of the fist made of rock and leaped about 10 meters away. The gargantuan pillar shaped like a clenched fist was not stopping. In no time, with massive quake in its wake, a huge golem came out from the ground, revealing itself to Jiang Fei.
Stone Golem.
Combat level, 550,000. Note, basic life form with minimal intelligence. Common in dying planets and abandoned worlds.
Now that's a real golem,
said Jiang Fei, amazed. Such a monster was nothing but a fly for him to defeat. Nevertheless, he was still in awe of the life forms found in space. For someone as ignorant and oblivious to the outside world, Terrans or humans in general could never reach for the stars unless they were willing to forsake the concept of national borders and live as a united species. To be fair, Jiang Fei himself had been ignorant about certain facts on alien life. Although he was not well read, he knew about the Kepler space mission and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, SETI, and thought only planets with similar environment to Earth could host life. He did not expect to see life thriving even on the most barren planet. The golem took note of Jiang Fei's position, and with a speed slower than even a 6-year-old with a tricycle, it hurled its fist toward him. With almost no effort at all, Jiang Fei intercepted the incoming fist with his own. A blast of silvery light, condensed into a beam-like projectile, immediately destroyed the golem's arm. The golem took the hit, and after a short moment, its entire body cracked and crumbled into a pile of small rocks.
Not bad,
said Alexis. His interest piqued. Despite not being able to directly measure Jiang Fei's combat level from where he was, he had crossed fists with him before and knew that he had not yet activated his ability. Jiang Fei could reach a high 3 million combat level since Alexis had managed to push him there before. However, without his mysterious ability, he had only a weak 60,000 combat level. That was the reason why he had been sent to the training academy. Right then, Jiang Fei, with only his raw strength, had defeated a 500,000 combat level golem with a single punch. Something told Alexis that he had become overwhelmingly stronger as compared to when he first laid eyes on him.
That must be the result of your training,
said Alexis to Autogak.
Not quite,
Autogak confessed immediately, although he would like to take credit for the success of his own trainees. For Jiang Fei's case, it was all him.
The boy's talent for combat is beyond anything I have seen. I knew that the moment I saw him. That is why I arranged a personal training module for him. In less than 2 weeks, he had managed to double his combat level from a mere 60,000 to 120,000. An impressive feat, I must say. After the end of the training session, he had requested to use the training room with 30 times chronal acceleration. As to how he is as strong as he is right now, I do not know. Alexis nodded and turned his head back to the monitor. He had decided that he would question Jiang Fei once everything was over. After the stone golem, Jiang Fei continued on and came to a valley. There, he faced a few more golems hiding on the side of the cliffs, which were all dealt in the same quick and easy manner. While everything was smooth sailing for Jiang Fei, the other groups did not have it as easy. The enemies they faced were not as strong as Jiang Fei's, but they still had a tough time defeating Trent's swamp beast and other basic life forms that were only 300,000 or 400,000 combat level each. If they had gone off on their own, they would have perished a long time ago.
Sheesh. Where are the weapons?
Jiang Fei grunted, bored of destroying golems.
Oh!
He gasped when he noticed a barrier-like object from the deepest part of the valley. With haste, he sped through the valley and arrived at a brightly lit altar. The altar was huge and resembled a Japanese hexagonal ceiling altar. There were even large ropes that hung from each of the 6 pillars that were each as wide as the Empire State Building. In the center of the altar was a group of statues carved out of stone and marble. Chapter 1320, Marionette Technology. After taking a closer look, Jiang Fei noticed that the altar consisted of 2 separated buildings with a group of statues positioned closer to the entrance than the center. The statues looked like a humanoid version of a bat. Their heads were human heads that had been transfigured a little to resemble a bat. The limbs were furry and had web-like flaps growing out of them, probably to facilitate flight. The craziest aspect of their appearance was their 3-meter-long claws.
What are those? They can't just be statues for decorations,
said Jiang Fei. Unfortunately, neither 0541 nor the scope on his head had any information about the statues, except that they were not inanimate objects, but beings that were capable of combat.
Could that be the weapon that I'm supposed to find?
Jiang Fei spouted as something metallic and shaped like a small dagger caught his eye. The dagger was located at the far edge of the entire hexagonal altar and was encased in a glowing box, floating in suspended animation.
Captain, I think that is it,
0541 said. He had picked up some form of energy wave emanating from the dagger. Even though the entire planet was a product of simulation, the dagger, being in target, was processed to give off a distinctive energy reading to help trainees detect it better.
So, is that it? I could finish this after I take that dagger?
Jiang Fei said, the ends of his lips curling in anticipation. The mission was to acquire the weapon, and there were only 13 available. That would mean that competition amongst other trainees would be inevitable. He would have to carry the dagger and prevent others from snatching it away from him. That being said, who could actually fight him for it?
Captain, it seems that after taking the weapon, we can leave through the altar itself,
0541 commented.
All right then. Time to end this,
said Jiang Fei happily. With speed, he ran across the valley toward the entrance of the altar. There, the moment he took a single step into the light barrier, a loud crack was heard. All of a sudden, all statues in their respective forms moved toward him with hostility.
F***CK.
As quickly as he could, Jiang Fei made a head count. There were 36 moving statues, and 2 were approaching him at a faster speed. Faster was merely relative. He had only needed to move slightly faster than normal. A walk in the park, so to say, to avoid being trampled by the mega-sized bat statues. Unlike a few other styles of fighting, Jiang Fei's was not the kind that would take on everything he saw. Bulkier, bigger fighters, on the other hand, would face their opponents with the classic exchange of blows. Jiang Fei moved as agile and effortlessly as leaves gliding through the air. Soft and silent. All incoming attacks by all rock statues were avoided ever so easily. He was like water in a river flowing through all the rocks and boulders, never to be stopped. Like a butterfly gliding through the petals of flowers, never tainted by the dew of the leaves. Jiang Fei's mastery in this aspect of Chinese martial arts was only elementary, but it was still good enough for anyone else's jaw to drop.
Such a technique! How long would it take to create such a move? Is this boy a genius of the millennium?
Alston gasped. As the manager of the entire training academy, Alston had seen trainees come and go, and all sorts of things. Even so, he could not understand how Jiang Fei could master such a speed. Lightning fast yet so accurate.
I've never seen him do that before.
Autogak chimed in.
I did, but it was never this good. He was not that fast when I fought him,
said Alexis. The entire scene had taken less than 3 seconds, executed with perfection. Even after he had masterfully evaded all the stomps and punches, he was still unable to get through the army of statues, as the entrance was now sealed off by 2 of them.
What are these things actually?
Said Jiang Fei, as he removed himself from the statues and away from the altar to scan them again. Hard-light puppet. Combat level, 1,100,000. Note, hard lights are constructed with marionette technology. Minimal intelligence, but unyielding combat will continue to fight until all moving parts are destroyed.
The F***CK? I can only defeat them by completely destroying them. And what the H, L is hard light. Marionette?
Jiang Fei mumbled to himself after failing to understand the description of the statues.
Captain, there are too many civilizations in the known universe, and some of them are builders. Hard light technology utilizes light particles, or photons, to create objects and materials to a certain extent. Marionette technology is another form of robotic technology, like androids but less commonly practiced.
0541 explained.
Bah! So, I just need to keep attacking them until they are completely destroyed. Yes? In a manner of speaking. Yes. Well, alright then.
Jiang Fei took a deep breath to prepare himself for a long fight. 36 statues with over 1 million combat level would be a piece of work. It was not something that he would find troubling. Just time-consuming. Evidently, his powers were not the only aspect that had increased after fusing with the black hole core. His confidence was now off the charts. After taking aim, Jiang Fei only needed to throw a kick. All the swirling energy inside of him flowed toward his legs, and he delivered a powerfully charged kick without the need to channel. Being an almost half-energy hybrid, Jiang Fei now had eliminated the delay of channeling energy to anywhere his body needed. Dodging and evading attacks was child's play. The real fight was only just beginning. Wham! Crack! Jiang Fei's kick was so powerful that it made a crack on the gigantic stone-made statue. Without delay, all statues except the two that blocked the entrance to the altar retaliated. Even though they were huge, their movement was unlike the golems from before. They were fast, but alas, they were only constructs, not actual living beings. Their speed was laughable when compared to Jiang Fei's. 3 statues came forward and tried to surround him, but with a simple leap, Jiang Fei shot to the sky, way above their heads.
First one.
Jiang Fei hummed as he delivered a killing shot to a statue's head. He threw out a kick, and as expected, the statue was immediately decapitated. However, without the head, the construct was still able to move and knew where Jiang Fei was as if its head served no purpose.
Ugh. Now that's a will to fight. Looks like I really need to completely destroy it,
said Jiang Fei. In a way, he admired this technology. A combat marionette would never cease fighting until its last breath. Perhaps if he constructed a combat marionette that was smaller in size and faster in speed, it might be undefeatable. Thundering explosions could be heard from even outside of the valley as the fight between the stone statues and Jiang Fei started. All of his attacks hit their targets while he was untouched. It took several moves, but eventually, he managed to reduce one stone statue into a pile of rubble. Only then did it stop moving.
Who's going to be number 2?
Jiang Fei croaked arrogantly. As he locked on to his next target, he zoomed across the perimeter of the altar and delivered his next attack.
Come on! Don't stop! I ain't got all day!
He barked after the second statue was destroyed. It was truly a spectacle how Jiang Fei moved around the battlefield, defeating foes that were at least 10 times his size. A 3 million combat level defense coupled with a 2 million combat level defense bioarmor made Jiang Fei a living tank. He was as destructive as an actual tank. A few shots was all it took to destroy a statue with 1,100,000 combat power. Chapter 1321, Cursed Life Form. It took Jiang Fei less than a minute to defeat all the stone statues. Nothing but destroyed rocks, fine and rough, remained at the entrance to the altar.
Hope that nothing else will come out,
said Jiang Fei as he dusted himself off before proceeding to the altar.
How naive can he be?
Alexis groaned angrily as he spectated Jiang Fei from outside the training room. He had always known that Jiang Fei was a soft-hearted being. To make things worse, he had not taken any real mission in space, which was why he did not feel the need to be on guard at all times. Then again, it could not be helped. He was just a trainee after all, as a greenhorn coming from a distant planet from a rarely visited quadrant of a faraway galaxy. Not facing any sort of lethal threat was only normal. That was Alexis' assumption of Jiang Fei, even though he did not know what he had already been through. Be it luck or someone in the higher dimension looking after him, he did not trigger any of the traps that were so clearly planted. Jiang Fei was completely fine as he arrived at the edge of the altar.
This must be the weapon I need to acquire,
he said, as he gripped the dagger's hilt and withdrew it from the box.
Let's complete the mission,
he said after the dagger was put away.
Ha 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 ha. What was that?
Jiang Fei barked as he heard a faint laugh coming from behind him, where the box was.
The heck?
He said, approaching the now empty box slowly. However, as soon as he realized something was wrong, he stopped and turned away instead. Creak, crack, thud. The box that housed the dagger disappeared into thin air, revealing another box with seals all over. The box, appearing to be made of a wood-like material, cracked as if something inside was pushing outward. The seals on the box glowed and, for a second there, seemed to be keeping whatever was inside the box in. However, the seals were quickly overpowered and the box broke open. A small doll made of straw-like material dropped out. From afar, Jiang Fei examined the doll with his scope and saw that it was attached with many kinds of paper seals. Even though he had no idea what it was, he had a bad feeling about it.
Ha 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 ha.
The same eerie laughter was heard again, and this time, he clearly heard it coming from the doll. As a cold wind swept by, the doll moved and stood up on its own, as if something was controlling it.
Oh geez.
Jiang Fei was strong yet he was still afraid of that sort of thing. All of a sudden, the doll glowed with a powerful sunset yellow hue. Jiang Fei was so taken aback that he unleashed a chi barrier in front of him with so much energy that it glowed equally bright as the doll. Whoosh! When the yellow light dimmed to nothing, a humanoid figure emerged. It was an enlarged version of the doll. Another flash of yellow light was released, and this time, the doll morphed into a being of flesh and blood, sharing the same hideous and eerie appearance that was almost identical to the straw doll. Grundle. Combat level, 2,100,000. Note: a cursed life form possessing enormous power. Its toxic corrosive blood contains potent poison powerful enough to kill and erode anything.
F***CK.
Jiang Fei took several steps back. Even though he had never fought this monster before, he realized that its blood was dangerous and lethal. As such, he could not afford to rely on his fists and kicks to fight. Before he could react, the Grundle zoomed across the room. Effortlessly, almost like a ghostly apparition, a fist was hurled toward Jiang Fei's face, but he blocked the attack with a Chungying sword he withdrew from the ring with speed. Jiang Fei was pushed several feet back, but after a few adjustments to his footing, it was his turn to attack. Halfway through sending his sword across the air, the Grundle roared. A loud, high-pitched noise was made, annoying Jiang Fei. Without the need to guess, he knew that it was a psychic attack, a weaker version of an attack from a massive planet-sized beast he had faced before. If any other trainee were to face this monster, he or she would surely be killed instantly.
Die. Spooky *T.
Jiang Fei grunted as he sank his sword into the Grundle's ribs. He had mastered the art of the sword. Be it a veteran fighter or a mindless beast like the Grundle, it would be difficult, almost near impossible, to evade Jiang Fei's surefire attack. Slash! Jiang Fei pulled his sword horizontally, trying to cut the monster in half, hoping to end the fight right there and then. However,
what the F***CK?
Jiang Fei barked as he felt the sword in his hands become lighter.
*T.
The sword in his hands was now halved. The top half of the sword was gone, while what's left of the sword was slowly melting away from the residue of the black-green blood dripping down from the top. The Grundle roared maddeningly as he stomped toward Jiang Fei, spilling blood from its open wound everywhere.
How am I supposed to fight this thing?
Jiang Fei bellowed. He could not punch it for fearing its blood would harm him. The corrosive ability of the monster's blood was nothing like he had ever seen before. Although the Chungying sword was not as strong as the Jianlu sword, it was still made with the best metal ever invented by the Namekians. Having it melt in an instant was just unbelievable. With every bit of effort he could muster, Jiang Fei made sure to avoid every tiny drop of blood what was on the ground, and that was being sprayed out by the Grundle. With speed, he moved a good 10 meters away from the doll, fearing that it might try to project its blood out at him.
What?
The Grundle roared, like a greatly aggravated beast. Being a veteran fighter, Jiang Fei knew that the beast was ready for a fight to the death.
0541. Any thoughts on this?
Jiang Fei asked as he dodged every possible attack coming from his opponent. Defeating this beast would be easy with a single punch, but if it meant losing his hands, it would be a no-go.
Well, you could try and attack it with ranged attack. Even though the efficiency is low, you wouldn't be hurting yourself. Using the Jianlu sword against this thing would be unwise as it will end up like the Chungying sword,
said 0541 helplessly. The Jianlu sword would be able to kill the beast with its poison. However, the sword itself would not survive.
Unwise, huh?
Jiang Fei repeated. After creating a larger gap between the two, Jiang Fei started to unleash a barrage of energy bursts to strike the manifestation of poison itself. Splat. Splat. Splurt. Parts of its body were scattered everywhere, like pudding being shaken wildly by a kid. It was obvious that the Grundle was weak in defense, as a simple energy burst would puncture through its body. However, unlike any other foe Jiang Fei had fought before, the more it was injured, the worse it became for him. Splattering blood all over the place created tiny craters, reducing his standing ground. At one point, The gravely injured Grundle started acting more crazily. Instead of charging toward Jiang Fei mindlessly, it started waving its arms, splattering blood all around like rain. The ground, the pillars, basically anything that came in contact with the blood started rotting. Somehow, perhaps due to negligence, Jiang Fei missed one drop of blood. It landed right next to his feet, immediately melting the ground, making a small pothole, since there was very little space left for him to step on. Jiang Fei unconsciously moved his feet slightly, as he did not notice the small hole next to him. He lost his balance and stepped on the drop of blood.
F***CK,
he said after noticing it. Not 1 second later, he felt a piercing, burning sensation coming from the bottom of his left leg. Chapter 1322, Pills Don't Work Anymore. Focusing solely on the Grundle rather than the pain in his leg, Jiang Fei tried his best to bait it away from the altar, swapping positions with it. The Grundle might be mindless, but it was persistent in killing Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had always been able to outmove its every attack, but now, with his legs injured and throbbing with pain, he was unable to perform as well as he did. The blood of the Grundle had already eroded his boots and halfway through his calves. The bottom of his feet was purple now. The muscle fiber in his left calf was snapping at every constriction. Like any other poison, the more Jiang Fei moved, the further it spread. For the entire time, Jiang Fei was unable to focus on the fight as the pain in his leg was too much to bear. As such, he had to force a large amount of energy to divert and halt the spread of the poison.
0541. Evil Purging Pill. Now!
Jiang Fei ordered.
Captain, the pill would not work,
said 0541. The evil purging pill was simply the ant milk that Jiang Fei had acquired from inside the game Dawn Break. 0541 had only mimicked the properties of the potion and made a copy of what he knew, which was a simple healing elixir invented by the Namekians. Even though it would work on Earth, it would not work for the poison that was the blood of the Grundle.
Crap!
Jiang Fei groaned. He was calm and composed even though he had stepped on the poison because he had assumed that the evil purging pill would work. Alas, if only he had known that the pill, or any other pills for that matter, he had used on Earth would never work on monsters in space. He would have been extra careful during the fight. The power of the poison in his veins was clearly stronger than anything he had ever faced. Even by channeling 50% of his powers down to his calf, the poison was still spreading, albeit slower, up to his thigh. At this point, Jiang Fei had every reason to panic. Poison was the last thing he had thought that would get him. Right then, Jiang Fei had a sudden idea. Instead of trying to remove or cure it, he could simply change the properties of the poison and turn it harmless. With double the power of the core of will, Jiang Fei's mental powers had exceeded that of every mortal in the universe. Even though he was out of juice and was unable to use the power of the 10th dimension, he still had mental powers of his own. To put it simply, it was the power of hyper-concentration of the mind, an ability that was unique to Jiang Fei. With it, he could focus his thoughts down to the quantum level of reality. It was almost similar to the 10th dimension, but without the power of the core of will. He would be completely exposed, as his physical body will be left undefended. At least, in the 10th dimension, he was alone, and no one else besides himself was able to move there. The only way left for him to dwell in his hyper-concentration mode would be to first eliminate the threat in front of him. Instead of reaching for the exit, Jiang Fei decided to finish the fight. With spare energy ready to be used, he expelled a powerful blast of energy from his palms, shooting a concentrated beam toward the Grundle. The Grundle saw the incoming attack from a mile away, but was unable to dodge it, as the beam attack was far too fast. It took the beam attack head-on, but instead of making a hole in its head, it was merely thrown backward, splattering more blood everywhere.
Tough bastard!
Jiang Fei clicked his tongue. The monster was not at all strong in defense, but its will to live was on par with Jiang Fei. It could still stand and fight, when it was supposed to have died a long time ago. Annoyed, Jiang Fei tried his best to think of any other way instead of relying solely on projectile attacks. The poison in his legs was spreading too fast, having already taken over the entire calf, and he could no longer feel anything in the affected region. It was obvious then that his nerves had already been eaten away. If he prolonged the fight, he might lose his entire left leg. To make things worse, he could no longer move. Frantic, he could only continuously project energy beams on and on until something worked.
Sir, do you want to?
Autogect asked.
Not yet,
Alexis hummed. Both of them appeared to be calm, but they were truly worried for Jiang Fei. Based on what they knew about him, he had every bit of strength to finish the trial. However, The thing about the trial was the monster summoned at the altar was random. Be it luck or a curse. Jiang Fei had managed to summon the worst one of all. As naive as he could be, he had actually gotten poisoned by the monster's blood and risked dying without immediate treatment. Autogak had planned to earn the Best Trainer award this year with Jiang Fei competing in the trials, but from the looks of it, it seemed like Jiang Fei might not even survive the first round. Worse, he might actually bite the dust. Commander Alexis was worried. Not for the trial or anything but for Jiang Fei's life. Even if he failed, he wanted him to survive and live to train for another day. However, looking at how the situation developed, Alexis wanted to see how Jiang Fei could pull himself out of that sinking hole.
*T. He'll die if I don't finish the fight now.
Jiang Fei thought.
*CK it.
He groaned and pulled out the Zhanlu sword. With every ounce of strength left in him, he snapped the tip of the sword and imbued it with metal energy molded with origin force.
Eat this!
Jiang Fei roared as he aimed and tossed the broken piece toward the Grundle. The fight then ended after 2 seconds. In the first second, the Grundle roared and moaned as the broken metal entered its body. Its body began to crumble starting from its chest where the piece of the sword struck. In the second, the Grundle stopped moving and slowly rotted away, dying for real this time. Compared to the Grundle's own poisonous bodily fluid, the Reaper's potion seemed to be stronger. As soon as the monster fell, Jiang Fei hurried over, limping with his good foot to check for the sword piece. Unfortunately, 0541's scanning failed to pick up any Valium signature. Clearly, the broken sword piece had corroded.
*CK.
Jiang Fei groaned. The fight was over, and he could not have felt more disgruntled about it. Not only did he get fatally poisoned, he had damaged his one powerful physical weapon. With no threats left, he found himself a clean spot to sit and tend to his leg. At this point, his entire left leg, all the way to his pelvis, had already lost all feeling. The poison was spreading fast, and it would soon hit his spine.
Captain, how do you feel?
0541 asked nervously. Even with all the information and knowledge he had about the universe, he could not do anything to undo the poison of the Grundle. Jiang Fei closed his eyes and ignored everything in the world. With the remaining minutes of his life, he was going to have to pour all his mental power into hyper-concentration or die trying. He took in a deep breath, filling his lungs to the fullest, and started concentrating. A mental image appeared in his mind and quickly, he was able to see himself from a third person's perspective. He continued focusing down to where the source of the poison was, and saw membranes made of energy wobbling and vibrating.
This must be the poison,
he thought as he pinpointed foreign substances that were behaving unlike anything else around. This was not the first time he had seen his own body. That was why he could recognize what did not belong. To be honest, anyone could easily identify the poison as it was a darkened energy membrane that was releasing destructive particles that disrupted other energy membranes around it. Chapter 1323, Dropped. By concentrating harder, Jiang Fei tried his best to understand the particles and the foreign energy. He dared not simply alter the membrane's vibrating strings, even though it would not be his first time as he had spent a good amount of time experimenting on himself. Still, he was a novice in quantum physics. Altering a string's vibration led to a change in the particle's behavior. He might cause more harm than good to himself if he were not careful. He was planning on removing the poison in his body by altering the foreign object's string frequency. With just one string affected, the cascading effect would take place and change the nature of the poison itself. The gambit here was the effect. Jiang Fei did not know whether he would be changing the poison into something harmless or something far deadlier than the Reaper's potion. Killing himself was a probability with that one action.
*CK it. I have no time to worry about that. I do not believe my luck is that bad,
Jiang Fei thought. Determined, he focused his thoughts onto the string and reduced its vibration frequency.
That ought to do it,
he said to himself. At the very least, he was still alive. In hyperconcentration, Jiang Fei's perception was from outside of his body thus. It removed all of his senses. As soon as he stopped concentrating, he returned to his normal self and quickly examined his leg. His entire calf was on the verge of sliding off his bones, while the other mildly affected regions had an oddly sickly blue hue. Whatever it was not causing Jiang Fei any pain, nor was it spreading further.
The heck did it turn into?
Jiang Fei mumbled as he gulped down several bottles of healing potions. After several potions, his calf started healing. The blue liquid that was still in his legs remained in his body. At the very least, it was not damaging. He would have to wait until the trials were over to let 0541 thoroughly analyze it. The bottom of his left foot had it worse. Almost all muscle tissues had rotten away, revealing all of his bones. However, with a couple more potions, muscles grew and healed his foot entirely. It was fortunate that only the muscles on the sole of his foot were affected. If he had lost his calf, he might have to indulge in specialized training just to have his calf muscles resume its previous glory. A few minutes was all it took for his muscles to regrow, and with 1 or 2 more bottles, his skin regrew, restoring his legs to how it was before the fight.
I shouldn't have been too hasty in trying to end the fight. I would never have stepped on the damn blood if I had just simply resorted to the kiting technique.
Jiang Fei scolded himself for being too impatient.
At least the mission is over now.
He had paid the price for accomplishing the mission objective. Jiang Fei barked as his heart sank when he could not feel anything in his right pocket. The dagger that he had purposely kept there was gone.
Damn it!
Jiang Fei roared. He could only assume that the dagger must have slipped and got disintegrated by the Grundel's blood when it fell to the ground.
F***CK! 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 Just how unlucky can I be?
Jiang Fei barked again and again as he regretted not putting the dagger in the ring's inventory when he had the chance. Despite being nervous and angry, he had to remain stationary as his legs were healing and not yet combat ready. He had to wait until he regained his feeling in his left leg. After an hour of proper rest, Jiang Fei got to his now fully healed feet. Consuming so many bottles of healing potions had granted him energy like how Red Bull gave you wings.
Where could it possibly have dropped?
He attempted to find the dagger around the altar, all the while hoping that it had not been eroded by the Grundel's poisonous blood.
Screw you!
Jiang Fei bellowed from the top of his lungs after wasting 20 minutes searching for the dagger. He had covered every nook and cranny of the altar and each of the corroded craters that the Grundel's blood had made. But there was no sign of the dagger.
Captain, if it's the dagger you are searching for, somebody came in while you were concentrating and took it from your pocket,
said 0541 after finally figuring out what Jiang Fei was looking for.
And you waited this long to tell me?
Bah! Jiang Fei said, exhaling a long breath. The anger and resentment he had for that prick was too much that it rose in him like vomit. He had spent so much trying to defeat the freaking monster, and the dagger had simply been pickpocketed from him.
Sir, I don't think you should have done that,
said Alston as he awkwardly gazed as Commander Alexis while he played with the dagger. While Jiang Fei was in his hyper-concentration mode, Alexis had snuck into the simulation and quietly took the dagger without him noticing. Technically speaking, rules did not allow any interference with the trials, but the culprit was none other than Commander Alexis himself, who dared to go against the ruler of Redstone. The reason Commander Alexis stole the dagger was to remind Jiang Fei to be alert at all times. One must never lower one's guard, be it in the battlefield or in a safe zone.
Calm down. There are other weapons in the simulation. He could simply grab it from the others,
said Alexis confidently. The worry he had for Jiang Fei was dispelled when he snuck around him. At such close proximity, Alexis could feel the power of the black hole core, albeit not knowing what it was.
I am not worried about Jiang Fei. It's just, the other trainees would not stand a chance,
said Alston. Commander Alexis' action of taking one of the weapons out of the trial would surely affect the entire outcome of the trial.
Leave it be,
said Alexis with a certain tone to end the conversation.
Commander,
Alston replied dejectedly. If the leader of the entire planet had spoken, it would be treason to act otherwise. Jiang Fei had spent a good hour at the altar moping about the loss of his dagger. He tried to reason with it, but considering all the trainees around, no one was as strong as he was. With his powerful perception ability, no one could simply waltz around and steal his dagger from his own pants.
Arg. I'm sure there are other altars like this one,
said Jiang Fei with a heavy heart. He was not looking forward to another fight with another Grundel, but he had no choice. He got up, dusted himself off, and left the altar. Along the way back up the valley route which he took to enter this altar, many more golems appeared. Jiang Fei had had enough disturbance as it was, so he defeated those golem with a single overpowered punch. The golems were not strong enough. At most, they gave Jiang Fei a scare which annoyed him even more.
I wonder how are the others doing? Someone must have finished the mission and left.
Jiang Fei grumbled disgruntledly as he ventured on. By the time he left the valley entirely, the sun was setting and Jiang Fei decided to set up camp in a nearby forest. Not far from where he chose to sleep, he saw a flicker of light. After close inspection, he identified the source of light as a campfire.
Who on blood earth dares to set a campfire like this?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes, going toward the light. Chapter 1324, A Group of 5. Jiang Fei suppressed his power and approached the campfire with the lightest steps he could take. When he was close enough, he hid behind a larger tree and peeked. There were 5 of them, sitting around the campfire, with their guards lowered. These 5 looked familiar. Jiang Fei recognized all of them, as they were all graduating trainees.
Should I greet them?
He asked himself. They were not from Otagak's class.
Humph? Is someone there? I see him. Isn't that the trainee that was late to the ceremony? You can come out now. We all saw you.
Whether it was his own weakness or the strength of those 5, Jiang Fei's presence was discovered, and he had to move out of the darkness and into the light.
Come along now,
said the one with the crocodile head. A Decronian.
Okay.
Jiang Fei gave up and listened. It would only be rude, not to mention embarrassing for him, to leave when they had already noticed him. He took the liberty to sit on an open seat close to the raging fire. The one that had called out to him, the Decronian, seemed to be the leader of the group. The Decronian was famed to be the strongest even amongst the army ranks.
Greetings, Mbaka,
said the Decronian first.
I'm Jiang Fei.
Jiang Fei introduced himself plainly.
These here are my teammates. That's Luna, Dodge, Mingsk, Waxus,
said Baka as he introduced the others.
Hello,
said Luna. She was a female bunny girl, although she looked rather plain. Her long, luscious legs made her stand out amongst the others. Ron Albanian. Combat level, 350,000. Note, a race dominant of the planet Robalbi. They are but only average in terms of power. Female Robalbinians are extremely suited to be secretaries. Based on the readings of the scope, the girl's combat level was only average. Because of the information given to him by the scope, Jiang Fei could only lower his expectations of her race. Then again, he had thought of the girl to be more than just a secretary. Her legs might be seductive, but any martial artist knew better than to judge a person based on their appearance. Those legs of hers might actually be able to break his ribs.
How are you alone?
Asked Dodge. He was the only being that was different than the others, while the rest had a certain humanoid appearance. He was just a lump of green slime. Combat level, 480,000. Note, a peculiar species. While most of them are blobs of conscious liquid, only a few gained a high level of intelligence and power. Besides fire, nothing could kill them.
Heh. Must be my looks,
said Jiang Fei, shrugging it off. He could not take his eyes off Dodge as he had never seen anything like him before. A gathering of greenish liquid that could talk and think without visible organs. Mingsk and Waxus were brothers, and they were almost identical to humans. The only difference was their eyes. Unlike human eyes, theirs were just plain white without any discernible iris. Alderanian. Combat level 450,000. 550,000. Note, beings of Alderan are strong in psychic ability. They are always able to take control of other beings with weaker mental strength. The brothers were quiet, and only nodded when Jiang Fei turned to look at them.
Jiang Fei, did you get your weapon?
Baka straightforwardly asked. Based on the rumors that Jiang Fei had only over 120,000 combat level, it was obvious that the question was enveloped with sneer and sarcasm.
Ugh, I had it and I lost it,
said Jiang Fei truthfully. There was no use in hiding it, since he had nothing to show for it anyway.
I understand what you're going through. All we can do now is to wait until all weapons have been discovered and for the start of the second mission,
said the slime.
Don't mind us. Please continue the conversation as we cook,
said Mingsk while Waxus was busy spinning a boar-like creature on a stick atop the campfire.
I say, Jiang Fei, you're in luck. Alderanians make the best roasted meat. No one else could enjoy such an authentic experience,
said Baka as saliva dripped from the tip of his jaw. Such behavior was only expected from aliens with beast-like instincts. If Jiang Fei had done that, and toward Luna, the bunny girl, it would definitely be sexual harassment. Fortunately, he was only slightly disgusted. As the conversation shifted toward casual topics, the brothers finished cooking and Jiang Fei helped himself to a piece of boar leg. Before gobbling it down like a savage, Jiang Fei made sure to ask 0541 to examine it through the scope to make sure it was edible. The roasted meat was surprisingly delicious. Jiang Fei had never been so hungry for more alien meat. As he licked his fingers clean, the sun had set, and the skies were littered with stars from nearby galaxies. The forest was dark, and was only illuminated by starlight through the canopy of leaves.
Leader, won't the light of the fire attract others?
Luna asked, worriedly.
I've made it so. Purposely. None of us had acquired a weapon. By attracting unwanted visitors, we might actually lure in one that carries a weapon. Well, kill whoever holds the weapon and be done with it,
said Baka without much of a flinch. Jiang Fei choked a little when he heard Baka's plan. No wonder he had so straightforwardly asked Jiang Fei about having a primordial weapon. If he did, the group of 5 might have attacked him. The weapon had been created through a special method that even storing it in the ring's inventory would not leave its wave energy undetected. No wonder Baka had been so trusting with Jiang Fei. He had no primordial weapons on him. Be it as if may, Baka was still friendly, speaking with Jiang Fei. Then again, he had ulterior motives of his own. If he and Jiang Fei could graduate together, Jiang Fei could at least introduce him to a certain someone supporting him.
Primordial weapons are not for all. By luck, you might find one. Without it, one might be eliminated through the second trial. It seems that the weapons play a key role in surviving the next mission, said Mingskin in an attempt to lighten the mood for not owning a weapon then. You might be right. Dodge, you take the first shift. The rest of you should get some rest,
said Baka, changing the topic quickly.
Sure thing,
said Dodge before he left the campfire. The next moment, something happened that made Jiang Fei almost pee his pants. Dodge had expanded from being just a pole with arms into a large balloon before exploding into countless pieces. Splat, splat, splat. The smaller green pieces moved about, crawling slowly toward all directions.
Surprised? Ha. I have no idea what they are, but the slime species are miracle workers. They can split into countless pieces with a mind of their own. If they were destroyed, their consciousness will join the other pieces, sharing any information. In any situation, if a single piece survives, it would regrow back into a full being. Hard to kill. They are. I see them as the best scout,
said Baka, laughing at Jiang Fei's comical reaction. Chapter 1325, Request for Cooperation. Jiang Fei did not bother to participate in the lookout shift and decided to nap away. The night was peaceful as there were nothing but the sounds of tiny critters and insects. When the golden hue of the morning ray hit the forest's top canopy, Jiang Fei woke up. Baka's plans did not work for the first night as no one came over during the night. While he napped away, Jiang Fei placed 0541 on high alert while he passively diverted the energy from the black hole core into charging the core of will. One night of charging was not enough to fully charge the core. Nevertheless, it had enough juice to reactivate Jiang Fei's Omni Surge.
Someone's here,
one of Dodge's split bodies whispered before it disappeared into nothingness.
On your feet. We have a weapon to snatch,
Baka decreed, and everyone quickly readied themselves for a fight.
0541. What are the incoming?
Jiang Fei asked. The yellow hue of the morning light was still dim, and he could not see too far in the dark. Based on presence alone, Jiang Fei could sense 6 of them.
Stand by. Give me a few moments,
0541 said. Don't take too long, said Jiang Fei as he sat up straight and stopped diverting the black hole core energy into the core of will. It was now time to channel the energy into his own body to prepare for a fight.
Results are in. Elaborate. There are 6 of them. There is one at around 200,000 combat level, 2 at around 300,000 combat level, 1 at 720,000 combat level,
1 at 450,000 combat level, and 1 at 590,000 combat level. Thank you. Looks like they might be facing a bit of a challenge here,
said Jiang Fei. Baka's plan of fighting the other trainees to snatch their primordial weapons might not work this time. While Jiang Fei had precise information about the potential enemy, Dodge's main body returned and gave his own rough analysis to Baka. Naturally, his report could never be as precise as 0541's.
6 of them?
Baka frowned. He had never assumed Jiang Fei was part of the team and only thought of him as a spectator.
What are your orders?
Luna asked.
We hold. Do not strike yet. Let's see how it turns out,
said Baka rationally. He would not want to strike the trap without first knowing that there was loot inside it. The others quickly resumed their preparations and sat by the now weak campfire. Everyone was ready for a fight, and some, especially Mingskin Waxes, could not hold their anxiety in. In a few minutes, the footsteps of the 6 targets could be heard. They were walking brazenly, showing no signs of even hiding their presence, while the others were already on their feet, waiting for the order to strike. Baka was on top of a larger tree, scoping out the enemies on a branch. Huh? Baka grunted when he saw the face of the leading trainee of the group. He leaped down and proceeded to greet them with a friendly face.
You do know that I saw you from a mile away,
said the Valsaurian that was leading the group of 6.
Are you sure about that?
Baka growled before extending his arm out for a handshake.
And glad to see you're well. Likewise,
the Valsaurian replied, shaking Baka's scally hands. Baka took the chance to examine the other 5 members before asking the same question he asked Jiang Fei.
How are you still devoid of a primordial weapon? Kaelon,
Baka asked. Apparently, the two knew each other from some time ago.
Suffice to say that the trial is designed by some lunatic. 2 of my other teammates had withdrawn from the trial.
Kaelon replied. Besides a 4-armed Vulcan, the rest of the members were Valsaurians.
How so?
Baka said, snickering.
The Guardians were just too strong. After losing 2 of my members, I had to give up the weapon and leave. The 2 that had withdrawn were fatally wounded and had to be rescued.
Kaelon explained.
How strong?
Baka arched an eyebrow and asked. The strength of the Guardian must be so strong that escaping the altar was the only option.
We had it easy. The 2 were just weaker than average. I heard that someone had even encountered and killed a Grundel. God knows just how many it took to defeat that monster.
Kaelon ranted.
You're kidding, a Grundel?
Baka took a step back. The cursed life form was known to have at least over 2 million combat level. Ignoring the lethal blood aside, its strength alone was enough to kill more than a few groups.
It's true. Someone found the remains of the battlefield and the corpse of the Grundel.
Kaelon asserted.
Who could have done that? Must be someone from the 7th. Those F***ers have always been helped by someone on the top brass. Not to mention the number of illegal tools they had embedded in their own bodies. I wouldn't doubt if they claimed to have killed the Grundel. Says the pot to the wok.
Baka teased.
What's that supposed to mean?
Kaelon addressed his words. He was not liking the tone nor the message.
You of all people know better than I about being supported.
Baka taunted blatantly. It was known that Kaelin's father was a powerful man under Commander Alexis. How else would his entire team have so many Valsaurians?
Do not put me with those of the 7th. We are different. We might have our own benefactors supporting our backs, but we are not rule breakers.
Kaelon shot back. One of the many rules that Jiang Fei had skipped reading was the prohibition of carrying any tool or weapon inside the trial. Some, like Kaelon, had special treatment, but never to the point where it would be obvious. As long as no one caught them,
all was forgiven. Jiang Fei and the use of his Chungying or Shanlu's sword was not allowed. But since the usage of his weapon was against an overpowered enemy, it was looked past since Commander Alexis himself did not say anything otherwise.
What are you going to do now? Wait for the first trial to end?
Baka probed.
I'm actually trying to find people I know, and I bumped into you. Hear me out. Help me procure a primordial weapon, and I will return the favor,
Kaelon declared. Baka kept quiet for a while. He came to the trial with a carefully thought-out plan. He was confident in his strength, but not confident enough to defeat every trainee he met. The power of comrades was a necessity. He needed to gain the trust of his teammates first. Primordial weapons were limited, and it would be impossible for everyone in his team to procure one. His had planned on giving away the primordial weapon if he managed to get his hands on one. It was for leverage, to build trust and reliance in the team. If he took the primordial weapon for himself, the rest of the team might not be too happy about it. Baka returned to the campfire to discuss the notion and returned to Kaelon with a final decision.
We agree to help you with this.
Baka gave a positive answer.
Jiang Fei, what say you?
He turned to ask Jiang Fei.
I'll only be shadowing you guys. Don't mind me,
he replied plainly. He was not planning on interfering with their plans, but if things turned south fast, he would come in like a vulture to clean up the remains. That was if everyone was fatally injured and could no longer proceed. He had no intention to proactively snatch with the others, as he was alone in the entire Valsaurian army. From his vantage point, Commander Alexis was just someone who had an interest in his strength, but not his character. Unlike the old foxes in the China Martial Art Alliance, who would break their own backs just to help him.
Very well.
Of all the trainees present then, Kaelon had the most information about Jiang Fei. He had been fed with information gathered by his father, an officer working close with Commander Alexis. He knew that Jiang Fei was a talented fighter at only 120,000 combat level. The Valsaurian army had countless other soldiers stronger than him. Chapter 1326, Devil of the Lake. In no time, the entire married party took off with Jiang Fei following quietly from behind. From the looks of it, Kaelon was familiar with their destination, seeing as how they moved at an excellent pace without losing precious time. The party arrived at the target location after 3 to 4 hours of trekking.
See that island? The altar with the primordial weapon is right there.
Kaelon pointed to the horizon, where a small square-shaped island was located.
Swimming is not a problem, but I think that it is the least of our worries here,
Baka said as he licked his oversized jaws.
Indeed, the lake surrounding the island is peculiar. There is an invisible barrier, and the only way to get to the island is by swimming across it. Flying is out of the option here. I should warn you that there are beasts inside the lake. You will be attacked as soon as your feet touch the water. One of my teammates was eliminated from the trials because of it.
Kalon informed the group. That was the reason why he needed help.
0541. Scan for a bit.
Jiang Fei asked through telepathy.
Captain.
0541 replied. 0541 was able to wirelessly control the scope on Jiang Fei's ear. This piece of equipment was invaluable to 0541, and he could not stop praising Thean the Plunderer for giving it to Jiang Fei. While the two exchanged mental thoughts, Waxes twitched a little, and turned to Jiang Fei abruptly. Noticing the sudden movement, Jiang Fei faced him too, pretending to acknowledge his action as a friendly gesture. After Waxes turned away, Jiang Fei started becoming more careful about his telepathic ability.
Seems about right,
Jiang Fei murmured. He knew about Alderaanian's telepathic abilities, and regretted using his own mental ability that openly. It was fortunate that his mental strength was unparalleled, or Waxes or his brother would have found out about 0541.
So we swim,
Luna stated, dipping her furry fingers into the lake water.
Yes.
No other choice. Kalon repeated the statement. He was not keen on returning to the waters, but there was no other way to the island besides swimming.
Jiang Fei, should you just, wait for us here?
Baka asked awkwardly, as the rumor stated that Jiang Fei was only a 120,000 combat level fighter. It would be dangerous for him to follow them into the unknown depths. He would not want to lose such a precious VIP.
Like I said, don't mind me. I wouldn't want to be exposed to danger as well. I'll just sit here and see how things turn out,
said Jiang Fei as he found a spot to sit and relax. Based on his strength, he could never be hurt by the beast of the lake.
You do you. As for us, let's get ready for a dive. Remember to swim fast. Faster even,
said Kalon as he removed his boots and took the first dive. The others followed quickly, with Baka's team being the last to dive. Just like that, Jiang Fei was left alone on the side of the lake. In that instant, he could feel a wave of psychic energy emanating from the lake. Countless smaller beings were constantly emanating psychic energy, like sonar for bats, to detect those who had just entered the water.
I understand now,
Jiang Fei exclaimed. With a little concentration, he could see the little beings that were chasing after the party. They were a kind of fish-like life form that relied not on its sight or smell, but psychic readings to locate their targets.
0541. Have you anything about those fish?
Jiang Fei asked.
2 seconds. Captain, am compiling the data from the scope. The fish in this lake is known as the devil of the lake, a type of carnivorous aquatic life form that is only as large as a regular human fist. Individually, they had only over 100,000 combat level. They hunt in large schools and prey on any kind of life form, albeit being weaker. With sheer numbers, they are able to kill and consume even life forms stronger than them,
0541 explained after he had gathered all related information from the scope. Such was the functionality of the scope. Not only was it able to measure combat level, it also carried information about anything in the universe. Based on the information gathered, the devil of the lake had no auditory, visual, or olfactory sensory organs. It perceived the environment via powerful psychic energy. Once locked on, no one could escape its chase unless they left the water entirely.
So they are like blind piranhas,
cried Jiang Fei as he continued to extend his perception in the water. Concurrently, the group of trainees were being chased by at least 100,000 devils of the lake. To be honest, when Kalon had first entered the lake with his original teammates, the number of devils of the lake were only hovering around 10,000. Since this was their second entry, the devils started moving in larger schools, with an even bigger number of people entering the lake. There was more meat for them.
Leader, I have a bad feeling about all of this,
said Waxes all of a sudden.
Got it. Everyone, watch your six,
Baka yelled. If Waxes said something bad was going to happen, Baka would take every word literally, as Alderaanians had a knack for sensing danger.
Swim faster. Do not stop to attack. There's no way we can attack all of them,
Kalon roared as he parried a few incoming devils that were aiming for his neck. Fortunately, these devils were too weak to pierce through his armor. At the moment, he was still safe.
Get together. Everyone. Compact formation,
Baka ordered, and everyone followed his orders. They quickly swam to each other and made a small formation, reducing size.
Looks like a good time for a swim. What do you think? 0541?
Jiang Fei asked rhetorically. He then entered the water whilst forming an invisible bubble of psychic energy around him. Once in, Jiang Fei swam at his own pace. Almost all of the devils of the lake were chasing after the previous team, leaving only a few behind that completely ignored him. With a powerful psychic barrier released, the little fishes could not sense Jiang Fei's presence. All they saw was calm water, and a piece of wood floating across it. Not a single fish tried to attack even when they were literally brushing against him.
Leader! I don't think I'm going to make it.
Luna, the bunny girl, shrieked in pain. Due to the difference in power, her armor was the first to go, and her leg was bleeding all over from being bitten by the devils.
Damn it! Swim to her and send her around us,
Baka ordered. The entire team swam around to let Luna position herself at the center of the group. That way, she would not be attacked.
Is it just me? Or is the island not getting any closer?
Kalon roared. Frustrated. He was tired, scared, and frantic. His armor integrity was dropping fast, and the others were already taking damage from being bitten. Worst of all, they had no idea how far they even were from the island.
F***CK? What sort of L did you drag us into? Kalon? Think of something.
Baka was panicking too.
If I knew this would be smooth sailing, I wouldn't have asked for your help.
Kalon barked back. Even though he knew everyone then was strong enough to survive the devil's attack, he could not see how they could reach the island without first being rescued by the trial organizers.
Leader, let us try something,
said Waxus as he dragged his brother, Minsk, to turn around. In that state, the two held hands, and their eyes glowed radiantly. All of a sudden, the frontmost school of devil of the lake stopped swimming. They turned around and started to attack the school of fishes behind. Chapter 1327, Mark of the Tribe. Alderaanians were able to extend their psychic powers to influence other life forms with weaker mental strength. That has always been their talent besides roasting meat on fire. With combined strength, Waxus and Minsk were able to control a small school of devils of the lake with their minds. Although their combined mental capacity was not enough to control the devils in the lake, it was better than nothing.
Kalon!
You drag Waxus while I drag Minsk. We need to pull them, or they're sitting ducks.
Baka roared. While using their mind control ability, the two Alderaanians could not move. Someone else needed to aid them in moving.
Roger that.
Kalon acknowledged. He could not just leave the two brothers alone, or else when they stopped working their powers, the devils of the lake would hunt them. Just when the group of swimmers were frantically swimming for their lives, a swift figure suddenly appeared, far behind the school of devils. Jiang Fei, like a drifting log, was completely ignored by all of the fishes. He was basically swimming like an Olympic swimmer, unbothered by the fishes. All of them either swam over him or below him, completely ignoring his existence.
The F***CK? How is that possible?
Baka gasped at the sight of Jiang Fei saved from the devils. Everyone saw it and could not understand the situation. In that instant, they forgot about the chase and were surrounded by the fishes again.
Jiang Fei, what did you do to be ignored by the fish?
Baka pleaded.
I did nothing. I swam from the side of the lake, and all of them were focused on chasing you instead of me,
said Jiang Fei awkwardly.
Help us. Please. I'll make sure to return the favor in the future.
Kalon pleaded. He knew that Jiang Fei was hiding something. Be it as it may, he had to rely on Jiang Fei to survive this peril. Forget the main objective. The current objective was to survive.
Fine.
Jiang Fei snorted after giving it some thought. He decided to help Kalon and the party since he knew about Kalon's true identity from Baka's group. Knowing that he was the son of a high-ranking officer under Commander Alexis, he decided to lend a hand to build himself rapport with the top brass. It was only natural to build a good reputation with the powerful. He had been through a storm of fire and ice and knew what must be done in order to be truly safe in the wild. With a flicker of his thought, Jiang Fei changed the attributes of his mental powers. The invisible barrier was removed, and he synced his mental power with those of the devils of the lake. In that instant, all of them started to turn around, swimming toward Jiang Fei quickly. Those that were biting the others let go and joined the rest of the school. Instead of attacking, the fishes started to swim in a spiral formation, surrounding Jiang Fei like it was some sort of dancing ritual.
What is happening now? No idea. Let's just swim away. To the island?
The rest of the group quickly abandoned Jiang Fei while he was being swarmed by the fish. Syncing his mental powers to make himself appear as one of the devil of the lake was 0541's suggestion. 0541 had explained that since the devils were blinded in every way, they had to rely on pure psychic energy to
see.
So, when Jiang Fei synced his own psychic powers with theirs, the devils then treated him as one of their own. However, with his massive psychic power unleashed, The devils had assumed that he was the king of the devils. Currently, when they were swimming around Jiang Fei in circles, forming a sphere, they were performing a ritual to signify the birth of the king of the lake. From afar, Baka and the others had already set foot on the island. Jiang Fei could still be seen as he was floating with his lower half still dangling in the waters. Suddenly, a bright flash of light came from the heavens, enveloping Jiang Fei entirely. What's happening now? Am I being teleported? Said Jiang Fei to himself. The pillar of golden light surrounding him was not at all harmful, but felt warm and calming. Captain, you've won the prize, said 0541. Excited. Did I now? Jiang Fei smirked. Whoosh. The light around Jiang Fei condensed onto his face and was slowly concentrated on the center of his forehead. A burning sensation was felt, and he could not help but groan a little as the pain was unlike anything he had felt before. However, after a second, the pain subsided and a mark appeared on his forehead. The mark was very faint, and if one were to observe carefully, one could see 3 tiny lines, like the scar of an attack by a tiny claw. Congratulations! You have been awarded with the Mark of the Tribe, said 0541. Mark of the what now? Jiang Fei asked. Stammered. Mark of the Tribe. It is a tribal mark given to the ruler of the low-level life form, 0541 explained after looking through the databank of the scope. A piece of information that no one really knew. Well then, what can I do with it? Jiang Fei asked. Excited. The mark represents the undying fealty of the entire tribe to you. That is all. Besides serving as a poorly designed cosmetic appearance, it has no other function, said 0541 apologetically. He had been giving off the wrong vibe, making Jiang Fei think that he might have actually won something valuable. To be fair, the mark of the tribe served as an absolute symbol of authority. The entire tribe would forever listen and obey to each and every order of his. However, he had only become the ruler of a school of carnivorous fish in a lake inside a simulation. Unless Jiang Fei could hoard every fish with him, the mark served absolutely zero purpose. Sheesh, all that for nothing. Jiang Fei grunted. He rolled his eyes and started to swim. Along the way, he gave out an order, commanding all the devils of the lake to return to their daily business. As he swam to land, Baka and the others could not stop staring at Jiang Fei like they were looking at a ghost. What's wrong? Did I get something on my face? Jiang Fei asked. What was that all about? What's with the golden light? Baka asked. Everybody else, even with the help of their portable scope, failed to understand what had just taken place. It was only natural since events involving lower life forms with powerful psychic powers were rare. Those that had witnessed them had either failed to document it or was just too lazy to do anything about it since they were, after all, lower life forms. How should I know? Those fishes were just crazy, Jiang Fei said, sounding annoyed. That was clearly a kind of weird ritual. The Vulcan, a member of Kalen's party, spat, not believing Jiang Fei's words. Chapter 1328, Magnetoflorp. What ritual? They're just a bunch of fish surrounding Jiang Fei. Don't waste your time thinking about this sort of thing. Kalen chimed in abruptly to shift the topic. He knew that Jiang Fei must have done something to lure all the fish away from them to himself. He had helped them, and all he could do in return was to not question his method. After all, he was the famed VIP. Nothing good would come from asking too many questions. So it seems. Let us not dwell too long here. Kalen, brief us about the island. Baka joined in, shifting the attention away from Jiang Fei. At that moment, both of them shared the same thought. Jiang Fei was not as simple as he looked. He might be a weak fighter, but he possessed something that would help him in the trial. Perhaps a powerful tool or weapon that was prohibited. Nevertheless, they would not want to purposely, or accidentally, expose his true self. Very well. Listen close, for what I'm about to say will save your life. Kalen started to explain. The first time Kalen and his team came to the island, they returned to the other side of the lake with a few casualties. During entry, their numbers were lesser than the current group. The amount of devils of the lake they had managed to disturb was not as many as this time, allowing them to cross the lake safe and sound. The real nightmare started as soon as they set foot on the island. Danger lurked at every turn, and not a single team member managed to reach the altar before suffering major or fatal wounds. The first hurdle was the beach. There, hidden in the fine grains of sand, were little crabs that had not enough strength to pose real harm. However, like their counterparts, do not just stay quiet when threatened. They could not damage anyone, but they do an amazing job annoying people. After the beach would be the reef region. There, something odd had happened.
The magnetic field around large cliffs and reefs were insanely unstable. In the next step, the gravitational pull might be 10 times less than that of Earth. And in the next step, it was 10 times that of redstone. The fluctuation of gravity and magnetic field proved to be a challenge, as simply walking was no easy task. In such an environment, swinging a sword or simply throwing a punch would be an issue. Even in such an environment, there were life forms that lived and thrived. And that was the magnetoflorp. A magnetoflorp was a kind of elemental life form that survived only within a high magnetic field. As such, they were strong in nature, possessing at least 300,000 combat level at their prime. Some could even reach 500,000 combat level. In their natural habitat, they would roam in groups. As such, it would take a strong group to breach through their territory. Thankfully, there was a way to defeat them. These florps never leave their home. As long as one could outrun them, they would return back to their territory. Kaelon and his group suffered with the loss of 2 fallen comrades in the reef when they had chosen to fight head-on instead of outrunning them. The 2 fallen comrades were rescued from the simulation and were removed from the trial. The beach and the reefs were the only 2 regions Kaelon and his group had managed to pass. After the reefs, they had decided to use aerial travel. However, as soon as they took flight, they encountered the invisible barrier and were instantly teleported to the starting point, the other side of the lake.
I see,
Baka acknowledged. Right now, they had just passed the first hurdle and were standing on the beach. Fortunately, there were no signs of the crabs.
What did you say about the beach again? Wasn't there supposed to be crabs?
Dodge asked as he jiggled about. Like soft pudding? That was how he walked, and it made Jiang Fei feel somewhat itchy on the inside. As soon as Dodge asked about the missing crabs, the beach started to move. Thousands of tiny protrusions appeared and revealed thousands of crabs, roughly the size of a baby's fist. Tidehunter crab. Combat level, 4,000. Note, great taste. Preferably steamed or boiled.
Heh. Must taste great for that to be included in the footnote,
said Jiang Fei to himself after reading the intriguing note about the crabs. Even though the Tidehunter crab was only a tad different from the ones on Earth, Jiang Fei was not in the mood for a feast. There were just too many of them then, and walking over the beach was just annoying.
Thank God I don't have any kind of phobia. Sheesh. I can only imagine what those people would have to go through,
said Jiang Fei to himself as he stepped on one of the crabs and crushed it.
Do your best to ignore them. They won't do anything to you. Walk over them instead. Don't waste your energy here. It's useless to kill them all,
said Kaelon, speaking with experience. Clearly, he and his team had wasted a great amount of time trying to exterminate the crabs, only to find that it was a wasted effort.
Move on,
Baka ordered. The weakest trainee then was Jiang Fei, and since there was no threat to him, there was nothing to be worried about.
Get a move on. Quick!
Kaelon cried out and led everyone toward the reef. Jiang Fei did not bother to say anything but followed obediently. From his point of view then, the beach was large and long. Even though the island was in the middle of a lake, it was still larger than presumed. They ran at a general pace for about 20 minutes before they stopped encountering crabs. Once they left their habitat, the crabs did not bother to chase after them.
The reef is just ahead. Keep an eye out. The florps are dangerous,
said Kaelon as he threw a quick glance at Jiang Fei. He was hinting at Baka that Jiang Fei would only be a liability if he were to follow them into the reef. Even though his performance in the lake was outstanding, his combat level was still being greatly underestimated. From where they stood, Jiang Fei was just as useful as a trophy on a shelf. Even so, they had to make sure that no harm was to befall him.
How about you wait here for a bit? We'll go first to scout the region,
Baka told Jiang Fei. He was in sync with Kaelon, and could not agree more about him being a liability instead of an asset. Even so, he was special and cannot be harmed.
I'll be more than happy to wait,
said Jiang Fei with a smile. He had no intention to fight with the others. He would only act if they were incapable of continuing on with the trial.
Much obliged,
Baka said, sighing a breath of relief before turning to Kaelon and giving him a certain look. They were both afraid that Jiang Fei would insist on joining them into the reef, and they would have to spend more energy protecting him. Fortunately, Jiang Fei was
more than happy
to stay behind, thus granting Baka and Kaelon the confidence to fight the florps without anything holding them back. Chapter 1329, Eliminated from the Trial. Jiang Fei remained passive, standing outside the fluctuating magnetic field, watching the others racing into it. Even though he knew that they would have no problem in eliminating the threat, he remained vigilant. A florp was a mysterious creature to someone like him. Kaelon had lost 2 good fighters in this region. Even so, he held nothing in regards to the threat. This time, he had help from Baka's team. The risk of failing this hurdle was low with such a large number of members. Buzz. Buzz. Not long after they entered the fluctuating magnetic field, Jiang Fei heard a faint buzzing sound. The same kind an electrical welder made. Out of the ground and behind larger rocks, cloud-like creatures appeared. Like miniature, conscious thunderclouds.
That must be it,
said Jiang Fei as he tapped on the scope. Magnetoflorp. Combat level, 270,000. Note, a rare elemental life form. A form of energy source. It is advised to capture some. The scope provided an interesting aspect about the creature. Even though they were clearly creatures, ancient, higher-level civilization would hunt them in order to use them as an energy source to power their older ships. Nowadays, they had modernized into using greater power generators rather than life forms. Crack! All of a sudden, without warning, the cloud of buzzing electricity released a lightning bolt toward Luna. The bunny girl.
Aye!
Luna shrieked. She was on constant high alert, yet she had not expected to be attacked with a lightning bolt. Although the attack hit the ground instead of Luna herself, she was still mildly injured from the attack. Her legs, being closer to the ground, were paralyzed for a brief moment.
Be careful. Don't be tempted to fight. Follow me,
Baka barked, ordering everyone to trail his steps. Jiang Fei could not help but feel a slight admiration for Baka. Although he was not out of danger, he still placed his attention on his teammates.
Good man. He is. If he wasn't too cunning, he might be a decent man,
said Jiang Fei.
Damn it!
Kalon groaned loudly as he lost his balance due to the shifting in gravity. The sudden increase in gravity had tripped him, causing him to fall to the ground, hitting himself in the head. The others weren't doing too good themselves either.
Ugh! Crap!
Either someone fell to the ground due to intense gravity, or shot up to the sky for exerting too much force to their steps. Basically everyone was facing trouble in merely advancing forward. They were injuring themselves without the creatures attacking them yet, while the entire group was tripping over the fluctuating gravity field. More and more conscious thunderclouds came out to join the fray. Their attack pattern was odd, and without any noticeable pattern. They could strike the ground they were on, or simply shooting out lightning at random directions. Sands that were hit by the lightning strike were instantly vitrified into glass, demonstrating the intense power of the lightning bolt.
Someone please deal with those clouds! I'll fight them. King clouds think they could attack us and get away with it.
A few of Kalen's own members started bursting out in anger and tried to move toward the Florps to attack. The Florps were not as weak as the crabs on the beach, although they were coming in by the tens. Their attacks were powerful enough to vitrify sand. Fortunately, they were not striking at will, but only at random. So far, no one had been struck by lightning.
No! We cannot fight here! We cannot bring out even 20% of our fighting capability here. Once surrounded, we will be fried. Do you want to be eliminated from the trial?
Kalon roared. He understood the danger of dwelling in this place, and he needed to get out of it. In the fluctuating magnetic field, only the Florps were unaffected and could move about freely. They were the master in their territory, and unless one could ignore the effect of gravity, nothing could truly defeat them. Thunder crackled continuously, and the more they attacked, the more accurate their attacks hit. These creatures were starting to learn to attack properly, and were now actively chasing after the escaping group. Thump! A louder than usual crack was heard, but by the time anyone could react, a huge lightning bolt coursed through the air toward Kalon. With speed, he finally caved in, resorting to cheating by utilizing tools that he brought into the trial. He took out a small marble and tossed it toward the incoming lightning. The bolt diverted ever so slightly in the air and hit the marble instead. Without it, the bolt would have struck Kalon, vaporizing him or, at best, gravely injuring him.
Drat! The big one is here!
Kalon warned. A larger clump of dark clouds hovered over the field, slightly higher than the other Florps. Compared to the others, the king of Magnetoflorp was more opaque than the regular ones. Smaller cracking lightning bolts could be seen zapping about from within the body of the king. The bolt of lightning that had struck the marble instead of Kalon had come from the king. The king's attack was more frequent and more accurate than the regular ones. Kalon might have been saved by the marble, but the others were not as lucky.
AGH!
Dodge was the first one to be struck by the lightning bolt. Its entire exterior, the outermost layer of its slime body, was fried, like a tower of wooden blocks. He split himself into many tiny fragments and tried to escape.
No! Dodge!
Baka roared. He tried to help him when he was still whole, but now it was impossible. Countless of his splits moved about, trying to evade the attacks. Even though he thought he was able to prevent being attacked by the king, he seemed to have forgotten about the smaller ones that were still chasing them. Their attacks might not be as strong as the king's, but Dodge's split bodies could not take too much damage as well. Dodge originally had countless split bodies, but after a few seconds, he only had a handful of them left. The number of split bodies could now be counted by hands, and he was too weak to merge back into a whole being. At this time, the king was coming and Dodge's remaining bodies could not dodge the king's attack due to the fluctuating gravity field.
I give up! Please help me!
He cried. Just like that, a light barrier came down from the sky, encasing the remaining slime bodies in a protective barrier before vanishing from sight.
F***CK!
Baka grunted. Dodge was one of his better teammates, and now he was eliminated from the trial. Although he was alive and could live to see the light of another day, he had failed the graduation trials and would forever be a low-ranking soldier for the Valsarian army. Chapter 1330. A challenger appears. Dodge was eliminated from the trial, but the king was not done. Loud thunderclaps echoed in Jiang Fei. Even from afar, couldn't help but feel the tingling sensation on his skin. The king and its subjects were attacking continuously without slowing down, although the smaller florps were not as powerful as the king. No one could not afford to take any more hits. A single mishap would lead to a catastrophe. Instead of escaping, the entire group was now focusing on surviving.
How are their attacks so violent?
Kalon grunted. He had been there once and could tell the difference. He had used the marble to absorb a few stray lightning bolts, but the power of the marble would not last. Sooner or later, the marble would reach its maximum capacity and explode. Even though he could desert everyone then and leave the field safely on his own, he could not complete the mission all by himself. He needed the others to fight the final guardian.
Kalon! Stop the pretense and use whatever tool you have brought!
Baka barked. Compared to Kalon, he was more stressed than ever. Luna, the true weakest member of the team, was not doing too well. Baka was now panicking as he had already lost one member, and another was about to join the elimination party.
Fine. I'll do it. But you have to help me get that primordial weapon.
Kalon had already used the electric-absorbing marble. Seeing as how precious those things were, he did not want all his efforts to be in vain. Moreover, the marble was only a one-time use item. If he gave up now, there was no taking back the marble. Kalon took out another object. It was a disc-shaped saucer that expanded into a larger pan when thrown into the air. Once it landed, the pan expanded further and released a field of yellow hue. Once the light was released, everyone around the vicinity of the pan could feel its effect immediately. The pan created a powerful gravitational field that pulled all the florps into the yellow light. Once trapped, the florps were restrained with an electrical net. The king reacted violently when it noticed its smaller kindred had been captured. In retaliation, it made a loud growling noise and became larger, releasing multiple lightning bolts as it did.
Help!
Luna shrieked. She was at her limit. If she was struck even once more by the smaller flops, she would be gravely injured. Baka leaped toward her, offering whatever was left of his own energy into shielding Luna. A few seconds after the pan was activated, the gravitational field expanded as it absorbed the lightning bolts the captured florps had been releasing in an attempt to escape. As such, the king of the florps had to exert itself in order to break free, rendering it unable to focus its energy on attacking.
We need to leave. That pan isn't going to last any longer.
Kalon barked as he dragged his own teammates away from the reef.
Move! Move! Move!
Baka bellowed, running as he helped Luna. The king and the rest of the Magneto florps were now restrained by the pan and could not attack. That being said, the fluctuating magnetic field of the reef was still a hindrance for the others. Occasionally, they would either fall to the ground or fly up to the sky.
Interesting.
Jiang Fei murmured to himself as he observed from afar. Not long after the group had escaped, he entered the field and felt the effects of the fluctuating magnetic field. The best way to describe the feeling was like walking up a staircase that would sometimes have missing steps.
This would be a great place to train,
said Jiang Fei to himself. Only by exposing oneself to constant hardship would one improve. He wouldn't mind training in such a field if he were not in the middle of a trial then. Since all the threats were being restrained, Jiang Fei moved across the field without being attacked. Unlike the others, although he tripped once or twice, he did not fall or float too high.
Tell me the truth. Did you know about the contents of the trial? How do you have tools to precisely counter these creatures?
Baka came to Kalon and whispered to him.
It's best for you to not know about it,
said Kalon with a straight face. By not answering the question, he had given Baka the answer. He had pulled some strings with Alston and gained inside information about the trial. As such, he had brought in tools to prepare himself for the challenges. However, Kalon was not being open with his involvement and did not want anyone to know that he had pulled strings with the higher-ups. That was why he had lost 2 members in the initial run.
Heh. Looks like pulling strings and asking favors is a universal thing,
Jiang Fei said to himself.
Huh?
Baka gasped when Jiang Fei appeared next to him. Safe and sound. They had assumed he would be left behind for someone as weak as he would never be able to cross the gravity field.
I came over when I saw those creatures were trapped in that device.
He gave an answer with an earnest smile. He was only trying to give off an impression that he would neither be of help nor be any trouble to the group.
That is fortunate,
said Kalon.
Be mindful of your surroundings, Jiang Fei,
he added. Because of his special circumstances, neither Kalon or Baka would probe further about him, and since he was only
120,000
combat level, he posed no threat in stealing the primordial weapon. This was the limit to Kalon's previous incursion. He could not longer provide any information about what's to come or what they could face. Henceforth, everyone was vigilant at all times.
We need to find a place to rest. None of us are in our best shape, and if we encounter stronger foes, we might be looking at elimination,
said Baka when he noticed how overwhelmed by fatigue Luna and the Alderanian brothers were. Jiang Fei was perhaps the only one that was still unharmed and unscathed. Relying on him, a weakling, would not be wise. Baka himself was not doing too good himself.
I concur,
Kalon said. They had the luxury of time, since there was no one else on the island with them. The best course of action for them now was to rest and recuperate. However, things do not always go as planned. 20 minutes into resting, Minsk suddenly made a jerking movement, and when it's over, he turned to the group and said,
I feel a new presence on the island.
Chapter 1331, Pale Bone Skull.
Crap. That must be Tchaikovsky.
Kalon grunted.
Tchaikovsky?
Jiang Fei repeated the name.
Another V.I.P. Much like Kalon himself.
Baka shrunk and whispered to him. Not noticing Baka's explanation, Kalon continued rambling about Tchaikovsky.
That rat bastard is always on my tail. Always trying to one-up me. He must have tracked me down to compete with me.
He sounded pissed. Tchaikovsky's father, as Kalon would so delightfully say, was the son of another high-ranking officer under Commander Alexis. Since young, the two had always chased each other's shadows, trying to compete with one another in order to please their fathers and Commander Alexis. The two had crossed swords and exchanged blows, but none was the clear winner. Indeed, as presumed, Tchaikovsky had heard about Kalon's progress at the island and purposely tracked him down in order to snatch his achievement. Unlike Jiang Fei, whose support was only fictional, Tchaikovsky and Kalon's fathers had prepared their sons with as much help as they could, feeding them information and arming them with specific tools to counter the contents of the trial.
How many are there?
Baka turned to Minsk and Waxes.
20,
said Minsk instantly, knowing the new challengers had arrived. Both Baka and Kalon could not hide their disgruntled expressions. A fight would be unwise as their numbers were greater.
What can we do now?
Baka asked.
Nothing yet, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it,
Kalon replied. It would not matter if the entire group sped things up and got to the altar first, as Tchaikovsky's group would find them and fight for the weapon. Kalon had to rely on waiting instead, hoping that Tchaikovsky's group would fight the guardian of the weapon and perish. As such, Kalon ordered everyone to spend the rest of the time resting. They would fully recover and try to talk it out with Tchaikovsky's group. After an hour or so, a large group of trainees, with Tchaikovsky leading the way, came out of the reef region, unharmed and unscathed. He was just like Kalon, a regular Valsaurian.
Kalon, you son of a B***TCH, you're still devoid of a weapon,
were Tchaikovsky's first words.
Well, I could say the same to you,
Kalon retorted. There was no need for subtleties, as the two go a long way back.
Says the man who could never stand on his own?
Tchaikovsky barked condescendingly.
Says the man with so many dancers prancing behind his back.
Kalon returned the insult. The two kept their animosity with words alone, as they knew that they were both only trying to rattle each other's composure. Once either side broke and attempted to attack, the other would fight it all out. There was no reason to fight now, as both of them were empty-handed. It would only be a waste of time trying to solve their differences there and then.
Talking to you is a waste of breath.
Tchaikovsky threw one last insult. Seeing as how calm Kalon was made Tchaikovsky a little dejected.
Well then, best not breathe the same air I breathe, or you'll suffocate. If you're heading to the altar, be on your way. I am not in the mood to waste my attention for the likes of you.
Kalon snorted.
Well said. For a cowardly prick,
Tchaikovsky said and turned away.
Let us leave. We have the responsibility to show the coward how a true warrior is to fight,
said Tchaikovsky as he waltzed away with his group.
That's too much. Even for comedy. I was unable to hold back myself from cringing all the way.
Baka laughed.
So, what now? Do we sit all day?
Jiang Fei interrupted.
What would you do? We are outnumbered. There's no way we could fight the lot of them.
Kalon snarled. Both he and Baka had given up on aiming for the primordial weapon on this island, but since Jiang Fei was just a hitchhiker, there was no reason to inform him about their decision.
As you are? I'm going to see what all the fuss is about,
said Jiang Fei with a certain gusto before leaving.
I would advise you not to approach that kid. Tchaikovsky is known for many things, and being understanding and kind are the two things he is not. That son of a gun would not hesitate to wrong anyone,
said Kalon in an attempt to save Jiang Fei from all the trouble. He did help the entire group in the lake after all. And for that, Kalon was liking him already. He would not want someone like him to lose his life to that Tchaikovsky jerk.
Thanks. You'll be fine. He'll only be watching from a distance,
said Jiang Fei. When Tchaikovsky was busy exchanging insults with Kalon, he had taken his time scanning every one of his members. Their strongest member was only at around 750,000 combat level, while the majority of his group were only 400,000 combat level. Jiang Fei had every reason not to be afraid of that prick, knowing that he could easily wipe them all out without even using the power of his domain ability.
Just keep your eyes peeled,
Kalon advised again, not planning on stopping him. He had done what he could, and if Jiang Fei was voluntarily heading for a certain death, so shall he be.
I will. It'll be off now. Rest well.
Jiang Fei smirked and left. He knew what Kalon was trying to do, but he had other plans in mind. Right now, Kalon and Baka had expressed their discouragement in pursuing the weapon. That gave Jiang Fei the green light to get the weapon for himself. Tchaikovsky might be someone Kalon knew, but from Jiang Fei's perspective, he was an enemy that he would have no problem killing. Jiang Fei took his time walking, pretending to enjoy the view of nature that was the simulated environment. After a few turns and twists, he kicked off the ground and zoomed across the forest at nearly the speed of sound. With the power of the black hole core feeding him, his footwork was now upgraded to its maximum potential, granting him speed no other human could achieve. In a blink of an eye, what took Tchaikovsky half a day to cover was covered instantly by Jiang Fei. Before getting closer, he enveloped himself with a powerful psychic barrier, rendering himself invisible to every other person. Following the last member of Tchaikovsky's group, Jiang Fei observed their movements and watched the leader himself entering the altar. The altar was different than the one Jiang Fei had entered before. This one was constructed entirely out of skeletons, bones of perished creatures.
Begin the summoning,
Tchaikovsky ordered one of his lackeys. The strongest one came forward and pricked his finger. The blood that oozed out was dripped onto a ceremonial altar inside. In response, the entire altar shook, with bones rattling and an eerie voice echoing from all corners of the skeletal altar.
Who is the fool that summons the great prophet Nas?
A translucent being appeared, like an elderly elf. The being was dressed in dried leaves that were sewn together and wielded a larger than normal wooden staff, albeit looking entirely normal. The being was at least 3 times larger than Tchaikovsky. Spirit being. Combat level, 1,200,000. Note, a spiritual being that has been fused saturated with the power of death. Regular means would not be able to harm it. Jiang Fei could not help but snort at the result tabulated by the scope. The self-proclaimed prophet might be strong, but compared to Grundel, the prophet was nothing but a shriveled old man. Chapter 1332, When the Time is Right. Although the prophet was not seen as a strong foe by Jiang Fei, Tchaikovsky and his group could not afford to behave with such confidence.
Just how were the officials able to hunt and capture these odd living beings?
One of the group members grumbled. They too had scopes and combat level measuring tools, and with it, they knew about the prophet's abilities.
The more you know. Count ourselves lucky for getting this thing instead of a Grundel. We would definitely not survive a fight with that one,
said Tchaikovsky. Unlike Kalon, he was not stingy in sharing information he had obtained before the trial. He had made sure to pick out the location of easier targets. That was why no
VIP
had ever ventured into the valley in the first place. They already knew that they would be facing a Grundel there. Only folks like Jiang Fei would have to rely on luck. If he had been without the power of the black hole core, he would have died before he could even breathe.
Fleshlings! How lucky,
said the prophet when he noticed the large group of trainees.
How nice of you to prepare a meal for me just as I was summoned. Ha ha ha! Marvelous!
Said the prophet with a long, eerie laugh. If Jiang Fei would have to guess, that would be the battle opening speech. As a spiritual being, the prophet loved to consume beings that had powerful, resilient mental strength such as these trainees. They were, as the prophet saw them, nourishment for his strength.
Come to me and be my food!
Prophet Nas roared as he slammed his ethereal staff on the ground, releasing a wave of concentrated psychic attack.
Oh no!
Tchaikovsky grunted. He had prepared a counter tool for this engagement, but he was not ready to use it so soon. So was the behavior of pampered trainees. They had never experienced genuine combat or any life-threatening situations. Even with powerful tools, weaponry, or armor, they would still lose in a real fight if they were all consistently behaving like so. Who would wait for the enemy to finish their speech and then only start reacting? If it were Jiang Fei, he would have struck first and asked questions later. Fortunately, Tchaikovsky's group was not weak. So after taking the first wave of attack, none of them were gravely injured.
Time to F***ck off!
Tchaikovsky snarled as he withdrew a crystal ball and held it high in the sky. As soon as the crystal ball was exposed, a bright radiant light flashed, illuminating the surroundings with a bright, piercing golden light. As soon as the light of the ball touched the prophet, he quickly shrank away like a vampire being exposed to sunlight. The crystal ball was a special psionic tool that radiated powerful psionic energy. This energy was weak against any material and could be easily stopped by a single sheet of paper. Like light itself, as long as there was a material dark enough to block out the pathway, it would stop shining out. Hence, it was extremely weak, so much so that it was completely ineffective on any living creature. However, without flesh and bones, a spiritual being would be completely exposed to the psionic energy. They were without a physical form, which could not prevent the energy from penetrating their bodies. The energy acted like particle beams to humans, inflicting penetrative damage, causing wounds. A tool that was a hot knife to butter to a spiritual being.
Curses! Arg!
The prophet screamed in agony as it tried to hide and shrink away from the light.
How intriguing! Just a shining ball of light!
Jiang Fei thought as he continued to observe the entire event.
Captain, that crystal ball is made out of a crystal or found associated with corium. It is so rare that the crystal ball he is currently holding would be more than enough to purchase half a planet,
said 0541 after searching through the scope's database.
What's corium? Corium is a real metal that has the highest knowing conductivity of all other metals. As such, it was generally used as memory storage devices. The scope you are wearing is generally made of corium,
said 0541.
This thing is made with corium?
Jiang Fei gasped as he unconsciously caressed the scope on his ear. He had gotten used to the scope as it sat on his ear so comfortably. As such, he had never properly examined the scope. Until today, when he found a signet symbol on the corner of the scope. The signet was carved into the scope and was shaped like a dog's head.
Corium is rare, and those that could properly smelt them are even rarer. The optic scope you are currently wearing is made by a great master. The signet on the scope is a dog's head, which gives the scope the name. Hound's eyes.
Thump. Just as Jiang Fei was putting his scope back onto his ears, a loud explosion was heard, and the ground shook a little.
You lots force my hands. If you are to bring destruction down upon me, I shall do the same unto you,
the prophet roared. While enduring the radiance of the crystal's light, the prophet slammed his staff onto the ground, sending out a saturated wave of psychic energy outward.
Arg! Help! Oaf! Help me! I give up! I give up! You hear me? I give up!
The one standing closest to the prophet suffered the most lethal dose of psychic energy and had both external and internal hemorrhage. It got so bad that blood vessels inside their brains were exploding. Not 2 seconds after the initial blast, 7 pillars of light shot down from the sky and saved those that had given up. Even though they were rescued, it would take the best of surgeons to save them all.
You should have left me alone,
the prophet roared once more, shooting out waves of invisible psychic energy toward every trainee that was still standing. However, something changed. His staff glowed with a black hue, and instead of psychic energy, he was shooting out a wave of death energy instead. Grass and moss that were growing around the bones on the floor decayed instantly, as if they were devoid of life itself.
Ack!
With a sudden shriek that ended as abruptly as it started, a trainee fell to the ground, with eyes wide open as he was exposed to the dark energy. Before he could open his mouth to utter the words that could save him, his entire body decayed away, leaving nothing but bones and dried up flesh.
F***ck!
Tchaikovsky grunted. He was not prepared for this. He had failed to factor in the amount of time it would take to kill the Guardian. Based on the current situation, it seemed that it would be a test of endurance for both sides. If the Prophet bit the dust first, he would be killed by the light of the crystal ball. If Tchaikovsky decided to throw in the towel, he could simply give up the trial and return to the outside world and forever be a low-ranking soldier, knowing fully well what would happen if they gave up then. The trainees were still hesitant in making a decision. Unfortunately, due to the previous psychic attack, they were unable to move just yet as they watched the incoming dark energy radiate closer and closer to them.
I give up! I give up! I surrender!
Another 5 threw in the towel and were teleported away. Not 3 minutes since the start of the fight, Tchaikovsky's group members had been reduced to only 7.
Damn it! How is he not dying?
Tchaikovsky groaned nervously as the dark energy was coming toward him.
Almost time,
said Jiang Fei as he rubbed his hands together. From the looks of it, it would be soon before all of Tchaikovsky's group perished. The Prophet himself was also down on his knees and was relying on the dark energy to kill his opponent. When the time was right, Jiang Fei would swoop in to deliver the final blow and take the weapon for himself. Chapter 1333, Like a Vulture. Thump! Thump! With speed, Jiang Fei burst out in the open at Mach 2 speed.
Who's there?
The Prophet roared as he sensed Jiang Fei's sudden presence. Being a spiritual being, he was able to sense almost any living being within a certain distance. Even though he was able to sense Jiang Fei when he entered his effective range, he was too fast even for the Prophet to react.
Someone that wants your life!
Jiang Fei snarled as he continued to exert force into his speed.
Another?
Prophet Nas hissed angrily. Even though the new enemy was faster, the Prophet was surrounded with a thick layer of shadow energy. Any living being that touched the energy would surely die. Not to mention the powerful saturated psychic energy he was constantly putting out. Even if the enemy was as fast as light, he would not be able to get through his powerful blanket of energy.
Enough talk. Time to die.
Jiang Fei scoffed, putting so much force that he broke through the sound barrier twice, increasing his speed to Mach 4.
Die with me! Why don't you?
Nas shrieked. Seeing as how the previous group of weaklings were dying soon, the Prophet gathered the saturated psychic energy around him and channeled them toward Jiang Fei instead. Whoosh! Nothing happened. Jiang Fei, despite having taken the entire blast of psychic energy, was completely unaffected. To put it in perspective, the saturated amount of psychic attack was akin to a large ship being dropped into the ocean. Even if it was able to do anything, the entire ocean itself would not be entirely affected. Nas was stunned for a moment, but quickly put out another saturated wave of psychic energy into an attack, repeating the same attack, just more frequently. Whoosh! 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 Again, Jiang Fei took the hits without even flinching.
Who are you? What are you?
The Prophet gasped in horror as he could not understand the creature that was coming to take his life. He had already unleashed the strongest of his attacks, yet his enemy was still coming at him. It was all due to the fused core of will inside his mind. To be honest, Jiang Fei was affected, but it was only like an ant bite that faded away after a second. But from what he saw, he was completely immune to any kind of psychic attack. The one thing that no being, even Prophet Nas included, knew was that Jiang Fei was not a common being. His mind housed a completely new core of will. Its power was beyond any mortal understanding. Not only did the core of will help him to endure the attack, it even absorbed the saturated psychic attack to charge itself. If Jiang Fei paid attention, he would have felt the energy content in the core of will increase by a tiny bit. Even though the incoming energy was not as powerful as the black hole core, it was still energy strong enough to kill any mortal being. Seeing as how he was approaching the sphere of dark energy, Jiang Fei dared not play around anymore. Before touching the dark energy, he unleashed his domain energy, as well as the power of the black hole core. The core of will was still lacking in energy, and Jiang Fei was unable to fully unleash the power of Omnisurge. However, increasing his combat level to over 1 million was still achievable for now. Combined with the power of the black hole core, Jiang Fei was effectively boosted to over 4 million combat level. Even the great leader of Redstone, Commander Alexis, had only a combat level of 4,500,000. At his weakened state, Jiang Fei was still able to be almost as strong as Alexis. As soon as he unleashed his powers, the air around him crackled with energy. His sheer aura alone was enough to wash off the dark energy.
Time to die!
Jiang Fei lifted his right arm and was about to deliver a devastating punch when 0541 suddenly called out.
Wait! Captain!
Jiang Fei quickly diverted his punch slightly to the left. The surging power blasted away, and destroyed anything that was within the line of the punch, grazing the prophet by only a few inches.
What?
Jiang Fei asked. He knew that 0541 would never simply stop him if it weren't for a good reason.
You should capture him. He might be useful to us in the future,
said 0541.
Capture him? How?
Jiang Fei asked. Stammered. Capturing wasn't the problem, but how would he contain the ethereal spirit?
With a crystal ball,
said 0541 as he highlighted the floating crystal ball in the air in front of the prophet.
How do I do that?
To be honest, Jiang Fei was curious about the energy of death itself. Capturing the spirit would be beneficial for him.
Use your own mental powers to capture him. After that, squeeze him into the crystal ball,
said 0541, explaining how to capture the spirit as if he was explaining how to pour water into a cup.
Can't you be more descriptive? That's everything. Nothing else. Or do you want me to repeat the instructions?
0541 said, sounding annoyed.
Sheesh. I'll try,
said Jiang Fei, knowing 0541. There was nothing to doubt. Jiang Fei stopped running about and started concentrating his mental powers into trapping the prophet. An invisible barrier formed around Prophet Nas. Although the prophet tried its best to break free, Jiang Fei, supported by the core of will, had mental powers stronger than anyone could measure. Suppressing an ethereal being was nothing but a walk in the park. As soon as the prophet was captured, Jiang Fei did as he was told. He compressed prophet in his barrier and squeezed the ethereal being into the crystal ball. Literally.
What are you doing? No. Stop. Let me go. Please stop. Please let me go. No. Arg. Erf.
While Jiang Fei knew he had strong mental strength, it was only his mental defense. Outside his mind, he wasn't able to exert much force. The psychic barrier that he had formed around the prophet was weak. If Prophet Nas had put more force into it, he would be able to break free. However, seeing how the situation developed, he dared not to. Jiang Fei's psychic barrier had shielded Nas from the psionic energy that the crystal ball was giving off. At the distance he was at, if he removed himself from the barrier, he would be fully exposed to the psionic energy. It would be akin to ripping one's spacesuit in the vacuum of space. The prophet knew this, and so, instead of trying to break free, he merely pleaded for his life and even threaded carefully so as to not break the barrier. Plop! Like pushing a squish ball into a tube, the prophet slid into the crystal ball. Captured.
What do you want him for?
Said Jiang Fei only after he had captured the prophet.
We can try to convince him to work for us. If we succeed, we would be gaining a powerful ally. If not, we could take this chance to steal this crystal ball,
said 0541. He was not sure about gaining the loyalty of the ethereal being, but at the very least, he was about to gain the rare crystal ball for himself. To be honest, that was 0541's primary objective.
Hee. You've learned well,
said Jiang Fei as he put the crystal ball into the ring's inventory. Jiang Fei went closer to the small altar to approach the staff that the prophet had dropped. It had shrunk in size after the prophet no longer wielded it. Right now, when Jiang Fei picked it up, it was only a regular-sized staff. He had gone over to pick up the staff because it was emitting a similar energy reading, the kind that only a primordial weapon would give off.
Guys, the spirit is too malicious to be left alive. I'm going to need the crystal ball for a while to trap him,
said Jiang Fei nonchalantly to Tchaikovsky and his group. Technically speaking, Jiang Fei had no right to intervene and take another trainee's item. However, 0541's action had only provided a suitable reason for Jiang Fei to take the crystal ball for himself. The officers that were invigilating the entire trial could not say anything against his action. If he had not intervened and did what he did, Tchaikovsky and his entire group would have died. Everyone in Tchaikovsky's group was unable to properly gauge Jiang Fei's true combat level. They genuinely thought that he was unable to defeat the prophet and needed the help of the crystal ball. Chapter 1334, Amongst Thieves. What can they do besides standing in awe? Jiang Fei's superior aura was unlike anything they had ever seen. He might even be stronger than Tchaikovsky's father, be it his own power or the power borrowed from another tool. Jiang Fei's surroundings crackled with so much energy that Tchaikovsky dared not try anything. It was similar to how Kalon had given in to him when he arrived with his many members.
You don't mind, do you?
Jiang Fei prompted again.
No. That is an invaluable spirit crystal ball, but you have saved our lives today. It is a deed that no amount of treasure could compensate. Tchaikovsky will someday return the favor,
said Tchaikovsky as he tried his best to say the last three words. Clearly, it was something he did not mean to do. To be fair, the man was in great denial. He had lost his chance to acquire a primordial weapon and one of his invaluable treasures. Having to owe Jiang Fei a life debt would be rubbing salt to the wound.
You've said enough. I do not need to walk away from someone claiming to have owed me a favor. Let bygones be bygones. That said, I'll be leaving now,
said Jiang Fei. Just then, 0541 chimed in.
Captain, deactivate Omni Surge and stop feeding on the black hole core,
said 0541.
Why?
Jiang Fei asked.
No time to explain.
0541 barked.
Ugh. Fine. I must say, you are getting quite cocky these days by ordering me around without stating the reasons.
Jiang Fei sneered and turned off Omni Surge. He channeled the power of the black hole core into the core of will instead. As a result, the surging power around Jiang Fei was gone, reverting him back to his pathetic state of only 120,000 combat level. After he was out of earshot, the surviving members of Tchaikovsky's group started asking questions.
Why did his powers fade away so quickly?
Said Tchaikovsky when he noticed the surging aura was gone. He had only said that because he had been constantly trying to gauge Jiang Fei's combat level without the use of his apparatus. While Jiang Fei loved to keep pointing his scopes around to scan combat levels, it was considered a D*CK move for anyone else in space. He obviously did not know that. But it wasn't a big matter, as the scope he owned was given to him by Theon. And it was a powerful scope as claimed by 0541. Its scanning ability was undetectable by others unless they were absurdly powerful beings, like Autogact or Alexis.
I've measured it. That kid is only 120,000 combat level,
said one of Tchaikovsky's smaller group members.
Damn it. He's tricked us.
Tchaikovsky snarled under his breath. From his point of view, Jiang Fei had merely put on airs by using a tool that could temporarily increase his combat level tenfold at least. Now, without the tool, he was only a weakling.
What should we do?
The underling said.
We have *CK him until no one can recognize his face no more.
Tchaikovsky spat. He had lost more than half of his teammates for that primordial weapon. Even so, he was still devoid of one and had lost the invaluable spirit crystal ball. Seeing as he thought Jiang Fei had tricked him, he wanted no more than to end his pathetic little life. He would reclaim what was rightfully his, and also acquire a captured spiritual being that had mastery in the power of death. Tchaikovsky was not a saint. He did not attack Kalon or Baka back then, because there was no reason to. Jiang Fei, however, was holding a primordial weapon, and that gave every other trainee in the trial every reason to attack him. He was not worried about his true capability, as he had seen his real potential. Even though he had lost more than half of his team members, he still had 7 good fighters with him. Even the weakest had a 400,000 combat level, more than enough to single-handedly beat Jiang Fei to a pulp.
Chase him, but don't make it look like we are ganging up on him. I don't want Kalon and the others to know about him having a primordial weapon,
said Tchaikovsky. Even though the original plan here was to humiliate Kalon, he had been utterly stripped off of his ability to do so by the Prophet.
Jiang Fei! Wait!
Tchaikovsky cried out as he paced quickly toward him. The others quickly surrounded him in response, cornering him.
What's the matter?
Jiang Fei asked, pretending to be oblivious. He knew exactly what was happening, as he had understood why 0541 wanted him to turn off his power-up mode. Jiang Fei was in the same situation. Like how Tchaikovsky was unable to attack him without a reason. He could not attack Tchaikovsky first, even with the primordial weapon in hand. However, if he were to come up to him and attack, with the intention to rob the primordial weapon, Jiang Fei would then be granted permission to kill Tchaikovsky.
You have been through a lot, and it would be wise for you to travel light. Allow us to carry the staff for you,
said Tchaikovsky with a thinly veiled provocation.
No need. You'll be fine on my own.
Jiang Fei bowed and declined the offer. Even though Omni Surge was not active, he was not afraid of being gangbanged by the group. The strongest fighter then had only 750,000 combat level, and he was badly injured. None of them possessed any kind of strength to penetrate his armor. Even if they had anyone capable of using a psychic attack, it would be useless as Jiang Fei had the power of the core of will at his disposal. Henceforth, no one then could inflict even a paper cut on Jiang Fei.
Enough pretense. Surrender the primordial weapon,
one of Tchaikovsky's subordinates roared.
That's right. And the crystal ball as well. Give them to us or you will be on wheels for the rest of your life.
Another chipped in.
Surrender everything you have on you. A payment for all the troubles you have caused,
said a Dicronian as he placed his scaly hands on Jiang Fei's shoulder, threatening to snap his shoulder blade with his hands. His combat level was measured at over 680,000. an above-average fighter amongst all trainees.
Heh. I've heard rumors of Decronians, but never have I thought I'd actually experience such a stereotype.
Jiang Fei laughed contemptuously. He was not at all threatened by the Decronian even though he was being physically held by him.
Do you want to die that bad?
Said the Decronian as he snapped open his jaws, ready to bite Jiang Fei's head off.
Calm down. The lot of you.
Tchaikovsky suddenly roared. He then turned to Jiang Fei and put on an understanding expression and said,
Jiang Fei, you have overdone it a little. I won't speak of the primordial weapon, but that crystal ball is invaluable to me. At the very least, give me something to quell the rage.
Chapter 1335, No Mercy.
Give you something? Don't make me laugh.
Jiang Fei scoffed. Compared to those surrounding him, he was as calm as a cucumber. He had sheer confidence that he would be able to defeat all of them even if they were all unharmed and well.
Looks like someone has never been fed with a serving of beating before.
One of Tchaikovsky's subordinates snarled. His voice bubbled as if he were talking whilst gurgling marbles. He had a humanoid appearance, but compared to his head and body, his limbs and his legs were rotten as if they were pieces of raw meat that had been left in the open for a week and were infested with worms and maggots. Ishtarian. Combat level, 540,000. Note, a race of evil nature. Cruel and merciless. Their main offense of choice are poison and venom. They will not hesitate to use it on friends or foe. Jiang Fei could not help but cringe at the information given by the scope. To be fair, although he had a humanoid face, he was extremely repulsive to even look at. Also, knowing that an Ishtarian was a poison user, Jiang Fei felt nothing but contempt toward him, having gone through such a mess with the Grundel.
Beating? You say? I could say the same to you.
Jiang Fei turned to face the Ishtarian and spat in his face. Tchaikovsky groaned from the side. Realizing the entire ordeal was about to turn messy, he was still unable to properly gauge Jiang Fei's true powers. He might just be hiding his strength to conserve energy, or simply trying to trick others into thinking that. The previous image of Jiang Fei being overwhelmingly powerful was still clear in his mind. However, based on his combat level readings, he could not shake the doubt about Jiang Fei merely using a tool to boost his combat level. Then again, his current calm and composed nature made him doubt his previous thought. He was unable to come to a decision on whether or not he should be fighting Jiang Fei, be it real or faked. If he was able to replicate the previous performance, they would all be killed with a single breath. That being said, Tchaikovsky could not simply walk away. Not when Jiang Fei held the primordial weapon and his invaluable crystal ball.
Enough! You're one to die now.
The Ishtarian roared after being successfully angered by Jiang Fei. He stepped back, ready to attack. If Jiang Fei was really just 120,000 combat level, the attack would surely blast half of him away.
Hold him!
Tchaikovsky ordered, seeing as how one of his subordinates was not going to stop. The die had been cast. He had already started the attack, and even if they were to let him go right there and then, Jiang Fei himself might not do the same. However, if Jiang Fei was really just a trainee at 120,000 combat level, him coming after Tchaikovsky would not be much trouble. Even if Jiang Fei's strength came from a tool, it would not be permanent. Attacking him now would be the best chance since he wouldn't have enough time to recover whatever energy he had used, nor would he be able to use the tool to gain a boost of combat level. Every subordinate then jumped at Jiang Fei. Some held him down by the legs, while the others charged up their attacks. Their longtime master had already decreed the kill order, and there was nothing to hold them back anymore.
What a waste of the lives I've saved!
Jiang Fei taunted. He had no intention to kill these folks, but he knew well that if he let them go, they would be his enemies of the future. Better eliminate the sprout now than having to clear a field of weed later.
Oh no!
Alexis gasped with horror as he recognized the determined look on Jiang Fei's face. Ever since the start of the trial, Jiang Fei's every move had been under observation. There was nothing that he did that Alexis didn't know. If the 2 million combat level Grundel had not been a problem for Jiang Fei, what of a bunch of trainees? As the master of Redstone, a supreme ruler, and an important member of the entire Valsaurian army, he had many things that concerned him, and one of the most troubling matters that he had to tend to was the relationship between officers. To be fair, he did not want all of his soldiers to share a bond too close. Emotions hindered one's perception on things, and worst of all, a coup d'etat might happen. At the same time, he did not want them to be enemies with each other. Internal strife was never hard to deal with, but dealing with that decreased the number of soldiers substantially. The group of spoiled brats had unknowingly challenged Jiang Fei, a superior fighter, just because he had only played the game right. If they were eliminated, would Tchaikovsky's parents let Jiang Fei get away with it? even if with his authority. Alexis had covered up the death of his son. Someday, Tchaikovsky's father would still find out about his son's murderer. Jiang Fei would never be safe again. Alexis flashed away from the audience seat and headed straight into the simulation at breakneck speed. It only took him less than 1/10 of a second to enter the entrance and the simulation. Before the Ishtarian could throw the punch, Jiang Fei felt a sudden emergence of power. One that could only belong to a certain individual in all of Redstone. Right then, he had unleashed his limiter and gained a combat level of at least 4 million. His perception of his surroundings had reached beyond mortal comprehension. That was why when Alexis stepped into the simulation, Jiang Fei had detected his presence immediately. He quickly raised his fist to attack, as he knew he would not have the chance to when Alexis arrived. He predicted that Alexis would want him to let them go. With a speed exceeding Mach 10, his punch broke the sound barrier multiple times before his fist even reached halfway through the air. Alas, as fast as he was at throwing a punch, Alexis was faster to intervene. The commander appeared right in time behind Jiang Fei and the Ishtarian, and stopped Jiang Fei's fist barehandedly. As he did, a powerful impact gave out a devastating shockwave, blowing all and everyone around. At that moment, Jiang Fei did not stop attacking. Although he was psychically held back, he still had his mind. With powerful concentration, he unleashed a wave of psychic attack that matched even Prophet Na's. Alexis might be strong physically, but he was helpless against blocking psychic attacks. The others had succumbed to the sheer mental power of Jiang Fei and started bleeding out of their nose, eyes, and ears.
Commander Alexis?
Jiang Fei pretended to be surprised about Alexis' arrival and quickly stopped attacking, and bowed.
Enough clowning around.
Jiang Fei's combat level was felt thoroughly by Alexis, and he knew that he would surely have felt his presence as well.
My bad. Looks like the cat is out of the bag,
he replied, laughing awkwardly. Chapter 1336, To Care or to Kill.
Now you've done it.
Alexis sighed heavily, as he was unable to save Tchaikovsky and the rest of his group. Everyone had perished, either by mind break or internal hemorrhage. Alexis had decided then to sweep it under the rug, as there was nothing that could be done now to reverse their deaths.
Jiang Fei, I do not know what has been going on with you, but I want you to show me your full power. Now!
Alexis said in a serious tone.
Yes, sir.
Jiang Fei caved. It was too late for him to hide his powers, as Alexis had already felt every little bit of it when he entered the simulation. It would only be messier if he tried to hide it. Jiang Fei concentrated for a bit, adjusting his mind and the power of the black hole core to the maximum. Although the core of will was still lacking energy of its own, Jiang Fei willingly activated Omni Surge and pushed his combat level as high as possible. Paired with the black hole core, his combat level exceeded that of 4 million. Despite maintaining a stoic appearance, Alexis could not help but be shocked. As he feared, Jiang Fei's strength was about to reach his own, and by measuring accurately, he now knew what his combat level had breached past the 4 million mark.
Good. Come with me. There's no need for you to waste your time in this trial,
said Alexis as he left the simulation. Jiang Fei nodded and followed him closely until they both left and returned to the real world. The staff he was holding disappeared, as it was but a tool for the mission. It might be called a primordial weapon, but it was merely a key to activate a teleportation device that would bring him to the next level.
Yulbris, you're in charge of the rest. Jiang Fei, come with me,
said Alexis to his right-hand man as he left the simulation.
Sir!
Vice Commander Yulbris nodded and took over Commander Alexis as the honored guest.
Come,
Alexis said as he left the training academy for his own home in Redstone.
Wait here. I'll be right back,
said Alexis as he had Jiang Fei wait in what seemed to be his living room.
Do you have any other suggestions?
said Alexis as he turned to an anthropomorphic cat girl in a large room filled with supplies and weapons.
Did you say Jiang Fei had over 4 million combat level?
The cat girl asked. She was the same girl that had delivered Jiang Fei to the training academy when he first arrived at Redstone.
You heard it right the first time. I had my thoughts about his innate talents, but his progression was too fast to be normal. I was hoping that he could one day be my right hand. That being said, I fear that his talent would be wasted on this small planet of mine,
said Alexis. Even though Alexis was still stronger, it was only by a small margin. Based on Jiang Fei's growth rate, Alexis had no doubt that he would be able to defeat an Ultralisk. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Fei had already killed one, albeit not with his own strength, but the power of the 10th dimension.
Father, I think you have two ways to go about this. You could see him as a potential parasite and kill him now, or treat him as the sprout of a tree that would someday bear fruits for us. However, it is risky. How is his personality?
Sarila asked.
I do not know about it. I was not that keen on bonding with the boy when I first brought him in. Autogak should know more about it,
Alexis said. He was leaning away from the option of killing Jiang Fei since it would be a waste of someone with his talent. Then again, the risk of nurturing Jiang Fei to his prime would be high. If he shared the same behavior as the other Valsaurians, Alexis would then be raising a pet that would bite the hand of the owner.
Bring in Autogak and get this thing over with. If Jiang Fei is a dangerous person, it is best to eliminate him quickly,
Sarila said.
He'll decide whether he lives or not.
Alexis barked at her. Autogak came in through the front door, and after greeting Jiang Fei, he entered the room where Alexis and Sarila were waiting.
You called for me, sir?
Autogak said politely.
I have questions about that Terran out there. Am yours to command. While Jiang Fei was under your wing, did you observe his personality? His behavior?
Alexis asked straightforwardly.
I did, and I must say, his personality is unsuited.
Autogak held nothing back and revealed the truth. He had never been satisfied with how Jiang Fei behaved during combat. As a matter of fact, even after the
baptism by blood,
Jiang Fei was still soft on the inside.
Elaborate?
Alexis hummed. He was hoping that Jiang Fei was not the kind that would disobey the commands of his superior. If he was, it would be much easier to eliminate him right there and then.
The planet on which he had grown up had been nothing but peaceful. There was conflict on the global scale. That is why his people, his kind, are soft in the heart. Emotions are hardwired into their mind, and having that prevents them from doing much.
Autogak explained.
Brilliant,
Alexis cheered, which made Autogak confused.
Brilliant, sir? How could someone like him be a strong soldier?
Autogak questioned the commander's reaction. It was known that all Valsaurian soldiers were as ruthless as they were merciless. Alexis himself included. How would someone like Jiang Fei be a good soldier for the Valsaurian army if he were to squirm at killing the innocent? The situation was different from what Autogak knew. As a commander, Alexis had no problem with his soldiers being ruthless and merciless. If a coup were to happen, he alone would be more than enough to wipe out all the troublemakers. Jiang Fei was different. His growth rate was so fast that he could be unstoppable in just a week. If he were to be as ruthless as the others whilst possessing powers that exceeded even Alexis, who's to say that Redstone's master would not change? Alexis could not be more happy when he heard about how emotional Jiang Fei was. Even though he was the master of Redstone, Commander Alexis was just a fleet commander in the Valsaurian army. There were others of higher rankings than him. If Jiang Fei were to remain loyal to Alexis, when the day that someone stronger was a threat to Redstone comes, Jiang Fei might be there to save the day.
Thank you. That'll be all.
Alexis dismissed Autogak. After he left, Alexis turned to Sarila and said,
What do you think now?
Just then, Sarila took out a small device, and after a series of taps and pushes, she responded,
That will have to wait for a moment. There's something that you ought to look at now.
A projection was made, and Alexis cocked his head as he recognized the image to be his treasure vault.
What's wrong with it?
He asked.
Look closely at the wall,
Sarila said as she magnified the image and pointed at scribbles on it.
That bastard,
Alexis roared.
How the How did he get in again?
Chapter 1337, An Eye for an Eye.
To the bastard Alexis. I'm here again. As always, it'll be taking 3 things. However, since you're not going to fix your habit of being sloppy, I've hired a handyman and given him 2 things as payment. Sincerely, your sweet loving father.
The projection displayed the scribbles that Theon had left on the walls of the treasure vault, a message for Alexis.
That piece of sh*t. What has he taken this time?
Spat Alexis, fuming in anger.
It matters not what he took. What you should be focusing on is the handyman he mentioned,
said Sarila.
Handyman? What's so important about that?
Asked Alexis. All he cared about was the contents of his vault.
The handyman in question is currently sitting in the living room,
said Sarila, crossing her arms. Alexis gasped.
Jiang Fei was his handyman?
Sarila revealed what had been taken, saying,
Just so you know, Theon gave him the Type T Morphling-based living bioarmor and the latter's Reaper potion.
The only thing she did not reveal was the fact that she had already known about the robbery, since just one day after the vault was breached. As Theon was involved, she was unable to solve the problem herself, and had been looking for a proper time to tell Alexis what happened.
I see. So that is how he managed to defeat the Grundel so easily. Now do you see why I suggested that you end him?
Alexis sighed.
Sigh. It can't be helped. He's already affiliated himself with Theon. So what choice do I have? Hold that thought. I have preemptively sent spies to his home planet and gathered enough information about his species, said Sarila. She launched into a detailed explanation of her findings. It seems that Autogak was right about him, and what he said applies to Jiang Fei's entire species as well. They are ruled by their emotions. Some get emotionally distraught over the most menial matters, while others are able to isolate their emotions when they need to make important decisions. That being said, they are still governed by their emotions. Negotiation and compromise are the key to winning the Terran's heart. If we take his family or his planet hostage, we might be unleashing an unstoppable force. On the contrary, if we try to build trust and earn his respect, he will be indebted to us. What do you mean by indebted? Asked Alexis. It is a social convention. When someone does something favorable for another, the recipient of such a favor must repay the deed with an action of similar value. Ho ho ho. It would seem that I have underestimated you. Look at how you've turned out, said Alexis. He arched an eyebrow and turned to Sarila with an odd look in his eye. How old are you? 349. Why do you ask? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Ks reach maturity at 350 years. Do they not? Asked Alexis. That is correct, said Sarila, keeping her face blank. Something told her that whatever Alexis had in mind would not bode well for her. Tell me honestly, what do you think of Jiang Fei as your partner? Said Alexis with a suggestive smile on his face. Sarila could not help but cringe at the idea. A marriage with the sole purpose of joining two houses or factions was a highly effective method of establishing an alliance. Earth was not the only planet that had such a practice. Father, do you know how old he is? Less than 2/10. I am 349 years old. In what possible universe could he be fit as a partner for me? Shrieked Sarila, her tail straightening as it tensed. Since the day she realized her fate was sealed to forever serve Alexis, Sarila did everything in her power to improve her skills, be it political involvement or even personal strength. She did her best and excelled in every way, all in the hopes of being useful to Alexis for as long as possible. Alas, the one fate all females dread was about to be forced upon her. Her achievements now meant nothing. She was reduced to a mere maiden being unwillingly forced into a marriage she didn't want. You shouldn't jump to conclusions so hastily. You do understand that the two of you are of different races, don't you? The Ks take longer than average to reach a certain maturity, yet Terrans only take 20 years. Your age matters not. It is your mental maturity that's important. It is obvious that he is going through his coming of age. From the looks of it, the two of you are suited for each other. I will hear no more about this matter, said Alexis. His mind was made up, and his decision would be final. He didn't even bother to listen to Sarila's thoughts on the matter. But Enough. I will not hear any more about it, said Alexis as he threw a cold glare at his adopted daughter. It was hard for Sarila to accept, as Alexis had always been good and fair to her. Yet, the man wouldn't bat an eye at giving her away, all for the sake of maintaining his position. Sarila nodded and retreated, tears sliding down her cheeks. She of all people knew what Alexis was like. Nothing but someone of a higher rank could persuade him otherwise. The decision was made, and nothing could be said to change the outcome. If she were to run away, her entire planet would be doomed. Jiang Fei had been snoring, napping, and simply sitting around for hours when Alexis finally returned. Even then, there were no signs of hospitality to be seen. No glass of water or a bowl of snacks. This was something that Jiang Fei was not accustomed to when visiting the house of a prominent figure. Apologies for making you wait so long, said Alexis casually, with the kind of tone that only Han Tianyu would speak to him with. Jiang Fei stood up and greeted him. Sir, enough with the excess formality. I'm already 970 years old. It would be nice to be greeted with just a simple uncle, said Alexis. Well, I suppose. Uncle, said Jiang Fei awkwardly. Even with his permission, Jiang Fei could not bring himself to use such a friendly honorific for Alexis. The man had been nothing but good to him. Calling him uncle would be inappropriate, as he should be his great-great-great-great-great-grandpa. It took a while to figure out your situation. Since your strength has improved, it would be wise for you to just skip the trials. Let the youth have their chance. There is no need for you to further prove yourself, said Alexis, patting Jiang Fei's shoulder exactly how a grandpa would. Jiang Fei acknowledged his decision with no objections. As you wish. He had no interest in overcoming the trials. So, for the time being, you will serve as one of my fleet officers. Sarila will help you get used to all the required procedures and everything else.
Give me a few days, and I shall arrange for your own personal fleet to command,
said Alexis. He was obviously trying to get Jiang Fei to trust him more by bestowing such a privilege onto the Terran.
Commander? Is that all right?
Asked Jiang Fei, even though pulling strings was nothing to be surprised about. Such a big promotion was more than simply climbing the ladder. He was shooting up through the hierarchy at light speed.
All right? Of course it's all right. Remember, the Valsarian army cares not for the weak. It should come as no surprise that you are now number 2 on Redstone. No one else could stand against you now. Do you think others would dare object to your command?
Spat Alexis, reciting the same speech Jiang Fei had heard once before. Power and strength dictates everything else in the Valsarian army.
Speaking of which, where is Sarilaw? She's taking too long,
barked Alexis as he turned around. She was the true prize that Alexis was giving Jiang Fei. A fleet was nothing but a secondary prize for someone like Jiang Fei.
I'm here,
said the Kate as she emerged fully dressed and all made up. Her furry ears and tail were combed and straightened to look shiny and clean, while the clothes she wore were clearly meant to emphasize her bosom.
Father, for what you have done to me, I shall return the favor. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth,
thought Sarilaw as she waltzed over to stand by Jiang Fei's side. Everything she had done for Alexis was all for the sake of saving her home planet. She never thought that her efforts would be repaid with her being sent off as nothing more than a prize. Now, her decision was made. The reason she joined the Valsarian army, albeit unwillingly, was to save her planet. Jiang Fei would simply be a means to an end. She would use him and his strength for her own purposes. One day, when she had won over Jiang Fei, and he was nicer to her than Alexis ever was, she would return to have her revenge on Alexis. Chapter 1338, The Commander's Army.
Hi. It's been a while,
said Sarilaw with a seductive smile, exhibiting the best of a K's femininity.
Yes, it has been,
said Jiang Fei, suppressing his awkwardness. The last time he talked to the cat girl was when he first touched the surface of Redstone. His first impression of her had not been good, as she had only glanced at him and treated him like weakling. Nothing more than trash to be disposed of in the academy. Hence, the awkwardness. But now, she was showing a completely different side of herself. Honestly, Jiang Fei could not help but find her incredibly attractive even though she wasn't human. Besides her cute, wiggly ears and long, silky tail, the rest of her appearance was just like a human. That being said, just like surviving the baptism by blood made Jiang Fei capable without remorse. The number of girls on his earthly home had made him immune to even the deadliest and wheeliest femme fatale. He was trained to not stare and gape at even the most beautiful girls. If someone were to measure his pulse right now, it would be as calm as the sea.
I trust the two of you will get along well. It'll leave you to catch up. Sarilaw, please make sure that Jiang Fei is accustomed to all matters regarding the military,
said Alexis as he left the room.
Miss Sarilaw, Commander Alexis has appointed me as one of his fleet officers. What do you think I should know first?
Asked Jiang Fei straightforwardly. Jiang Fei was totally oblivious to what Alexis had done and what Sarilaw was really there for. He genuinely thought that she was there to show him the ropes. Though she was known in all of Redstone, it would be an overstatement to say that Sarilaw was second in command. Nevertheless, she was still a powerful enough figure, able to do many things without needing approval from Commander Alexis. Jiang Fei would never have guessed that Alexis would resort to using the femme fatale strategy to lure him. And even if he had been aware,
he wouldn't have expected Alexis to send someone like Sarilaw to court him.
Fei, we're all equals here. Please, no need for formality or honorifics when you're with me. Just Sarilaw.
As she spoke, Sarilaw walked towards Jiang Fei and wrapped her hands around him with cat-like grace. Jiang Fei's body immediately stiffened the second her skin touched his. From where he stood, Sarilaw was a girl of high nobility, someone of blue blood who would never even glance at trash like him. The way she walked and talked was incredibly unsuitable for her image. It was like seeing a cat diving for fish in the sea. It just didn't seem right.
Calm down. Just follow my lead. I will show you everything there is to see.
Sarilaw latched onto Jiang Fei's arm like a koala bear clinging to its mother. She tugged him forward with the slightest amount of force, prompting him to follow along. The way she moved, paired with Jiang Fei's tendency to not treat women harshly, made the two of them look like a longtime couple.
Miss, where are we going?
Asked Jiang Fei, being extremely conscious about the way Sarilaw was wrapped around his arm.
To the hangar,
said Sarilaw as she demonstrated her slight disappointment with how Jiang Fei was behaving around her. It wasn't that she actually felt that way. She was merely trying to guilt-trip Jiang Fei. With whatever power she had as the adopted daughter of Redstone's ruler, she had sent spies to Earth and China to gather all kinds of information about Jiang Fei. She hadn't been able to find out much, but she did manage to discover details about his personality and behavior. With that in mind, Sarila was confident that she would be able to manipulate him. She now knew that Jiang Fei was passive in nature when it came to women. He would never be the first to express his feelings. It would always be the female who made the first move. However, when he did take action, he would take responsibility for everything he did, ensuring that he took good care of the woman he had touched. Sarila may only be an underage girl by human standards, but she was still a 349-year-old Kai. How could she fall in love with a 20-year-old life form? Although Jiang Fei was a fine specimen, with his talent for combat arts and decent looks, Sarila was not in love with him. She did like him, but she also had ulterior motives. First, she had to obey Alexis' order or her entire planet would be decimated. Second, she had a plan of her own, which was to make Jiang Fei take her in as one of his women. Sarila had joined the Valsarian army to protect her planet, and if Jiang Fei took her in, she could rely on his strength and get him to do just that. Like a sugar baby, Sarila was proactively trying to become Jiang Fei's consort, concubine, or whatever other term could be used to define her as his property. Unlike the others, she had little to no requirements. As long as Jiang Fei could fulfill the simple request of protecting her planet, she didn't mind being his property. Another aspect in which Sarila differed from others was the reason she was doing this. While other girls were trading their self-worth for the chance to indulge in a life of luxury, she was trading herself for the entirety of her species. As long as Jiang Fei could meet that requirement, Sarila would gladly be his pet or his lover. Nothing else mattered more than the safety of her planet. Truth be told, she had no expectations for love to develop in her relationship with Jiang Fei. Following Sarila, Jiang Fei arrived at the hangar bay where all the ships were docked. Even though the news of Jiang Fei becoming a fleet officer had not yet reached the ears of all personnel, Sarila's presence alone was more than enough to grant him entry to basically anywhere on Redstone.
"This is the command center,"
said Sarila, taking Jiang Fei into the central command office of Redstone. Jiang Fei gasped.
"Talk about size."
The command center of Redstone was unlike anything he ever thought it would be. Everything that he had learned from books and movies had made Jiang Fei think that all command centers would only be as large as a hall. The command center he was currently standing in was the combined size of at least 4 football stadiums. There were just too many personnel moving about, some running while others were zooming through the air on moving platforms. From the looks of it, there were at least 10,000 people working there.
"This is traffic control. Here, ships are ordered to sortie, dock, and resupply,"
said Sarila as she brought Jiang Fei into a different sector of the command center. In this sector, there were many detection instruments that detect and organize ships of many kinds.
"How many ships does Commander Alexis control?"
asked Jiang Fei.
"Commander Alexis does command a fleet, but it's not really a proper one as there aren't enough ships for it to be classified as a fleet. Nevertheless, he has a hypercruiser, which is his personal cruiser, 7 battlecruisers, 12 destroyers, 45 corvettes, and too many patrol ships to count,"
said Sarila, revealing Alexis' true force.
"What about ground infantry?"
asked Jiang Fei. He knew that Commander Alexis' true power lies with the command of his GIS. Even though he was a fleet commander by title, the number of ships and formation was too small and weak compared to other fleet commanders of the same rank. His power lies with the soldiers he had under his wing.
"You have a keen eye. Commander Alexis' fleet might not be up to standard, but his infantry is the best in the Valsarian army,"
said Sarila, praising the might of Alexis' force.
"Commander Alexis commands a standard oversized corps, with over 45,000 soldiers. There are at least 39,000 soldiers, who measure at between 80,000 and 150,000 combat level. The rest are above 200,000 combat level."
Jiang Fei frowned as he crossed his arms.
"How can such a large fleet have so few soldiers?"
said Jiang Fei. From what he knew about ship architecture, a simple patrol ship could ferry at least a few hundred soldiers. Battlecruisers and hypercruisers could fit more than tens of thousands soldiers, and still have space to spare for a few thousand more.
"I never said personnel was included. I was only talking about the soldiers. Proper combatants. Anyone with a combat level of less than 80,000 could never pass as a fighter,"
said Sarila, giggling away.
"I see,"
Jiang Fei hummed. For better or worse, no one he knew on Earth could even qualify as a fighter based on Redstone's criteria. Chapter 1339, Selection. Jiang Fei and Sarila had been roaming around Redstone for 2 days, getting a good look at its facilities and important offices. There were times when Jiang Fei noticed Sarila's overly affectionate mannerisms. He did not think too much about it, as he'd rather focus on learning all there is to learn about the fleet. During these 2 days, Jiang Fei channeled the power of the black hole core into the core of will. As such, the core of will was restored to a little over half of its full potential. On the 3rd day, Sarila took Jiang Fei back to the training academy. The trials were over, and all those who had survived were attending the graduation ceremony. Today was the day that the trainees would become soldiers. It was also the day that the ranked officers would get to pick new soldiers to join their teams. When Jiang Fei arrived, all the ranked officers were already present and accounted for, with the exception of Alexis himself. All the trainees were seated and waiting for the ceremony to start. Their eyes were shining with longing and hope. It was, after all, the day that they could finally be in actual combat and get involved in real missions, as they became part of the ever-growing fleet under Commander Alexis' banner.
Miss Sarila, your seat,
said Alston as he politely showed Sarila to her seat.
Thank you.
Sarila hummed and escorted Jiang Fei onto the stage to join the rest of the ranked officers. The panel of officers only had 2 empty seats left. One was dead center, which was obviously reserved for Alexis, and a seat to his right which was for Sarila.
Fei, please sit here,
said Sarila. She pushed the chair to fill the gap between the seats, and then turned around to Alston, requesting,
please get me one more chair. As you wish,
replied Alston instantly, and quickly sent someone to fetch another chair.
No need. Miss Sarila, please take my seat,
said a general who was supposed to be seated next to Sarila. He immediately stood up and offered her his seat.
Thank you, General Bazook.
Sarila thanked the general and promptly sat down next to Jiang Fei.
Is this all right?
Whispered Jiang Fei, feeling out of place. Not too long ago, he was simply a newcomer. He should have been seated on the lower stage with the rest of the trainees, instead of on the stage with the other high-ranking officials. Not to mention, he was sitting right next to Alexis himself. What would others think of him?
But of course, you are his fleet officer. No, it is only natural for you to sit next to the commander himself,
Sarila whispered back. Sarila was purposely leaving something important out of her explanation. As a fleet officer, Jiang Fei was allowed to be seated with Alexis, but not right by his side. At best, he should only be allowed to sit behind Alexis.
Who's the Terran boy?
Asked another officer while Jiang Fei and Sarila were conversing.
No idea, but I have been seeing Miss Sarila walking with him around the command center for the past 2 days,
said one of the officers.
Please don't say that he is the commander's future son-in-law,
said another.
Now that you mention it, the two are behaving rather close. Don't jinx it. She wouldn't want a Terran as her partner. I heard that he bested Tchaikovsky, and Commander Alexis himself had to calm Anjai down. You heard right. To persuade Anjai not to seek retribution against Jiang Fei, Commander Alexis gifted him a powerful battle armor.
At the very least, no one was talking negatively about Jiang Fei. It was all merely gossip. From the moment Jiang Fei took a seat next to Commander Alexis, the entire panel of officers was riled up.
All rise for the great Lord Alexis,
said Alston, announcing the arrival of Alexis. Everyone, students and officers alike, stood up.
Ah, my boy, when did you arrive? I hope you do not take offense in my tardiness,
said Alexis as he reached the stage and immediately greeted Jiang Fei instead of anyone else.
This humble one dares not take any offense from the great commander,
said Jiang Fei, as humbly as he could.
Ha! A speech that reeks of formality. Please sit,
said Alexis, gesturing to Jiang Fei, while Alexis was being friendly with Jiang Fei. Every pair of eyes on the stage knew what was going on. That is exactly how one would behave when talking to a future son-in-law.
I'll be seated,
said Alston.
I see why he is being treated as such. He's going to be his son-in-law soon. I say, just who is that boy and where did he come from? To kill Anjai's son and get away with it. Just what sort of background did he come from?
Both Alexis and Jiang Fei were powerful enough to have sensitive hearing. They could hear all the whispering going on in the seats behind them loud and clear. Even so, Alexis had no intention of stopping them. He wanted them to talk about Jiang Fei and how great he was, to wonder how he was going to be treated in the future, and most importantly, to respect him. Compared to the graduation and selection ceremony, the matter of Jiang Fei and Sarila's potential marriage was a far more interesting topic to talk about. No matter how strong the trainees were, they would be nothing more than low-ranking soldiers when the ceremony was over. On the other hand, Jiang Fei was already an officer and sitting right next to Alexis. For all they knew, Jiang Fei had not only skipped all sorts of procedures, but would also soon be part of Alexis' family. As Jiang Fei had skipped the trial entirely, Autogak was unable to win any awards this time. However, he was not too disgruntled as he was now no longer a trainer. To reward his contribution of discovering Jiang Fei's talents, Alexis had removed Autogak from the training academy and promoted him to captain of a destroyer-class ship. The end of the award ceremony also marked the end of the whole graduation ceremony. It was now time for the officers to start the selection process. Those who were chosen would become part of each officer's respective team. As the master of Redstone, Alexis had first pick.
Fei, go ahead and choose 2 squirts for yourself,
said Alexis, giving up his turn to Jiang Fei.
Me? Sir? Yes. You will be leading a fleet of your own in the future. Start now and pick a team of your own,
said Alexis as he returned to his seat. Based on his talent and raw strength, if he simply asked the right people and underwent the proper procedures, Jiang Fei would soon be able to claim the rank of fleet commander, like Alexis himself.
Very well.
Jiang Fei agreed, albeit awkwardly. It was not right for someone such as him to be amongst the ranked officers. But if he wanted to survive and grow, he needed more than himself. He needed a force that he could command. Jiang Fei took his chance and headed down to the sea of trainees. While the other officers knew all about how the trainees had performed and who would make the best pick, Jiang Fei was at a loss. As he had been removed from the trial, he had no idea how to tell the best from the worst.
*CK it. It'll just stick to those I know,
said Jiang Fei to himself as he walked over to Baka's squad. Chapter 1340. The Fool That Started a War.
How about it? Are you willing to join me?
Asked Jiang Fei, smiling with confidence.
Hey, are you sure?
Stammered Baka, choking on his words. His team might have survived the trial, but their overall score was below average. From where they stood, they would be considered lucky to be picked last. It was a genuine surprise, albeit a pleasant one, when Jiang Fei came over to select his team. It goes without saying that everyone in the academy, even the officers, knew that Jiang Fei now represented Alexis. Trainees who were selected by Jiang Fei would be recruited to be under Alexis' banner on Redstone. That was the greatest gift anyone could ever receive.
Your silence is intriguing. I take it you decline?
Asked Jiang Fei, shrugging.
Leader, agree to it already. What are you doing? Say yes.
Still lost in an euphoric trance, Baka didn't even realize that he had failed to reply to Jiang Fei's invitation. His other team members quickly nudged him, not wanting to miss out on this golden opportunity.
I agree.
Baka took Jiang Fei's hands and thanked him vigorously. Who would have thought that a simple Terran boy who was constantly ignored had now become a superior officer?
Good answer.
Jiang Fei hummed and walked a few steps to the side.
What say you? Will you choose your father? Or will you follow me?
Barked Jiang Fei in a tone of mild condescension. Though he was happy, Kalen remained quiet. Honestly, he was conflicted. As long as they could survive the trial, the fate of E.I.P.S. such as himself and Jiang Fei were sealed. Kalen would be chosen to join his father's team even if his results had only been average. But now, he was torn between the choices before him. Joining his father would grant him a certain post and achievements. But Jiang Fei's team, under Alexis' banner, was the apex predator of Redstone. Just imagine all the adventures and missions they would go on. In the midst of his dilemma, Kalen glanced at his father, who was seated amongst the other generals. General Bazook looked down at his son, not expressing anything in return. Kalen nodded at his father, silently expressing his desire for more than just a secure future. After reaching a consensus with himself, Kalen raised his head to look Jiang Fei in the eye.
I will follow you,
said Kalen, rather than dwelling in his father's shadow. Being spoon-fed with achievements and only having a mediocre future to look forward to, he would go where nothing is limited.
Good. Baka, Kalen, bring your teams and follow me,
ordered Jiang Fei before leading the two teams closer to the stage.
Sir, I am ready,
said Jiang Fei, saluting Alexis.
Off to the armory with you lot. Jiang Fei, sit with me,
said Alexis. He did not care at all about Jiang Fei's chosen teams. He was merely offering Jiang Fei the chance to recruit some new blood for his own squad. For better or worse, they would not be anything close to what Jiang Fei could do.
Commander.
Jiang Fei nodded and returned to the upper stage to sit with Alexis. The selection ceremony continued with the other generals and fleet officers choosing their own squads. During this boring process, Baka alone approached the stage and whispered to Jiang Fei from behind.
Sir, I have something to ask of you.
Although he was now part of Alexis' banner, he was nowhere near qualified enough to speak to Alexis directly.
What is it?
Asked Jiang Fei. It was better to talk to Baka rather than continue paying attention to the drab ceremony.
As you know, Dodge has been eliminated from the trials and lost any chance to be an officer. However, I humbly request for his reinstatement as a member of our squad. If only you would grant me the request,
said Baka, be it out of friendship or loyalty. Baka did not want to lose a member of his original team.
Can it be done? Do I have that sort of power?
Asked Jiang Fei, turning to Sarila. He had only just become a high-ranking officer and had no idea what his limitations were.
Have him look for that member he wants and find out which team he has been assigned to. Then, name-drop the commander and bring him back,
replied Sarila. Regular soldiers and ranked officers were arranged in different ways. Those who had been eliminated from the trials were usually assigned to be part of any fodder units.
Got it,
said Jiang Fei. He then said Baka to search for Dodge.
Thank you, sir.
Baka expressed his gratitude and headed off to search for his lost teammate. The entire graduation ceremony ended when all the trainees who had passed the trials had been picked up by the generals and fleet officers. Even though not everyone managed to pick the teams they wanted, every banner managed to replenish their soldier count. These trainees were going to be starting off at the lowest rank, but they would be granted opportunities to be promoted, as even the weakest one had over 200,000 combat level. They were much stronger than a regular infantry.
That'll be all. All generals and commanders are to return to their posts immediately,
said Alexis, leaving the stage first. All the other officials stood up and followed soon after.
Fei, prep yourself and your squad. 2 days from now, there will be a new mission,
said Alexis when Jiang Fei had finally left the stage.
Where are we going, sir?
Asked Jiang Fei. As Alexis' right hand, he would surely be tagging along.
The Dom Mix system. The war has been going on for some time now, and the higher-ups are pestering me to end it. It's been dragging on for so long, and this time, I've been ordered to end it permanently,
said Alexis with a disgruntled expression on his face.
Commander,
said Jiang Fei. He had no idea where it was, but it did not matter.
Sorry, La. What's going on with the Dom Mix system? Why did the commander get so riled up about it?
Asked Jiang Fei when he returned to Alexis' home and found Sarila.
It's hard to explain. Then make it easy to understand. You've gotten in a little over your head now. No matter. Since we are heading over soon, it would be wise for you to understand the situation,
said Sarila as she started a long lecture about the Domix incident. The Valsaurian army were famed throughout the known universe, but they weren't the apex predator. There were other civilizations of higher order and power that could stand toe-to-toe with the entire Valsaurian army, one of which was the Trade Federation of the Domix system. The Trade Federation was not a planet, but a collection of civilizations that banded together to form a republic order. It started with a gathering of simple traders, and from there, an alliance was born. Armies were gathered, ships were built, and a large organization was formed. The Trade Federation had a certain amount of military strength, and since the Valsaurian army were famous as the bandits of the universe, they had been donating to the Valsaurian army. On the other hand, the Valsaurian army would not attack and rob any of the Federation's territories, for they possess a certain amount of power that could destroy the Valsaurians. Peace was achieved, but not out of a mutual understanding. A small incident occurred, and the fragile peace treaty was immediately broken. Oswald, the son of a high-ranking officer in the Valsaurian army, had taken a liking to a girl of the Federation. Oswald was a typical blue-blooded man, and the girl did not fancy someone like him. As such, to prove that he was not the same as the others, he quietly took command of one of his father's battlecruisers and attacked the system that she was in, the Domix system, where the Trade Federation ruled. The reason why the girl did not like the blue-blooded gentleman at all was because he was useless. Having neither power nor strength, the excursion took a turn for the worse, and instead of doing any actual damage, the entire ship was destroyed when the Federation swiftly retaliated. The young chump perished and his father was angered. As a high-ranking officer, higher than Commander Alexis himself, retribution was in order, and thus began the long war between the Valsaurian army and the Trade Federation. Chapter 1341, Excursion. A number of officers, including Commander Alexis and other high-level authorities, did not support the war. Their reason was not one of morality or anything to do with righteousness. After all, an army of bandits did not need a reason to attack a planet or system. However, attacking without calculating the risk and consequences is a fool's errand. The Federation was strong. And there was a strong possibility that even the entire Valsaurian army combined would not be able to fully dominate them. Even if they did manage to conquer every territory and completely decimate the Federation. Doing so would leave the Valsaurian army weakened, giving other forces in the universe that hated them a golden opportunity to attack. As a wise war commander, Alexis knew that attacking the Federation was like trying to boil the sea with nothing but a bonfire. That's why even when they were at war, those who were opposed to attacking the Federation would try their best to steer clear from it. Unfortunately, the bastard officer whose son was killed had high authority in the Valsaurian army. The war had been going on for hundreds of years, and there was no sign of it ever slowing down. For the sake of having his revenge, that high-ranking officer had dispatched several good fleet commanders to battle, and lost them all to the Federation. To counter anything and everything that the Valsaurian army threw at them, the Federation had formed a powerful counterview army. That bastard high-ranking officer had lost every banner of soldiers he had to it. Using his power, he laid down the final order, forcing Alexis and several other competent fleet commanders to join the front lines. Alexis' fate was sealed when the order came. He was to lead all of his soldiers to the front lines, providing support to the soldiers who had been fighting a losing battle.
So, we are not joining as the main attack force, but to provide support? We'll be nothing but fodder,
said Jiang Fei, frowning at the decision.
So be it. There is no escaping an order from above,
said Sarila with a heavy sigh.
Is there any way to reject the order?
Asked Jiang Fei.
Orders are absolute,
barked Sarila, even though they were just a large army of bandits, not an organized nation. They were still governed by strict rules.
We have rules for a reason. Without rules and reason, we would be living with the animals,
she added.
So I've heard. What can we prepare for anyway?
To prepare for a losing battle, Jiang Fei would need to be ready to face any kind of situation. He had been through this before, with the metahumans of Japan, Europe, and America. He might be young, but he had gathered so much experience that it was a wonder how he was able to keep himself sane.
Nothing specific. Our orders are to provide support. All we can do is to sortie every ship we have and wait for further instructions,
said Sarila. Jiang Fei frowned. From his point of view, he was certain that providing support was nothing more than being cannon fodder for the main attack force. That bastard high-ranking officer didn't want to sacrifice his own soldiers, but was willing to sacrifice others without batting an eye.
Fei, this is life in the Valsaurian army. No figure of authority in this army is selfless. Keep your guard up at all times or you will be eaten alive,
said Sarila. She was dead set on supporting Jiang Fei as he was her current savior-to-be. Jiang Fei acknowledged her advice.
Thanks. I'll try.
After sending Baka and Kalen off to prepare themselves, he proceeded to a private training room in the academy. There, with the Chronos accelerator set at max, Jiang Fei entered the room to calibrate himself. Now that Jiang Fei had officially become a ranked officer, he was allowed to use the training room by himself. In that highest setting, Jiang Fei extended 2 days of time to 2 months. In that 2 months' worth of time, Jiang Fei had not gained strength, but instead managed to restore himself to his best condition, be it the core of will or his own power. Jiang Fei was at his prime, ready for a rigorous war. Sarila came into the training room to call for him.
Fei, you're needed in the hangar bay. I understand,
said Jiang Fei as he followed Sarila out. The ships of all shapes and sizes he had previously seen in the hangar bay were all gone. Now, standardized patrol ships filled every docking bay. A sea of soldiers, all clad in armor and carrying weapons, were lined up in formation, ready to board their respective ships.
All preparations are done. We will start the excursion at 1,500 hours,
said Sarila. Jiang Fei gasped as it was already 1 p.m. then.
That's just 2 hours away. It is. Father warned me never to disturb you unless necessary whenever you are in the training room. I see. Never mind then. Can we board the ship now?
Asked Jiang Fei as the two arrived at Alexis' personal boarding platform. Instead of the hypercruiser he knew, the platform was just a room with teleportation pads installed. Sarila pressed a button on the console panel and spoke.
Boarding deck to Redstone. Do you copy?
Redstone to deck.
We hear you. Miss Sarila, what can we do for you?
Someone replied instantly.
Requesting boarding sequence for 2 at the boarding deck. Send us up,
said Sarila.
Request confirmed. Please hold. Stay still for the teleportation sequence,
replied the operator, and in no time, particles of light formed around the pads as the indicator light flashed green.
Step into the pad and wait,
Sarila instructed.
All right.
Jiang Fei acknowledged and obeyed. A second later, the particles of light swirled around both Jiang Fei and Sarila, and the two appeared at the boarding docks of the hypercruiser called Redstone.
This is rather huge,
said Jiang Fei when he stepped out of the pad and saw hundreds more teleportation pads.
This is the commander's personal battleship. Besides, Commander Alexis' specialty is his ground infantry. The need to send down or beam up soldiers very much needed to be improved,
explained Sarila.
What kind of ship is a hypercruiser anyway?
Said Jiang Fei. He had heard the term hypercruiser many times, but had never asked about it.
Redstone is a hypercruiser that is 1,250 kilometers long. It is armed with 4 dark matter drive cannons and 150 antimatter auxiliary cannons. There are 45,000 ship personnel,
not including the ground infantry of 25,000,
explained Sarila. Jiang Fei gasped.
25,000? That many?
He knew that Alexis had a total of 45,000 soldiers under his command, and his ship alone ferried more than half of that.
But of course, how else would the commander exude greatness? I see.
Come,
let's head to the bridge,
said Sarila as she led Jiang Fei to the control room. Zoom! The door to the bridge quickly slid open, and the pair entered the bridge. Alexis greeted him as soon as he entered.
Fei, Commander,
replied Jiang Fei. The two exchanged a nod in greeting that every other personnel on the bridge noted. A status quo was quickly established with Jiang Fei and Alexis holding the highest authority.
Sir, is there anything I am needed for?
Asked Jiang Fei.
No need. In this ship everything is being handled by the captain. We are just extras in the bridge.
Alexis spat with a loud laugh. Chapter 1342, Entering the Combat Zone. While the ship captains were busy communicating with others, officers like Jiang Fei and Alexis would have nothing to do until they were in the combat zone.
Fei, when we arrive in the combat zone, you must put yourself above others during the battle. Do not act beyond your limits.
Sarila advised Jiang Fei.
I know,
Jiang Fei replied. He knew the hazardous conditions of war, and would not do something stupid like charging to the front lines. Like Sarila, Jiang Fei joined the Valsaurian army to protect Earth. He would not do anything that could potentially end his life before the safety of Earth was assured.
Captain, broadcast ship-wide comms,
said Alexis.
Commander, ship broadcast is open,
replied the captain after tapping a few buttons on his console. Alexis walked towards the captain's seat where the mic and camera were situated.
Attention to all members of the 7th Fleet, 13th Division. You are not to act of your own accord. You are not to accept any missions or commands unless it comes from me. You are not to accept any communication requests from other parties,
said Alexis, establishing his 3 forbidden orders. It was to ensure that all soldiers would listen to and obey only his commands. After Alexis was done with his ship-wide broadcast, the captain turned off the comms and returned to cooperating with the other ship captains.
What's wrong?
Jiang Fei probed when he noticed Alexis letting out a deep sigh when he was done speaking.
Let me ask you something,
said Alexis as he turned to Jiang Fei and gestured for him to sit down.
Do you think I overdid it back there?
He asked.
I'm not sure how to respond to that.
Sir, replied Jiang Fei. In truth, he did think that Alexis had done something redundant. The soldiers under his banner had been loyal to only him. Even without those 3 forbidden orders, they would only listen to Alexis.
So you say, but I don't blame you for thinking that. I believe this is your maiden battle. Know this. In the combat zone, signal and communication disruption is normal. In situations when communications with me have failed, other ships will have to listen to and obey the commands of other fleet commanders. Orders from these other commanders must be obeyed, and they usually send my soldiers to the front as fodder,
explained Alexis.
But if the soldiers obey your orders down to the letter, they would not be able to act of their own accord. What if they were to be destroyed by the enemy?
Asked Jiang Fei.
Calm down, boy. My troops are not as stupid as you think they are. They are able to be fluid in battle as the situation develops. Even without my orders, they will survive. That ship-wide broadcast was a mere theatrical act for my soldiers to use against the other commanders in case they get captured and put on trial,
said Alexis.
I am merely protecting my soldiers,
he added.
I see.
Jiang Fei hummed. Concurrently, Jiang Fei was just starting to learn how to tell whether commanders were being selfish or selfless.
It was hard to distinguish between the two. Fortunately, selfishness was only prominent among fleet commanders, not with soldiers. Otherwise, there might be a civil war between the soldiers themselves. After 3 weeks on the hypercruiser, the entire 13th Division had arrived approximately 0.5 light-years away from the Domix system.
Commander, we have arrived on the outskirts of the battlefield, said the captain. Engage all radar systems and deploy the Wayfinder,
ordered Alexis. He didn't want to proceed into the battlefield without first confirming the situation.
Commander,
acknowledged the captain and started to follow his commands. Half an hour later, the captain returned with a report.
Sir, the Wayfinder has been transmitting data, and it seems the route into the battlefield is shrouded with a magnetic disruption field. Like a thunderstorm. Sir, have the Wayfinder fix the disruption. We are not in a hurry. The ship is not to move unless I say so,
said Alexis, smiling from ear to ear.
Commander,
said the captain.
Hold there. Make sure the disruption is properly cleared before we go in. I don't want to see any sort of spark in the route. We want to be at peak condition before we provide support to our brethren,
said Alexis, raising his voice.
Commander,
replied the captain, with the same smile on his face. He knew what Alexis was thinking about and configured the Wayfinder to thoroughly clean the area, a method that would consume a lot of time.
Sir, are we going to waste time here?
asked Jiang Fei.
Nothing we can do about that,
said Alexis with a wink.
Understand this. The sooner we arrive, the more enemies we have to face. Let the main attack force thin out the enemy forces first,
he continued. Before departing from Redstone, Alexis had pulled some strings with the higher-ups to get his fleet deployed at the outskirts of the battlefield. He had spent a large enough fortune on this, as he believed that the longer they stayed out of battle, the less casualties his soldiers would suffer. The 13th Division was running a very thorough cleanup of the magnetic disruption field. So thorough that it had taken a week just to reduce the disruption field by 10%. Their fleet was still stranded outside the Domix system, leaving the main attack force incredibly frustrated. One day, the captain came to Alexis and reported,
Commander, we are being hailed by another ally. Patch him through,
said Alexis as he hurried to the bridge. Even though he was unwilling to enter the battlefield, he was still required to accept communication requests by another ally. That was the rule. A Valsaurian appeared on the console screen and shouted at Alexis.
Alexis, what is the meaning of this? Why are you still outside the Domix system? There seems to be a magnetic disruption field en route to your location. To prevent substantial damage to the fleet, I must first clear the field,
replied Alexis nonchalantly. He did not know who this fleet commander was, but he did know that they had the same rank. There was no need for him to hold back.
Waste your breath on someone else who cares. Bring your sorry arse into the battlefield now,
roared the fleet commander.
Before you continue, I want to make this one thing clear. I don't serve you, nor do you serve me,
said Alexis with a stone-cold glare. You? The commander stammered, clearly agitated. Just when he was about to lash out again, Alexis ended their communication.
Continue with the clearing. Pay no heed to that commander,
barked Alexis. 3 hours later, another communication request was received.
Patch it through,
Alexis hummed. A high-ranking Valsaurian appeared on the screen and spoke.
You are the fleet commander here to provide support?
Alexis stood up and saluted the chief commander before he spoke.
Chief Commander. Good. I'm ordering you to enter the battlefield now. Head to XXXX, XXXX, XXXX and provide support to the fleet there,
said the chief commander.
Sir, there is a magnetic disruption field on the route. We will be ripped apart by the storm before we even enter the battlefield,
said Alexis, although he clearly did not want to enter the battle. He would not blatantly reject the order like before.
I don't want to hear excuses. Obey the order and do your job,
said the chief commander coldly before abruptly ending the communication. Chapter 1343, Combat.
$$ and...
Alexis blabbered in an incomprehensible language that even the scope failed to decipher. Jiang Fei, however, need not rely on the translation mechanism to understand that it was none other than angry screeching.
What's the problem?
asked Jiang Fei.
That bastard is sending us straight into the heart of the fight. He just gave us a death sentence,
snapped Alexis.
Why?
asked Jiang Fei, failing to understand the concept of being thrown right into the center of the fight. Alexis gestured as he ordered.
Captain, map please.
A holographic map was projected and hovered in front of him. The holographic map turned around, appearing like a box with grids and lines to help visualize the location in space. After controlling the map and zooming in and out of it, Alexis found the Domix system and the specific location where the Valsaurian army and the Trade Federation forces were deployed.
Here,
Alexis pointed out.
This is where the Federation is deployed and our allies are setting up a barricade here,
he explained.
This is the enemy fleet, and they are going to ram the barricade hard. Right now, That bastard is ordering me to send my fleet to intercept the attack.
The location Alexis had pointed out was right behind the enemy fleet. Deploying Alexis' fleet, there would surely be an open invitation for them to attack. Jiang Fei gasped.
We are literally standing behind the entire army.
Even someone with minimum warfare knowledge would know that they would only need to turn their ship around to surround the fleet. Alexis' fleet would be destroyed. All in the name of delaying the main attack for only a few moments.
He wants us to buy him time. He wants us to just die in vain,
roared Alexis as he smashed the console in front of him, destroying it instantly. Someone quickly came over to replace it with a brand new one, which only took a few minutes.
So, we don't go,
said Jiang Fei. Why should they just send themselves into a swarm of enemies like that? Alexis sighed and explained.
That, I would. But the bastard outranks me.
It has been established that the Valsaurian army was strict with rules and regulations amongst themselves. Even though he was not affiliated with that particular chief fleet commander, he outranked Jiang Fei by 1 level, thus granting him authority over Alexis. Disobeying a direct order from a superior officer was punishable by being court-martialed or worse, with a death sentence. Either way, all of Alexis' assets, ships, and soldiers alike would be absorbed by that particular chief commander.
Have the fleet ready for a hyperspace jump.
Alexis reluctantly gave the order.
Commander,
acknowledged the captain of Redstone and relayed the order to the other ship captains. All the ships aligned themselves neatly and started to calculate their trajectory before making the space jump. Before they could finish the calculation process, Jiang Fei hurried over to Alexis' side.
Commander, have you thought this through? We are literally heading towards certain death,
he explained angrily. Alexis scoffed.
We have received an order, and we must obey. That is the way. Death is certain even if we do not go. You point being?
Barked Jiang Fei.
My point is clear. Obey the order. That is all.
Alexis turned to the captain of the ship to check on the calculation progress. Jiang Fei was left disgruntled, alone, and a little confused. To be fair, this was Jiang Fei's first space war, and he had no idea how to inject himself into the situation to make it better.
Commander, we are all ready for the hyperspace jump,
reported the captain.
Deploy shields. Shields at 100%. Captain, commence hyperspace jump sequence. We are going in 1 by 1,
ordered the captain. Alexis chimed in.
Drop shields to 50% and engage antimatter cannons as soon as you drop out of hyperspace.
The chain of personnel reporting back and forth continued for so long until Jiang Fei himself was confused at what was going on. Still confused, Jiang Fei came to Alexis.
Are we still going in? Of course,
he replied simply.
We are going to jump behind enemy lines and start attacking? Guns a-blazing?
Alexis turned to Jiang Fei and sighed.
Depends. But that is the current plan.
When all orders had been carried out and all ships were waiting on Alexis' command to jump, the captain of Redstone turned to Alexis and awaited his final confirmation. Alexis laid down the final order, saying,
This is the 7th Fleet, 13th Division. We are at go. I repeat, we are at go.
A small squad of patrol ships were the first to initiate the hyperspace jump. Alexis turned to Surila and said,
Tell base to further increase the compensation for those in the first wave.
The first wave of patrol ships were all but doomed to die, with only a negligible possibility of survival. The compensation that would be given to their next of kin was improved by Alexis' own coffers.
Will do. Father,
said Surila, as soon as the first wave of ships had leaped into hyperspace. Alexis quickly gave his next order.
Commence second wave deployment.
Likewise, the second wave consisted of patrol ships as well.
Captain, we've got a reading from the Wayfinder. Commander? Patch it through the main screen.
A live feed from the Wayfinder was transmitted to the bridge of Redstone. In the video footage, a large fleet of Federation vessels were seen aligned and in formation. A few seconds later, several wormholes appeared from behind the entire fleet, and the patrol ships from Alexis' fleet emerged. From the moment they arrived, all the patrol ships immediately opened fire. Thumps and explosions were heard, albeit muffled by the void of space. Unfortunately, the antimatter cannons on board the patrol ships were extremely weak. Their firepower failed to even dent the shields of any of the Federation vessels. A few seconds later, a few out of the countless Federation ships returned fire. There was a stark difference between the firepower of both sides. Their barrage of cannons was unable to make even a single dent on any of the Federation vessels, while a simple counterattack from the Federation, using simple particle beam cannons, was enough to reduce a working patrol ship into space debris, just when the last of the first wave of patrol ships had been reduced to dust. The second wave appeared. The chief commander of the Federation fleet scoffed.
What's this? Are they just throwing their lives away for the sake of it? Or have the Valsaurians greatly underestimated us? What a letdown.
He ordered the entire fleet to proceed with their main assault, while leaving one of the few tens of Corvette-class ships behind to deal with the sudden appearance of Alexis patrol ships. The second wave of Valsaurians were faster, and they knew what they were up against. Having seen the video feed coming from the Wayfinder, they knew what to do when they dropped out of hyperspace. After flying in and out of formation, the second wave managed to bring down a single Corvette class, though admittedly they also lost a good number of ships themselves. A few moments later, the third wave of Valsaurians appeared, and this time, there were a few larger Corvette-class ships coming in. The chief commander scoffed again.
MHM? Just that few?
He was certain that they would pose no threat to the main fleet, as he had left more than enough ships behind to take care of their unannounced guests. Even with reinforcements arriving, the second wave of patrol ships were unable to do anything. However, with their superior shields and powerful weapons, the corvettes were able to provide cover fire whilst shielding the patrol ships from devastating attacks. With their coordinated attacks, the Valsaurians managed to bring down a few more Federation corvettes. In no time, the fourth wave of patrol ships arrived. Alas, even though the fourth wave consisted of a large fleet of patrol ships, there were no more Corvette-class ships left to deploy.
That's it? How poor can they be to only have so few corvettes? And here I thought that they'd been rampaging the universe, stealing and plundering to their heart's desire,
said the Federation chief commander. He then sent a few more Corvette-class attackers and decided to leave the enemy be. He had more important matters to tend to.
Commander, our forces are sustaining heavy damage. Should we provide immediate reinforcement?
Asked the captain of Redstone. Even though the second, third, and fourth fleets of Valsaurian ships were still surviving, they were unable to deal with the Federation's larger fleet of corvettes. Patrol ships were smaller and faster as they were not ferrying any passengers, merely a few autocannons. But their combat force was laughable at best against the powerful corvettes.
No, not yet,
said Alexis. He was not at all upset by the loss of his patrol ships, as they were merely piloted by non-combatants. To him, his ground infantry was his real asset. Pilots could be easily recruited and trained at any time.
Commander, the enemy fleet has left the battlefield,
said the captain. Alexis hummed.
Good.
15 minutes later, after countless cries for help and requests for reinforcements were ignored, Alexis finally stood up from his seat.
Commence hyperspace jump. Commencing hyperspace jump sequence,
replied the captain. In just a few seconds, after zooming across hyperspace, Redstone the hypercruiser appeared amongst the other patrol ships. Chapter 1344, a backhanded tactic.
Rain it down on them. Fire! Fire! Fire!
The order to fire went down the chain of command, and the entire hypercruiser lit up with bright lights as they unleashed HL on the enemy. Redstone the hypercruiser was not the only ship that was part of the sixth wave. Along with Alexis' personal ship, his personal fleet consisted of Redstone, 7 destroyers, 12 corvettes, and 43 upgraded patrol ships. With such a large force, the Federation's few corvettes were not enough to even be considered as target practice. That being said, only the corvettes, destroyers, and Redstone were firing their cannons, while the other patrol ships were zooming around clearing the smaller enemy vessels. In just a single wave of attack, all the Corvette-class ships left behind by the Federation chief commander were eradicated.
Cease fire. Prep cannon charge,
ordered Alexis.
We've been fooled. To think that they sent junk to distract us,
said the chief commander of the Federation when Alexis' fleet appeared and destroyed what was left of the defending fleet.
My lord, what are your orders? Do we retreat or do we continue heading towards the blockade?
Asked the vice chief commander.
Well,
the chief commander wanted to continue towards the blockade, but before he could finish his sentence, the admiral chimed in.
No. Well, turn back now. There's no two ways about this. Either we destroy them, or we'll be pinned by a pincher strategy. Yes, sir,
said the chief commander, as he immediately ordered the entire attacking fleet to turn back. Since the forces at the Valsaurian blockade were not showing any signs of mobilizing, the Federation decided to turn around and deal with the Blitz attacking force.
Commander, the enemy is turning back. Do we attack?
Said one of the fleet commanders, who was stationed at the blockade.
No. We need to take this time to consolidate our forces. Lord Ano's reinforcements will arrive soon. We do not need to worry about the fleet behind the Federation,
said a chief commander who was a Valsaurian like Alexis, but a rather plump one. This was the person who had ordered Alexis to strike behind the Federation fleet. Lord Ano was the High Chief Commander whose son's death had started the war.
Chief Commander,
said the fleet commander. The entire fleet that formed the blockade started to consolidate their fleet instead of providing support to Alexis' fleet.
Commander, the enemy is heading back towards us,
reported the captain of Redstone.
Calm down. Ready the cannons and fire on my command,
said Alexis as he paid close attention to the radar counter on the screen. The air around him became dense as he slowly clenched his fist without realizing it. When the chief commander of the Federation fleet left the rear battlefield, they had merely traveled for about 10 minutes when Alexis showed up and destroyed the rear defense. It took them another 10 minutes or so to turn back and close the distance between Alexis and the main attack fleet. Although Alexis had decimated the defense fleet with ease, the Federation's main attack fleet was far larger than Alexis' entire fleet. They had more than 7 hypercruisers that were hidden away from fight and radar detection. Be it in attack or defense, Alexis' fleet were merely wooden houses against the devastating force of the tornadoes that was the Federation's fleet. As soon as the radar background hue turned green, Alexis jumped to the front and quickly ordered the attack. In that instant, all large ships that were mounted with large cannons opened fire. After merely firing a single round, Alexis quickly gave another order.
Cease fire now. All ships are to immediately initiate hyperspace jump to the coordinates XXXX. XXXX. XXXX.
All weapons were quickly shut down as every ship diverted their power source to their warp core to prepare for an emergency hyperspace jump.
Why are they so aggressive?
Said the chief commander of the Federation fleet. The timing of the attack by the Valsarian fleet was extraordinarily accurate. Had the Federation fleet been only a few seconds slower in stopping, they would have sustained substantial damage to a portion of their fleet.
Engage hyper-mega particle beam cannons. That should give us a wide range of attack.
The entire Federation fleet cautiously held their position and started charging their long-range cannons. A few ships were attacked, but because they were extremely far away, the condensed particles had dissipated by the time it reached the ships, greatly lowering the attack potency. Although it wasn't enough to penetrate their shields, it was enough to push a few of the leading ships out of formation. That being said, none of the ships sustained any damage. Just when the Federation fleet had finished charging their weapons, Alexis' entire fleet disappeared into hyperspace, leaving the rear sector now barren.
What? Where did they go? Where did they go?
The chief commander was greatly disturbed. He had underestimated his foes and lost a fleet of tens of Corvette-class ships. Just when he was about to return the favor, the enemies fled the battlefield, leaving the now pissed-off chief commander alone with no one to vent his anger on.
Chief, should I start calculating their jump location to intercept them?
Asked the navigation operator of his hypercruiser.
No,
yelled the chief commander. He took a deep breath to calm himself down.
The enemies might be expecting us to follow them. There could be a trap waiting. Turn the entire fleet around again. We are going back to the blockade,
said the chief commander. He assumed their strategy was to bait and divert the entire, or even just a portion of the fleet to reduce their numbers. Little did he know that Alexis was actually running for his life. While the Federation returned to their initial position, Alexis' fleet was now en route to a safe location.
Prepare the long-distance communication system. Report back to base that the 13th Division has participated in the attack on the Domix system and defended our allied fleet against the attacking Federation. We have diverted fire away from the allied forces, and in the overwhelmingly outnumbered battle, we managed to destroy 19 Corvette-class enemy ships while sacrificing 22 patrol ships of our own. After ensuring the safety of the allied fleet, the 13th Division has successfully fled the enemy who tried to pursue us, said Alexis once he was sure that they were not being followed. Jiang Fei could not bring himself to say anything. He was still trying to digest what just happened. As he entered the Domix system and faced the entire Federation fleet, he understood that Alexis' fleet was ordered to be cannon fodder by someone on Lord Ano's payroll. Alexis had managed to turn the tables around. But even when they managed to sink the defending fleet, the allies of the blockade refused to act as support. Even so, Alexis had done what he could and fled the scene when the fleet was taken down, buying the blockade some time. While Alexis' accomplishment deserved to be commended, the blockade fleet would not be forgiven for their inaction. Alexis was only paying back what they had thrown at him. He was not at all concerned about the war going on in the Domix system. The entire blockade fleet was made up of either Ano's own men or men in power who had been bought over by him. Alexis had already been kind enough not to throw them under the bus for trying to use him and his fleet as cannon fodder.
Father, what should we do next?
Asked Surilaw.
Cease all communication and bring us close to orbit on any nearby planet. We will regroup and reform our fleet. 3 days. We will return in 3 days,
replied Alexis. He predicted that Ano would be furious about what he did, and if he were dumb enough to stand out, someone would no doubt come for him with orders for a suicide mission. Chapter 1345, Unbelievable. Though it was none of Alexis' concern, the entire Valsaurian blockade ended up being utterly destroyed by the Federation fleet. While it had cost the Federation themselves a great number of ships, the blockade had lost even more resources and personnel. When the news reached Ano, he wreaked havoc like any other hot-tempered army man would. After going through and understanding the mission report, he decided to put all the blame on Alexis alone. Right now, Ano wanted nothing more than to send Alexis to his death. As predicted, Alexis knew the consequences of his actions and decided to flee to a nearby planet. Since he had turned off any means of communication, no one knew where he was or whether or not he was still alive. 2 days later, Ano, being an extremely busy man, had dove into his work, completely forgetting about matters with Alexis. Which is why when Alexis returned to the Domix system, Ano was not trying to hunt him down.
We got lucky this time, but we cannot be careless again. By all means necessary. We cannot allow ourselves to get involved with the Federation. We need to just keep our heads low, and the order to leave this battlefield will eventually arrive,
said Alexis once the fleet returned to the Domix system.
I'm curious. Why didn't we stay in hiding for longer?
Asked Jiang Fei.
Rules? Fei. Rules. In the case of an emergency, a fleet is allowed to take leave for a maximum of 3 days. After 3 days, one will be declared as a deserter,
replied Alexis, chuckling. He had taken the rule literally and ran out of the system for 3 days. If anyone decided to investigate the matter, he would be deemed innocent since he returned to the battlefield within the 3-day buffer.
Reactivate all communications,
said Alexis. As soon as the operator turned on the system, the ship's computer was quickly flooded with messages requesting for reinforcement.
Let's see them all,
said Alexis.
Commander. This is the 19th Division of the 7th Fleet requesting reinforcement at XXX. XXX. This is the 19th Division of the 7th Fleet requesting reinforcement at XXX. XXX. The other messages merely repeated the same content, and when Alexis tried to hail the source, there was no response. It was obvious that they had already been destroyed.
Send out wayfinders to scout the blockade. Keep our ship at the same speed,
said Alexis, not wanting to risk his fleet falling into an enemy trap before he could confirm the source of the messages.
Commander, we have an unidentified signal on our radar,
cried the navigator as he cloned his display to the main screen.
Send another wayfinder to find out what it is,
said Alexis. There were too many unknown signals emanating from everywhere in the universe. Occasionally, they came from naturally occurring phenomenons, like collisions between 2 neutron stars or supernovae. Real threats were scarce.
Sir, the signal is heading towards us. We do not have time to intercept its reading,
said the captain when he noticed the odd signal was bleeping through the radar scope at an alarming rate.
Stop the fleet and send out the patrol fleet. Find out what it is,
said Alexis, his tone suggesting a reason for alarm. In case when a wayfinder was too slow, a patrol ship could be used to take over the scouting role. Being the smallest, most agile ship in the fleet, patrol ships were often tasked to carry out the most dangerous missions. Because of their ridiculously low cost, no one would be stringy enough to not sacrifice a few. As for the pilots, they were as expendable as replacing weapons for soldiers. In just a few seconds, the unknown signal that the ship had detected had traveled as far as a few light seconds.
What the F***ck is that?
Cried the navigator again when he finally had visual confirmation of the unknown signal. Alexis gasped when he saw the image of the unknown being.
An Ultralisk? A galactic specter? Spectre?
Asked Jiang Fei.
It's another kind of Ultralisk,
barked Sarila. To which Jiang Fei immediately understood. The previous planet-sized beast that Jiang Fei had encountered was just another Ultralisk. That Ultralisk was already devastating enough, clocking in at over 30 million combat level. If that Ultralisk was already so F***king powerful, this one would only be just as strong. Galactic Spectre. Combat level, 40 million 60 million. Note, a never-been-understood lifeform. The beast possesses a conscious cloud of energetic particles. Conventional attacks have no effect on the beast. It is not known to feed, and the reason it attacks others has always been a mystery. Jiang Fei froze once he read the description of the Ultralisk. The previous beast he faced was horrifying as it attacked to feed. But this galactic spectre attacks without any foreseeable reason. Any being would be afraid of the unknown.
See, Commander? What should we do?
Asked the captain. It was a well-known fact that only a handful of people had lived to tell the tale after facing an Ultralisk.
It's too late for us to do a hyperspace jump. Captain, evasive maneuvers. Now! Let's just hope that it doesn't see us as a viable target,
said Alexis. The beast was moving at such a fast speed that even if the crew started to charge the warp core, it would be too slow. It would be faster to just set all the thrusters at maximum and get out of its course. What Alexis was hoping for is that the beast would not care for the entire fleet and continue on its way.
AI. Sea Commander,
said the captain, stammering. With just a few flicks of toggles and buttons, the entire fleet, with Redstone leading the way, moved off their original course and away from colliding with the beast. They had done everything they could, and now it was up to fate. A minute later, the entire fleet and the Galactic Spectre grazed past each other, with only a hair's width between them. This time, they were all lucky, as the Galactic Spectre did not stop or even glance in their general direction. As it zoomed by, Jiang Fei managed to catch a glimpse of the beast's appearance via the optical camera. It was the same size as the previous Ultralisk. Almost the size of a planet. Like the scope explained, there was a thick layer of particles swarming around the beast like a protective layer. With his careful observation, Jiang Fei deduced that the cloud of particles was destructive in nature, as asteroids immediately disintegrated when they made contact with it. Jiang Fei gasped when he saw an impossible occurrence on the beast.
What the F***CK is that thing?
Chapter 1346, First to Approach.
I can't believe my eyes,
said Jiang Fei as he headed over to a nearby console to replay what he saw through the optical camera. Located somewhere at the rear of the beast, in the midst of the destructive particle cloud, was a humanoid-shaped being, surfing on a silver board. Though it was powerful, the optical camera was unable to capture a clear image of the target due to the extreme speed and distance. All Jiang Fei could discern was the fact that there was someone, or a humanoid-like something, surfing behind the Ultralisk.
What do you have there?
Asked Alexis, intrigued by what Jiang Fei had captured.
See for yourself,
said Jiang Fei as he moved away from the console.
Is this real? Is it not just some error?
Stated Alexis, his tone suggesting disbelief.
Father, should we activate the quantum feedback radar?
Suggested Sarila after she had a look at what Jiang Fei captured. If light optics failed, quantum technology was their last option to try identifying the target.
No!
Alexis shouted at the top of his lungs to stop Sarila from proceeding. Everyone in the room, including Jiang Fei, were frozen stiff in shock. Alexis quickly calmed himself down and spoke in a less agitated voice.
Maintain our current course, and do not speak of what happened today to anyone.
Whatever was riding behind the Ultralisk was unknown, and Alexis did not have the courage to scan an unknown. He of all people knew the offense it would inflict if they were to scan it out of the blue without permission. Angering a person capable of hitching a ride behind such a powerful beast was the last thing anyone in the universe would do. After a few corrections, the entire fleet returned to their original course. Only when the beast was finally out of their radar detection range was Alexis able to sit down without tensing all his muscles. Apparently, being the strongest Valsaltian in all of Redstone still wasn't enough for him to stand against such a strong Ultralisk.
Commander, where to? Should we report back to the High Command about the Galactic Spectre?
Asked the captain of the hypercruiser.
No. Stay on this course and keep us out of the combat zone. As I said before, we are not to speak of the Ultralisk. Not even to the top brass,
said Alexis.
But father, are you sure?
Prompted Sarila. Encountering such a powerful being in space should be documented and reported.
I'm sure,
spat Alexis as he turned away. Failure to report a close encounter with an unknown species would not result in any dire consequences, but it would warrant trouble in the future. Alexis would rather face the trouble rather than report it to the higher-ups. He had the foresight to predict that Ano might take this chance to punish him by sending Alexis' entire fleet to investigate the Ultralisk. That would be their suicide mission.
Commander, is there a patrol ship I can use? I'm curious to know what it was,
said Jiang Fei. He could not shake the feeling that he would regret not investigating the mysterious figure. Alexis turned to Jiang Fei, glaring at him while questioning his mental state.
Did you hit your head or something?
Even though Jiang Fei was the second strongest, with the first being Alexis, he would be facing an Ultralisk.
It'll be fine. I need to get a closer look,
said Jiang Fei, determined. He was not at all scared of the Ultralisk, even though he could defeat it, albeit by using all the powers he had and rendering himself weakened. He could still get away unscathed with the power of the 10th dimension.
You seem certain. Whatever it is, I hope you know what you're doing,
said Alexis. He did not want to send Jiang Fei off to die just like that since he had already invested a lot in him. Having him die now would be such a waste since Jiang Fei had the potential to be someone stronger than Alexis could ever be. That being said, Alexis wanted to know about the mysterious figure as well. He had never seen or even heard about anyone who could actually get that close to an Ultralisk, much less be able to ride on its back. He needed to know who he or she was, and whether they were an ally or a potential foe.
I am. Don't worry. I want to have a closer look, but I'm not dumb enough to let it notice my presence,
claimed Jiang Fei.
Very well. Head to the launch bay. I'll ready a ship for you,
said Alexis. Jiang Fei nodded, thanking the commander silently before heading towards the launch bay for his ship. There, he ordered everyone else to leave the ship and let him operate the patrol ship alone.
Sir, can you fly the ship alone?
Asked the pilot.
I am only flying it, not going into a battle. It should be fine,
replied Jiang Fei. The pilot and other crew members were confused about Jiang Fei's objective, but they were not going to stay with the ship as they knew where it was about to go. No one dared go with Jiang Fei on his crazy mission to investigate the Ultralisk. Most of them had heard about Jiang Fei piloting a Corvette-class ship alone to save an entire squadron of soldiers from certain doom. Jiang Fei spoke into the communication console to request the main bridge to open the doors for him.
This is Fez 0192. Fleet Officer Jiang Fei. Requesting launch sequence startup. Fez 0192. You are clear for takeoff. Linear catapult is active. You have control,
replied an operator, giving Jiang Fei the control to launch himself out.
Fez 0192. Taking off,
said Jiang Fei as he placed his hands, the ring making contact with the console panels.
0541. Take control of the ship and take off immediately,
ordered Jiang Fei.
Captain,
replied 0541. Half a minute later, the ship's console was quickly hijacked and 0541 flew the ship off Redstone.
Locate the Galactic Spectre and fly us there,
said Jiang Fei after the ship launched. Such a beast with a combat level of over 40 million would be emitting powerful energy readings. It would be easy to trace and locate.
Galactic Spectre located. Captain, you might want to strap yourself in. This ship is not optimized for comfort during hyperspace travel,
said 0541. Once Jiang Fei had securely buckled himself down, 0541 ignited the ship's engines and started to fly at the highest speeds.
Entering FTL speed in 3, 2, 1.
Thump! A loud heavy thud was heard, followed by a sudden powerful jerk of the ship. A distortion of space was created, like a protective bubble all around the ship. From a third person's point of view, it looked like the space in front of the ship was pinched and constricted, while the space behind the ship was expanding. This expansion and constriction of space facilitates the movement of the ship, enabling faster than light speeds. Generally, no matter is able to exceed the speed of light, but space itself could, relatively speaking. The ship itself was not moving. What made the ship move was the space that the ship occupied, which is the basis of all interstellar FTL travel. Hyperspace was the highway, so to speak, while the ship traveling with FTL was the car. Since the patrol ship had limited energy storage, 0541 had restricted the speed to only 2 times the speed of light, 2c. Be that as it may, it was not entirely fast enough for interstellar travel, but fast enough to catch up with the fleeting Ultralisk. 3 minutes later, the Ultralisk signal was detected again.
Slow us down. We need to get closer,
said Jiang Fei.
Captain.
0541 acknowledged and obeyed the order. As soon as the ship jumped out of hyperspace, the patrol ship's main thrusters were quickly ignited.
Hand me the ship's control and return to the ring,
said Jiang Fei. He was afraid that something might happen later which would destroy the ship. Jiang Fei would be safe as long as he entered the 10th dimension. But if 0541 remained in the ship's computer, he would be gone for good. Chapter 1347, I Like You. Once 0541 withdrew from the ship's central control system, it went into autopilot mode and continued on its original route towards the Galactic Spectre. Jiang Fei started to focus as the ship got closer to the Galactic Spectre. Just to be safe, he was ready to open the 10th dimension at any time. The huge monster with a combat power of 40 million could kill him instantly. Swoosh! A wave of mental energy surged over the ship. But it was not an attack. Obviously, the Galactic Spectre was being cautious. Although it did not have high intelligence, it did not attack recklessly.
Interesting,
said Jiang Fei as he continued to approach the Galactic Spectre. At the same time, he spread his mental energy over a vast area in an attempt to intimidate the Galactic Spectre. warning it not to act rashly. Pew! A plasma energy beam shot at Jiang Fei's ship. Obviously, the Galactic Spectre was not deterred by Jiang Fei's warning. Instead, it had launched an attack because it felt threatened. Beep! Beep! The ship's alarm started to ring loudly. Normally, small patrol ships like this one could not withstand such a strong attack.
Damn it!
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He hated dealing with unintelligent beings. They did not understand the difference between communication and being cautious. All they knew was to attack first. Jiang Fei now found himself in an unfavorable situation. Swoosh! Without hesitation, Jiang Fei abandoned the patrol ship and went into the 10th dimension. Boom! The ship explored into pieces, but Jiang Fei safely appeared unharmed in the vast space. As a strong man, with a combat power of more than 100,000, Jiang Fei could survive in space for a short time. Boom! The Galactic Spectre launched another plasma energy attack. Jiang Fei still did not dare to face such a strong attack. His opponent was a huge monster with a combat power of more than 40 million. Even at his best, he was no match for the Galactic Spectre. This time, Jiang Fei was not planning to take this huge monster into the 10th dimension. It would put him at too much of a disadvantage, as it would take him a long time to recover the energy debt. With the help of the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei easily avoided the Galactic Spectre's 2 attacks. This angered the unintelligent beast.
Marshmallow, what's wrong?
Asked the person standing behind the Galactic Spectre. Who could have imagined that this terrifying monster, which was about the size of an asteroid, had such a cute name? Due to its immense size, the Galactic Spectre was like an asteroid-sized mount. While riding it, it was difficult for the rider to even spot patrol ships. Moreover, while the Galactic Spectre moved through space, it would always randomly attack other things. So its rider was already used to this. However, today was different. The Galactic Spectre had actually launched a few attacks continuously, and it was obviously angry. Hence, its rider felt that something was strange. Boom! The Galactic Spectre launched another attack. At the same time, it also used its mental energy to guide the rider behind it, making him notice Jiang Fei's existence. Realizing that Jiang Fei could disappear into thin air, then reappear, the rider was slightly surprised. Jiang Fei used this tactic to avoid the Galactic Spectre's attacks several times.
Stop attacking!
The rider tapped the silver hoverboard with his feet, and the Galactic Spectre obediently stopped attacking. Jiang Fei let out a sigh of relief.
Phew!
Repeatedly going in and out of the 10th dimension did consume quite a bit of energy. Swoosh! A silver light flashed, and the hoverboard rider appeared in front of Jiang Fei.
It's you?
He said, shocked to see Jiang Fei.
Why are you here?
Jiang Fei froze. He never expected that the hoverboard rider would be Thean the thief.
What a coincidence! Kid!
Thean laughed. Jiang Fei had once helped him tidy up his house, so Thean had a good impression of him.
Hee. Yeah,
answered Jiang Fei, while he secretly measured Thean's combat power with the goggles. He had measured Thean's combat power when they first met. At that time, Thean only had over 9 million combat power. Although he was strong, he was no match for the tamed Ultralisk. Buzz, buzz, crack. The goggles burned to a scrap on the spot.
Hey kid, did you know that it's rude to measure one's combat power right in front of them?
Thean reached out and slapped Jiang Fei on the back of his head. But he did not seem to be angry. He was just teasing Jiang Fei.
Hee.
Jiang Fei could only give an awkward laugh. His goggles could only measure up to 50 million combat power. Now that it had been destroyed, what did that mean? It meant that Thean's real combat power was more than 50 million.
Who is he? Really?
Jiang Fei thought to himself. With such a terrifying amount of power, Thean was definitely not as simple as he appeared to be. If he really was a thief, a simple shout from him would probably be enough to make all the intelligent races in the universe line up to pay him tribute.
Remember? Kid, you shouldn't measure someone else's combat power without any reason next time. If I was someone with a bad temper, you would have been dead by now,
said Thean, throwing a new pair of goggles at Jiang Fei. It looked like it was of better quality than the previous one.
Why are you so nice to me?
Had Jiang Fei lost his mind? Did he really just ask such a stupid question?
'Cause I like you?
Thean glared at Jiang Fei, scaring him so much that he did not dare to speak anymore. Powerful people like him were usually really moody. It was best to go along with anything they said to avoid any trouble.
Master Thean, may I ask why you're here?
Asked Jiang Fei curiously. Thean was too weird. He was definitely not as simple as Alexis and the others thought. In the hearts of the Belsaurians, Thean was a strange existence. No one knew his specific strengths because he never worked with anyone. But no one could stop him. He could always easily find and enter others' treasure houses, taking away their most valuable things every time he paid a visit. Therefore, Theon was a strange existence among the Valsaurians, because he only stole from them and no other intelligent race. So, although everyone hated him, no one could stop him. Moreover, if you ambushed Theon once, he would rob your treasure house for 3 years, no matter where or how you hid your treasures, and how many traps you set up. The outcome would be the same. Everything you owned would be stolen. So, over time, an unwritten rule emerged among the Valsaurians. If Theon came to steal, everyone would pretend not to know. Most of the time, he would only take a few items anyway. If they allowed him to steal freely, he would not come again for at least a few decades. Chapter 1348. Grab some stuff. Theon shrugged.
Me? And just wandering around? Eh? You're not joining the war?
Jiang Fei was surprised. When he first saw Theon, he thought that this guy had come to help the Valsaurians. After all, Theon was one of them. Theon smiled indifferently.
I don't care about the war. I left the Valsaurian army a long time ago. Left?
Jiang Fei was completely dumbfounded.
What's wrong with that? Those who haven't the same cause will not serve one another,
said Theon with a smile.
Oh.
Jiang Fei did not know what to say.
By the way, it's great that I ran into you here. I need someone to run some errands for me,
said Theon while grabbing Jiang Fei's shoulder. Before Jiang Fei could even respond, Theon had pulled him onto the silver hoverboard.
What the?
Jiang Fei was startled but extremely excited as the silvery white hoverboard was mounted on the back of the Galactic Spectre. He was now riding an Ultralisk. This was an unthinkable honor to an ordinary person like him.
Let's go!
Theon tapped the hoverboard with his feet, and the obedient Galactic Spectre immediately flew forward. This terrifying Ultralisk was like a meek little pony in front of Theon.
Master Theon, where are we going?
Asked Jiang Fei curiously. Theon grinned. His mischievous face was back.
Going to grab some stuff. *T. He's planning to rob someone's treasure house. Isn't he?
Jiang Fei thought to himself. Theon suddenly asked,
Hey kid, do you have any enemies among the Valsaurians? I only want the high-level ones. Leave out the weaklings. Ah, why would I have any Valsaurian enemies?
Jiang Fei was surprised. He had just joined the Valsaurians. He had not even made any friends yet. So how could he have enemies?
Think about it carefully. If you can't think of one, just name anyone you know.
Having no one in mind, Theon was trying to get Jiang Fei to give him some inspiration on who to rob this time around. Originally, Theon really had no plans to steal from anyone on this trip. However, he had run into Jiang Fei, which made him recall the boy's excellent tidying up skills. Since Jiang Fei was so good at that, it would be a pity for Theon to not steal anything. This was why Theon asked Jiang Fei that question. He just wanted to find someone unlucky and visit that person's treasure house. Well, Jiang Fei could not think of anyone. After all, he had only recently joined the Valsaurian army. He did not even know who was at the top. The only high-ranked general that he was familiar with was Alexis. But Alexis was pretty nice to him. Moreover, he had already helped Theon steal from Alexis once. If he did it again now, it would be hard for him to face Alexis in the future.
Oh yeah, that guy,
said Jiang Fei as a name suddenly popped into his head. Ano was a high-ranking member of the Valsaurian army. His unlucky son was the one that started the war between the Valsaurian army and the Trade Federation. And Ano did not get along well with Alexis. So, Jiang Fei planned to use this opportunity to pay him back for what he had done to Alexis. Theon smiled, asking,
Who did you think of? Ano, do you dare steal from him?
Replied Jiang Fei. Theon curled his lip.
Ano, huh? That old ***starred.
To be honest, Theon did not want to steal from Ano. Not because he was afraid of him, but because he had just stolen from him last month. Plus, Ano had followed the unwritten rule of not mentioning the robbery at all. So Theon was hesitant to steal from him again. However, now that Jiang Fei had challenged him, there was no way he could back out without embarrassing himself.
Okay, seems like you're out of luck, Ano.
Theon grinned, then issued a command to the Galactic Spectre. After receiving the order, the Galactic Spectre immediately turned around. A burst of energy shot out from its body, which immediately penetrated the space and created a wormhole. Swoosh! The Galactic Spectre took Jiang Fei and Theon into the wormhole. An Ultralisk like this could fully perform interstellar warps with its own power. When the Galactic Spectre rushed out of the wormhole, Jiang Fei had completely lost his bearings.
Master Thean, where are we? Asked Jiang Fei. This is the Kansari sector. Ano owns it, said Thean, causing Jiang Fei to gasp in surprise. The entire sector? Jiang Fei had already been shocked when he found out that Redstone belonged to Alexis alone. After all, he came from a backwards planet like Earth, which had hundreds of countries. In his mind, it was difficult to imagine that one person could own an entire planet. Now, even though Jiang Fei could comprehend the idea of a galactic empire, he was still shocked to find out that one person could own an entire sector. A sector had dozens or even hundreds of galaxies. Marshmallow, wait for us here. Don't go anywhere. Okay? Thean warned the Galactic Spectre. After all, if such a huge beast rushed into the civilized world, it would definitely scare people to death. Alright, let's go! After the Galactic Spectre settled down, Thean grabbed Jiang Fei's shoulder and teleported away. In the face of such a powerful person like Thean, Jiang Fei did not even have the slightest ability to resist. He could only let Thean carry him through space. Swoosh! When Jiang Fei's vision was restored, they were already on an emerald green planet. Thump! The planet's strong gravity made Jiang Fei plummet to the ground. If his strength had not skyrocketed, the gravity alone would have been enough to kill him. Upon activating Omnisurge, Jiang Fei's combat power soared to its limit of 2.1 million. Only then was he able to relax a little. Although the black hole core also buffed him, it was only limited to offense and defense aspects. It did not help Jiang Fei withstand any gravitational force. Whoa! Kid! You can do that? Not bad. Thean was obviously even more impressed by Jiang Fei now. Hee. Jiang Fei smiled. If it had been anyone else who said that, he would have definitely raised his head proudly. However, since he was with the extremely strong Thean, who could even tame an Ultralisk, Jiang Fei only felt inferior and weak. Come on! Let's go take a look at that old guy's treasure house. Thean knew the exact location of Ano's treasure house. After all, he had just paid it a visit last month. Hurry up! Don't act like you didn't eat, said Thean as he accelerated his pace. Yes! Jiang Fei clenched his teeth and focused all his energy into his legs. He had reached the limits of his speed, but could still barely catch up to Thean. It seemed like Thean was intentionally training Jiang Fei. Whenever Jiang Fei failed to keep up, he would slow down a little. However, if Jiang Fei seemed to be gaining on him, he would immediately speed up. Chapter 1349, The Master Thief. After running for almost 2 hours, Jiang Fei could not stand it anymore. He had also realized something: they were walking in circles. Ugh! I don't want to run anymore. Jiang Fei slumped to the ground, as if throwing a tantrum. Get up, kid. We're not there yet. Thean returned to Jiang Fei's side in an instant and kicked his butt. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes in response. Nonsense! We're obviously just walking in circles. After spending some time with Thean, Jiang Fei knew that he only had good intentions and even liked him quite a bit, so he did not stop himself from speaking casually. Not bad. Kid, you're pretty smart. Thean was not embarrassed at all that Jiang Fei had exposed his trick. Instead, he just kicked his butt again. Why did you kick me? Jiang Fei rubbed his butt, but he did not dare to fight back. After all, Thean was too strong. He was so strong that there was no guarantee that the 10th dimension would work on him. Okay, since you found out, well, stop walking in circles. Let's head there right now, said Thean as he grabbed Jiang Fei's shoulder and lifted him. Hey, can't I walk by myself? Yelled Jiang Fei. You're too slow. Thean laughed loudly, then started running at full speed. Jiang Fei could only feel the gushing wind slapping against his face, and he could not see clearly at all. The view on either side of him was almost unreal. 2 minutes later, Thean stopped running and placed Jiang Fei back down. We're here, said Thean. This is. They were near a small hillock surrounded with overgrown weeds. It did not look like a treasure vault at all. Swoosh! Thean waved and the original holographic projection was removed. A huge metal door appeared on the mountain wall. Jiang Fei was startled. He hid it this well? Ho ho! No hidden treasure vault can escape my eyes, boasted Thean. Being skilled at breaking into treasure vaults. Is that something to be that proud of? Said Jiang Fei with a sneer. Thean raised an eyebrow. Hey, what's wrong with such a skill? Don't you think it's good? No. Jiang Fei shook his head seriously. Then, if I offer to teach you this skill, will you learn it? Asked Thean suddenly. Yes. Jiang Fei's eyes sparkled as he nodded eagerly. If he learned this skill, wouldn't he be able to steal lots of good stuff too? Thean laughed heartily. You're so shameless. You remind me of myself when I was your age.
Jiang Fei hurriedly urged Thean.
You said you would teach me. Don't go back on your word. Okay. Since you want to learn, I'll teach you. But under one condition.
Thean laughed again. Having taken a liking to Jiang Fei, he had already been planning to accept him as an apprentice from the beginning. So, now that Jiang Fei himself wanted to learn from him, Thean naturally agreed.
What condition?
Asked Jiang Fei.
If you want to learn from me, you must stop intentionally killing,
said Thean. Jiang Fei froze.
I can't kill anymore? Well, to be precise, you're forbidden from intentionally killing any intelligent beings. Of course, if possible, try to not even fight with others,
added Thean.
Why? These are the rules of our sect.
Thean did not explain further.
Oh,
said Jiang Fei, nodding. Had heard about this from Alexis. Thean had been ambushed several times while trying to steal, but he easily escaped every time, and he never fought with anyone. Jiang Fei was not surprised that Thean had always been able to escape. With his strength, he could destroy the entire Valsaurian army all by himself. Who could stop him? However, it was weird how he never fought back even when he was ambushed. Thean had way too many secrets.
What if it's not intentional? Or rather, if it's my last resort?
Jiang Fei accurately grasped the loopholes.
Of course, there can be exceptions if you're being threatened, or if it's an emergency. What I mean is that you're not allowed to use your powers to willfully kill other intelligent beings,
said Thean. Jiang Fei nodded immediately.
That's fine with me. Deal.
After all, he was not warlike and bloodthirsty like the Valsaurians or the Decronians. As a human being, he yearned for peace. Although he was used to fighting in wars, it did not mean that he was a savage.
All right then. Starting from today, you'll be my apprentice. Will you accept this offer?
Asked Thean seriously.
Yes, master.
Overjoyed, Jiang Fei immediately bowed to Thean.
Okay.
Thean was delighted. After all, Jiang Fei was very talented, and it was difficult to find someone as kind and as reluctant to kill among the Valsaurians. Thean wasn't the only one who was happy. Jiang Fei was too. He had been deceiving people for a long time by relying on the fictional Zhuge Shanjin. As a result, Jiang Fei had been living in fear of his secret being exposed, afraid of the disaster that would surely follow. Now, he had finally found someone, and an incredibly powerful person at that, who would really support him. Of course, Thean was not invincible, but it would be difficult to find someone as strong as him. After all, he had managed to tame an Ultralisk, a feat that only very few people were capable of.
Since I've accepted you as an apprentice, you're free to tell the world that I'm your master, but you must never reveal my true strength to others.
Thean warned Jiang Fei strictly.
Why? Master?
Asked Jiang Fei.
No reason. Just do what I say.
Thean waved, motioning for Jiang Fei to stop asking questions. Jiang Fei nodded.
Okay.
Although he could not reveal how powerful his master was, the mere mention of Thean's name was already enough to scare away the entire Valsaurian army. While Jiang Fei and Thean were talking, the huge metal door in front of them suddenly opened, and two people walked out. Both were Valsaurians. They had pink, textured skin and bright heads. It was hard to tell how old they were.
F***CK!
Jiang Fei panicked. Having come here as a thief, he naturally felt afraid by this unexpected run-in with the owner of the treasure vault he was planning to steal from.
Huh?
The two Valsaurians were also surprised. When they saw Jiang Fei, they did not really react. However, after they saw Thean, their faces instantly fell.
Go! Go! Go!
The first Valsaurian lowered his head and pretended like he did not see Jiang Fei and Thean. Then, he dragged the other Valsaurian, who was behind him, and trotted away. Jiang Fei was frozen in shock and confusion.
What's going on? Are they thieves too? The one in front was Ano. Don't you know him? The one behind him was his son,
said Thean, shrugging nonchalantly. Jiang Fei couldn't help but praise Thean in his mind.
What the F***CK, the owner of the treasure vault, immediately ran away upon seeing him. Thean the thief is amazing.
Chapter 1350, Training and Testing.
Ano was actually scared away by a thief? How embarrassing. Seems like he's not that powerful. He's just using his position to bully his subordinates.
Jiang Fei could not help but start to despise Ano. In actuality, Jiang Fei had gotten the wrong idea of Ano. As a high-ranking Valsaurian that owned a sector, Ano was top in both strength and intelligence. Although he did not deal with the death of his beloved son very well, He was definitely not the kind of person that liked to bully his subordinates. He ran away as soon as he saw Theon, because Theon was way too evil. Many have tried to catch him. Even a group with dozens of powerful fighters, with tens of millions of combat power, could not catch him. And Theon ended up getting revenge on all of them. Their treasure vaults have been looted for several years, which meant that their life savings have been cleared out. Who wouldn't feel sad about that? Since there was no way to stop Theon, why would Ano stay behind? Was he supposed to stay and watch Theon steal his stuff, rather than seeing it with his own eyes? Ano felt that he would be better off not knowing the details. So, leaving with his son was the most reasonable thing to do.
Come on! Let's go in!
Theon pointed at the metal door in front of him. Ano did not close it when he left with his son, because he knew that even if he had 10,000 locks, he still would not be able to stop Theon the thief.
Okay,
said Jiang Fei, following Theon into the treasure vault. Thump! Theon stomped his foot after entering, and a shock wave radiated out, completely destroying the treasure vault's defense system. Considering how strong he was, Theon would normally not destroy the defense system. However, Jiang Fei was with him today. Although Jiang Fei had around 5 million combat power at his full potential, it was still too dangerous for him to enter a treasure vault of this level. With Theon's one move, the entire place was immediately left defenseless, allowing Jiang Fei to easily follow him into its core.
You're only allowed to take 3 things. Don't be greedy.
Since Theon had accepted Jiang Fei as an apprentice, Jiang Fei had to abide by his rules. However, Ano was out of luck. Theon had already planned to take 3 items. Now that Jiang Fei was here too, Ano would lose another 3 items. Theon looked for a place to sit and wait for Jiang Fei to tidy up the treasure vault.
I'll leave it to you. Okay.
Things were different for Jiang Fei this time. As the thief's accomplice, he had been very nervous back when they were in Alexa's treasure vault. Now, however, he was Theon the thief's apprentice. When they came to steal, the owner of the treasure vault immediately left without a word. This made Jiang Fei feel extremely smug. Jiang Fei happily looked through the treasures, determining the value of the items through the goggles that Theon gave him. These goggles were of much better quality than his previous ones. The information stored in it was more detailed, so this helped Jiang Fei increase his knowledge while he rummaged around. As a high-ranking member of the Valsaurian army, Ano's collection was much more high-end than that of Alexis. Compared to Ano's, Alexis' treasure vault was as shabby as a waste station.
A minute. All of these items are good. How nice it would be if I could take all of them away.
Jiang Fei muttered to himself while he looked through them.
Hey kid, you have to obey my rules as my apprentice. In the future, even when you become a master yourself, you cannot be greedy. Otherwise, don't blame me for kicking you out,
said Theon, giving his new apprentice a serious warning. Jiang Fei nodded quickly.
Yes, master.
With so many valuable treasures before his eyes, Jiang Fei gained a lot of knowledge while going through them. It was almost like a training program, since Jiang Fei had to withstand the temptation of taking all the treasure. This significantly increased his determination. Ano's treasure vault was not only huge, but it also housed a huge collection of items. Jiang Fei took 3 entire days to look through the whole place. Theon only sat quietly by the side, without moving or talking, throughout the process, since Theon was always meditating with his eyes closed. 0541 had suggested on several occasions that Jiang Fei secretly store a few treasures in the spatial ring. However, Jiang Fei did not do it. He did not dare to do so because he was a little afraid that Theon might catch him. He hadn't even learned anything from Theon yet. Even if Theon did not punish him and just expelled him, it would still be a loss. Secondly, deep down in his heart, Jiang Fei was someone of integrity. Although these treasures were tempting, Jiang Fei had promised that he would abide by Theon's rules, so he would not go back on his word. After 3 days of work, Jiang Fei finally finished sorting all the treasures into different categories.
I'm done, master.
Theon simply took the 3 most valuable ones and left the rest alone.
These 3 are mine. You can take another 3.
For Theon, these treasures had no meaning at all. Owning a galactic specter was already enough for him to dominate the universe. Other than for fun, he only stole in order to suppress the Valsaurians, to let them know that there was always someone better than them. He made Jiang Fei organize the treasure vault to both train and test him. Jiang Fei's knowledge would definitely soar upon going through so many treasures. And if Jiang Fei could withstand the temptation and still abide by his rules, this showed that he did satisfy the condition and truly deserved to be Theon's apprentice. Jiang Fei nodded eagerly.
Okay.
While going through the collection, he had already picked out the items he wanted. This time, Jiang Fei also chose based on the purpose they could serve. Creed Battle Uniform. Type, high-strength armor. Note, can protect the wearer from high temperatures and can effectively prevent energy attacks of up to 7 million combat power. A Vulcan specialty. The best combat clothing in the universe. Sells for about 15 million etherites. The new goggles could not only display information about the items, but also provide details on their origin and price. Etherite was a hard currency used between the civilizations in the universe. It was similar to what gold was to the humans on Earth. Jiang Fei chose this armor for a very simple reason. He was timid and afraid of death. Although he had Theon supporting him now, there was still a chance of him being killed instantly if he encountered a strong enemy. With this combat uniform, coupled with the effect of his bioarmor, Jiang Fei would at least have the chance to activate his domain during surprise attacks. This would remove the risk of him being killed instantly. After picking out an armor, Jiang Fei picked a weapon for himself, Siblade. This was a high-technology weapon. Although it was not as lethal as the Zhanlu sword used to kill the Latter Reaper, it was a lot better than the ordinary Chungying sword. Moreover, it was easy to carry around as it was worn like a gauntlet. When used, a light blade would directly pop out of it. It was lethal enough to break energy shields formed of up to 6 million combat power.